Chapter 681. Mou raised an eyebrow slightly, exchanging a glance with Ialian. The silver-haired knight's expression was calm, but anger lurked between his brows. Mou gently patted Ialian's shoulder, and seeing the knight's expression soften slightly, he continued following Laurenti into a hall on the second floor. Meanwhile, the Lord's personal guard, the players, were stopped outside by the steward. Guards, please rest in the adjacent flower hall while the city lord and the lord are discussing matters. Of course, if you feel bored, you are welcome to tour the city lord's mansion at your own discretion. But please do not enter any locked rooms. The players exchanged glances, looked up at the constantly changing, current distance to the lord, XX meters, above their field of vision, estimated the distance between the flower hall and the room the lord had just entered, and nodded. The butler closed the main door to the hall the lord had entered, and opened another door beside it. This was a greenhouse, filled with various beautiful flowers and plants, and furnished with tea tables, chairs, swings, and reclining beds. The adventurers strolled in, their eyes immediately lighting up. "Please make yourselves at home," the butler said, gently closing the door behind him. He then returned to the door of the adjacent hall, and stood guard, appearing as if he were an impenetrable fortress. The adventurers peeked around for a while, then quickly retreated into the greenhouse, huddling together and whispering amongst themselves. The cutscene had ended, and their silence had been lifted, allowing them to converse normally. "Of the 30 players who came this time, 20 are high-level world knights, right? You have a mission to protect the lord. You cannot leave his side by more than 30 meters. Just stay in the greenhouse and adapt to the situation." This time, thanks to his high military merit and selection as the player AI, today's reign indeed began to lead the team steadily. There's clearly a reconnaissance mission in the city lord's mansion that be handled by the 2 ace assassins. The rest of you druids, the plants here are very suspicious. I suspect they're demonic. Druids, please purify them. Other adventurers, please don't get too close to avoid being ambushed. We should try to avoid combat here. Even if we do fight, be careful not to damage the furniture and facilities. After all, this is related to whether Lazel City can join the alliance. For the beautiful lady, someone shouted, and all the players responded with a chorus of a woo. "Everyone, make way. I'm going in." Gnawing Ball rolled up his sleeves and approached the nearest spider plant-like plant. Sure enough, the spider plant, which had been motionless and indistinguishable from an ordinary plant, suddenly swayed slightly without wind, quietly approaching Gnawing Ball. "Hey! It really is a demonic plant." The players suddenly exclaimed excitedly. This mansion really does have all sorts of side quests. So the druids and knights began to deal with the demonic plant, while the 2 ace assassins, the hidden old man and the tranquil sea, emerged from the greenhouse and began wandering around the city lord's mansion. The players, naturally friendly, started vying for the planning role, which Mou was delighted with. He had already discussed it with Liao, who would keep an eye on the players' free roaming and release quests to guide their actions, while he would focus all his attention on dealing with Laurenti. Laurenti walked straight to the round table in the hall, and stood before the head of the table. She extended her hand towards the seat opposite her, gracefully gesturing with her palm open, the bracelet on her wrist jingling. "Please sit." Mou sat down without hesitation, while Ialian stood behind him on his left. Mou had been observing the hall since he entered. The decor resembled a VIP room in a casino, with opulent gold decorations and heavy velvet curtains everywhere. The round table before him featured a large roulette wheel in the center, seemingly similar to the roulette wheel of the original world, but without any flashy colors or compartments. Instead, there were 2 suspended trays fixed to the wheel at either end, directly opposite the seats. Mou frowned slightly, then quickly relaxed his brow. He sat up straight, crossed his arms in front of him, and put on his signature smile, the one he wore when negotiating business and attracting investment. "Lord Laurenti, you are the representative of the goddess of fate, Jenna. Now that I have come at your invitation, I wonder what kind of future fate has prepared for me." Laurenti, who was standing sideways in front of the table, turned and smiled. She took a step back, then suddenly lifted her leg, and with a bang, her slender, white right leg landed on the edge of the table. Her skirt billowed open, revealing a black holster strapped to her thigh. Mou's heart skipped a beat at her sudden movement. He maintained his signature smile, remaining completely unmoved by the beauty, and calmly watched as the red-haired lord took her revolver in a very seductive pose. Laurenti's gaze swept over the unmoved lord, then subtly shifted to the knight behind her, whose anger was palpable. A hint of approval flashed in her eyes. She raised her pistol, pressed her long legs back to the ground, and swaggered into the main seat, Fate only favors those who are worthy. She fiddled with the revolver in her hand, opened the magazine, and emptied all the bullets. If you want fate's help, you must prove you deserve it. She held up a silver bullet, showed it to MOU, then loaded it into the revolver's magazine, closed it, and gave it a sharp spin. The magazine spun hundreds of times, making it impossible to discern the bullet's exact position. Play a game of roulette with me. Prove you have the strength to leave this table alive, and then you deserve fate's favor and assistance. Laurenti stood up, placing the revolver on the roulette tray, which then faintly gleamed with silver light. She gave it a sharp push, and the roulette wheel began to spin rapidly. But what I want is not the favor or assistance of fate, MOU said with a smile. I am the executor chosen by the world consciousness, and also her chosen savior. I come representing the world consciousness, seeking an alliance with the goddess of fate. What I want is her loyalty to the world consciousness. That comes at a different price, Laurenti smiled. Are you prepared? Even if it means risking your own life? I am fully prepared, MOU smiled. Please state your offer, and of course, the rules of roulette. Let's be frank. Since we're planning an alliance, I think we shouldn't hide anything or play any tricks. I heard that the goddess of fate loves various board games, and board games always have their rules written in a rulebook. The participants compete fairly, relying on their true abilities. What do you two think? Chapter 682. Laurenti was silent for a moment, as if listening intently. Soon she smiled. Of course, that makes sense. She extended her right hand, and with a flick of her wrist, a piece of parchment appeared between her index and middle fingers. She unfolded the parchment, and words suddenly began to appear on the blank surface. The roulette wheel of fate, the rules are simple. She reached out and tapped the gun. The wheel had quietly stopped during their conversation, now returning to her. This revolver has 6 magazines, but only 1 bullet. Whoever gets the chance to shoot can fire. Bang! She gestured with her thumb and index finger, imaginary, as if firing. Of course, each person has a 1/6 chance of hitting the other person, and a 5/6 chance of missing. She snapped her fingers, and the velvet curtains across the hall parted, revealing various objects with targets hanging on them. Or, you and I can choose to use this opportunity to shooting at the targets around you. These targets range from good to bad, some offering punishments to others, and others offering gifts from fate. These punishments can be fatal, but the gifts are equally precious. If you're lucky enough, you might even receive a gift from fate that can stave off death. The key to winning the game is to survive until the end and take away as many gifts from fate as possible. So how do you get the chance to shoot? MOU asked, and how many rounds will this game last? To get the chance to shoot, you must answer the questions posed by fate. Laurenti said, of course, you're the only one who can answer these questions. If you answer correctly, you get a chance to fire. If you answer incorrectly, I get a chance to fire. She looked at Aelian and smiled. In this room ruled by fate, we can speak freely. No other god or strange being can observe, listen to, or feel what is happening here, including the one who left the mark on you. MOU and Aelian's expressions both froze slightly. Laurenti laid out 5 more bullets on the table. Because you want fate to submit to the world, the price you need to pay will be higher. Including the one in the gun, I have 6 bullets in total. The game will continue until all 6 bullets are fired, or one of us dies. You cannot check the position of the bullets in the magazine before or while firing. So, are you willing to gamble your life on this wheel of fate? MOU pondered for a moment, then smiled. I have one more question. Speak. May I inspect this gun and bullets first? MOU smiled and said, please don't misunderstand. I don't suspect you two of tampering with the gun and bullets, but as another participant in the game, I feel this is fair. Laurenti nodded, placing the 5 bullets on the table into the tray and turning it towards MOU. Please. But please respin the magazine when the game begins. MOU used the system's appraisal spell on the gun and bullets. Laurenti's magic revolver, an ordinary, unremarkable magic revolver, and ordinary magic revolver bullets matching the gun's model. If anything special were to be found, it's that no matter who wields this pistol, luck will favor Laurenti. Of course, this isn't due to the gun itself, but rather to fate favoring those it favors. No matter how many pistols and bullets you use, as long as your enemy is Laurenti, the result will be the same. MOU quickly asked Leah in his mind. So, besides luck favoring her, are there any other limitations to this gun and bullets? For example, will it render my skills ineffective? Your skills all come from me, Leah replied confidently. Although fate's authority hasn't returned, its power cannot transcend the world consciousness. Not only against Laurenti, but even against Janus, All your skills will trigger and function normally according to their original activation conditions. That's no problem, MOU said happily in his mind. All the rules I just mentioned are written on this parchment, Laurenti said, placing the parchment on another tray. You can examine it as well. MOU examined the parchment as instructed and nodded. So do you have any questions? No, MOU said. Let's begin this bet. Then, first question. Laurenti listened attentively. Who is the ally of the goddess of fate? Gina, the goddess of darkness, MOU said confidently. Laurenti gave him a slightly surprised look. You know quite a lot. Please. Aren't you afraid I actually shoot you? MOU took the gun and opened the magazine. If one day I die in this game, then it must be because fate has abandoned me, Laurenti laughed. Living like that is worse than dying. MOU nodded. That makes sense. He casually raised his hand and fired a shot at a target on the roof. A balloon popped, releasing a note. I didn't expect you wouldn't choose to shoot me, Laurenti said, resting her chin on her hand. From this position, you could clearly see her jewel-like, wine-red fingernails. You know, she said, if you kill me, you can quickly end this life-or-death gamble. But MOU said with a smile, my goal isn't to end this gamble quickly. This gamble itself is a gift from the goddess of fate, a free, prize-winning guessing game, so naturally, I hope for as many rounds as possible. He placed the revolver back on the tray, and Ialian picked up the note. His expression was somewhat strange, but when MOU took the note and read the words on it, MOU's expression also became strange. The note only contained a few words. The secret of the holy mark, it seems you already discovered it, Laurenti said with a grin. Most of these gifts of fate have already happened. And you have just successfully paid off a debt. Chapter 683. MOU soon discovered that this roulette wheel of fate wasn't really a prize-winning quiz, it was a test from the goddess of fate. Answer correctly, and the old score was wiped out. Incorrectly, he had to take another martial arts test, the kind where losing meant death. Of course, as long as his system skills worked, he wasn't afraid of the bullets in his gun. Second question, Laurenti asked, his right hand resting on his chin, a smile on his face. What is the true identity of the dark goddess Gaia? Gaia, the mother of fertility. Correct answer. MOU took the bullets from the tray, reloaded, and after rotating the magazine, he casually fired another shot. This time, he fired accurately. The falling note read, Clock Tower Town, Dark Dice, Dual Statues. MOU looked at the gun in his hand, calculating secretly. The game will continue until all 6 bullets have been fired, and the revolver magazine can hold 6 bullets at a time. This means that in this roulette game, a minimum of 6 questions can be asked, and a maximum of 36. He had fired accurately twice, clearly not intending to set too high a challenge for him. Speaking of which, this knight can be considered a descendant of the mother of fertility. Laurenti chuckled. How interesting. Interconnected people, after many twists and turns, always come together in the end. Some create the cause, some suffer the result. Perhaps this is fate. So, the third question, what is hidden in the village where night falls? An evil god from another world, one of the 3 pillars, sealed away by the goddess of fate and the goddess of darkness, part of the bubble Yog Sothoth. MOU confidently gave his answer, am I right? Clap, clap, clap. Laurenti clapped her hands. Absolutely correct. It's as if you saw it with your own eyes. MOU noticed that Laurenti's attitude towards him had changed from disdain to approval and agreement. Even her form of address had changed. Regarding this question, the goddess of fate wants to know how you guessed the answer, Laurenti said. You can choose to answer or not, after all, you already won this round. This isn't the 4th question, just a little curiosity from fate. However, as someone who knows fate's preferences well, I suggest you indulge fate a little. Those who treat fate well will always be treated well by fate. MOU smiled. There's nothing I can't answer. My thinking is simple. The illusion of the village where night falls is the so-called storage vault of the gods. However, unlike the spear of the god of war, set up by the god of winter, this was created by 2 goddesses working together. It requires the combined efforts of 2 powerful deities wielding supreme authority to seal it. Therefore, this being is either very important, extremely dangerous, or precious to both goddesses, and the 2 goddesses distrust each other. I immediately ruled out the 3rd possibility, because neither of these goddesses seemed like the type to distrust their allies. The goddess of darkness accepted Ngalma, whom she had only met once, as her subordinate, and the goddess of fate has repeatedly offered us assistance, indicating that both goddesses are magnanimous and understanding. Therefore, only 2 kinds of beings deserve such careful handling. One is a core fragment bestowed upon the goddess of darkness, by the world's consciousness. However, it is the purest known core, uncontaminated by evil gods, and retaining the most primordial data of all things in the world. It can be considered the world's final data backup, a seed capable of re-emerging the entire world even after everything collapses. It could never be placed in a corrupted illusion. Therefore, the answer can only be the second existence, a Cthulhu-related evil god from another world. The greatest crisis facing this world originates from an attack by evil gods within the Cthulhu mythos system of this other world. In my limited knowledge, in this mythology, the supreme god Azathoth is described as blind fool, slumbering in chaos, and would not participate in such an invasion. But I have either seen the three-pillar gods with my own eyes, or heard of their existence. Strangely, while Nyarlathotep and Shub Nicholas can still be found, Yog-Sothoth has vanished after appearing and disappearing in the Clock Tower town. He gathered his thoughts and continued, Yog-Sothoth is known as the ruler of time and space, and the one who unifies all things. Legend has it that time, in his eyes, is not linear, but exists simultaneously. He possesses infinite wisdom, and seems extremely eager to share this wisdom and knowledge. What I've always been very curious about is that the goddess of fates knows many novel board game rules that don't belong to this universe. This similarity, I don't think, can be described as mere coincidence. She must have obtained knowledge from some other dimension. On one side is an evil god from another world with infinite answers, and on the other is a goddess, who inexplicably learned knowledge that doesn't belong to this world. The relationship between the two is obvious, and I merely drawn an arrow in the middle of the equation. MOU smiled, and held up the slip of paper he had just received. Clock Tower Town, dual statues, dual divine descents. The hint Faye gave me proves that she was also an observer, an insider of this event. We already know that Yog-Sothoth appeared in Clock Tower Town. Therefore, as a bystander of this event, the goddess of fate had the opportunity to observe the summoned Yog-Sothoth and seek opportunities to contact him. The two gods were thus connected by Clock Tower Town. Presumably, the goddess of fate gained a great deal of knowledge and intelligence from Yog-Sothoth. The gameplay of those board games is just a few of the accompanying details. This knowledge even includes how to divide Yog-Sothoth and seal him in the illusion, right? Larundi exclaimed, your reasoning is simply astonishing. Yes, you predicted all of this. I'm beginning to understand why you command the trust of the world consciousness. Your logical deduction is truly among the best in the world. Yog-Sothoth is one of the three pillars of the KR system. Even the goddess of fate would likely be contaminated by acquiring so much otherworldly knowledge all at once. I suspect that the goddess of fate sought the assistance of the goddess of darkness. Perhaps these two gods have known each other from the beginning, or perhaps their alliance only began at this point. In any case, the two gods worked together, using the knowledge bestowed by Yog-Sothoth to successfully seal him. MOU stroked his chin. There are probably several reasons for sealing him within the illusion. Chapter 684. First, evil gods like Yog-Sothoth carry a vast amount of information within their very existence. This overflowing information cannot be understood by humans in this world, but it can influence the minds of people and living things, thereby altering the composition of matter. It can even combine with willpower to become pollution. This world is structured differently from other worlds. In other material worlds, matter determines consciousness, and consciousness only has a dynamic effect on matter. In simple terms, people can change the material world based on their thoughts, but without actual action, a single thought alone cannot alter material existence. Therefore, in other worlds, the excess information emitted by evil gods can only inflict mental stress and drive people insane, but cannot cause any physical changes. In higher dimensional worlds, they may be mere stories in a book, untouchable by reality. But in this world, things are different. This is a world where creation is not yet fully complete. A new world emerges. Because of the existence of willpower, a special creative force capable of combining with consciousness to create matter. As long as one knows how to activate willpower, a thought, a spoken word, or even information floating around in the mortal world can combine with it to alter the material composition of the world. The information carried by the evil gods, in their world, might simply be common knowledge, not even necessarily distinguished between good and evil. In other worlds, it might simply be incomprehensible ramblings, the ravings of a mad writer. But here, the information released by the evil gods is a foreign virus, invading the genetic chain of this world, unconditionally replicating its information within every strand of its genetic chain, disrupting the composition of its organisms and matter. This is the truth behind all pollution. The illusion, then, acts as a kind of self-protective mechanism for this world, a defense mechanism like white blood cells. Intense obsession and pollution, combined with willpower, can form a phantom space. This phantom space exerts a certain binding effect on any life that enters it. Just as white blood cells in the human body engulf invading viruses, the illusion, constructed with obsession at its core, can devour all nearby pollution, binding it within its confines. Fate and darkness exploited this rule to construct the two-layered illusion of the Village of Nightfall, using the pollution constantly emitted by Yog-Sothoth as the energy source to sustain the illusion. Although Mo was once a materialist, he never felt this world was incomprehensible. It was precisely because consciousness determined matter in this world that it encountered so many difficulties. Perhaps this special world was merely a unique mutation among countless parallel universes, or perhaps it was a necessary process for every world to mature from idealism to materialism, or perhaps no matter how hard Mo tried, this world would ultimately be fleeting, collapsing, and shattering in the near or distant future. But in any case, it undeniably exists, and the people and creatures here are living bravely and diligently. This makes it worthwhile for Mo to strive to save it, regardless of how much its existence impacts his previous understanding. In a world where even time travel and magic are possible, what else is impossible? Humans are ultimately insignificant beings, only able to explore the world generation after generation through continuous effort. The more one understands science, the more one knows that countless unknowns still exist in the world that humanity cannot explain. Outer space, parallel worlds, quantum theory, higher dimensional worlds, two-dimensional foils, these are all technologies either observed but not understood by humans, or existing only in human imagination. Existence is its own justification. As a game designer, Mo has always maintained a magnanimous and benevolent heart. No matter what new theory or idea it is, as long as it has sufficient rationality and logic, Mo will not hastily deny it. The gods fight their own battles, each with their own considerations and purposes. Some are devoted to the survival of the world, while others only think of their own selfish interests. They compete with each other, influence each other, conceal from each other, and deceive each other, resulting in a myriad of bizarre behavioral logics. But the only thing Mo is certain of is that in this world, no god is a fool. The very fact that they can ascend to the divine ranks indicates that some characteristic of theirs has been recognized by the world. And the second? Laurenti asked with considerable interest. Mo raised an eyebrow and smiled slightly. Secondly, the people of this world are terrified of illusions. Aside from being caught off guard when an illusion suddenly erupts, or being caught off guard by unforeseen circumstances caused by severe weather, people normally stay away from illusions on their own. Within the two layers of illusions, Yog-Sothoth is imprisoned in the lower layer, while the Village of Nightfall in the upper layer is constantly enacting game after game of werewolf, with ever-changing patterns and rules. I heard that the goddess of fate created many similar game illusions with different content. Those illusions are probably also where other parts of Yog-Sothoth are imprisoned. The illusions in the upper layer can scare away the public, but if someone enters for some special reason, they will become a player in the game. They couldn't resolve this illusion. Whether through the game or not, they couldn't reach its core. Ultimately, they either became nourishment for the illusion or departed peacefully. These numerous games, like microcosms of individual destinies, were likely used to soothe Yog-Sothoth, like lullabies, lulling him into a peaceful slumber. Perfect. Your deduction is absolutely perfect. Laurenti slammed his fist on the table, laughing loudly. If I hadn't participated in this plan, I would have thought you were also a participant. After hearing all this, I believe you truly have the ability to become an executor of world consciousness. Having finished speaking, she raised her hands and slowly clapped 3 times. Behind her, 2 velvet curtains slowly opened on the wall, revealing a goddess in a golden, Greek-style, double-shoulder, fitted tulle dress with a cape-like drape at the back. Her face was identical to Jenna's in the statues Mo you had seen with the mercenaries, but her expression was more relaxed and gentle, her eyes filled with keen interest, and a smile played on her lips. After hearing your reasoning, I feel this roulette game has lost its meaning. You have now thoroughly proven that, with your wisdom and insight, you are qualified to sit at the table of the gods, and have enough confidence and strength to survive. Mo stood up and bowed to Jenna, goddess of fate. Thank you for your continued favor and help. Jenna smiled. Just call me Jenna. You and your adventurers have brought us a great deal of joy. Chapter 685. Hearing this, Mo's lips twitched. He couldn't help but imagine Janice and Laurenti. Perhaps even the dark goddess Gyna would join in, sitting on the sofa with popcorn buckets, watching some familiar players' impressive moves on some magical projection screen and roaring with laughter. Although it was a little embarrassing, as a veteran office worker whose skin had been polished by the workplace, there was no way he would dig his toes into the ground. Mo maintained a calm smile. It's our honor to bring you pleasure. Janice walked over to Laurenti and, with a flick of her hand, pulled out of thin air a chair identical to the one Laurenti was currently sitting on. She sat down naturally and teased, "Want to guess how I conjured the chair?" Mou glanced at Ialian, who understood and shook his head slightly. "It's not about generation or change," Mou said. "You borrow the chair from the future. It could be tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, but the chair you borrowed is the one currently occupied by Lord Laurenti. You truly possess the power of the future. Yes, the future and destiny are inextricably linked. The essence of this world is countless concepts, yet these concepts can intertwine, their meanings constantly evolving with development. Time, history, destiny. These powers are intertwined, sometimes merging, sometimes separating. After the passing of the old man of time, the future chose me. Destiny encompasses both the past and the future. Causes sown in the past will bear fruit in the future. While the cause and effect of one individual may be predetermined, once placed in the world, this causal thread becomes entangled with countless people, events, and objects, generating further causes within these causes, which in turn cancel and collide with each other. A little more or a little less force, and the future will be drastically different." The goddess of fate smiled at Mou. "You're very clever, that's good. I always like clever teammates. According to your saying, it's not the wolf-like opponent you fear, but the pig-like teammate. It seems you are indeed very clear about my origins." Mou nodded to Laurenti as well. Lord Laurenti obviously knows all this as well, and has a considerable understanding of my world. Your explanation just now was mixed with a lot of otherworldly terminology, which was an attempt to test and find out our background, wasn't it? Jenna's expression remained unchanged. Those who don't understand, those who pretend to understand, and those who fully understand all have different expressions and reactions. You were observing Laurenti's reaction the whole time. Mou nodded. "I couldn't hide it from your eyes." Jenna chuckled. "I hold destiny in my hands, having witnessed all the joys and sorrows, the births and deaths of this world, suffering, happiness, deception, suspicion, resentment, bitterness. Every emotion is a fine wine to accompany my meal. My eyes have seen all sorts of stories, some meticulously crafted plans by humans or gods, some heartbreaking tales of pure coincidence, and some ugly, distorted versions of themselves, twisted and deformed by the calculations and power struggles of various parties. After meeting Yog-Sothoth and receiving even more wondrous knowledge and stories from him, my vision has been endlessly expanded. I have seen countless worlds beyond worlds, and I have felt boundless worry and fear. I have learned a great deal about your world. What's that old saying of yours? If the skin is gone, where will the hair attach? When the nest is overturned, how can the eggs remain intact? This world is under attack from a group of external enemies who, in every sense, perfectly counter her, while within its own borders lie many parasites. Even the very beginning of this catastrophe stemmed from the insatiable desires of a cunning individual." He sighed deeply and said to Mou, "After Yog-Sothoth revealed all the world's mysteries to me, time and fate have changed in my eyes. I can simultaneously see a person's predetermined past and countless possibilities for their future. Blue and red causal threads intertwine, constants and variables shift. Every tiny decision influences the final outcome. Just as each roll of the dice yields a different result, the future of this world still holds countless possibilities." He turned to Ialian, who had been standing guard beside Mou. "Throughout countless timelines, I've seen you breathe your last amidst the beast tides, and I've seen you transform into a gigantic monster of eyeballs and wings, forever slumbering in the dark depths. And now, I see you standing beside the Lord you've chosen, steadfastly fulfilling your concept of protection. And all his words, no matter how shocking, do not surprise you. This shows you speak freely and understand each other. Very good, very good. Countless new possibilities are born." He raised his head, his eyes shining as he gazed into the void, as if he saw countless different endings, then turned his gaze back to Mou. "You want to represent the world and ally with me," he said. "Now I see you are qualified enough to sit at the table of the gods, but I want to witness one more thing with my own eyes. If you can accomplish this, I will swear allegiance to the world, and my allies, whether it's Gaina or Laurenti, will swear allegiance to the world with me." "What do you want me to do?" Mou asked. Jenna took the revolver from the table and loaded a bullet. "I prophesy that this bullet will hit you." She smiled, raised the gun, and pointed it at Mou. "How will you respond, both to make the prophecy come true and to ensure your own safety?" Mou stood up, patted Ialian on the shoulder, signaling him to stand aside and not intervene. Ialian glanced at Mou worriedly, but ultimately yielded. Mou pushed back his chair and chose an open space in the hall to stand. "Please." Bang. Jenna pulled the trigger, and MOU activated 3-second rewind at the same time. 3-second rewind, a skill belonging to the Time Authority, can rewrite the course of history within 3 seconds. Emphasis on 3 seconds. In an instant, MOU saw the bullet's path, and he activated 3-second rewind again. This skill can be stacked countless times. Although the total duration doesn't change, if the rewind button is pressed quickly and frequently enough, it can create a strange pause effect on the normal flow of time. The bullet was like a frozen PowerPoint presentation, repeatedly jumping and looping along a few fixed frames. MOU reached out and pinched the bullet between his thumb and forefinger. Skill ended. I touched the bullet, and it hit me too, MOU replied with a smile, placing the bullet back on the table. He gently rubbed his fingertips, which ached from the heat and force of the bullet, but this minor injury was nothing to his current superhuman body. Chapter 686. A near-perfect interpretation, Jenna said. You and your adventurers are always full of surprises. This final little test is not only a small test of your ability to interpret fate, but also a small hint from destiny. However, the future is full of variables, and sometimes even I cannot predict whether these hints will work as intended. You know, sometimes observing the future can actually influence it. MOU and Ialian exchanged a glance, both of them beginning to ponder the meaning of this hint. After all the tests were completed, the subsequent alliance negotiations proceeded very smoothly. First was the game part. Adventurers from AMT County would be allowed free entry and exit from Lawsell City, and could form teams as freelance mercenaries from AMT County and join the Lawsell City Mercenary Guild, freely accepting guild commissions. The mercenaries and adventurers in this world are very similar. Strictly speaking, mercenaries, or simply mercenaries, are not a game profession, but rather a role, similar to investigators in the Anomaly Investigation Bureau of the Magic Federation. However, unlike adventurers, who can accept various commissions individually, mercenaries must operate as a team registered with the Mercenary Guild. Mercenaries can freely leave or join teams, provided they adhere to the guild's rules, but they cannot accept commissions from the Mercenary Guild before joining a new team. Of course, not all mercenaries openly accept commissions from the Mercenary Guild. As long as there are commissions available, there are plenty of people who take on private jobs. The only problem is the lack of a Mercenary Guild's protection. Furthermore, missions in this world are extremely risky. Surviving a mission doesn't guarantee getting paid. Returning after a grueling mission only to find the client has disappeared or reneges on payment is incredibly frustrating. Clients who commission missions from the Mercenary Guild must deposit their payment with the guild in advance, similar to what Mustafa did during the Beast Tide. After assessing the mission's difficulty and level, the Mercenary Guild collects the payment up front and then issues the mission to mercenaries. These missions are incredibly diverse, ranging from simple errands, delivery, bodyguarding, and protection work, to defending homes, rescuing people, navigating illusions, and even investigating strange events. While the Mercenary Guild originated in Lawsell City, it has branches in every major city in the world. This means their missions are located all over the globe, and the mercenary identity easily gains acceptance among the people of this world. Becoming a mercenary adds another layer of disguise to an adventurer's persona. However, registering as a mercenary isn't easy. The Mercenary Guild uses a referral system, with each mercenary team only receiving a limited number of new recruits per year. To become a full-fledged mercenary, one must first be invited by an established team, stay with that team for a full year, or complete a certain number of missions before forming their own team. Besides this method, another way is for members of a particular faction or team to obtain special permission through the approval and recommendation of Lord Laranti of Lawsell. They can then directly register at the Mercenary Guild by presenting proof of their faction's identity. This system is easy to understand. After all, mercenaries take on very dangerous missions, and newcomers without experienced teams to train them would have a high mortality rate. Either they undergo training or their abilities are officially recognized by the city of Lawsell, confirming their sufficient strength before accepting missions. This is a convenient and efficient system for mercenaries, clients, and the guild acting as intermediaries. MOU had previously wanted adventurers to join the Mercenary Guild, but unfortunately, the limited spots available in Latte were useless for the ever-growing adventurer teams. The saying goes, it's not poverty that's the problem, but inequality. Adventurer teams are now much larger, no longer the small-scale beta test with just over 30 people. If all adventurers cannot enjoy this treatment fairly, or at least most adventurers can meet the mission requirements with some effort, then the complaints and troubles from this purely welfare-oriented daily mission, which is inherently unnecessary, will outweigh the benefits. It would be better not to launch it at all. Admittedly, Every game has its own qualification screening process, including prerequisite tasks, online time, skill level, and even spending records. These factors are all considered by game companies when developing back-end screening programs and setting task trigger conditions. For example, since the closed beta launch, MOU has been quite cautious about issuing invitations for Druid-class quests. This class, which requires consuming Leah's core energy to cast purification spells, is only offered to players who carefully and accurately filled out the questionnaire when applying for a spot and met specific criteria. Possessing planting knowledge, enthusiasm for planting, and a responsible attitude. This might reduce some players' autonomy in choosing their game class, but it's not a major issue. It's normal for classes to have entry requirements. Just as someone with insufficient intelligence can't play a mage, someone with insufficient physical strength can't play a knight, and someone without medical knowledge will become a highly dangerous quack, it's only natural that someone without a sense of responsibility and relevant knowledge won't be able to trigger a druid quest. As a veteran game designer, MOU understands players' strengths and weaknesses best. Interest comes and goes quickly. 1 second they're grinding away with boundless enthusiasm, the next they're completely giving up and lying down. They fill their quest lists, but leave none to do, spending their days idly digging, piling boxes, and doing all sorts of strange things. In the virtual game world, without any constraints, they let themselves go. Creating a terrifying scene of hell is empty, but demons are all online. With enough quest rewards, or compensation, all bugs and inconsistencies can be forgotten. It's cute, but also truly cruel. Looking back now, if MOU had made a single wrong move from the rushed, closed beta launch to the present, this world would have been further damaged, suffering another wave of devastation, a true fourth catastrophe. After all, the sole true goal of operating this game is to save the world. Every precious resource in the early stages must be used wisely. Although MOU, as a seasoned planner, will still try his best to ensure player freedom and gameplay, he won't put the cart before the horse by sacrificing this already crumbling world for gameplay improvements that can be made up for elsewhere. There are rarely perfect solutions in this world. To accomplish a task effectively, priorities must be clear. However, during the early resource-scarce period of the free closed beta, sacrificing some player gameplay wasn't a major issue. A VR headset from the fruit shop in the Origin world sells for around 40,000 renminbi, while MOU's VR motion sensing game offered the headset for free during its beta testing and continued to offer it for free after its official launch, only charging for game time cards and monthly subscriptions. What did limiting player activities matter? What did it matter if players worked for him? His conscience wouldn't bother him. However, MOU now had more and more resources at his disposal. He was no longer the poor lord who had to stretch every last bit of core energy to the limit, afraid of wasting a single drop on unreliable players. Therefore, he could naturally start considering giving players more benefits through his own means. The Mercenary Guild, with its abundance of various missions and the naturally non-payable mission rewards, was, in MOU's eyes, a natural treasure trove. Chapter 687. Players now have a variety of daily quests available from organizations like mercenary guilds, including daily quests from the Adventurers Guild in AMT County, daily quests from the Druids specifically for purifying the Mother Tree in the Elven Territory, daily quests from the Druid Purification Hall and the Earth Mother Hall, a series of overseas investigation quests from the Magic Federation's Bureau of Anomalies, and merchant and delivery quests from the Southern Continent Merchant Guild, etc. Previously, there were also pirate quests during the Undying Queen's voyage, but these are temporarily unavailable now that Annie is in seclusion researching her divine kingdom. However, the Mercenary Guild's quests aren't too homogeneous. First, the rewards are no longer adventure coins and military merits, but real foreign exchange. The reward for a quest posted in a particular region is the currency of that region or a valuable item that the client can afford, sometimes even something that MOU and the World Faction can't produce. Other daily quests earn the World Faction reputation and connections, and the player receives money from MOU, but these quests genuinely increase the World Faction's wealth. Secondly, its missions are located at all Mercenary Guild branches and outposts throughout the world. Missions requiring travel also come with teleportation scrolls, helping the World Alliance to continue expanding the coverage of its teleportation arrays. Thirdly, these missions reflect the real suffering and needs of people in various regions of the world. MOU doesn't need to rack his brains to fabricate missions and distribute rewards. Players can truly become great heroes and genuinely save people and the world simply by contributing their efforts. This brings numerous benefits. Leaving aside other aspects, the Mercenary Guild alone deserves a minor update. Of course, this update includes more than just this. With the Goddess of Fate joining the alliance, the power of fate has finally begun to return. It's described as a preliminary return because the followers under the Goddess of Fate's jurisdiction still need purification. Only then can the fragments of world consciousness formed by their collective consciousness reconnect with Leah. These matters can naturally be handled by the Druids after the Druid Purification Hall is built, but most importantly, the professions related to the Fate School can finally be fully implemented. Previously, the Fate School's professions, such as the Diviner and Astrologer, were templates copied from Xiang Yang's side, while the Assassin Mentor was the young and talented, but somewhat immature, slave boy, Aryan. These NPCs are less true professional mentors, and more like you choosing the best of a bad bunch, piecing together various skills to create a passable profession template. Furthermore, at that time, it was unknown whether the Goddess of Fate was friend or foe. To avoid excessively disturbing this deity, most skills related to fate were weakened and restricted. While some skilled players used unconventional methods to gain the Goddess of Fate's favor, achieving MVP-level performance with classes far from reaching their full potential, for the vast majority of players, the difficulty level of fate-based classes was simply too high. NPCs were hard to find, class quests were difficult to complete, skills were powerful but incomprehensible, and skills stopped updating after reaching a certain level. As the player base grew and levels increased, similar complaints gradually increased on forums. For now, the endless stream of new classes can distract players, but updates and technical overhauls for existing classes must also be scheduled. Of course, the players battling the demonic plants in the greenhouse next door couldn't have imagined that the largest technical overhaul in the game's history was happening less than 30 meters away. Technical overhauls, essentially skill revisions, are one of the most daunting aspects for any game development team. In reality, during game development, skills are often overpowered, underpowered, or awkward, impacting player experience or class balance. Although most games undergo testing by dedicated in-house staff before release, no matter how well they're tested, the ideas and gameplay honed by a few people through countless meetings and testing sessions can't compete with the diverse brainstorming of thousands of players. Often, only after players have experienced, studied, and, madly, criticized them will the development team include technical overhauls on their schedule. After a period of painstaking revisions, they are finally implemented into the game. But then a very interesting phenomenon often occurs. Every time a game undergoes a technical overhaul, it's generally met with more criticism than praise. Unless it's to fix a bug that's unusable, players who are used to the old skills will criticize, as will those who hate them. Changes that hit a pain point are criticized, as are changes that aren't significant enough. Veteran players who previously benefited from the class imbalance are now criticizing, as are new players who haven't benefited from it. And players who dislike a class won't instantly change their minds and jump into the game just because of a skill tweak. In short, it's a very arduous and thankless task. Even on social media and gaming forums, there are posts by knowledgeable experts dedicated to teaching the development team how to make technical changes. Occasionally, some truly knowledgeable people will write useful articles, but there's always a lot of I don't know anything, but I know more about gaming than the development team type of posts that leave people questioning. Fortunately, MOU didn't have to adjust his stats or patch together skills this time. The Goddess of Fate, Janice, directly provided him with several elite soldiers and extraordinary individuals from her and Larandi's command as new high-level professional mentors. And the new main city, Roselle, which will be released simultaneously with this update, is perfectly suited to being a hub for high-level professional mentors. This also fits the general online game mechanics. Players are born in a novice village and initially encounter low-level professional mentors in the countryside. Then, as they progress through the main storyline and continuously increase their adventure levels, their horizons gradually broaden, and they encounter more powerful people, events, and objects. They then travel to new cities and meet new high-level professional mentors. Perfect logic. Chapter 688. Every god possesses a carefully cultivated power base. Achieving godhood requires faith. Cultivating followers is the most crucial step in the process. But after becoming a god, the conflicts among gods only just begin. Similar concepts, near identical meanings, mutual devouring, merging and separating, even interfering with each other's authority. Gods also need companions and helpers, requiring high-ranking extraordinary beings to aid their divine wars. Just as the mother tree of life has the elf king and the elves, the god of light used some illegal means to create 8 subordinate accounts and the Pope's church. The former god of winter had the Church of the Raging Sea and the northern barbarians who submitted to his violence, and the Goddess of Fate also possesses her own power base. I have no church, said the goddess of fate, Jinna. I am the dice roller and the observer. To those trapped in the tangled web of fate, I am the detached bystander, possessing a very clear self-awareness and place. Therefore, I don't need many anchors. Everyone has their own understanding of fate. People believe in destiny even if they don't believe in gods. My faith comes from the entire world. Even the Church of Light, the Earth Mother Church, and the Magic Federation all have people who worship their own gods or deny them, yet simultaneously hold a steadfast belief in fate. Therefore, I have always maintained absolute neutrality on the surface, because all gods, all people, and all things are related to fate. No one can escape it, including myself. Mou understood her meaning. If this world were a large-scale role-playing game, the goddess of fate would be the role-playing master, KP, rolling the dice. Everything is under the sway of fate. If the goddess of fate doesn't maintain absolute neutrality on the surface, but instead shows obvious bias towards certain players participating in the raid, then the fairness and gameplay of the entire game will be greatly diminished. While tabletop role-playing games, like Clash of Clans or Dungeons and Dragons, tend to focus more on the unfolding of a story rather than a battle between several factions, and a KP intentionally letting someone win if they get stuck can even earn praise from the players. In this world, the gods are fighting tooth and nail. If a KP shows favoritism towards one side, they will become the target of everyone's attacks, a collective condemnation from all the gods. So you also provided some overt assistance to the Church of Light, such as the spy and rolling dice in the solo raid where Nyarlathotep and the adventurers recreate history. Maintaining a stable situation is more advantageous for our plans, Jenna chuckled. However, with Laurenthi's help, I'm also secretly cultivating a force of superhumans. They reside in this city, all unique and exceptionally capable individuals. I think you find them appealing. She rubbed her fingers together, and a slip of paper appeared between them. This is the address. Mou took it, glanced at it, and read, Low Cell City, 666, Roxwell Street, South, Fate Circus. Quite a unreserved name. Mou paused slightly, searching his vocabulary for a suitable word. Jenna burst into laughter. No matter how absurd the clown's actions, the audience will only laugh it off. They were all unappreciated, low-class people. In the eyes of most, they were tattered, without status or possessions, forced to wander the streets hidden behind masks and makeup, despised, driven away, and even ignored. One moment, they were performing under the spotlight, receiving flowers and cheers. The next, smeared with paint, ignored, spurned, and experiencing the uncertainty and suffering of life. People considered them fate's outcasts, naming them merely to mock their perceived lack of respect. But who would have guessed that these people truly understood the meaning of fate and were my true believers? Go, watch a circus performance there, experience a unique and enchanting evening. Perhaps you too can enjoy a wonderful night out, and find some suitable career mentors. Ahem, Mou coughed softly. He glanced at Ialian, his thin face still slightly flushed. Then I will obey your command. I have a few candidates I particularly recommend, Laurenti said. The wandering magician Conrad Velvet, the astrologer Viona Blemond, and the shadow, Aurello Kakabul. Shadow? Mou asked doubtfully. Aurello Kakabul is a king-level assassin master. Janice smiled. He's more than capable of teaching your two talented ace assassins. I believe they're having a blast in the underground maze of our city lord's mansion right now. Although, that sentence seems a bit overwhelming. A new assassin class instructor is one thing, but what about the underground maze of the city lord's mansion, and the assassin players having so much fun? In addition to the many talented individuals in the Fate Circus, there are several hermits in the city who might be useful. Laurenti said. They can only be considered my citizens, not strictly believers in fate. They may be trustworthy, but whether you can win them over depends on your negotiation. Laurenti also handed over a list. It lists the times and places they frequent, along with brief biographical information. I think you like that chef. His name is Yanchun, a fire dragon and a secret-level master chef. His domain is his restaurant. She winked meaningfully at Mou. If you can convince him to return, I'd like to take the opportunity to try his cooking. A secret-level master chef fire dragon? Doesn't that mean he can both cook and teach? If this corner could really be dug up, wouldn't those demon chefs be overjoyed? Chapter 689. As the saying goes, with a well-wielded hoe, there's no corner you can't dig down. Mou still had some confidence in winning over the professional mentor. However, there was no rush. He could fully deliberate on this matter after the negotiations were concluded. Only by taking the time to understand the various strengths, weaknesses, and vulnerabilities of the corners could the hoe strike accurately. The alliance negotiations were very successful. The only thing that surprised MOU was that his spell library didn't expand much in terms of fate skills. To be exact, only 3. Reverse Fate, Lord exclusive skill. When faced with a major defeat, you can invoke the power of fate to forcibly reverse fate, changing the roll of the dice. Please note, fate is entangled by countless causal threads and catalyzed by coincidence. Forcibly modifying fate events may disrupt causality and trigger a series of subsequent domino effects. Be sure to be prepared. Note, this skill can be used multiple times in succession as long as there is sufficient energy, but unlimited use is not recommended. Each activation of this skill disrupts fate. The subsequent activations exponentially disrupt fate, ultimately turning the threads of fate into an untangled tangle. Fate's guidance. Perhaps you sometimes feel a sudden, unexplained jolt in your heart, or perhaps a memory or thought suddenly surfaces. That is fate's guidance, and your subconscious and body may react even faster than your mind. Listen carefully to fate's whispers, feel its guidance from beyond, roll the dice of fate, and succeed on a 1d100 perception check. When this skill is passively triggered, you can gain Revelation of Fate by making a perception check. If the perception check fails, you have a 50% chance to gain the buff, Ominous Premonition. This buff lasts for the same duration as the impending crisis, and during its duration, perception is increased by 10 temporary points, and luck is increased by 5 temporary points. When this skill is actively triggered, you can pray for the favor of fate, seeking guidance for your doubts, confusion, and worries. Note, can be used in conjunction with the skill, Historical Projection. Note, when used in conjunction with the skill, Historical Projection, you can anchor the coordinates of a specific historical fragment you wish to revisit. However, this skill requires that there be a participant or observer of that historical event within your faction. It could be a god or a fragment of world consciousness, or that you possess an item closely related to that historical event. After reading this skill description, MOU's heart stirred slightly. It was through this skill that the goddess of fate guided them back to the past, when Ialian was 3 years old, revealing the secrets of the Holy Mark. There is another skill, related to the future. Borrow LV-130. You can borrow an item from your future self. Borrowing and returning makes future borrowing easier. If you don't return the item before that future self arrives, your future self will lose it after the borrowing time. Depending on the importance and necessity of the item, it may cause some trouble for your future self. Note, however, if you are currently facing a fatal risk, it is recommended that you borrow it, otherwise even your future self will cease to exist. The trigger conditions for this skill are: 1. You must be certain that you actually possess this item in a certain future. 2. Although it's called an item, it actually includes all inanimate objects and living beings for which you have ownership, but excludes your abilities, energy, and authority. 3. After borrowing this item, it will continuously consume the world's core energy while existing in this timeline. The longer the time span, the greater the energy consumed. When the world's core energy is depleted, the item will be returned to its original timeline. 4. Once the borrow skill is activated, it will automatically become the return skill. You need to return it before the borrowed future arrives, otherwise, unpredictable consequences will occur. This skill is the one where the goddess of fate borrows a chair from the future. MOU has already seen her use it and understands its meaning. But, Lia, MOU called out to the tiny world spirit in his mind, aren't your fate authority skills a bit limited? Yes, Lia replied in his mind as well. Fate is a very subtle and delicate authority. Only those completely detached from the threads of fate can see the past and present, discerning all advantages and disadvantages. It is an authority belonging to the observer. And you are now deeply entangled in fate. Using the authority of fate rashly would bring immeasurable consequences. Excessive foresight can easily lead to self-fulfilling prophecies. Therefore, I am only opening these 3 authorities that will truly be helpful to your work. If you have other needs, you can always ask me, and I will determine their feasibility before implementing them. MOU suddenly realized that it wasn't that fate had fewer skills, but rather that Leah had centralized her authority. However, I can tell you some good news. Leah continued, now, during player battles, you can use anchor points to predict the enemy's skills 3 seconds in advance and display the enemy's attack range in your field of vision. This function will automatically take effect during player combat, without requiring players to activate any additional skills. MOU reacted for 3 seconds, then exclaimed with delight, great. This is fantastic. This is an epic update. After all, this was a realistic fantasy world. Without the authority of fate and the future, players had to rely on identification spells to obtain enemy information when fighting monsters and other enemies. And for the skills the enemy used, players mainly judged them by the enemy's actions or the starting posture of their spells. Veteran players, after taking enough hits, developed proficiency and sensitivity, often knowing exactly where the enemy's next attack would be just by looking at their raised arms, legs, or tails. Now, with the addition of this combat assistance system, players can receive a 3-second advance warning of enemy attack range, giving them time to react and dodge. While this requires a lot of practice, with practice, players can even achieve a no-damage run. This is excellent news for players who struggle with combat. Communicating with Leah using thoughts is incredibly fast. Even if the two world spirits exchange several responses in their minds, it only takes a few dozen seconds of reaction time. To outsiders, it merely appears as if MOU has been deep in thought for a moment. So now that we've finished discussing things, would you two like to stay in the city? Laurenti asked. The City Lord's mansion has many empty rooms. If you feel it's not spacious enough, I can arrange an inn for you in the city. Then we trouble you, MOU smiled. We do need to stay in the city for a while longer to meet with those high-level professional instructors. Chapter 690. While MOU and Ialian were discussing matters with the Goddess of Fate, Laurenti, the players, who had been brought along by MOU as bodyguards, were also experiencing their own grand adventures. In the greenhouse next to MOU's, the players were astonished to discover that all the plants inside were high-level magical plants. Approaching or attempting to purify them would attract attacks from the magical plants. Initially, they thought it was a simple task that could be completed by a few druids, but it quickly turned into a massive melee involving all the players present. The thoughtful Leah had set up a spatial barrier in the greenhouse, ensuring that the battles taking place there wouldn't disturb those next door. Under the warning of faction favorability, the players carefully moved furniture and cleared the area before they could fight freely. Hold them back. Hold them back. Watch your distance. Don't lure other plants away. One at a time. Otherwise, we'd be wiped out. What kind of grass is this, with such a high level? Why are there so many magical plants in the City Lord's mansion? Is there something wrong here? To be honest, if there's no danger, why did the Lord bring us here? There must be danger. Your words are truly wise. Stop talking and focus on fighting. Wait. Don't kill them. Just subdue them, and leave them barely alive. Druid, use Purify. While the battle raged inside the greenhouse, the two assassins outside, relying on stealth, had essentially explored the entire 3-story City Lord's mansion. They initially thought the steward's statement about locked rooms not being allowed was just talk, and that they could unlock them with their skills. However, when they reached the rooms, they found themselves blocked by an invisible wall. Yeah, they're all air walls. Taking advantage of the quiet surroundings, Tranquility C whispered in the hidden old man's ear, "The production team's been lazy. These are all textures, not real scenes. That means there's nothing here we need to explore." The hidden old man said, "It's not necessarily that the production team is being lazy. It's more likely that they're directing our actions and preventing us from wasting time on unnecessary scenes. Otherwise, imagine this, a 3-story City Lord's mansion this large. If we were to search every room, it would probably take us 3 days and 3 nights to finish." "That's right. Captain, you're wise." The hidden old man rolled his eyes. "Let's go. We don't need to look at the areas that are all textures and air walls. Let's just follow the mini-map to the unlocked rooms." There was nothing to explore on the upper 2 floors, so they continued down and returned to the first floor. The front door on the first floor held the entrance they had just entered. To the right was the now empty ballroom, and to the left were the dining room and kitchen. The two carefully navigated their way around a group of vagrant servants smoking and playing cards, and then around a group of chefs busy preparing meals. Then, behind the kitchen, Tranquility C discovered an unlocked secret door. Team Tranquility C, looks interesting. Let's go down and take a look. Team Hidden Old Man, let's go. The two stealthily opened the secret door and slipped inside, only to find a staircase leading down. It was pitch black, and it was unclear where it led. Hidden Old Man pulled out a lantern. It was something you had bought at the Dungeon Tavern earlier this day. Thinking it might be useful for their exploration, he temporarily gave it to the socially anxious captain. The lantern's light startled the bats at the top of the stairs. After a series of flapping wings, several bats flew out in panic. The Hidden Old Man, prepared, swiftly threw his throwing knives, accurately piercing all the bats. "Excellent swordsmanship," exclaimed Tranquil C. The Hidden Old Man touched his nose, chuckled, and stepped forward to pick up the throwing knives still piercing the bats, putting them all into his backpack. "Who knows what's down there? Be careful. Neither of us can heal. What are you saying? Tranquility C immediately chopped the priest off. I can. The hidden old man's hairs stood on end. Stop. You quack. If you dare to heal me, I stab myself to death. That's not necessary. Tranquility C threw shields over both of them, saying aggrievedly, a shield is at least enough. Are my medical skills really that bad? Please use your unreliable, lethal skills on the enemy. The hidden old man said mercilessly. Tranquility C sighed reluctantly and followed the hidden elder downstairs. Why is there such a strange place in the city lord's mansion? He glanced at the system's minimap. The system says we're in. The city lord's mansion's underground maze? Is there a dungeon here too? It's hard to say. I feel like the city holds many secrets. The hidden elder pondered for a moment. But I have a feeling the goddess of fate is usually very kind to you. You're probably not an enemy of our faction. This time, the Lord is here to form an alliance, perhaps. They reached the end of the stairs and passed through a large door. The hidden elder took in the scene before him and gasped. What a huge maze. They were standing on a platform atop a hill, with stairs leading down beside them. From this platform, they could see the entire maze-like area below. Tranquil C snapped a screenshot. It's too dark to see clearly in the distance, but up close, I can barely make out the direction. Can we fly here? Should we use the cute armor to fly over and take a look? The two exchanged a glance, then immediately pulled out their cute armor from their backpacks, donned it on the spot, and leaped off the platform. The cute armor, as expected of being a top-tier piece of equipment in the current version, indeed allowed them to float and fly. They randomly chose a direction, and flew for quite a while, before finally seeing the boundary wall. How strange, said the Tranquil C. This underground labyrinth is way larger than the city lord's mansion, almost half the size of a city. What is it used for? It's called a labyrinth, but it allows flight across. There's also water over there. I wonder if it's an underground lake or seawater. Perhaps some ancient ruin? It looks very old, and there are probably traps inside, but we haven't seen many monsters. Said the hidden old man. There seems to be an exit over there. They flew over and found a cave entrance, with a staircase leading upwards. Without much hesitation, the two climbed the staircase. After pushing open the steel cover at the end, they found themselves emerging from a small alley. In the alley, they removed their cute armor and stuffed it into their backpacks, then swaggered out and saw a circus directly opposite. The hidden old man walked to the sign, which read, Losel City, 666, Roxwell Street, South City, Destiny Circus. Chapter 691. Finally the purification is complete. The 28 players lay exhausted on the ground, listening to the system notification side quest completed, too weak even to lift their hands to check the quest panel. This quest was ridiculously difficult. As they groaned, they suddenly heard a beep from the system, announcing, your main quest has been updated. The cutscene is now playing. The Lord and the Knight immediately appeared in their field of vision. This cutscene clearly continued from where the Lord had entered the adjacent hall. Although they didn't know why it updated after they completed the side quest, perhaps this side quest itself was a prerequisite for starting the main quest. The players didn't have time to think further, and focused intently on the cutscene. This cutscene was still incredibly well made. From La Renti's hot legs to the Lord's cool shooting stance, and the roulette-style question-and-answer session between the two, everything left the players speechless. Of course, the version players were seeing was still the censored version. All the content about the other world was removed using Lyra's skillful editing, and the Lord's reasoning was greatly simplified. However, crucial information such as the identity of the goddess of darkness, the alliance between darkness and fate, and the sealing of Yog-Sothoth in the werewolf game, and other dungeons was retained and accurately conveyed to the players. Holy crap! Players exclaimed in astonishment. This plot is amazing! The goddess of fate has appeared! The Lord is going to represent the World Alliance and form an alliance with the goddess of fate. The final animated scene lingered on the Lord catching a bullet with his bare hands, a cool and confident smile on his face. Holy crap, the Lord is awesome! The players cheered involuntarily. So when MOU and Ialian entered the greenhouse, they were met with a strange scene. A group of druids and world knights sprawled on the ground, shouting and cheering incoherently. Several battles had clearly taken place here, but all the furniture in the greenhouse had been carefully moved aside to a safe place, unaffected. The plants in the flower beds and pots looked like they had been well cared for and nourished, lush and vibrant, appearing exceptionally healthy. Oh dear, Lorani walked in with a smile. Your personal guards even helped me purify this magical plant garden. How thoughtful. Praised by such a beautiful city lord, the players who had just been half dead on the ground instantly jumped up. Hee hee hee, you flatter me. It's our duty. Is there anything else you need us to do? Please don't hesitate to ask. MOU smiled and waved his hand, signaling the adventurers to quiet down. Our world faction is now allied with Fate, and Lozelle City has officially become our ally. The teleportation array in Lozelle City is now officially operational. Aelian and I will need to stay here for a few more days to handle the follow-up matters of the Alliance. During this time, you are all free to move around and explore Lozelle City. The inns in the city will also be open to everyone. After I finish what I'm doing, I have more tasks for you to handle. The player's eyes lit up. Great. The new map is finally fully open. The Lord and the Knight left with Lorani, while the adventurers were escorted out of the City Lord's mansion by the butler. They didn't feel anything was amiss. Instead, they felt that the storyline was finally over, and they were free to move around. Ah, the 4 storyline is finally over. We can start exploring the new map. This main storyline has a lot of information. I need to study it carefully. By the way, is this cutscene only visible to us, or can all players on the server see it? Today Rain murmured in confusion. It's for all players on the server, said Gnawing Ball. I asked my cousin, and he also received a system notification in the main city and watched the cutscene, but their version is a little different from ours. There was an added scene of us escorting the Lord into the city. I see. Today's Rain nodded. The development team uses this method to ensure all players' main storyline progresses in sync. By the way, Rain-kun, after this main storyline is finished, will there be a major update? Yu Hua Dingxian asked, leaning closer. Probably, today's Rain affirmed. The recent main storyline filled in many plot holes, and revealed a lot of foreshadowing. It was packed with information, and the subsequent alliances should bring about many changes. Don't even mention a small update. This amount of content should easily warrant a major update. The 2.0 Winter God event was finished a long time ago, so now is a good time to release 3.0. This game updates so fast. I feel like I can't keep up. I just want to say, keep it up, development team. Gnawing Ball clenched his fist. So does Rain have any guesses about the main storyline and update content for the next version? Ascending Immortal Feather asked. The main storyline should be the Church of Light, said Jinri Yoyu, pondering as she walked from the City Lord's mansion gate through the mansion gardens and out into the courtyard. I feel like Aelian will be a key figure in the 3.0 main storyline. His parents have already appeared, and the Dark Goddess is already our ally, so the main plot is pretty clear. But it's hard to say what the subsequent updates will contain. I think it might be optimizations for the old classes, like the first skill overhaul. You all noticed that the recent new classes are significantly better than the old ones, and some old classes now have level caps. The development team should put this on the agenda or come up with a solution. Yes, the magic chef has reached the top. Ijin Pokienshin interjected, although the scythe is fun, after being a chef for so long, I still hope the development team will update the chef as well. Look at it another way. Now that the new main city is open, maybe we get a second job change. Jinri Yoyu's eyes lit up. Maybe there will be new class instructors in Roselle. Chapter 692. We arrived at a new map? The hidden old man looked completely bewildered. The Circus of Destiny, that name sounds suspicious. Tranquility stroked his chin, as if remembering something, and chuckled mischievously, let's go in and take a look. But the circus isn't open yet? The hidden old man looked at Tranquility with suspicion, as he walked to the ticket window, and knocked on the closed little window. The window opened with a whoosh, revealing the head of a dwarf. He was called a dwarf because he looked completely different from a dwarf. He lacked the typical dwarf's beard and bulbous nose, and his limbs were thin and short, appearing to be the result of some kind of pathological development. It's not ticket sales time now. The dwarf man shouted in a high-pitched voice. The circus performs twice a day, one at 2 p.m. and one at 8 p.m. Tickets go on sale half an hour before the show. Buy your tickets and go straight in. Oh, Tranquility chuckled, initiating persuasion. We're not here to watch the circus, we're here to apply for jobs. We heard the circus is always short-staffed, and we wanted to ask if there are any open positions. The hidden old man's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. He turned to slip away, but Tranquility, anticipating his move, grabbed him with an arm. Applying for a job at the circus? Are you crazy? So many people and audience members. The hidden old man protested softly in Tranquility's ear. I'm having a social anxiety attack. They're all NPCs. Why would you have a social anxiety attack? They're all mindless data. You never had a social anxiety attack around NPCs before, Tranquil C said. The hidden old man, It seems so, but this is a circus. Circuses hire performers, right? There are so many audience members sitting below the stage. Just thinking about it is mind-blowing. But aren't they all NPCs? The contradiction between the idea that performers would experience social anxiety on stage and the idea that being surrounded by NPCs wouldn't cause social anxiety kept looping in the hidden old man's mind. Soon, his eyes went blank, and his CPU was practically overheating from the Silent C. The Silent C, meanwhile, continued to smile amicably at the dwarf, his arm around the hidden old man. The dwarf, still suspicious, sized up the two of them, then pulled a seashell from under the counter and said to it, "Boss, there are two people at the door who say they're here to apply." He paused, then furtively glanced at the Silent C, before whispering, "They have the aura of a goddess's favor." Although his voice was extremely low, the Silent C, as a cunning assassin, was adept at reading people and eavesdropping, and didn't miss a single syllable. A low, husky male voice came from the seashell. "Job application? We're not hiring right now." "Never mind, let them in, I see what's going on." "Go in." The dwarf put down the seashell and opened the door. "Go inside, turn left when you see the biggest tent, then go straight until you see the small tent. That's where our boss is. He's waiting for you." "Okay." The Tranquil C cheerfully replied, then dragged the malfunctioning hidden old man inside as well. Even though the circus wasn't open, there were quite a few people inside. They were probably all circus members, dressed casually and busy with their own things. When they saw the two, some walked by indifferently, while others raised an eyebrow in apparent surprise. Tranquil C carefully observed everything, memorizing their appearances and expressions. Following the dwarf's directions, they found a small tent. Tranquil C lifted the tent flap and went straight inside. The hidden old man sighed deeply, and had no choice but to follow. The tent was dimly lit, with only a kerosene lamp hanging from the ceiling, casting countless shadows on the ground. Premonition, skill triggered. A notification suddenly rang in Tranquil C's ears. A premonition animation appeared before his eyes. He saw a dagger emerge from the shadows, right inside the tent. The premonition flashed by, and Tranquil C quickly scanned his surroundings, his eyes pinpointing the shadow from which the dagger had emerged in the animation. But he didn't look directly at it, still pretending to casually glance around, only keeping an eye on it out of the corner of his eye. His right hand reached behind his back, and with a flick of his wrist, several throwing knives appeared in his hand. A cold glint seemed to flash in the shadows. Before the dagger could be thrust forward, Tranquil C had already hurled her throwing knives, which clattered and were knocked away by the opponent's dagger. The next second, Tranquil C charged forward, her dagger aimed at the man. The man let out a low, hoarse the same voice Tranquil C had heard inside the dwarf's shell. The two exchanged several blows. Tranquil C unleashed Shadow Blade Dance, forcing her opponent to retreat several steps. However, this dazzling assassin's ultimate move was being blocked by the opponent's dagger with every strike, surprising Tranquil C. "Good prospect," the man exclaimed, then with a grappling move, flipped Tranquil C over, pinning her face down on the ground. He half-knelt on Tranquility C, his knees pressed against Tranquility C's spine, most of his weight resting on Tranquility C's back. He also twisted Tranquility C's right hand behind his back. The troublemaker Heisey was instantly defeated and decisively admitted defeat. Big boss, let's talk it over." "Hey, that's interesting." The man laughed, then realized someone was suddenly missing from the room. He immediately held his breath. He felt a gust of wind behind his head, and immediately let go of Tranquility C, rolling over to avoid the hidden old man's hidden blade thrust from behind. The man's dodging was not only skillful, but as he rolled, he also pulled several throwing knives from his belt, and hurled them in the direction of the hidden old man. The hidden old man dodged awkwardly. Although he was not actually injured, the flying knives tore through his cloak, which was marked with a false and real mark, and it fell off in pieces, revealing the hidden old man's astonished face. Great! 2 assassins in the making. The man sheathed his knife and stepped out of the shadows. He wasn't tall, only about 1.65 meters. He wore tight leather armor and 4 or 5 tactical belts. Dagger sheaths were strapped to his wrists and ankles, and he wore a black leather hooded cape. His attire was remarkably assassin-esque. As expected, fate always fulfills its promises. The man laughed heartily, his laughter hoarse but sincere. "I, Oarello Kakabul, accept you two as my apprentices." Ting, Tranquility C, and the hidden old man simultaneously received a system notification. You have successfully triggered the high-level assassin class transfer quest. Apprenticeship. King-level assassin master Oarello Kakabul. Agree to accept. Yes/reject. Chapter 693. Agreed. There was no need for hesitation. The two immediately accepted the task. With the help of the clever and quick-witted Lia, their words sounded like a resounding good to Oarello. After all, the Lord had said that in translation, the meaning should be conveyed. The instant these two players accepted the task, MOU also received a notification from Lia. At that time, he and Ialian had just settled down on the third floor of the City Lord's mansion in La Loenti, and hadn't even had time to start writing the version update documentation. He clicked his tongue. These two players are really amazing. No wonder they're favored by the goddess of fate. My new version hasn't even been released yet, and they're already happily playing. This kind of situation only happens in another world. However, with Lia watching over things and able to issue tasks to players in real time, there shouldn't be any major bugs. In the real game world, if players encountered unfinished content in later versions, or came across unwritten code or incomplete scenes, the development team would likely be heavily criticized. Although Lia is there to patch the game, the longer the update is delayed, the more troublesome it becomes. If most players have already experienced the new content before the development team belatedly releases an announcement, then the update loses its purpose. Looks like this can't be delayed any longer. I need to release the new version immediately. Moyu sighed, pulling out his magic book and starting to work overtime in the background. Fortunately, he had already prepared a proposal for the later version. Now he only needed to make minor modifications to the draft and add the content determined at the Alliance meeting. With Lia's cooperation, the work went smoothly, and Moyu completed the major update in just over half a day. Alright, new version launch. New version is online. The official website has released an announcement. The new version is a hot update, launching immediately. This game updates so fast. I never thought I'd say something like this. Usually, I'm the one urging the developers to release new versions quickly, but now they're urging me to push through the main storyline? I was wondering why the main storyline animation suddenly appeared. It turns out another new version is coming. Speaking of that main storyline animation, the Lord catching bullets with his bare hands was so cool. The goddess and the city lord are so beautiful. I just want to say, sister, step on me. Huh, another new version. Hearing the players' discussion, Xian Yuitiao immediately opened the official website. Update announcement. Version 3.0 of the Evil God Exorcism Project Online is officially launched. The raging tide of vengeance carries adventurers to the southern continent, while the tropical winds bring new hope. As fate and darkness join the world's ranks, the past of the planet and the truth about the God of Light are gradually revealed. The Knight Ialian, who dedicated his loyalty to the world and Lord Amit, has finally had his origins unraveled. As the mysteries of each question surface, through the adventurer's efforts, the world gradually unveils its face, revealing its smile to them. Oziria, this newly born world, has never given up resisting the erosion of the evil gods. Some gods seek to devour the world for their own benefit, while others dedicate themselves entirely to its preservation. The gods form alliances, strategize, vie for power, and deceive one another. Their actions weave countless threads of cause and effect, creating a complex tapestry of destiny. As adventurers continue to thrive, the adventurers of AMT County will step onto the stage of history and become the heroes who save this world. Heroes. Are you ready to face the Church of Light? Let us usher in version 3.0. Sins of Light. This update includes, but is not limited to, the opening of the new Alliance capital, the Freeport of Roselle. This is Destiny's Freeport, a neutral city where all kinds of people mix. Whether you're a mercenary, a wandering artist, a con man, a thief, or a wanted criminal, this city will not refuse you entry. Destiny welcomes all of its people equally. But who can truly find fate's favor here? Please note that the Freeport city of Roselle is a neutral zone, and adventurers receive no special privileges here. Maintaining good relations with local NPCs can boost your reputation in the region and unlock more quests, scenes, and permissions. Ding! System notice. Violation of local laws, regulations, and customs in the main city may result in, but is not limited to, arrest by guards, a wanted notice, imprisonment, and even, in serious cases, capital punishment. Adventurers, please do not attempt to break the law before you are fully prepared. If an adventurer is executed, their body cannot be revived and will require a replacement. Adventurers can replace their existing bodies. If they do not own an existing body, their account will be frozen, preventing them from logging into the game, until they pay the corresponding price for a free replacement body or purchase an alchemy doll from the marketplace. Mercenary Guild Open. Adventurers can register as mercenaries and join a mercenary team at the Mercenary Guild in Roselle with the Lord's Guard badge. Mercenaries must accept missions as a registered team. Note: please refer to the Mercenary Guild rules for specific Mercenary Guild regulations. Adventurers are strictly required to abide by the Mercenary Guild rules. Violation of these rules will result in guild penalties, including expulsion. An adventurer expelled from the guild will be unable to register again. New Combat Assistance System Update. The combat UI has been completely revamped, now displaying enemy attack names, estimated attack range, and specific attack type hints. See the comparison table link for detailed icons. New players will no longer struggle to understand enemy attacks. Note: this combat UI can be enabled or disabled in the system settings according to player preference. A major update to mentors and class skills. Adventurers, are you wondering why some older class skills and level caps haven't been updated, even after diligent practice? Life is a long journey, and we always encounter countless mentors along this challenging path. Some enlighten us, guide us through the basics, some propel us forward, and some teach us the philosophy of life. At each stage of life, we graduate from one mentor and move on to the next, continuing our journey. Adventurers, please find high-level class mentors in the free port of Lozelle. This mentor update includes, but is not limited to, the following classes: Diviner, Astrologer, Magic Chef, Assassin. And much more awaits your exploration. Note: the main storyline compilation for versions 2.0 to 2.x has been updated. New and veteran adventurers are welcome to watch. New players no longer need to worry about falling behind in the main storyline. Come and play on the continent of Osiria. Chapter 694. Oh my goodness! I was wondering why the old classes haven't been updated yet. So they're getting new mentors. That's true. Many games assign new special mentors to new main cities. After all, adventurers like us are now higher level than those mentors, like James D. Morera and Xiang Yang. So, the reason we didn't encounter new mentors before is because they're all in Roselle, and Roselle hasn't been opened yet. Hey, check out the forums. 2 assassin masters have already found assassin mentors. Holy crap! Tranquil Sea, and the Hidden Old Man again. These 2 are truly among the best assassins in the server. TSK, they're the explorers of the assassin class. They found all the assassin class mentors, right? Even the special weapons are named after the Hidden Old Man. That's right. Hey! The information library has updated the mentor types. Go check it out. The curious adventurers opened the library and found new information cards. Mentor types. As adventurers' abilities and levels increase, some mentors' abilities and knowledge may no longer be sufficient to continue teaching. Adventurers will continue to encounter even more powerful mentors during their adventures. Adventurer mentors are divided into professional mentors and divine mentors. Professional mentors. Mentors below level 100 are mentors in their professional fields and are the best at the entry-level level of mortals and transcendents in their respective fields. Mentors are further categorized into standard professional mentors, advanced professional mentors, and elite professional mentors based on their specific level. Divine rank mentor. Mentors of level 100 and above who are extraordinary individuals are considered divine rank mentors. These mentors have entered the mystical realm and are capable of guiding adventurers onto the divine rank. Note: related terms: extraordinary level, divine rank, the ladder of ranks that extraordinary individuals climb towards the goal of becoming gods. It is the path that humanity takes from ignorance to gradual ascent to godhood. Each divine rank is inscribed with various concepts, from low to high. Gaining acceptance of these concepts allows one to ascend to the corresponding divine rank. I see. The world setting and lore are so complete. Many things I didn't understand before have been explained this time. Even the formation of illusions has been explained in detail by the Lord. Illusions are the world's immune system, white blood cells that devour viruses. Suddenly, dungeons don't seem so scary anymore, and illusions even seem cute. To be honest, most of the dungeons in this game are still mystery-solving puzzles. More terrifying than the dungeons themselves are the teammates you randomly get. Ha ha ha, that's right. What's stopping me from going into dungeons is my fear of those weird teammates. Sounding loudly, meanwhile, some new players and veterans who missed the main storyline caught up with the game after watching the compilation. The 2.0 main storyline has also been updated with a compilation. Ah, I finally finished reading about my wife's background. Wah, he was actually the little prince of the Golden Land. The Church of Light is so inhuman. The one who killed my mother-in-law was actually the God of Light. Holy crap, did the God of Light start coveting my wife's body so early on? After all, getting my wife's body? Cough, don't misunderstand, don't get the wrong idea. I mean, the God of Light wants to wear my wife's body, so he can legitimately obtain the entire Golden Land, and the legendary fragment of world consciousness. Wah, today is another day I'm moved by my parents' love. My in-laws' parents' love is so amazing. Even though they're just blinding skeletons now, it's good that they're alive. Doesn't anyone think that the Lich King, that skeleton, is the most awesome one? If it weren't for him, my in-laws wouldn't even be skeletons. I feel like this main storyline is so sad, hellish, tear-jerking, and hilarious all at once. The production team is amazing. The God of Light is actually the worst one. I thought he was ambushed or corrupted by Nairuko, but I never imagined he was the one who brought the evil god in from the beginning. How could he be so greedy? He even wanted to devour the evil god and the world's consciousness. The big boss has finally appeared. As they say, the quality of a plot depends on the villain's character design, and I think the God of Light's character design is quite reasonable. Look, you think he's on the side of justice, but suddenly he takes off his disguise and says, "Hey, I'm the bad guy," which is very impactful. Actually, there are many villains, like the God of Light, who prioritize their own interests, so it's understandable. From another perspective, even many male protagonists in novels and games are like this. They do anything to become stronger. They completely disregard the survival of a world, as long as they can ascend to godhood. And this explains why Clock Tower Town is a high-difficulty dungeon right next to the starting village. Every clue in Clock Tower Town is closely related to the revelation of the God of Light's identity. Holy crap. So the reason we haven't made any progress in Clock Tower Town is because we overlooked some clues that the God of Light is actually evil? Hiss, maybe. Or maybe it's just that our levels aren't high enough. We couldn't beat Drake before. Thinking about it this way, is Drake really our enemy? The God of Light and Nyarlathotep are both bad, shouldn't we help Drake? But that doesn't make sense either. Drake killed so many people in the town. Wait, why did he kill those townspeople? It was to summon Bubble Yogg-Saron. But Yogg-Saron was later sealed away by the Goddess of Fate and the Goddess of Darkness. Although this part of the story is a bit vague, I think Yogg-Saron seemed to have willingly been sealed away. That's possible, after all, the Goddess of Fate's knowledge came from Yogg-Saron. This is so complicated. I feel like my CPU is about to overheat. Is there any expert who can write a guide to help me sort out the plot? My head is itching to grow a brain. I suddenly really want to explore Clock Tower Town. Anyone want to join me? Let's go! Anyone else want to join? By the way, does anyone know where Rain is? Looking for a team leader. Chapter 695. After version 3.0 was released, players' emotions were once again fully stirred. MOU was surprised to find that the main storyline compilation from versions 2.0 to 2.x, released on the official website, had the highest approval rating. This main storyline compilation animation lasted for several hours, with content and detail comparable to a movie. It could be viewed not only in the game through the player system's library, but also offline on the official website, and even downloaded for editing. As long as the source of the materials was credited, reasonable non-commercial fan-made creations were permitted. The development team, Lia, thoughtfully categorized and integrated the main storyline, allowing players to understand the main storyline development from various angles. It included NPC dialogues, flashbacks, large-scale close-ups, and even highlight moments of player achievements. Occasionally, fleeting shots and street scenes revealed many players appearing in their own shops. The topic, #Did you appear on TV today?, became a hot topic on the forum, prompting players to search for their own shots, creating a very immersive experience. If you look closely, you can occasionally spot fleeting moments of blurriness and choppy animations in the editing. Among the players, there are always experts from various fields, who judge these to be flaws in the real-time AI rendering of the CG. While they marvel at how AI technology is still not fully mature, and this level of production is already quite excellent, they scoff at a few obsessed players, who continue to fantasize about being transported to another world. The evidence they presented was quite substantial. After all, this game allows you to play various Match 3 and bubble shooter games. The game UI is always visible in the player's field of vision, and now, with the addition of the combat assistance system, you can even see various yellow circle prompts commonly seen in other online games in real time. If it were a real other world, where would these things come from? MOUZ, the reverse planner who diligently disguised the alternate world as a regular game, gave them a big thumbs up. But after all, this game's gameplay is incredibly unique, arguably a world away from other online games with a fixed main storyline. Therefore, some self-proclaimed veteran players often complain about this novel and unusual gameplay on the forums. For example, why do I have to work part-time in real life and still be stuck in the game? I haven't even completed the main storyline, and I still have to watch videos. How is this any different from watching videos on a forum? I feel like I lost money. Another example, I participated in the main quest, but the immersion wasn't strong. I played for a long time and still didn't understand anything. I don't know what I'm doing. Of course, MOU simply laughed it off. Whether a player can understand the game's plot depends not only on the quality of the development team, but also on the skill of the player. Those with poor skills and lack of patience will frantically skip even a single storyline and still not understand anything. Making games, like writing novels and movies, is a spiritual exchange between the author and the audience. If their trains of thought mesh, it's accidental. If they don't, it's inevitable. It's like when elementary school textbooks taught Lu Sun, constantly requiring students to memorize and read. It was a scene of widespread despair. Children cried, parents scolded, and everyone who came up would accuse them of what a bunch of nonsense, typos. But when these people grew up and reread those texts 20 or 30 years later, they suddenly burst into tears and finally grasped their profound meaning. If players can have fun, it's a win-win for both MOU and the players. If players don't understand the game, it's just MOU profiting from a bunch of paid workers. Regardless, the Lord hasn't lost anything, and may even make a fortune with tears and blood. However, many high-ranking players have come out to refute these claims. Other online games, due to production costs, have a single main storyline for all players. Even questions that require players to answer have preset answers. Even NPCs give the same response, regardless of whether the player answers yes, no, or simply makes a joke. While the initial experience might feel immersive, a closer look reveals a slight unpleasantness. Furthermore, whether a player can truly immerse themselves in the story is largely influenced by the game's story design and the player's own personality. There are countless players in the world, with all sorts of unique personalities. Some are socially anxious, some are unruly, and some enjoy playing pranks. Sometimes, in their eyes, the preset protagonist's storyline bears no resemblance to them. Besides, if there's only one storyline, latecomers will inevitably be spoiled, which can be somewhat frustrating for those who care about it. This game's setting is unique. Players are adventurers summoned from another world by their lords, but the game doesn't grant them any extraordinary heroic status from the outset. They simply live their own lives in this world. Whether it's being a hero, opening a small shop, becoming a writer, running dungeons, playing group games, engaging in mystery, or engaging in PvP, there's always a quest for everyone. In this virtual game world, players forge their own paths. The main storyline quests they receive are fragmented. Each person's quest may differ slightly from others, representing only a piece of a vast puzzle or a link in a long chain. The advantage of this is that each person's gaming experience is unique and customized. No one can replace another, and no one can spoil the outcome. Everyone can be their authentic self during the game, experiencing both their ordinariness and their extraordinary nature. It's like everyone collecting puzzle pieces together to assemble a long, complete picture. Some collect 3 pieces, some collect 70 or 80, but when the development team reveals the complete main storyline through animation in each version, everyone involved can excitedly point to the puzzle and exclaim, "Look, those are my pieces." The sense of participation and immersion is there. It's just a matter of how players experience it. Simply comparing it to other games will naturally lead to different results. But being different isn't necessarily a bad thing. There are no fixed formulas or routines in game development. Overusing formulas will bore the audience, turning a money-making scheme into a guaranteed loss. The quality of a game speaks for itself. The NPCs in this game react very realistically, and their interactions change based on player responses. Many veteran players have witnessed these NPCs evolve from clumsy and slow-witted at the beginning to their now lively and engaging nature, making them even more believable that the game developers train the AI through player feedback. Chapter 696. This game's storyline is irreversible. Aside from uncompleted dungeons, many storylines can only be experienced once, often leaving one with a lament, "I wonder what the outcome of that choice will be." The personalized, fragmented experience for each player presents both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that each player's storyline is tailor-made. Given the same mission requirements, players can unleash their ingenuity and creativity, devising unconventional yet unconventional playstyles. Even reading expert guides won't reveal spoilers, as those strategies are difficult for others to replicate. 1:1. The disadvantage is equally obvious. Everyone is only seeing a small part of the storyline, and no one can fully grasp the whole picture. The official approach is to synchronize players' understanding of the main storyline through a fully distributed main storyline animation. A resource library allows players to easily access plot development and progress in real time, and a summary of the storyline is released at the end of each major update. While these story compilations give the impression of playing games online, the experience of someone who truly plays the game with all their heart is truly different from that of someone who can only watch videos online because they didn't secure a spot on the forum. This subtle difference can only be appreciated by players who have personally experienced it. "Ah, that's my bakery. I'm on TV." The cat at the front desk of player Wu Shanju exclaimed in surprise when she saw her own shop, corner coffee and desserts, in the official story compilation. Even more unexpectedly, the camera was shot from the perspective of the impoverished people of Colincell. She watched as these poor yet familiar customers endured a day of hard work, their fingers carefully caressing their hard-earned coins over and over again, and finally, without hesitation, walked into her shop and bought the cheapest bread on her shelf with an expression of satisfaction, happiness, and heartache. She even saw herself reading a novel behind the counter. These images continued. She watched the poor people pay at the magic doll, receive neatly wrapped bread from her, and carefully tuck it into their arms to take home. Upon opening the door, they were surrounded by a group of children, their faces dark and their clothes equally ragged. They cut the bread into small pieces, toasted it, and dipped it in their homemade onion sauce. Everyone in the family wore a satisfied and happy expression as they chewed, even letting out a joyful cheer when they occasionally found a crumb of nut or two. The cat at the front desk of Wushanju covered her mouth excitedly, her heart brimming with a bittersweet feeling. That was bread she made herself, and she personally set the low price. Initially, she had different prices for the rich and poor simply because her shop was on that corner, bordering 2 blocks, and she didn't want to miss a single customer. She thought that losing money in a game wasn't a real loss, and she decided to do it anyway. Besides, the poor people she attracted were also customers, and she could also help fill the gap in the richer customers' unsold inventory, which was used for display. After all, it was all her own handmade goods, so even selling them cheaply was better than throwing them away. She hadn't expected the game's AI to be so powerful, even filling in the gaps between the previous and subsequent episodes. This was the first time she'd seen the drama unfold after those customers bought her bread. There's nothing more blissful for a cook than seeing customers devouring her own dishes with such bliss. Honestly, it was the poor customers who were blessed to survive thanks to her bread. Watching the children savoring her bread, licking every last crumb, she sniffed, wiped her eyes, and immediately logged on to start baking. She made a decision. Today, all the bread would be filled with butter and lots of nuts, plus a free jam. Like the cat at the front desk of Wushanju, many players saw their actions change the world. Some were skilled fishermen showcasing their expertise in large-scale combat missions. Some were druids diligently working in the druid purification hall and the elf territory. Some were expert healers, whose skill was immediately apparent, and there were also top-tier celebrity players familiar to everyone. When editing these compilations, the production team didn't seem to care who were combat players, who were casual players, who were top players, and who were ordinary players. Anyone who contributed to the world was truthfully recorded. This feeling of being on TV is a completely different experience from playing the official preset storyline. Players truly felt it. They weren't just living a predetermined life within an officially set storyline, but rather, by being themselves, they inexplicably became beloved and respected figures in the world of Oziria. It's like an ordinary person living a mundane life suddenly being named one of the top 10 outstanding youths, instantly elevating them, and their mood instantly changes. It was these players themselves who spoke up for the development team and refuted those self-proclaimed know-it-all players. If these storylines and achievements, earned through their own hard work and effort, can be called lacking in immersion, then what can truly create immersion? It's an open-world game similar to Picnic, though with a few more restrictions. How well you play this kind of game depends entirely on your own efforts, right? The developers have given you a stage. How you live your life is up to you. Want to play the main storyline? Then go for it. The entry barrier for the latest main storyline isn't high. Hurry up and complete your tasks for a few days, and you have enough military merits. At least half the priests on the ship to the southern continent this time were new players. Don't say that the top-tier players are all beta testers. The recently popular Tranquil Sea and Hidden Elder were all joined during the open beta. This game has everything. You can play whatever you want. If others can play it in a variety of ways while you can't really blame the developers. To be honest, I was also full of questions when I read the guide by the pro player today's reign, but it's good to know your own limitations. I know I can't figure it out, but the pros always seem to see the tricks of the trade. Can't understand the plot? Isn't the plot compilation package for understanding the plot? You won't even eat the food offered to you. It feels like a competitor is trying to sabotage you. Seeing you all criticizing it makes me feel relieved. There are all sorts of strange players these days. Putting everything else aside, even if you're a casual player who can't do anything else, you can still find immense joy in the game by sleeping, playing music, and eating. And you feel like you're losing out? For that little bit of monthly card money, I feel sorry for the development team. MOU felt quite touched by these players' comments defending the development team. However, the players did remind him that with the official launch and the surge in player numbers, competition from other developers was something he had to be wary of. The forum IDs were linked to the game accounts, but there were also armchair players who had been rejected or couldn't get a spot, appearing on the forum. There were also quite a few people who had simply registered forum accounts, but hadn't logged into the game. He opened the forum and had Leah make a small update, displaying players' playtime data alongside their forum IDs. This made it immediately clear who the real players were, and who the fake players were. Chapter 697. The moment the forum update displaying game time was released, the players who were still arguing instantly burst into laughter. This is what it means to cut off someone's lifeline. The fig leaf was lifted, and all the charlatans were immediately exposed. Among the complaining players, there were genuine players, but 8 out of 10 were fake players, and their rhetoric was remarkably consistent, revolving around the 2 points of not understanding the plot and feeling cheated, completely ignoring any praise they received. Let's go. They're all bots and paid trolls. The genuine players shook their heads, watching them slink away and delete their posts, then burst into laughter. This outcome wasn't too unexpected for MOU. After all, the game had been officially running for some time, the number of players was increasing, the company's revenue was gradually rising, and its reputation was gradually spreading, naturally attracting India's competitors. Although MOU had always felt that there wasn't much competition in cultural and entertainment products, whether it was games, novels, or movies. These weren't like mobile phones or tablets, where buying one meant you wouldn't buy another. Players' interests are constantly changing. Liking one game often leads to liking others. His game can be played at night while sleeping, has no competing products, and doesn't interfere with other players' businesses. Players can still play other games during daytime anti-addiction periods. But that's sometimes how the world is. There are always people who can't stand seeing others' work be better than their own. While MOU wouldn't resort to underhanded tactics, he wouldn't allow others to do the same to him. He had Leah directly ban the forum accounts that hadn't actually played the game, but were posing as players, and making malicious comments. He also banned these accounts, and those using the same IP address and ID number from applying for game accounts. Since they feel it's a waste to play this game, he might as well save them some money. If they don't want to play anyway, then they shouldn't play at all. Since his quota and resources are limited, he can give the opportunity to players who genuinely want to play. While MOU is focused on making money, he hasn't neglected the initial screening before issuing game qualifications. While he doesn't require players to fill in personal information other than real name authentication and mailing address, the questionnaire for applying for qualifications is meticulously crafted by MOU. On the surface, he only investigates players' game preferences, but as a veteran planner who has studied player preferences for many years, he can actually see some tricks up his sleeve. From the early days of the closed beta, those who filled out the questionnaire haphazardly and contradicted themselves, those who seemed completely ignorant about games, those who lacked gaming taste, and those whose delivery addresses were in familiar, suspicious places like the campus of a famous game company, all of these were denied game qualifications. Anyway, there are many players queuing and applying, so making a few mistakes isn't a big deal. MOU only needs reliable, high-quality players. Those who are too low quality or too dangerous are better off not being used. The heroes who save the world are valued for their quality, not their quantity. The VR glasses themselves contain Leah's anchor point. Once an attempt is detected to dismantle the VR glasses and reverse engineer them, the glasses will automatically destroy themselves after issuing 3 voice warnings. The player's game qualification will be automatically cancelled, and all payments will be automatically refunded. These rules were already written into the agreement when players receive the glasses. After all, the survival of another world is at stake, and MOU has been very careful in places unseen by the players. With the unnecessary noise on the forums gone, players returned their attention to plot discussions and the new patch. In addition to the plot compilation, the combat assistance system added by the Destiny Authority has been a huge hit since its launch. MOU combines skill markers from various online games to develop enemy skill markers that are both clear and accessible to players, avoid any copyright disputes, and perfectly fit real-world scenarios. 2D or third-person 3D online game markers are difficult to integrate with real-world VR. This is because players sitting in front of a computer screen can see the entire scene, including the danger zone markers on the ground and the various markers on the player character's head. In real-world VR, however, a normal person wouldn't have the energy to look down at the danger zone markers while fighting monsters. Running away would be both dangerous and unrealistic. Aelian, a veteran of combat, played a significant role in adapting the various danger markers to be both practical and convenient. He understood best where a player's gaze would fall during combat, so he proposed mapping the cues to various enemy actions. To put it simply, when an enemy prepares to slash with their sword, the system would illuminate the sword with an easily identifiable red glow, while the predicted attack location would be marked with a similarly three-dimensional, transparent red barrier. To make the markings easy to observe and avoid creating an overly cluttered environment that would strain the player's eyes, these danger zone markers only reached up to the player's calves, easily discernible with just a glance. The name of the upcoming attack, along with specific attack types, such as magic or physical, poison, contamination, or curse, would also be displayed as a marker bar that players could adjust their position for. After Leah pushed out the update, the first wave of players quickly found monster areas to test it out. Although initially quite unfamiliar, after making some adjustments as they fought, players soon discovered the convenience of this combat assistance system. With this gadget, players no longer have to rely on guessing monsters' moves based on their movements. Whether it's a magic or physical attack, a poison spray or a pollution attack, it's instantly apparent. Whether it's a slash or a bomb, simply avoid the attack range, and you'll be unharmed. Players' chances of getting hurt have been significantly reduced. While monster skills are still highly random, making it difficult to completely memorize and clear a level without taking any damage, the 3-second warning gives most players enough time to react. If they can't escape the attack zone, a skilled tank or priest can still apply shields in time. Chapter 698. In recent years, simulation games have become increasingly popular. Game developers often heavily market high realism and high fidelity as a selling point. However, MOU believes that if realism truly reaches 100%, the gameplay actually suffers. People play games not because they want them to be exactly the same as the no-exit game Earth Online. High realism certainly creates a sense of immersion, but the unique features of a fantasy world, different from reality, that can only be found in games, are what truly attract players. However, Osiria is a real, otherworldly realm. MOU racked his brains to make it playable, adding those 1% of unrealistic game experiences. This time, the combat assistance system can be described as adding a large number of auxiliary UI elements to battles. While realism has decreased, the playability for players has greatly improved. With warnings and knowing how to respond, the casualty rate is lower, and the number of times players are penalized with death is reduced, naturally making players happier. Many players have even created various new memes. MOU checked for a while, and, finding nothing else of concern, closed the Magic Book's backend, leaving Liad to continue monitoring the player's movements. He still had many things to do in Lazul City. First, he needed to meet with representatives of the city's important powers, accompanied by La Ruenti. Lazul City was a melting pot of people, with various factions vying for power. Aside from the eccentric and extraordinary individuals at the bottom, there were many wealthy, powerful, and influential people. Since the goal was comprehensive cooperation, it was necessary to make contact with all of them. Then there's the matter of new mentors. Although the players have already taken on the planning work themselves and started searching for mentors, they can't rely solely on them. As the Lord of AMT County and the leader of the World Alliance, MOU still needs to make appropriate appearances to win over the high-level mentors. It's the bare minimum of respect. Finally, there's the issue of the location for the Druid Purification Hall. The Druid Purification Hall has always been one of MOU's most important diplomatic tools. After all, in this world, who isn't afraid of pollution, and who doesn't need purification? Currently, the Church of Light still exists in Lazul City, and as a neutral party, Fate cannot easily break ties with the Church of Light directly. To resolve the Church of Light's influence, the people themselves must take action. After gradually understanding the nature of pollution, MOU also understood the principle behind Leah's, or rather, the world's, method of eliminating pollution. The Church of Light stabilizes its spirit through spiritual authority, thereby achieving the elimination of redundant information. If we compare pollution to a computer virus and the public to computers, then restarting a computer is like clearing out junk files from memory, and if all else fails, restoring the computer to a previously set system restore point. While reinstalling the operating system isn't impossible for a computer, it's far too harmful to humans. Like DiCarlo, who kept formatting himself with amnesia powder, almost turning himself into an idiot. On the other hand, Leah, using the authority of nature and the core energy of the world, reshapes and cleanses the DNA of polluted organisms. Essentially, Leah compares a segment of polluted, mutated DNA with a normal DNA template, removing the proliferated polluted portion. These DNA fragments, violently excised by the world's core energy, will be pulverized again into impure energy, willpower, and redundant information. Pollution is the collapse and mutation of the material level caused by redundant information eroding the spiritual level of an organism. The spiritual authority targets the link where redundant information erodes the spiritual level, while Leah is currently targeting the restoration of the material level mutation. Thus, it seems that if the world's authority were to fully return, and they obtain the world consciousness gene seed bank from the Dark Goddess, they might truly be able to completely eliminate the pollution and save the world's future. However, things must be done step by step. Countless efforts are needed to reach this bright future. Although MOU and his group have now allied with Destiny and Darkness to reclaim the fragments of world consciousness belonging to Destiny, they must purify the pollution within Destiny's jurisdiction. However, the Dark Goddess has not yet truly appeared. All communication is through the Goddess of Destiny, Jenna. Speaking of which, MOU has not yet met Jenna's mother-in-law, Nasa. He stroked his chin, keeping this question in mind. My lord, Aelian called out. The cautious knight never called MOU by his real name, nor MOU. In outsider territory, he simply addressed him as my lord. MOU looked up and saw the knight clutching his phone, looking apologetic. I have to go back to the city. Lamar sent a message saying the alchemical doll bodies for my parents are finished. Oh, then you must go back and see them. MOU understood perfectly. For both reason and duty, Aelian shouldn't miss his parents' important moment. I'm safe here. I don't need constant protection. The city will soon be teeming with adventurers. If anything happens, I can use my skill to forcibly summon adventurers to protect me. Aelian chuckled softly. That won't do. How can I let others steal my job? He held out a shadowy object, from which a blurry shadow head emerged. A small shadow dragon. Its features were indistinct, with a pair of small, fleshy wings on its back. Instead of a tail, it had several familiar tentacles. Your illusory form has grown stronger again. MOU extended his index finger and touched the little dragon's head. The illusory dragon happily and affectionately raised its tiny paws and rubbed against his finger. MOU smiled and said, I remember, it was just a tentacle before. But why is it a dragon? Is it because of the dragon bones? No. The silver-haired knight shook his head, his eyes gentle. It's because dragons faithfully guard their treasures. With it by your side, even if I'm temporarily away, I can sense everything happening here. It is me, and I am it. I can still protect you. So, MOU chuckled mischievously, taking the little dragon from Aelian's hands, cradling it in his palms, and kissing it. You can feel it too? The knight coughed lightly, and the little dragon shyly covered its face with its claws, its wide eyes peeking out from between them. You're teasing me again. The knight lowered its eyes, deliberately feigning a wronged expression. The mischievous lord, of course, wouldn't admit to his wicked humor. After kneading and squeezing the phantom dragon, he placed it on his shoulder. The little dragon looked left and right, then climbed up MOU's shoulder, and into the hood of the lord's mage robe hanging behind his neck. I'll be right back. Aelian leaned closer and planted a kiss on MOU's lips. No need to rush. Say hello to Mom and Dad for me. Chapter 699. Elena opened her eyes once again on the familiar table. But this time, the feeling was different. She could smell the pungent aroma of potions in the room and feel the coldness against her skin. She raised her hand and, with some surprise, touched the skin she hadn't seen in a long time. Although it was a product of alchemical craftsmanship, the feel and sensation were similar to real skin, without any strange sensations. Mother! The door to the alchemy laboratory opened, and Aelian and Lei walked in together. Elena! Lei, also in a new body, rushed to the table and took her hand. Feeling the warmth, Elena returned his grip. Lei! The familiar face they hadn't seen in centuries reappeared before them, and their noses sore as they embraced. Rama and Hephaestus fiddled with the skeleton for a while before finally arriving. Is everything normal? This alchemical doll possesses all 5 senses, touch, smell, and taste, and can consume normal human food. It has a set of alchemical digestive organs that can fully digest food and generate energy for its functioning, requiring no additional energy under normal circumstances. But this lich says your souls also need to consume emotions or desires to gain energy to sustain their activities, so you have to experiment with this yourself. The dark-skinned boy's gaze lingered on the hugging couple for a second. After a moment's thought, he added, well, as you know, alchemical dolls were once developed to satisfy the personal preferences of some nobles. So, with all the necessary parts, there's no problem maintaining a marital relationship. But if I want to give Aelian a sibling, that's not possible for now. This might involve human alchemy, which the Lord has forbidden research. Aelian, Human alchemy? Elena, ? Lay, ? For a moment, everyone present, except for a certain skeleton, had an awkward expression on their faces. In the distance, a certain lord sneezed inexplicably, sending the phantom dragon in his hood tumbling over. After the awkwardness subsided, Elena and Lay, under Hepalos's guidance, switched back and forth between the alchemy puppet's body and the jeweled skeleton. Once they were fully familiar with the operation, they used Rama's newly crafted alchemy space ring to store the jeweled skeleton for future use. To prevent players from secretly hiding their own or others' husks, a certain lord had Leah place a ban on storing husks in player space items. However, her father-in-law and mother-in-law, as well as a certain Lich King, were naturally exempt from this restriction, and could freely place their husks in their space items, and take them with them. However, Lay and Elena never retrieved their phylacteries from MOU. After all, what place in the world could be safer than the independent storage space created by the fragments of the world consciousness using spatial authority? If they kept them on their own, they might accidentally die outside during an adventure. If they lost their phylacteries, it would be all over. Although these 2 alchemical puppets are made of high-quality materials, their strength is certainly not up to the king level. Rama said, unlike the gem skull, which can be overloaded with materials to push its limits, the alchemy doll has various delicate organs. If the energy circulation is rashly altered, it will affect the body's normal functioning. I haven't actually studied high-level alchemy dolls yet, but they could be a good research topic for the next step. The young, dark-skinned alchemy master muttered, seemingly lost in thought. It's okay. We already decided. The alchemy doll body will be used for daily life, while the high-level gem skull will be used for combat. Elena was generous. Besides, fighting with a glittering skeleton is terrifying. Aelian couldn't help but curl his lips. Let's go buy some new clothes, Aelian said. We can also go to the restaurants in town for a bite to eat. AMT New City has lots of novel and delicious dishes. Alchemy dolls are always equipped with a very simple set of white clothes and pants when they leave the factory. If you want fancy or protective gear, you have to go to the city and buy it custom-made. Aelian's mobile phone account currently has a lot of adventure coins in it. A certain lord is always very generous when it comes to sending money to his knights. The reason they don't share the same account is, firstly, because Aelian is not a materialistic person and doesn't spend a lot of money. Secondly, the lord's accounts are too complicated. MOU not only has a private account, but also a public account for AMT County. This public account includes not only AMT County's agricultural and commercial output and tax revenue, but also some extra income, such as the large amount of taxes and grain that adventurers disguised as tax collectors and demons had previously seized from the Church of Light. Having grown up in the Church of Light, Aelian wasn't particularly adept at numbers and calculations. He didn't fully grasp the Lord's profound concepts, such as the value of paper money equals the ratio of the total value of social goods to the money supply. However, he knew that adventurers' coins couldn't be generated arbitrarily and without limit. They had to be carefully calculated based on the realities of AMT County, otherwise, it would lead to price fluctuations. According to the customs of this world, a lord owned all the land, people, and things in his territory. Whether the private property of the people belonged to the lord or the people was entirely up to the local rules, depending on the lord's benevolence. MOU was a very benevolent lord. MOU kept public and private matters separate, only taking a certain percentage from the public account each month as his due salary. Aelian worried about the dark cloud of light hanging over him, and he also feared that this information he couldn't understand might fall into the hands of certain beings, allowing them to deduce the Lord's secrets. On protecting the Lord, the knight always held firm to his principles. There were numerous clothing stores in this city. Considering the adventurer's tendency to get agitated and startled, Aelian took his parents to Lariana. The two shopkeepers greeted them warmly and attentively, tactfully avoiding any personal conversation. In this regard, Calcadora graduates were always more worldly wise than the curious adventurers. Chapter 700. Considering Aelian's status, the two shopkeepers warmly welcomed the family. They even sent away the other adventurers and closed the shop door, keeping out the curious eyes. Ariana took Eliana to the fitting room for measurements, while the two men, greeted by Lyria, began selecting ready-made clothing. As a seasoned and experienced adventurer, often even living in the open, Lay didn't care too much about the appearance of his equipment. He prioritized its practicality. 371 years had passed since his time, a considerable amount of time even for an immortal, and the materials used in the clothing and equipment, the inlaid magic circles, and the painted runes had all vastly improved since then, leaving Lay dazzled and overwhelmed. Lay once again felt the passage of time. Not only was the era changing, but this new city of AMT also strangely attracted a diverse group of high-end talents. Alchemy, magical machinery, runes, sorcery. These once arrogant masters and professionals are now breaking down barriers in this city, engaging in collaborative research with unwavering mutual support. It's truly incredible. Lay quickly selected several sets of slim-fitting armor, with temperature control arrays, and semi-light combat leather armor. After trying them on, he revealed a look of satisfaction. Aelian suddenly remembered something. Dad, your previous profession was a swordsman? On the continent of Osiria, the longsword is a very common and basic weapon, so ubiquitous that anyone can wield it. This might be why the beginner's gift package Leah gave was entirely filled with swordsman equipment. But Lay was previously a king-level expert, so his swordsmanship was naturally extraordinary. Back when Moy discussed things with Aelian heard from him about a plan to use the power of the world's consciousness to record the professional templates of the world's strongest individuals, inscribing them into the anchor points of adventurers' bodies for their use. Now, Moyu, as the executor of this plan, has recorded a variety of mentor professional templates with Leah, but swordsmanship remains the initial profession that adventurers are born with. There has never been a dedicated mentor. In the illusion of the Hero King's End, Aelian noticed that although Lay also wore silver armor, it wasn't heavy knight armor, but rather the light armor more commonly used by swordsmen. Light armor's defensive capabilities are inferior to heavy knight armor, but its advantage lies in its lightness, which can greatly enhance a swordsman's agility and speed. Swordsmen generally wield two-handed swords, and don't use shields. For them, parrying and dodging with their swords is perfectly sufficient. The title swordsman is too common, Ray said, somewhat dissatisfied. The sword I wield is called the hero's sword. This swordsmanship has been passed down through generations of the Golden City's royal family, and I continuously refined it through practice during my adventures. It can't be confused with those guys outside the tavern who casually brandish swords and call themselves swordsmen. Aelian chuckled. What I mean is, would you mind if those adventurers learned your swordsmanship from you and carried on your profession? I don't mind, Ray muttered, glancing at his son, his eyes clearly saying, but I'd rather teach you. Aelian coughed lightly. I learned too. That's wonderful. Lay readily agreed. To pass on my swordsmanship to you is my greatest wish in this life. As for those adventurers, well, as long as they can learn it, I naturally teach them. Aelian's eyes stung slightly. He rubbed them and earnestly promised, once Lord returns from Lazel, I learn swordsmanship from you. Good. Lay patted his son straight back with great pleasure. When designing this alchemical puppet, he had deliberately added some age-appropriate wrinkles to himself, making him look like a handsome, dashing middle-aged man. At this moment, his smile brought smile lines to his eyes, making him look exceptionally kind and pleasing to the eye. Indeed, the alchemical puppet is much more normal than the gemmed skull. Aelian thought silently. What are you two talking about? Elena emerged from the fitting room. How about this? She wore a light, pale green dress. It had to be said, this vibrant green was perfectly suited to the nature-loving elves. This dress was inspired by the druids' achievement sets, sharing some design elements, but the style was completely different. The cut was simple yet fitted and sexy, with a cinched waist and side slits. Besides aesthetics, it also considered the needs of adventurers in combat, ensuring it wouldn't hinder running or jumping, nor would it expose the wearer. Aelian thought this style resembled a design he's seen at the Lord's place called a Cheongsam. This design comes from the adventurer's homeland. Ariana excitedly introduced. It's called a Cheongsam, and it's perfect for tall, slender elven women. It's so beautiful. Ray stared, his eyes wide. I'd buy it. Son, pay. Elena couldn't help but slap him. Why do you always make your son pay? Where's your money? Aelian couldn't help but smile, expertly pulling out his phone to pay. Ray and Elena each bought a lot of spare clothes. After all, as a gem skeleton, it didn't matter whether they wore clothes or not, but alchemical dolls needed to be dressed up properly. They spent most of the day finally leaving the shop with their storage space overflowing with items. The two shopkeepers were overjoyed with their big sale, and respectfully escorted them to the crossroads. Elena loved the light green cheongsam. After paying, she didn't bother changing. She immediately bought a pair of matching light green high heels and hair accessories, and then bought a pair of rune jade bracelets and a pearl necklace at a jewelry store in the shopping street. All dressed up, she linked arms with Ray and headed towards the restaurant. Ray, also clad in light leather armor, looked every bit the handsome middle-aged man. The two, resembling Ialian in appearance and walking together, quickly attracted the attention of players on the street. Hey, that's my wife. And the people with her, could they be her parents-in-law? They're not skeletons anymore? New plot? What did I miss? Wow, her father-in-law is so handsome, her mother-in-law is so beautiful. Wow, this whole family is just my type. Suddenly, Ray and Irina noticed a large group of tails had appeared behind them. The adventurers stared at them with gleaming eyes, muttering incomprehensible phrases like wife, father-in-law, and mother-in-law, like wolves eyeing a delicious bone. Ray, Irina, ? Chapter 701. The adventurers' attitudes towards the two bejeweled skeletons and the two beautiful women, regardless of gender, were drastically different. If the former didn't trigger any hidden or special quests, then unless they could possess them, sell them for money or equipment, they were just oddly modeled characters to the players, something to look at and have a laugh about, at most receiving comments like interesting personality or quite fun. But a family of beautiful NPCs was a completely different story. The game's plot was extremely interesting, the NPC characters were vividly portrayed, and each character storyline was well developed. It's said to use AI calculations, unlike NPCs in other games who only provide certain lines in response to the player's various dialogues, easily revealing their flaws if asked too many questions. The development team didn't hide their advanced technology, but they also seemed to prefer that players not focus too much on it. Players are understanding, these are, after all, trade secrets. How could the development company reveal everything to players all at once? Would they even be able to do business? Players are only responsible for playing the game. If the development team makes a fun game, that's already doing right by the players. They have no obligation to reveal their creative process, or even the game source code to the players. Normal players aren't interested in these things either. Those who do research them are mostly competitors trying to copy the game. However, judging from the few words revealed by the development team, some hardcore players, who like to delve into things have already developed their own theories. In the original world, using brainwaves or biocurrents to input visual and other sensory signals, and using AI intelligence for dialogue to generate images and even videos, are indeed existing technologies. But before, no one had combined the two and used them in games. The reasons for this are simply excessive costs, numerous minor issues, and a poor user experience. The latter stems from disputes over the copyright origins of the underlying information databases used for the algorithms, resulting in these technologies being unmarketable or difficult to commercialize. Contrary to popular belief, not all technological inventions are useful. Amateur scientists are ubiquitous in various countries, including internet celebrities. Their creations range from useless piano grills to concussion-inducing shampoos. So many bizarre and outrageous creations that some countries have even filmed them into variety shows. While the inventions themselves may not be popular, the variety shows are. These research projects are likely only funded by wealthy individuals with limited resources. For example, regarding the technology of bioelectrical input signals using brainwaves, a curious researcher discovered that this technology had indeed been developed many years ago. However, the use of this amateur invention is extremely restricted. It can only be used during sleep to induce dreams. It cannot assist the blind or deaf as a visual or auditory substitute, nor can it function as a true brain-computer interface. It can't even plant seeds of thought in the subconscious like in Inception. Simply put, it's harmless, but its actual use is severely limited, making it completely useless for normal people. Honestly, just looking at the technical specifications might seem as absurd as trying to transfer textbook knowledge into your head by stuffing it under your pillow the night before an exam. This technology has now been exclusively purchased. While the purchase contract, purchase date, and specific technical details are confidential and cannot be seen by anyone, the current exclusive holder of the technology rights can be found on the official website of the Intellectual Property Office, this very same gaming company. Players can only marvel at the foresight of this gaming company. They take in this crappy technology, worth less than 1,000 or 2,000 yuan, and transformed it into the core technology for virtual reality in VR games. How impressive is that? Of course, this game's virtual reality is indeed different from standard VR. It might not be distinguishable physically, but technically it's simply a sensory trick. However, the original meaning of the term virtual reality is to simulate and create a false reality experience through some form of sensory deception. So, does it matter whether it's the eyes or the brain that's being deceived? Speaking of AI technology, the open-source AI tools available on the market can perform their own calculations and iterations. In other words, self-growth. However, the most challenging part of AI development isn't its growth, but its teaching. Feeding it with a wealth of basic information, allowing it to grow and evolve, telling it what's right and wrong, and then guiding its development. The most contentious issue currently concerns the copyright of this basic information. But this gaming company clearly employs a significant number of its own concept artists and composers. Among the players, there are numerous accomplished artists and songwriters. With the rapid rise of AI technology in recent years, these experts have honed their skills in identifying paintings, music, and AI with the naked eye to such perfection that they're practically on par with Sun Wukong's fiery eyes. Even so, from the NPCs to the environments and monsters in this game, not a single one uses anyone else's original assets. The art style is pure European and American real life, with no copyright issues. Game companies use their own concept art, models, and NPC character designs to feed and train their AI, then use this trained AI to generate low-cost CG animations. This is logical and truly flawless. Their NPC AIs are also carefully designed with detailed character personalities and plotlines, then fed and trained using their own databases. Once fully developed, they're released into the game for real player interaction. To cultivate exceptional NPC AI, they even select only a limited number of players for early game testing, gradually releasing access once the AI is fully formed. It seems the game company's unusual and bizarre behavior all has perfectly valid reasons. Even the faction leader's death signifying the game server shutdown is understandable. This game company is likely a subsidiary of a larger corporation. Their goal in developing this game isn't profit, but rather to research AI technology, with players acting as free debuggers of these AI interactions. Big players dug up their original gaming equipment applications, and, sure enough, found the relevant legal clauses. To put it simply, any in-game actions, including interactions with NPCs and their influence on NPC AI, do not constitute the player's labor output and are not protected by intellectual property rights. Players cannot assert rights against the game company. Chapter 702. The veteran players carefully considered the clause, and found that while it seemed a little jarring, it was actually quite reasonable. After all, interactions between people, NPCs, are two-way actions that affect both parties. It's like someone going to a store as a customer, and the cashier is a new intern. The more customers she handles, the more experienced the intern becomes. Ultimately, through accumulated experience, she graduates from intern to full-time employee. However, the customer can't say to the intern, "I come here to buy things every day, helping you accumulate work experience to become a full-time employee, so you have to pay me." Anyone who said that would probably get a glare from the intern. The training of NPC AI is similar. The more players interact with NPCs, the smarter the NPCs become. Each new NPC's appearance initially caused some confusion and hesitation, even displaying bewilderment upon hearing strange player remarks, sometimes taking a long time to react with incomprehension. However, after a while, they became accustomed to the player's behavior and became indifferent. Experienced players, having pieced together the whole story and possessing evidence, firmly believed they had grasped the truth and posted summaries on the forums. After writing 3 or 4 pages of well-reasoned arguments, they delivered their concluding remarks. I must say, this game company and the entire development team gave me the impression of being extremely cautious, meticulous, down-to-earth, and unconventional. From the evidence I compiled, it's not hard to see that the creation of this game likely stemmed from a chance encounter. It's clear this company is a newly established small firm, its creation coinciding almost simultaneously with the game's beta testing. This means that during the initial development phase of this game, the developer's primary focus, or development goal, wasn't actually gaming, but rather more lucrative projects like AI technology or medical brain-computer interface research. I venture a guess. Perhaps they encountered insurmountable difficulties in their core business, or maybe the initial investment was too large, leaving investors dissatisfied. Meanwhile, the development team, with their keen eye, saw its immense potential. This project was ultimately repurposed as a game, sold, or transferred entirely to the current game company, which then gamified, refined, launched, and continues to operate it. During the previous Player Appreciation Letter incident, the development team specifically emphasized that the game system couldn't be used for medical purposes, perhaps because they had already gone down that wrong path and knew it wouldn't work. But I can confidently say that after changing their business strategy and development direction, this failed project, regardless of its original purpose, has indeed been reborn as a very fun game. What I find truly remarkable is that while this game uses AI technology to reduce costs, all the raw materials used for computation were created in-house. This isn't just my personal opinion, I believe everyone can attest to it. The character artwork, modeling, scene design, and the hundreds of tracks in the music library are completely unique compared to any other similar or even dissimilar products on the market. If it weren't for the numerous minigames and distinctive UI system, I would have thought I stumbled into a real alternate world. The current storyline is incredibly dramatic and unpredictable. Many dungeon storylines were completely baffling without expert guides, showcasing its originality. Of course, some might argue that the game itself incorporates various gameplay elements. Lovecraftian themes, Clash of Clans tabletop role-playing game mechanics, JRPG-style online games, board games, Match 3 puzzle games. In certain limited-time events, the development team even subtly referenced other works and titles, class names, and dialogue unrelated to the main storyline, serving as special Easter eggs for players to discover. The forums generally react positively to these references and pranks, but recently I've seen some people making baseless accusations of plagiarism, which I find extremely offensive. For a development team that diligently creates content and strives to avoid infringing on the rights of others, accusations of borrowing or plagiarism are utterly disgusting. As someone in the industry, I'd like to share a little-known fact. Using memes and paying homage to others is legal derivative work and doesn't infringe on anyone's copyright. Similarly, similar gameplay doesn't pose any legal issues. Gameplay itself isn't protected by copyright law. This is an industry standard widely accepted by operators and players. Games with similar gameplay are often categorized together for easier searching and playing. Only when game code, text, art design, plot, or even name duplication are significantly similar will copyright issues arise. This information is publicly available, you can verify it yourself. This is not an attempt by me to prejudge or defend anything. Therefore, as long as the design elements such as scenes, art, and code are completely original and there is no overlap, and the gameplay uses the familiar mechanics of games like Werewolf, Candy Crush, Bubble Bobble, or Temple Run, there's no problem with it. Currently, the development team is indeed very careful in this regard. Even the familiar background music in the New Year's event has had its commercial license posted on the forum. Of course, as a veteran gamer who has played many games, I smile knowingly when I see these references and homages, and I find the development team quite endearing. I might even revisit the old game that was referenced after logging off. Hiding Easter eggs and paying homage is a common practice in the industry, much like the ancient Chinese rhetorical device of using allusions, or our everyday use of idioms. I rarely see such respect for copyright in the chaotic game industry, which is one of the reasons I love this world so much. The development team has shown me a great deal of sincerity, and I hope players will respect that sincerity. The recent incidents involving fake players on the forums have been witnessed by everyone. Business competition takes many forms, so please don't be misled by those with ulterior motives. Correcting errors is a good thing, but overcorrection, acting without evidence, and indiscriminately killing people are problematic. I hope everyone will speak with reason and evidence. I believe that if there are truly problems, as long as you can provide concrete evidence and present the data, the official team will handle it seriously. This post, with its fair perspective, clear evidence, and logical flow, immediately clarified the mystery of the development team's various black technologies, and was immediately liked and manually pinned by players. Therefore, seeing the newly introduced Ray and Elena showing confusion and bewilderment at the players' various wanting to join this family pronouncements, the players also habitually showed tolerant expressions. New NPCs, they haven't been trained in the database yet, we practice more. Chapter 703. Ialian ignored the Little Tail players and led his parents straight into James's restaurant. He asked for a private room where they wouldn't be disturbed and ordered many of James's signature dishes. Now that Ray and Elena had new bodies, he wanted his parents to taste the unique delicacies of AMT County. After everything was arranged, he returned to the private room and saw two slightly worried faces. Ialian? The couple exchanged glances. Elena nudged Ray with her elbow, and Ray winced in pain, saying, "Son, we heard some strange rumors in town these past few days. Aelian blinked, seemingly with a bad feeling. Elena said earnestly, "Son, tell me honestly, are you and the Lord truly in love, or are you simply forced to compromise to escape the church? If it's the former, then we two old folks will never interfere, but if it's the latter, even if your father hasn't reclaimed his golden city, I have enough strength to protect you with just the elven race. Son, your mother didn't protect you well back then, causing you so much suffering over the years. Now, we never let you suffer again. Don't worry," Aelian smiled. "If I had to say, when I was still in the church and came to AMT County after hearing about the beast tide, I did indeed intend to please this Lord, trying to use his mercy to help me escape the church." Recalling those events, Aelian shook his head gently with a smile. "My little schemes didn't escape the Lord's eyes. So much happened afterward. We went from allies to accomplices in the same camp, and my heart was warmed by him. Now, my Lord and I are truly committed to this relationship. Those adventurers often speak without thinking, liking to use strange nicknames. You don't need to pay too much attention to them, nor do you need to worry about them. I know all that." "That's good." Elena breathed a long sigh of relief, then frowned. "This city is great, except for the many rumors." Ahem. Aelian coughed lightly, not daring to reveal that some of the rumors were actually fueled by him. "By the way, Mom and Dad, now that the matter of the physical body is settled, what are your plans? Do you intend to settle in AMT County, or go to the Elven Territory? Or perhaps return to the Southern Continent dungeon with Heparos? There are teleportation arrays directly to AMT County in all these places, so there's no need to worry about distance. You can choose whichever you prefer." "We need to go back to the Elven Territory," Elena said. "I need to see Lancel, and while I'm at it, introduce Ray to him, and also take a look at the purified Mother Tree. It's a pity that now that I'm a lich, I lost my connection with the Mother Tree." She sighed sadly. "After that, I think we come back here to settle down. If you welcome us," Elena added nervously. She had been separated from her son for too long. One moment she remembered him as an infant wrapped in swaddling clothes, the next she opened her eyes to find him older than her and Ray combined. To be honest, she found it hard to adjust. "How could we not welcome you?" Aelian felt the sting of tears welling up in her eyes again. "We lost so much of our shared past, but thankfully, fate has been kind to us. We still have a future. Dad, Mom, if you'd like to stay, there are quite a few newly built rooms available in the city. After dinner, we can go pick one that suits your taste." "That would be fantastic," Elena said. "Is there a place where you can see a newly born tree of life? A treehouse would be nice too. I haven't stayed in one in years. It's a shame I no longer have the power of the elves, so I can't create seeds." Aelian blinked. "Wait, I might have a way to do that." Elena was currently using the body of an alchemist puppet, the same body used by adventurers. In theory, she could also use the druid class template like adventurers. "Lia," Aelian called out, and a small world consciousness spirit appeared. Aelian said to her, "Can you add your anchor to my mother's body, so she can use the druid's power?" "Of course." Aelian said, "Elena, swear allegiance to me, and I will grant you the anchor." Elena did as she was told, a look of delight on her face. Sure enough, a familiar vegetal energy refilled her new body. "Can I regain my connection to the Mother Tree?" Elena asked excitedly. "Yes." Lia nodded. "But to do so, you must return to the Elven Territory to meet the Mother Tree of Life and regain its anchor." "So Aelian can do it too?" Lia snapped her fingers, and a barrier shielded the room. The small world elf shook her head. "Aelian has gained the favor of one of the supreme authorities, the authority of reality and illusion. Reality and illusion are not entirely compatible with nature. And since he has sworn allegiance to the Order, he can no longer be a follower of the Mother Tree of Life, and naturally cannot obtain the Mother Tree of Life's anchor point." Elena thought for a moment, then said with relief, "The power of illusion and reality, that's good too. But isn't the power of illusion and reality the property of the God of Light?" Ray said worriedly, "What if he discovers that the power has been taken away? In fact, I will inevitably have a battle with the God of Light." Aelian said, "I don't know when this battle will come. And now the power of illusion and reality is tilting towards me, which is both the result of our scheme and perhaps the deliberate act of the God of Light. I don't know who will ultimately win this struggle, but I will fight with all my might for survival. This is my only chance to live." He paused, then said earnestly, "When the time comes, no matter what I become, please, both of you, do not act rashly, and be sure to follow all the Lord's instructions. This is very important. It will be directly related to my life." Ray and Elena exchanged a glance, then solemnly agreed, "Okay, we promise." Aelian breathed a sigh of relief. Liad gave them a big smile before disappearing quietly along with the barrier. Not long after, James pushed a small cart through the door and placed the food on the table. This was the first time the family of 3 had sat together to enjoy normal human food. They ate and chatted about the past and the future, and the distance between them gradually shortened as they spent time together. Chapter 704. MOU had been in meetings all day, finally reaching agreements with all the major and minor powers in Losel City, except for the Church of Light. "I never thought I'd have to hold meetings even in another world. Is this the fate of a working-class person?" MOU sighed, muttering to the illusory dragon. The dragon, its face obscured, cuddled and nuzzled his fingers, diligently fulfilling its duty of charming and energizing its lord. MOU couldn't help but laugh, glancing at the text message the knight had sent that afternoon. Aelian said that Ray and Elena had chosen a house in the northwest district closest to the Garden of Life. This newly built residential area was situated on slightly higher ground than other areas, offering a perfect view of the Garden of Life. Climbing to the rooftops, one could even see the dark forest. Although AMT New City was built on a Gobi plain, the Gobi wasn't a perfectly flat expanse. Generally, it sloped from north to south and from west to east. MOU recognized that area. It was his newly designated high-end residential area, located behind the Garden of Life, between farmland and city walls. This area was close to the Mage Tower, and its overall size wasn't too large, just enough to build 7 or 8 high-end detached villas with their own courtyards. The land was also purified, allowing residents to grow their own vegetables or flowers. MOU had reserved this area for important figures in his faction. Of course, he also kept one for himself, so that if he ever grew tired of the old Mage Tower, he could move into the new residence and enjoy its modern amenities. According to the message from Aelian, the house that Ray and Elena had chosen wasn't far from MOU's house either, making it convenient for the family to visit each other, no matter which house they visited. But why does this give me the feeling of me being out in meetings, working and earning money, while my partner is at home showing houses to the elders? MOU couldn't help but chuckle. But honestly, he thought the feeling wasn't so bad. Today he had a very fruitful day. Laroenti, as expected of someone who could be the lord of Losel City, a place teeming with all sorts of people, had a firm grasp on the various forces within the city. With her assistance, MOU quickly established connections with several major powers in the city. Emp County was now quite well supplied. Agriculture and textiles went without saying, and the production of various equipment used by adventurers and mercenaries was highly developed, giving him a lot of confidence when negotiating business. Laroenti introduced MOU to Tustra Mario, the president of the Mercenary Guild, and Leo Carlisler, a major merchant in Losel City. One controlled a mercenary guild that spanned the entire continent, and the other controlled multiple trade routes from south to north, even doing business with the Church of Light. After establishing contact with them, it would be a good opportunity to sell some of the surplus equipment stockpiled in AMT County, obtaining some foreign exchange reserves for unforeseen circumstances. Of course, besides the supplies and equipment produced by AMT County itself, a large portion of the stockpiled resources were looted from the Church of Light. The players, led by the Don't Talk to Me team, were so engrossed in their mission that they went all out, excessively robbing taxes from several southern continent cities. This huge pile of supplies, after being handed over to Leah's warehouse, is now still untouched and stored there. It's not that MOU doesn't want to deal with it, but the quantity is too large, making it a bit difficult to process. This huge pile of stolen goods, by the time the mission was completed, had already been transported discreetly from the southern continent to Amp County through the player system's inventory, a method far beyond the Church of Light's imagination. Recalling Nabu's words, the Church of Light is still rigorously monitoring and tracking these stolen goods at various ports in the southern continent, preventing them from leaving the continent. You couldn't help but laugh. But these taxes were all in the form of food and money. Food was relatively easy to manage. The Osiria continent was so vast, with so many mouths to feed, there was no fear of not consuming it all, and it would also significantly reduce the burden of food production for the elves. MOU kept half of the food in Amp County, and the rest would either be exchanged with the elves for Talamai produced in the central continent, to be resold back to the Southern Continent Merchant Guild, or sold throughout the Magic Federation through Soloria's channels. The reason for switching to selling Talamai back to the Southern Continent Merchant Guild was that, after the Church of Light was plundered, the money and grain it received were clearly insufficient to meet expectations. Therefore, it had no choice but to purchase grain on a large scale again in the southern continent. After all, heavy taxes had already been collected, and the money and grain were lost in the hands of its own tax officials. Even if the Church of Light acted recklessly, it couldn't afford to collect another round of taxes. Even though the Church of Light considered these southern continent merchants as weak opportunists, they were still a force under a God's command. If they were truly pushed to the brink of survival, and the Earth Mother forcibly initiated a divine war, it was something they couldn't afford. However, with these grain purchases, the southern continent was not only experiencing a severe grain shortage recently, but prices had also skyrocketed. The new grain in South Continent had only just been planted. Without the divine power of nature, a harvest would take at least 3 months. The South Continent Chamber of Commerce used this as an excuse to collect grain from Central Continent to address South Continent's food shortage. The grain the adventurers looted from the Church of Light was essentially sweet rice, a type of rice that is abundant and unique to South Continent. This rice is sweet and delicious when cooked, and MOU felt it tasted a bit like the glutinous rice of the origin world. This rice is delicious, filling, and can be used to make wine. Its uses are numerous, but the problem lies in its uniqueness. Selling it back to South Continent would be a self-incrimination, akin to telling the Church of Light, "I did it. Come and catch me." The level of ridicule would instantly reach its peak. MOU naturally couldn't do such a thing, so he traded the rice for the L's wheat. After the exchange, he sold the wheat from Central Continent to the Chamber of Commerce and shipped it back to South Continent by sea. Of course, this was just a facade. The wheat shipped by sea would inevitably be intercepted by the Church of Light upon entering the border, and a large portion would be purchased at a high price. But the Church of Light naturally wouldn't dare incur public outrage by consuming the entire shipment. Therefore, the remaining rice would be sold to the public under the official sanction of the Church of Light. Adventurers in South Continent equipped with system backpacks would receive various covert grain transport missions, secretly transporting this terrestrial wheat to the Chamber of Commerce. The South Continent Chamber of Commerce would naturally not sell this wheat to the Church of Light, but to the general public, thus stabilizing the situation and prices in South Continent. The Church of Light lost tax revenue, and had to buy grain at a high price to fill the gap. The South Continent Chamber of Commerce profited from the Church of Light, and gained the public's favor through grain sales. The public could still buy food at normal prices, and MOU profited both money and grain, a huge profit. Chapter 705. While the grain was relatively easy to handle, the holy coins were a much more troublesome matter. MOU kept a portion for later use as mission funds for players infiltrating the Church of Light. However, there was simply too much money. Keeping it all would render it worthless. Having worked as a laborer for many years, accustomed to poverty and terrified of it, and having painstakingly managed his finances for years, MOU naturally wouldn't do such a thing. He sold a portion of the holy coins to Narcissus at an 80% discount. After all, the tax period was over, and the Southern Continent Merchant Guild didn't need a large amount of holy coins, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to explain the sudden appearance of this large sum of money, which would only arouse suspicion. These holy coins would still be delivered in small batches by adventurers, using system inventory to smuggle them to the Southern Continent Merchant Guilds or Earth Mother churches throughout the Southern Continent, avoiding searches by the Church of Light upon entry. Even so, MOU still had a large amount of holy coins left. Fortunately, the local strongmen in Lazle City didn't refuse any currency. Tesoro Mario, the president of the Mercenary Guild, was a given. The Mercenary Guild was spread throughout the continent and accepted employment from the Church of Light, so naturally they would settle accounts with them using holy coins. If they could accept it, they could certainly spend it. MOU finalized 3 things with the Mercenary Guild this time. The first was the matter of adventurers from AMT County becoming mercenaries. La Roenti had already given instructions on this matter, and Tesoro had no objections. Today, he only finalized some implementation details with MOU, such as how adventurers' mercenary teams should register, how they should be ranked, and how they should be upgraded. The two of them rewrote the AMT County Mercenary Code, based on the Mercenary Guild system. These rules would be more inclined to restrict the illegal activities of adventurers, but compared to ordinary mercenaries, the upgrade of adventurers' mercenary teams would have most of the time restrictions removed, making upgrades much easier. After all, ordinary mercenaries need a lot of time to accumulate experience, but adventurers who can't die are different. The second thing is that AMT County sells various equipment usable by mercenaries to the Mercenary Guild. The Mercenary Guild has always had its own shops selling equipment to mercenaries. These official guild shops sell guaranteed quality goods, and are very convenient for mercenaries who want to upgrade their equipment while taking on and completing quests, so business is always good. Good business means that as the number of mercenaries increases, it's necessary to replenish or find new sources of goods to sell from time to time. Tashtaret was also struggling with this issue, and after seeing the samples provided by MOU, he immediately finalized the cooperation. The third thing, naturally, is the exchange of holy coins. There are numerous mercenary guilds in the southern continent, and Tashtaret had naturally heard about the recent theft of tax revenue from the Church of Light. He cautiously inquired about the source of MOU's holy coins. A certain lord, as expected, readily provided the answer. Perhaps you heard that the former Holy Son of Light, Aalion, is now my knight. Over his 300 years with the Church of Light, he has amassed a large sum of holy coins, but now he's troubled by a lack of funds. As his lord, it's only natural that I solve this problem for him. Tashtaret was instantly relieved. In that case, it's certainly possible. Many of our mercenary guild branches are located on the territory of the Church of Light, and we settle daily expenses using holy coins. As for the price, he smiled slyly. How about a 40% discount? Of course not. This is, after all, money that Aalion worked so hard to save. You can't let a hero feel disheartened, MOU said with a smile. Ultimately, the two settled on a 20% discount. As for the wealthy merchant Leo Carlisler of Lazul City, MOU discussed with him the sale of large quantities of clothing produced in AMT County, and fine wines brewed by the dwarves. According to Laurenti, Leo Carlisler was a ruthless businessman with no scruples. He also seemed to have some strange beliefs. Because of this, his wife had a falling out with him, even going so far as to divorce him and move out of the manor. Strangely, since then, rumors of the manor being haunted have been circulating. This sounded too familiar, reminding him of a dinner he was disturbed after get-off work. MOU had a guess in his mind, and a general assessment of Leo Carlisler. Since this person does business with the Church of Light, he's likely a cultist loyal to Kel'Thuzad. Therefore, it's unwise to sell him anything of significant value that would noticeably boost the enemy's strength. However, expensive and beautiful clothes offering no protection, and intoxicating dwarven wine, these are items that can fetch high prices, are extremely luxurious to suit the tastes of the wealthy, and can corrupt hearts and minds, perhaps even weakening the enemy. These are perfect for selling through him. These deals were easily finalized after MOU showed the samples to Leo Carlisler. However, MOU didn't directly request to exchange for holy coins from Leo. Instead, under the guise of business, he inquired about any recommended goods Leo might have. A cunning, middle-aged businessman with a short goatee smiled knowingly. I buy and sell everything. Whatever you want, I can get it for you, slaves, beauties, love, or rather, drugs to make you feel love. Perhaps, what you want is a ticket to the underground black market. MOU's interest was instantly piqued. One isn't enough. How many do you have? I take them all, pay with holy coins, is that alright? Although Leo Carlisler concealed it well, even this seasoned underworld businessman couldn't help but show a momentary surprise at his strange move of using holy coins to buy black market tickets. Surprised as he was, he naturally wouldn't miss such a lucrative deal. In the end, MOU spent a considerable amount of holy coins to buy 10 tickets. The black market was tonight. After saying goodbye to Leo Carlisler, MOU inquired about the underground black market from Laurenti. Losser is divided into the above-ground city, and the underground city, Laurenti said. Underground, there's an ancient labyrinth ruin, but the monsters and traps have been mostly cleared out. Now we're using it as the venue for the underground black market. The organizer is Leo Carlisler. There are entrances to the underground city throughout Losser, including one in the city lord's mansion, right next to the kitchen. However, the underground labyrinth is enormous. If you just randomly enter through an entrance, you likely never reach the venue before the black market ends. The ticket is a map and an admission ticket. Chapter 706. Following Laurenti's instructions, MOU flipped the ticket over and found a small map. Laurenti then gave him a roll of parchment. This is a map of the underground labyrinth. With this, you can find the location of the black market by referring to your ticket, and then enter through the nearest dungeon entrance as indicated on the ticket. The passageways around the black market area will be guarded. Your ticket is your pass. The underground black market is a well-known tourist attraction in Lazul City. Because it's a privately organized commercial activity, Lazul City is not responsible for any commercial activities within it, nor does it collect any taxes. When buying things there, you can only trust your own judgment. The black market will have people from all races around the world, even demons from the dark side of planets, and the goods sold are incredibly diverse. Everything is available. Whether you want to buy or sell, you can. If you want to set up a stall, You can rent one from the managers in red uniforms inside the black market. Stall owners can sell goods or display signs asking for purchases, so be sure to carefully read whether the sign says buying or selling. The rules of the black market are written on the ticket, but the print is very small and looks like patterns. I suggest you read it carefully. The black market operates on a cash-on-delivery basis, no returns or exchanges. Buying a treasure is a matter of good judgment. Buying a fake is simply a matter of poor judgment. However, historically, it's more common to lose money buying than selling. Fate doesn't favor the greedy and lacking in ability. Many people come to Lazul City to participate in the underground black market. All sorts of strange people can be found there. If you go, remember to disguise yourself and don't show off your wealth. At this point, she suddenly smiled. What am I saying? You're the great mage Moiwu, a master of disguise. Let me rephrase. For the continued operation of the Roselle City black market, please, for my sake, you and your friends, please refrain from bullying these guests who have come from afar, okay? You may have misunderstood me. Mou smiled. I'm a very easygoing person. Laurenti laughed and left. Now, Mou, wearing a hooded cloak covered with runes concealing his identity, figure, and level, carried his ticket and various common currencies he had exchanged with Laurenti in his system backpack. With his phantom dragon, he wandered the streets not far from the black market entrance, searching for a place to have dinner tonight. The so-called underground black market naturally took place at night, starting at 11 p.m. and lasting until 3 a.m. Mou planned to wait until the time was almost up before issuing a quest to summon nearby players to join him, and Ayalian would arrive before then. 2. Then, the most urgent thing was to find some delicious food to reward myself after a long day of work and take a break from work. Roselle City is a southern seaport city, a gathering place for people from all over, and naturally boasts a wide variety of local delicacies. Mou has always enjoyed life and food, so he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to travel. He could also inquire about the black market while he was there. Mou had already deciphered the rules on the ticket. As Laurenti had said, the words on the ticket were very small and written in cursive. If it weren't for Leah, it would have been difficult to decipher. Thanks to Leah, the system wizard, she automatically identified the ticket and map, and within a second, she located the entrance to the black market in the market area in the west of the city. There were 5 rules on the ticket. First, payment is due upon purchase. No regrets once the item is bought. No responsibility taken once the stall is closed. Second, view goods in an orderly manner. Do not cut in line when someone is asking a price, and do not interfere with the transaction. Third, no questions asked, no names asked, identities are hidden in the black market, past lives are erased, no favoritism, no seeking revenge. Fourth, when setting up a stall, look for the red-clad vendor. If you can afford it, all requests can be fulfilled. Fifth, no noise, fighting, murder, or robbery in the black market. Disputes should be resolved outside the black market. These rules aligned with Mou's understanding of this type of black market. However, some details weren't explicitly stated. For example, whether bargaining was allowed, how to bargain, whether to use gestures or whisper. While even without knowing this information, one could observe others' actions and imitate them upon entering. But besides Mou and Ayalian, they also had to bring 8 other players. Without understanding these details beforehand, it wouldn't be convenient to show off in front of the players. Mou's habit was to never fight a battle unprepared. His success, as a bee king, naturally depended on the amount of information he possessed. In Mou's experience, taverns and restaurants were always particularly good places to gather all sorts of intelligence. People are always more relaxed after a good meal and drinks, making them easier to extract information from. The waiters and bartenders in these places were all shrewd. As long as you paid the right price, they would gladly provide some information. Mou stopped in front of a somewhat old-fashioned shop. The shop's decor was very antique, with intricately carved with facades. In the right era, it might have exuded a classic charm, but now it seemed to be centuries removed from that era, neglected and dilapidated to the point of being practically falling apart. The signboard above the entrance was crumbling, bearing the single word, "Eat," in a flamboyant, calligraphic style. Yet, despite its rundown appearance, a shimmering red dragon scale hung above the doorway, and the enticing aroma wafting from within made Mou's already empty stomach rumble. Driven by his instinct from his past life, the instinct to find delicious hole-in-the-wall restaurants in the city's streets and alleys, Mou pushed open the door and entered. The shop was empty, save for the sizzling sounds of cooking coming from the kitchen, and a familiar aroma wafted into Mou's nostrils. "Excuse me, is anyone here?" Mou asked. "Yes." A young man's voice came from the kitchen. Please wait a moment. Take a seat. Mou looked around and sat down at the bar, which looked relatively clean. I'm here, sir. What would you like to eat? Lord? Black Cat Busui, rushing out of the kitchen, called out in surprise at the familiar figure sitting at the bar. Chapter 707. The plan to gather intelligence is facing a major failure. Mou thought sadly. No wonder the smell here is so tempting. It turns out it's his adventurers from New Oriental making Chinese food. Lord, what would you like to eat? Black Cat Sleepy asked obsequiously. He was one of the first players to arrive in Lazul City for a quest. This shop is owned by my master. Today's signature dish is Dragon Fire Char Siu. I highly recommend you try the heartbreakingly delicious rice. It's absolutely an authentic Stephen Chow recipe. Mou stared at him silently, pretending not to understand even though he fully comprehended. Are all players this witty when talking to NPCs? Is it good? He asked. Absolutely delicious. Black Cat Bushui patted his chest. This is my own secret recipe. First, I carefully select evenly fattened, purified pork belly with my special barbecue sauce. Then, I skewer it and have my master grill it with dragon flame, brushing it with sauce repeatedly throughout the process. It's perfectly seasoned, crispy on the outside, tender, and juicy on the inside. If you're not a rice person, the barbecued pork ramen is also great. Wow, Dragon Flame has appeared. So this is indeed the restaurant opened by that fire dragon chef saint. As expected of the young players he trained, they're incredibly efficient. In less than a day, they already hooked up with hidden NPCs and started completing quests on their own. If Mou hadn't announced these quests together with the 3.0 update, he wouldn't have needed to do any of this work as a planner. No, wait, the planner designed quests for players to hook up with mentors, and the players happily took the initiative to do so. That's perfectly logical. How could a competent game designer overstep their bounds and deprive players of the joy of finding, discovering, and even befriending their own mentors? As long as the quests don't have bugs and the game progresses normally, it's fine. If players fail to defeat the NPC mentors, it's their skill level that's the problem, not the game designers. Mou calmly convinced himself of this, and contentedly switched to off-duty mode. Then a bowl of sorrowful and ecstasy rice. Mou was already getting a little excited, as he smelled the increasingly strong sweet aroma from the kitchen. Why does this aroma smell like roses? Hey, Lord, you're amazing. Black Cat Doesn't Sleep gave a thumbs up. This is my own special barbecued pork sauce. I added some pickled rose jam. It's sweet but not greasy, adding a touch of flavor. Don't worry, these roses are all grown by the druids themselves. They're pure, natural, pollution-free, and thoroughly cleaned and dried. Absolutely high quality, handmade. Alright, Mou said with a smile. Hurry up and serve the food. You're already starving. Yes, sir. Black Cat Doesn't Sleep immediately went into the kitchen and, after tinkering for a while, brought out a set meal. A sorrowful and ecstasy rice set. Please enjoy, Lord. He lifted the lid of the large bowl with an exaggerated gesture. For a moment, Mou thought the rice would be illuminated with special effects like in the movies. But no matter how much players consider this place a game, ultimately, it's a realistic alternate world, so something so illogical wouldn't happen. But even without special effects or glowing lights, this bowl of char siu rice, which Black Cat Doesn't Sleep named heartbreakingly delicious rice, does look incredibly tempting. The perfectly cooked, springy rice was distinct, each grain glistening and plump. Atop the rice was a layer of neatly cut pork belly char siu, repeatedly coated with char siu sauce, and grilled until it had a beautiful golden red hue. The edges of the pork pieces were grilled to a crisp, slightly charred brown, a testament to the deliciously crispy crust formed by the syrup and fat at high heat. Next to the char siu sat a golden poached egg, followed by a ring of blanched, vibrant green vegetables. The set meal also included a steamed egg, a small portion of rose-flavored pickled radish, and a cup of lemon tea. Mou skillfully picked up his chopsticks and poked open the poached egg. Sure enough, half-cooked yolk oozed out, coating the rice grains, Mou's favorite way to eat it. He first picked up a piece of char siu and put it in his mouth. The moment the sweet, crispy on the outside, tender on the inside char siu touched his tongue, Mou's brow immediately relaxed. The subtle sweet and sour aroma of roses cleansed the overly greasy feeling of the pork belly, while the intense roasting over a dragon's flame made the skin and fat of the char siu perfectly crispy, and the delicious crispy shell prevented the juices from leaking out. The char siu inside, brimming with delicious juices, was incredibly tender, almost melting in his mouth. With a little chewing, it would burst into a burst of incredibly delicious juices on his tongue. At this moment, a mouthful of steaming hot rice coated with a soft-boiled egg yolk completed the meal. It was simply the most simple and ultimate happiness. Mou ate a large mouthful of rice, and even after finishing one serving, he was still a little hungry. He couldn't help but place another order. Give me 2 more. No, 3 more. Anyway, the system inventory can lock the food in its perfect state, so it always be piping hot no matter when you eat it. Hee hee. Alright. Black Cat Never Sleeps hopped into the kitchen. Lord, you love it. I told you my recipe was absolutely delicious. Old man, you kept your word, so I passed my job change quest now, right? Mou, Damn it, how did I, the game designer, become a tool for players to complete quests? After a while, a man in a white chef's uniform walked out of the kitchen. He looked like a retired chef in his 60s from the original world, with furrowed brows and tightly pursed thin lips, looking very unapproachable. His originally orange-red hair had become gray and mottled, probably for cooking convenience, his long hair meticulously braided into a thick braid. For some reason, this fire dragon uncle gave Mou a very Chinese feeling. Young man, is this really delicious? His voice carried a heavy dragon accent, and if it weren't for Lyra translating, Mou, you would have almost been unable to understand. It is indeed delicious. Mou answered earnestly, showing no favoritism towards the players, or helping them complete the quest. He simply answered objectively. But after answering, Mou immediately became somewhat doubtful. Whether it's delicious or not, why don't you try it and see? If I'm not mistaken, you must be the culinary saint Yin Chun, right? Lord Larani mentioned you to me. Really? The fire dragon uncle. Culinary saint Yin Chun emerged somewhat dejectedly from behind the counter, and sat down next to Mou. Did that girl ever tell you that I'm a dragon who has lost my sense of taste? Chapter 708. Good heavens. Mou, you suddenly understood what Larawini meant when he said, if you can persuade him to come back from the mountains, right? If it were a chef still operating normally, there would be no need to bring someone back. May I ask why you lost your sense of taste? Mou cautiously added, I mean no harm. I just want to see if I can help you. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. I am the Lord of AMT County, a member of the Magic Federation Council, the Archmage Moyu, and a friend of Lord Larawinti of Lozelle City. Of course, if you don't want to tell me about this complete stranger, I completely understand. I heard of you. You were quite famous in the southern continent back then, and I also know about your relationship with Iris. Speaking of which, Iris is a distant relative of mine. We dragons are always related by blood. Since we're all on the same side, there's nothing we can't say. Wait, what does on the same side mean? Mou suddenly had a bad feeling. Yin Chun sighed, took off his white chef's hat, crumpled it into a ball, and tossed it onto the bar. This is the fate of all chefs in this polluted world. We deal with contaminated food every day, using every means to process ingredients into edible delicacies. But the more we eat, the more we come into contact with, the more pollution accumulates. Over time, even as a dragon with extremely high resistance to pollution, I cannot avoid being corrupted by it. And the pollution I suffered began with my tongue. Although Laurenti claimed it was just an unfortunate coincidence, unrelated to fate, I still felt it was fate mocking me, regardless of whether the goddess herself was responsible. He looked utterly dejected. But Mou, putting himself in Yin Chun's shoes, felt this dejection was entirely understandable. A culinary saint, who had reached the hidden level suddenly losing his sense of taste, was like a powerful cultivator whose foundation was destroyed just one step away from breaking through the void. All his previous efforts, if not entirely wasted, were at least largely destroyed. Although my skills are still there, just by controlling the heat, smelling, and feeling, I can roughly sense the quality of a dish. But without my sense of taste, I can't judge whether a dish is too sweet or too sour, too bland or too salty. Yin Chun said. So, I haven't cooked for many years. Mou nodded. He too had encountered countless takeout meals that smelled incredibly fragrant, but were actually bland or so salty they were bitter. For a chef of Yin Chun's caliber, even the slightest difference could make a world of difference. Even the slightest variation in seasoning could have drastically different effects, but now, he couldn't confirm it with his own sense of taste. Moreover, from another perspective, for someone who had devoted years to food and culinary arts, climbing the ladder of godhood through it, the more intense the aroma and the more delicious the presentation of a dish, the more intense the pain would be if they couldn't eat it, couldn't taste it, or if the taste wasn't what they expected. This shop you see, he casually pointed around, is actually my territory. As you can see, this place is in such ruins. If it weren't for this kid who inexplicably barged in today, insisting on betting with me and becoming my apprentice, I wouldn't have cooked again. This heartbreakingly delicious rice is a collaboration between you and him. MOU understood. You were in charge of the heat and cooking, and he was in charge of the seasoning. Exactly. Yin Chun nodded. Judging from the color and aroma, this will be a delicious dish, but unfortunately, I can't taste it. His golden red dragon eyes were filled with the pain of unfulfilled desire, and the entire dragon exuded a sense of dejection and decay. MOU felt like he was about to be infected with depression just by looking at him. MOU raised his hand and stroked his chin, calling out to Lia in his mind. Lia, can the druids purify Yin Chun's pollution and restore his sense of taste? It's possible. Lia replied, but as you know, the higher the level of the polluted creature, the greater the energy required to remove the pollution. Yin Chun is already a hidden entity. To remove the contamination, it must be treated like the mother tree of life. However, Yin Chun's contamination is on his tongue. For a chef, to ensure the tongue retains its original sensitivity after the contamination is removed, the integrity of this delicate organ must be maintained. Therefore, surgically removing the lesion is not feasible. It can only rely on the druid's painstaking efforts, gradually grinding away the contamination over a long period, which will take even longer. Having received the expected answer, MOU looked at Yin Chun again. What if I perhaps have a way to improve your sense of taste? Yin Chun gave him a strange look. Kid, have you been hanging out with the demons in the southern continent for too long? How did you learn their wish-granting tricks? However, Yin Chun then seemed to remember something. Speaking of which, when you left southern continent after your accident in Iris, it was said you were severely polluted to the point of being unrecognizable, as if you were on the verge of death. But you look now. He carefully examined MOU. Your face is clean and clear, without any signs of pollution, and it's not the result of using any magic to cover it up. Good lad, you really have a way? Yes. MOU said, however, don't have too high hopes yet. I'm used to being upfront about the unpleasant aspects. This could be a very, very long and painful process, and it might take a very, very long time to see any results or progress. Moreover, for a culinary master of your level, even the slightest damage to your tongue will affect your sense of taste. I can't guarantee that you can fully restore your once perfect sense of taste, but perhaps you can taste again after a period of treatment. Are you willing to try? What price do you want? Yin Chun's face darkened. My scales, my eyes, or my liver? Those are the most valuable parts of a dragon. MOU chuckled. No, I don't need any part of you. As you can see, this exceptionally talented young man in your kitchen is eager to become your apprentice. And there are many other chefs in my territory with similar talent and skill, and an extreme passion for food. If you are willing to impart even a fraction of your skills to them, and swear allegiance to the world's consciousness, then I have a way to have my druids heal you. Just that? Yin Chun asked suspiciously, then looked distressed. It's not that I don't want to take on apprentices. After all, I lost my sense of taste, and can no longer continue on the path of culinary arts. Passing on my life's experience and skills to future generations wouldn't be a bad thing. But the problem is, without a sense of taste, I can't judge the quality of my apprentice's cooking. Perhaps we have other ways to compensate for this, MOU said confidently, a broad smile spreading across his face. Chapter 709. Yin Chun's biggest problem now isn't that he doesn't want to take on apprentices, but that he believes he can no longer taste flavors, judge the quality of his apprentice's skills, and therefore cannot offer guidance. He's no longer qualified to teach. For Yin Chun, the way of cooking, no matter how many skills one possesses, is ultimately about creating the best possible flavor. Therefore, one must consider the strengths and weaknesses of the ingredients, follow the seasons, and utilize the chef's strengths. Only by tasting a dish can one know whether the problem lies in the heat, knife skills, seasoning, or some other aspect, and provide accurate advice. Yin Chun is now like a teacher possessing unparalleled skills and vast knowledge, yet unable to correct students' work. MOU understands Yin Chun's pain. Yin Chun is an extremely dedicated craftsman of food and culinary arts. Therefore, he has extremely high standards and a strong sense of responsibility towards himself and his apprentices, and it is precisely this dedication that puts him in a dilemma. But would the adventurers care about such things? What they're eyeing is Yin Chun's entire skill set. In my hometown, there's a saying, the master leads you through the door, but the practice is up to you. Not every talented apprentice will ultimately achieve great things, MOU said. I understand your concerns, but I must point out one thing. These adventurers are just like this young man in your kitchen right now. They are young, having only recently ascended to the divine level. Their level is worlds apart from yours. You are already a culinary saint, therefore your focus is on perfecting the preparation of a dish. For you, Whether a dish is delicious is the sole criterion for judging success. But for these adventurers, who have barely reached the peak of the professional level, there is still so much to learn. Faster, more precise, and swift knife skills, smoother, more perfect techniques for butchering monsters, more refined and accurate manipulation of fire. These are the things they most want to learn, and the things they most need to learn. If they don't lay a solid foundation, they won't even be able to produce a dish worthy of your approval. I have a way to assess this part through my world consciousness ability, without relying on the taste of the dish, to identify the problems and correct their bad habits. As for seasoning itself, frankly speaking, whether a dish suits your taste depends on both the dish itself and the diner's personal preferences. Some people like sweet, some like spicy, some like salty, some like bland. It's impossible to please everyone, that's the principle. You might as well focus on teaching your skills to the adventurers first, and let them explore seasoning on their own. In the climb to godhood, some will fail, some will give up. Perhaps many of the thousands of adventurers you teach will be swallowed by the waves of time, but some will ultimately succeed. And as they grow, your healing will proceed in parallel. Perhaps, when they have honed their skills enough to create a dish worthy of your tasting, your sense of taste will also recover somewhat. Yin Chun's expression gradually softened, as if touched. He looked up at the kitchen, his gaze seemingly able to penetrate the walls, seeing the black cat, Bu Shui, busily working behind it. "All right," he finally said. "What do I need to do?" Mo raised his lip. So, when Black Cat Never Sleeps prepared 3 packaged sad and ecstatic meals. He even paid for the boxes himself. And emerged from the kitchen, he saw the Lord chatting cheerfully with his future master. "Lord, your packaged meals are ready." Black Cat Never Sleeps handed over the meals, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Yin Chun. "Master, you said before that if I could sell the food made according to this recipe, you take me in as your apprentice. And I already sold 4. Yin Chun waved at him, and Black Cat Never Sleeps trudged out from behind the counter. Yin Chun also picked up a very familiar NPC phone on the table and scanned it at Black Cat Never Sleep. Black Cat Never Sleeps was already familiar with this process. Almost all NPC mentors issued job transfer quests and skill templates in this way. The only difference was that a few mentors, when in a good mood, would randomly demonstrate the actual effects of their skills to certain adventurers, while most other times, they could only see skill replays. Skill replays are a system demonstration feature. Players can simply open the skill template page in the player system and watch a demo video of each skill, giving them a clear understanding of the specific execution process, special effects, and visual appeal of the skill. Sure enough, the next second, Black Cat Never Sleeps received a system notification. "Congratulations, player Black Cat Never Sleeps. You have successfully advanced to the Advanced God Level class. Holy chef! This class is a God Level class." In addition to accumulating experience and improving one's own strength, climbing the God level requires also acquiring one's own concepts. Based on your preferences, you can strive to acquire concepts that align with your needs. A concept is a step on the divine ladder. The more people on the same divine ladder, the weaker the power of the concept is distributed to each person. You can view the number of people on the same divine ladder at any time and adjust or switch divine ladders accordingly. You currently have not acquired any concepts. For more information, please visit the reference library for the relevant entries, divine ladder, and concept. Huh? Black Cat Busui was stunned. We still need to acquire concepts? How do we even do this? However, this was what the players would need to research and worry about next. Mou smiled faintly and asked Yin Chun about the black market in Roselle City. While Black Cat Busui was busy in the kitchen, Mou had already told Yin Chun everything the NPCs needed to know. He also taught him how to use mobile phones and electronic currency, and even arranged for druid adventurers to come and purify him regularly. As for Yin Long's skill template, due to lack of time, Mou only took a quick glance. But Yin Long was a powerful hidden level cultivator. At this level, his divine rank was a path to enlightenment for players. Leveling up became increasingly difficult and slower as players progressed. Hidden level cultivation could be a very long and arduous task for players. Mou glanced at the skill template and didn't detect any super game abilities that needed to be banned. He put the matter aside for the time being and focused on what was about to happen tonight. Chapter 710. Roselle City's Underground Black Market. As expected, this chef, who had lived in Roselle for many years, was well versed in this famous folk activity. This black market is held from time to time. There are many scammers, but there are also many good things. I often go there to buy some unusual ingredients. As you know, some special ingredients are always hard to come by. This underground black market in Roselle City is held year-round, and has long established its own set of rules. You should have received a ticket? Generally speaking, the rules are what is written on the ticket. Although the black market is full of scammers and counterfeits, as long as you have a good eye, you can always find good things. If you are not confident in your judgment, you don't have to buy anything. As a result, it has built a good reputation over the years, and attracted many customers from all over the world. The greater the customer flow, the more vendors seeking rare and exotic goods also flock to the market, creating a virtuous cycle that naturally led to its expansion. I'd like to know if there are any taboos or rules in this underground black market, such as whether you can bargain. Yin Chun understood yes, and you absolutely must. The merchants there often ask for exorbitant prices. If you're unsure, it's always a good idea to cut the price in half. Each stall is enclosed by a silent barrier, allowing only one person to view the goods at a time. If you see someone else at the stall, you must queue and wait until the person in front of you leaves before entering. Within the silent barrier, you can name any price. Whether the negotiation is successful or not is fine, but regardless of whether the deal is successful or not, once you leave the stall, you are not allowed to discuss the price of the goods with others in the black market. Otherwise, if discovered by the patrolling red-clad figures, they will be expelled from the black market. This rule is for two reasons. First, it's for fairness. It's better to trust your own judgment than others. Who knows if those loudly discussing things are genuine customers, or just con artists hired by the vendors? Not being influenced or disturbed makes it easier to make the right judgment. Second, it's for the protection of both buyers and sellers. After all, the place is a mixed bag. If, after leaving the silence barrier, someone starts discussing how much they paid for some treasure, the result will either be that they become easy prey and are followed outside the black market to be robbed, or that the vendors are robbed after closing up shop. Neither is good for either side. Furthermore, there are red-clad figures maintaining order in the black market. There are quite a few of them, and they are all high-level superhumans. They also possess several special sealed artifacts. It's best to do as they say and avoid conflict with them. I see. No wonder this is a magical world. A silent barrier is far more convenient than anything like swallowing gold in a sleeve. MOU had heard of a ghost market in the ancient world, where most of the goods sold were low-class, but cheap, attracting knowledgeable people. Buyers and sellers used coded language and hand gestures. One method of bargaining was called swallowing gold in a sleeve, where buyers and sellers, concealed by the long sleeves of ancient robes, tightly grasped each other's hands and negotiated by touching each other's fingers. But this? Putting aside whether MOU knew these coded phrases, just imagining holding the shopkeeper's hand in the dark, touching each other under the cover of sleeves, was enough to send shivers down his spine. If this bargaining method were used, one of the seemingly calm, but actually quite jealous knights would probably draw his sword on the spot. After figuring out the ins and outs of the black market, MOU quickly conceived a quest in his mind, and had Leah refine it before issuing it. To avoid causing too much of a stir, the 8 players participating in the evening's black market activity were naturally selected from the 30 guards he had brought into the city, serving as a follow-up to the series of quests in Losel City. The quest invitation was sent to all 30 players simultaneously. Whoever received it depended entirely on speed and reaction time. You could already hear the wailing of the sleepless black cat coming from the kitchen. Damn it, what kind of speed are you all? Looks like this guy failed the speed contest. However, this underground black market was, after all, a famous folk commercial activity in Losel City. MOU guessed that his resourceful little players, who were so dedicated to staying ahead of the planners, and letting them collect their salaries, might have already found a way in themselves. He put the takeout meals into his backpack, paid the bill, chatted with Yin Chun for a while, and then, seeing that it was almost time, left Yin Chun's territory and headed towards the entrance of the underground black market. Aalian, dressed in casual clothes, was already waiting at the alleyway not far from the entrance, as instructed by MOU. 8 players had gathered in the alley, and their eyes lit up when they saw their belated lord. "Sorry to keep you waiting," MOU said with a smile. "Come on in." He distributed tickets to everyone, while Leah simultaneously distributed cloaks that could conceal their figures into the players' backpacks. The quest prompts detailed the black market rules, and MOU spotted today's reign among the players, immediately feeling confident this was a sure thing. Even if any player didn't pay attention to the prompts, he trusted today's reign to lead the team well. It was late at night, the alley was pitch black, and no one else was around. Using the darkness as cover, they donned black cloaks and hoods, then emerged one by one from the alley, blending into the crowd heading to the underground black market. The red-clad guards carefully checked everyone's tickets, letting them through in order. If it weren't for MOU's anchor point with Lia, allowing him to see the blue names above the players' black cloaks, they might have been lost in the darkness. But Aelian, relying on the senses from the illusory dragon nestled in MOU's black hair, stayed close behind their lord. If the passage hadn't been so narrow, allowing only one person to pass at a time, MOU thought Aelian might have walked hand in hand with him. He slightly curved his lips into a smile, reached out, and caught the phantom dragon, tucking it into the collar of his hood. The dark, phantom dragon happily nuzzled against the lord's neck, finding a comfortable spot to lie down. The two of them, one in front of the other, slowly made their way up the narrow staircase, following the long flow of people. After about 10 minutes, they finally emerged from the crevice-like staircase and saw the vast labyrinth beneath the city of Lazel. This magnificent ancient site, built by an unknown person and for unknown reasons, had now become a trading place for the citizens of Lazel and visitors from all over the world. This time, the black market occupied a full quarter of the underground labyrinth. Chapter 711. MOU followed the crowd to the entrance of the underground maze, where a red-clad manager was handing out stall maps. MOU also received one and walked with Aelian to a less crowded area, using the light from their phones to carefully examine the map. As MOU lowered his gaze to study the map, the tall knight used his body to shield him from the bustling crowd. In this small, peaceful space artificially created by the knight, MOU diligently studied this underground black market. Although it was called an underground maze, each passage within was spacious enough for stalls to be set up along one wall. Each path within the maze was divided into 3 sections: left, center, and right. The rightmost area was densely packed with stalls, while the center displayed concise stall signs. The space behind the signs was reserved for buyers to queue temporarily, while the left section served as a path for others to pass. Pedestrians were not allowed to linger for long periods of time, obstructing traffic. The Red Road manager distributed a map of stalls, dividing the black market, which occupied a quarter of the underground maze, into various smaller areas based on the general types of items sold. There were streets dedicated to jewelry and jade, areas dedicated to special ingredients, areas for sealed objects, magical techniques, alchemy, and even a section dedicated to slaves. What a mistake! There's an alchemy section and a magical section here. I should have called Rama and Mr. Oldlay over, MOU muttered. We can first see what's on sale here, Aelian said. Lazel City often hosts these underground black markets, so it'd be the same next time I bring them. MOU nodded, circling a few areas that interested him. Let's check out the sealed artifacts first. This black market area was too vast, it was impossible to explore it completely in a few hours. He wasn't interested in jewelry, jade, or slaves, but he could browse the sealed artifacts, magical technology, alchemy, and ingredients. After deciding on a general route, MOU had Lia input the map into the system, which appeared directly on his screen as a mini-map. He no longer needed to hold a map through the crowds, making the experience much more comfortable. Entering the black market shopping area, the space became much more spacious, and the crowds dispersed considerably. MOU and Aelian finally walked side by side, holding hands as they had wished. Strangely, MOU suddenly had the illusion of strolling through a bustling night market in a subway station's commercial district. But unlike a night market, the entire black market, despite the throngs of people, was remarkably quiet. A silencing barrier surrounded the stalls. Once inside, neither customers nor stall owners could hear a sound. Those outside the barrier were either hurrying along or glancing around at the stall signs, remaining completely silent. MOU carefully examined the signs. The signs were all handwritten by the stall owners themselves, concise yet emphasizing distinct points. Some listed their wares and prices, while others indicated which items had a fixed price and which were negotiable. Still others specified which currencies they accepted. MOU glanced at each sign, paying particular attention to those that accepted holy coins, occasionally strolling around the stalls when no one was around. The Lord always acts with a clear purpose. His visit to the black market was solely to spend his surplus holy coins. These holy coins were originally taxes he received free from the Church of Light. Spending them in this underground black market was extremely cost-effective. Whatever MOU bought haphazardly could be considered a free gift from the Church of Light, a complete win-win situation. This large sum of holy coins, spent through various means and channels, would eventually flow into the Church of Light's own market. However, whether it would disrupt the Church of Light's prices depended on the Church's own economic management. However, despite his casual attitude towards spending money, the goods here were indeed, as rumored, numerous counterfeit and inexplicable items. For example, sealed artifacts. These were often formed from a powerful resentment, a concept combined with non-living objects and pollution. Sealed artifacts varied in strength. Some were remnants of purified illusions, while others might even be the remains of gods. All sealed items possess some strange abilities or inherent curses, making them untouchable for ordinary people. They are sealed in layers within special containers, and if the buyer lacks discernment, they are simply accepting whatever the stall owner claims. MOU used his appraisal skill to examine several items at different stalls. All the items Leah reported were counterfeit goods made from bizarrely shaped parts of magical beasts. These unstable, preserved parts of magical beasts, sealed in containers, emitted a polluting aura that terrified ordinary people or low-level superhumans, yet had no actual effect. After browsing for a while, MOU didn't find anything he wanted to buy. Instead, he gained a deeper understanding of the counterfeiting techniques in this world. How to put it? Profit truly drives people. As long as the profit is enough, they make anything outrageous. In just the short time MOU and Ialian had browsed, the various stalls displayed thousands of sealed artifacts. If they were all genuine, the sheer number of sealed artifacts here far surpassed the inventory of the Anomaly Investigation Bureau's headquarters in a mutant new city. It felt like strolling through a Pandora's box in another world. To the untrained eye, what appeared to be inexplicable antiquities were, to the experts, simply antique replicas. MOU shook his head, took Ialian's hand, and turned at the next intersection, entering the next alchemy area. The alchemy area was also a very large section of this black market. After all, in this world, alchemy was extremely useful. Putting everything else aside, since Lamar arrived in AMT County, MOU has gone from a penniless lord to one who can get whatever he wants. Thank you, Doryman. Thinking of this, MOU couldn't help but want to bring Lamar some souvenirs. Just as he was about to take out his phone to message Lamar and ask what the alchemy master needed, he caught sight of Tangnan Baozu darting back and forth between several stalls. MOU? ? The puzzled Lord Midley consulted Liao and was pleased to learn that the alchemy master's apprentice had been voluntarily procuring supplies for Lamar. He immediately had Liao issue a task, granting Tangnan Baozu a large sum of holy coins. Money he couldn't spend himself. Wouldn't it be the same if the players spent it? That would save on foreign exchange, wouldn't it? Chapter 712. With a large sum of holy coins now available, MOU's financial burden eased considerably. If he didn't spend this money soon, he worried that if he accidentally destroyed the Church of Light, these banknotes would become worthless. Since a professional alchemist was handling the procurement, MOU skipped this area and continued on. The next area was the food section. Here, not only were the special ingredients Yen Chun had mentioned available, but also various crop seeds. Some were contaminated, while others were supposedly carefully preserved from ancient times, free of contamination. MOU didn't waste too much time examining everything in this area, because he spotted Niechiochio and Jinryoyu. With these two around, this area was secure. MOU gave them a budget as well, then turned and headed towards the magic technology section. This area had even more variety, bizarre gears and machines, steampunk-style equipment, and all sorts of firearms. Compared to the modern technology of the original world, magical mechanical technology is closer to magic, but compared to the magic of this world, it's closer to technology. This strange technology, existing between magic and technology and incorporating the strengths of both, like alchemy, has brought endless possibilities to this world. Moid is a master of traditional magic, and MOU, who inherited his knowledge base, only has a superficial understanding of magical mechanical technology. He only knows that it's a technology that uses magic power instead of electricity/magnetism as an energy source, circulating energy within a mechanically constructed magical circuit system. Therefore, MOU still doesn't understand many of the products here. But by now, he was quite used to it, and subconsciously looked for familiar players' figures and IDs. Sure enough, he saw Song Lin, who had entered with him, at a stall. This familiar veteran player was already an expert in magical mechanical technology. This professional student, already very familiar with and quite talented in mechanics, thrived after being exposed to magical mechanical technology, spending all his time at Mr. Alderley's Gun Research Institute, almost neglecting his farmland. Another budget was approved. MOU was very satisfied with this job, which didn't require him to do any actual work, only approve budgets. This was what a game designer should do. As a game designer, one should grasp the macro direction, be responsible for approving budgets, and understand the overall game structure. As for how to compare prices, and carefully select items to ensure the money is spent wisely, that's a matter for stingy players to worry about. Having successfully delegated all the work, Moyu became happier and happier as he browsed. He even spotted two top-tier assassins in the weapons section, Hidden Old Man and Tranquil Sea, who weren't part of their 10-man team. He wondered if they used connections or invisibility to bypass the guards and participate in tonight's black market event. He knew other players would somehow get into the black market, and look, he was absolutely right. Mou secretly praised his own foresight once more, then approved a budget for the two penniless assassins as well. The two impoverished assassins, receiving this windfall, erupted in cheers. Then, amidst the bewildered stares of the surrounding crowd, one fled in embarrassment, while the other, unconcerned, crossed his arms and glared back at everyone. Mou's lips curled into a smile. He distributed some holy coins to the other players he hadn't encountered yet, distributing his surplus banknotes. Feeling relieved, Mou glanced at the map and headed towards a street marked Miscellaneous. Miscellaneous mostly referred to oddly shaped items that defied categorization, or scattered items that, while clearly categorized, were too rare to be grouped into a single category. These places often hid either junk or hidden treasures. Huh? Mou heard Aalian's soft questioning voice. Turning his head, he saw Aalian tilting his head in a certain direction, gesturing for him to look. It's a demon, the knight whispered in Mou's ear, and a succubus. Intrigued, Mou pulled the knight towards the stall. The stall was peculiar. It was completely empty, with nothing displayed, not even a sign that read, Dream Demon Stall. Since there was no one at the stall, Mou pulled Aalian into the silent barrier. One person at a time, the demon said. His face was hidden in a cloud of black mist, presumably to conceal his identity in this black market, but the two distinctive purple curved horns on his head clearly identified him as a dream demon. We're together, Mou replied. Oh, then it's all right. The demon said, I sell and buy information. I accept various currencies. If you don't have money, I also accept emotions and dreams. Are you looking to buy or sell information? I can buy and sell, Mou said. What information do you have? And what do you want to know? I am a dream demon, the demon chuckled, a low, buzzing laugh. His voice, blurred by magic, sounded as if a voice changer had been used in the original world, making his original voice unrecognizable. Our race traverses dreams year-round, and dreams are interconnected. Living dreams, dead dreams, shattered dreams, all are within our sight. The information I possess is beyond your imagination. What kind of information do you want? Ask away. I want information about the God of Light and the Church of Light, Mou said. I don't have any intelligence on anything above the king level, let alone on anything at the God level, the dream demon said. The risk is too high, not worth it. I have 3 pieces of intelligence on the Church of Light, one about their recent minor incident in the southern continent, the current situation in the Holy City, and a strange event that occurred in a satellite city. I'd like to hear all of them. Name your price. Also, what kind of intelligence are you looking for? I have quite a few intelligence sources. Perhaps I can find what you need, Mou said with a smile. If the intelligence we both provide is suitable, perhaps we can discuss a long-term cooperation? Long-term cooperation, huh? The dream demon chuckled for a while, then said, I'm looking for someone. I don't know his name, only that he's male, and has a human appearance. He should have jet black, glossy hair, and eyes as blue as the sea. There are many people like that. I might even know a few. Mou said, is there any other information? And why are you looking for this person? Chapter 713. The dream demon hesitated, seemingly struggling with whether to reveal more information. He glanced at Aalian, as if making a decision. He is my lost child. But you're looking for a human male? Mou asked, puzzled. He's a half-human, the dream demon said. My wife and I met in a beautiful dream. On my journey through dreams, I was drawn to her colorful world and involuntarily took a detour, falling into her bedroom from within her dream. He seemed to recall a beautiful past, and once again, she laughed. She had long, lustrous black hair and a beautiful singing voice. We fell in love during our many nightly meetings, but her family considered it a scandal. Before her family could marry her off to some old, ugly, rich man in town, I took her back to our succubus clan. This should have been a happy ending. But unfortunately, a year later, shortly after she gave birth, the old succubus king of the clan died, and all the succubi began a chaotic war for the throne. To prevent them from getting hurt, I sent them back to her parents' home to avoid the turmoil. But I was too young and naive then, not realizing that humans were far more dangerous. Her parents outwardly accepted her, but inwardly did not approve of their daughter, who had eloped with a succubus. One night, she went downstairs to get a drink of water, and overheard her family plotting to dispose of her child, drug her, and sell her to a widower in another town. She hurriedly packed some belongings, not even having time to change her clothes, and fled with her child. I don't know what happened in between. When I received the news and found her, she had suffered a head injury, lay in a pool of blood, covered in wounds, and the child was nowhere to be found. I rescued her, but her condition remained critical, constantly teetering on the brink of death. I carried her through years of hardship, evading the ravages of war, while searching for medical help. Finally, I discovered a secret tribal technique that transformed her into a dream demon, allowing me to bring her back to life. But when she regained consciousness, she couldn't remember where the child had gone. I'd been searching for him for over 140 years. Dreamers reach adulthood at 100 years old, undergoing a painful period of transformation before and after adulthood. For mixed-race individuals, this transformation will occur at most 150 years later. Without the assistance of an adult dream demon, the child will likely struggle to survive this period. I must find him before anything happens to him. That child should have a name, right? Mou asked. Yes, his mother named him Edward, the dream demon said, but he was too young to remember anything when we lost him. Over 100 years have passed, and I don't know if that child is still alive, or if he still uses that name. What a coincidence. Mou laughed. It seems fate did indeed have a purpose in guiding me here. I'm determined to make money off this intelligence. The person you're looking for is named Edward Lost. He was once my student, and now works at the Anomalies Investigation Bureau in my territory. The nightmare waved his hand, and the dark mist shrouding his face dissipated, revealing a handsome and dashing face with a pair of sea-blue eyes very similar in color to Edward Lost's. Your wife probably gave him to the local Church of Light in swaddling clothes to escape pursuit. After all, the Church of Light has a tradition of adopting orphans. Your wife probably planned to take him back home once the situation calmed down, but she never returned after something happened. Edward was raised as an orphan by the Church of Light, brainwashed, and trained to become a spy to infiltrate the Magic Federation. Mou said, he's been brainwashed by the Church of Light into a fanatical follower of the God of Light, and he probably doesn't have a very favorable impression of the demons. The nightmare's face darkened. Damn the Church of Light! What did they do to my son? Mou shrugged, offering no further comment. Although the Church of Light opposed him, he didn't consider all its members to be unforgivable villains. While the God of Light certainly had his own agenda and exploited these orphans, judging purely by the outcome, these orphans did survive because of the Church of Light. However, many orphans also died due to the Church of Light's evil manipulations. Mou, you didn't have the Goddess of Fate's ability to see the infinite possibilities of fate, nor could he predict whether these children would have survived or died prematurely in some dark corner of the world without the intervention of the Church of Light. Fate is a combination of countless random events and predetermined causes and effects. Until a certain possibility becomes reality, even the Goddess of Fate herself cannot foretell the ultimate direction of the path ahead. And everyone has their own fortunes and misfortunes. For example, if it weren't for the intervention and calculations of the Church of Light, Aelian would probably have grown up happily as a little prince under the care of Elena and Lay, without suffering so much. But perhaps he wouldn't have developed the martyr-like character he has today. Perhaps he will grow up in the elven realm with the elves. And perhaps he will meet Moyu again, but without the breaking of the seal and a life-or-death crisis as a catalyst. It's hard to say whether he and Mou will be able to be together. As for Edward, he is somewhat luckier than Aelian. Although his mind was clouded by the God of Light, he doesn't seem to have suffered much harm. He was adopted by a dubious family, sent to the Magic University Calcadora, and has a respectable job. While his life is emotionally fabricated, it's not far removed from that of a normal person. Perhaps back then, Edward's mother really encountered some difficulties after fleeing her home, leaving her with no choice but to entrust Edward to the Church of Light. Mou doesn't know the truth of that past, nor can he judge whether this decision was right or wrong. There are many decisions in the world, and even the people who make them cannot judge them. And the people of the Church of Light are both good and bad. Some have lost themselves in power and profit. Some are simply born that way, and happen to shine brightly within this powerful interest group. Others are simply unfortunate to have grown up within it, swept along by the tide, yet still manage to do good deeds according to their own hearts. Some knowingly do evil, while others mean well, but end up doing bad things. Mou is not a judge. He simply entrusts all decisions to the world's consciousness. After all, Mou is merely the executor of the world's consciousness. As the true creator of this world, only Lia has the right to judge the God of Light, who betrayed her, and those members of the Church of Light. Chapter 714. This black market expedition yielded fruitful results, culminating in a lord successfully abducting a new heavyweight NPC. This succubus, who set up a stall in the black market, was named Edward Mephistopheles, and his wife named their son after him. Therefore, Edward Lost should actually be called Edward J.R. Mephistopheles. To distinguish between the father and son, MOU decided to refer to this succubus as Mephistopheles. Although MOU grew up in an ancient country with a tradition of avoiding using the names of elders, he also knew that in the West, there was a custom of naming children after a distinguished elder or parent. This was also a wish, hoping that he or she would grow up to be similar to that elder or parent. Judging from Edward's name, his mother was indeed truly in love with this succubus. In fact, MOU had previously been quite troubled about how to deal with Edward. Moya's student, while undeniably brainwashed by the God of Light into a fanatical believer and spy, differed from the Church of Light tax officials verified by Leah to have committed numerous heinous acts. He hadn't actually done anything truly evil. Edward Lost remained in the Magic Federation for many years, far removed from the political core of the Church of Light, diligently posing as an ordinary citizen. Aside from his daily prayers to the God of Light, and providing fragmented intelligence based on what he saw and heard, Edward was a typical, hard-working, and dedicated superhuman. Such a person, deceived by the Church of Light, cannot be killed so easily. The Brain in a Vat project has been going on for so long, and even with occasional oversights, the players haven't caused any major trouble. Edward seems to believe any outrageous rumors the players fabricate, which proves he's quite naive and easily fooled. If the opponent were a cunning and ruthless person like Ialian, using the same tactics would have exposed MOU's true colors countless times. However, on the other hand, stratagems must be tailored to the opponent. If the opponent were truly a cunning and ruthless person like Ialian, MOU wouldn't have used such a simple tactic. Furthermore, Edward harbors a strange affection for MOU. Although he's a spy for the God of Light, judging from what Leah observed through the anchor point, he hasn't provided much useful intelligence to the God of Light. Instead, he's spread a lot of strange gossip and subtle rumors. MOU wondered what expressions the God of Light and Nyarlathotep would have upon hearing these reports. He imagined it would be quite amusing. MOU spent some time in the black market, telling the Nightmare Demon everything he knew about Edward. Of course, MOU concealed the source of this information. These secrets were all extracted by Llama from Edward, who was in a dazed state due to the drug. This was something he couldn't tell Edward's father. Judging solely from appearance, the Nightmare Demon bore some resemblance to Edward, and after the Nightmare Demon removed the spell concealing his appearance and voice, MOU felt his voice also bore a slight resemblance to Edward's. This is probably the most straightforward evidence to prove their father-son relationship, but MOU isn't afraid to give too much information to the wrong person. After all, Edward Lost is a red-named NPC. Even if this nightmare is disguised and seeking revenge on Edward Lost, what does that have to do with MOU? However, judging from the nightmare's current behavior, he probably really is Edward's biological father. I spent years participating in the underground black market in Lozelle, all in search of my son, the Nightmare Demon said sorrowfully. Lozelle is guarded by destiny and gathers the world's most well-informed people. Yet, I never imagined it would still take over 140 years to find him. It seems we repeatedly missed each other back then. While he was at the Church of Light in that small town, I was busy taking his mother around seeking medical treatment. And when she recovered, and I went back to that town to search, Edward had already been transferred by the Church of Light. It's truly a cruel twist of fate. The mercenaries of Lozelle certainly have numerous intelligence sources, and are well-informed, willing to trade for more information. However, Edward Lost has spent these years either studying at the Carcadora Magic Academy, or diligently working at the Anomaly Investigation Bureau in Corinsel, going on missions. Even now, in AMT New City, he lives a simple life, occasionally stopping for lunch. In this respect, this spy is indeed somewhat unproductive. MOU felt that Edward might know more about the special food of AMT New City than about the World Alliance. But there's nothing wrong with that. If the enemy player only takes the salary and doesn't do any work, MOU won't have to push him too hard. The Bureau of Anomalous Affairs has numerous investigators, and they're the most vulnerable to casualties. Edward doesn't stand out among them. At best, he's just an ordinary Magic Federation civil servant, and naturally, he wouldn't have any interactions with mercenaries. If MOU hadn't stumbled upon the black market, this time to sell stolen goods. Shop, I'm afraid the incubus would have continued to miss his son. Thank you for this information, Mephistopheles said. What do you want in return? I can tell you all the information about the 3 Church of Light pieces. MOU shook his head. I don't want information. No, to be precise, it's not just information. I want cooperation. Mephistopheles looked up at the young-looking magician. This was the second time he heard the young man talk about cooperation. This word, how do you want to cooperate? I heard, Mou said, that nightmares can freely travel through dream space. They can enter one dream and cross thousands of miles in a matter of seconds, leaping back and forth between countless dreams and emerging from another. Some nightmares use this ability to provide services that deliver goods and people. Yes, Mephistopheles admitted, we do provide this delivery service, but since we travel through dreams, we only deliver at night. Mou's lip curled. I am Lord Moiwu of AMT County, and I have a group of adventurers in my territory. They're all night owls and often need to travel at night. However, most delivery vehicles and human-carrying creatures operate during the day and rest at night, which is very inconvenient for them. So, if the nightmares could establish themselves in AMT New City and provide this nighttime express delivery service, it would be a great opportunity for you to contact Edward, wouldn't it? Chapter 715. Mou finalized the deal quickly, his negotiation skills once again leaving Ialian in awe. The Dream Demon father, eager to see his son, wasn't too concerned about launching the express delivery service in AMT County. After all, to the demons, Lozelle City and AMT New City weren't that different, and his son was still in AMT New City. Mephistopheles was no longer the little dream demon, who could only flee from war with his wife. In the past 100 years, he had developed his own power, and won over many dream demons, who shared his love of peace. How do you know I have the ability to provide express delivery services for your adventurers? Mephistopheles asked, puzzled. I didn't tell you that. No, you did. Mou mimicked Mephistopheles' opening remarks. Our race traverses dreams year-round, and dreams are interconnected. The information I possess is beyond your imagination. Ask me whatever information you need. Mou smiled confidently. Those are your exact words. You unconsciously mentioned 2 points. First, you operate as a clan. Second, the fact that you can observe so much information indicates that you traverse dreams frequently enough. Dream demons also expend energy traversing dreams. Unless there are other work requirements, probably no dream demon would waste its precious energy on pointless dream traversals. Mephistopheles clapped. Impressive, your judgment is very accurate. Now that the deal was done, the group decided to waste no more time. Mephistopheles packed up his stall, found the red-robed manager to get his deposit back, and then hurriedly left the black market with Mou and Ialian. And New City. Mephistopheles muttered, is that the place with the dream of the giant silver dragon? Yes. Mou nodded. Alright, let's go then. Perfect opportunity for you to experience the dream demon delivery service, Mephistopheles said, spreading his bat wings in the darkness. His long tail, with its hooked tip, drew a circle on the ground, and a bubble was born from the circle, expanding to a size large enough to accommodate the 3 of them. We can carry a maximum of 5 people or an equivalent weight of goods at a time, Mephistopheles explained. Any more would consume too much energy, which isn't cost-effective. He snapped his fingers, and the bubble rose into the air. Mou noticed that the scenery outside the bubble changed instantly. The once dark alleyway had vanished, replaced by a vibrant, multicolored light that seemed to float in the air or flow in a river of bubbles. All around them were bubbles of all shapes and colors. Through the translucent walls of these bubbles, Mou, you could see stories unfolding within, some logically coherent, others utterly illogical. Those bubbles are dreams, Mephistopheles said. This is the realm of dreams. Some call it the dreamland, others the illusionary realm. They're all pretty much the same thing. A piercing bird cry echoed from the shimmering sky. Mou looked up and saw a flock of Sha'ak birds flying overhead. That is the dream of the silver dragon. Mephistopheles pointed ahead, and Mou saw an exceptionally large silver bubble. Inside the bubble, a shimmering silver dragon slept, its body curled up, encircling a small island in the sea at its center. That silver dragon is too powerful. We can't pass directly through the dream of the silver dragon, we have to take a detour. The dream demon skillfully manipulated the bubble, their speed was fast, yet the bubble was very stable. Curious, Mou reached out and touched it, finding the bubble walls felt like glass, cool and seemingly quite sturdy. How do you navigate here? Mou asked curiously. This place looks completely different from the real world, and even for the same person, whether they dream each night, and what kind of dreams they have, should all be random, right? Yes, Mephistopheles said. We usually only go to familiar places, dreams with obvious landmarks, dreams of acquaintances, or dreams of the dead. Dead dreams? The silver dragon dream is a dead dream, Mephistopheles said. Some people, or beings, after they die, their dreams may be complete or fragmented, but they will still exist in this dreamscape for a long time. We record the places these dead dreams lead to, and use them as pathways. Even fragmented dreams can be used. But tonight, I have to use a living dream. Ah, this is quite good. He manipulated the bubble to fly towards another bubble. On the bubble wall, Mo saw an endless grassland and many cattle and sheep, and an old lady comfortably knitting in a rocking chair that suddenly appeared in the middle of the grassland. It was Grandma Alicel. It's Grandma Alicel, Ialian whispered. A familiar face, then it's definitely her. Mephistopheles' bubble easily merged into the other bubble. Their bubble flew over the grassland in Grandma Alicel's dream. The old woman looked up in confusion, seemingly puzzled by the strange unidentified flying object in her dream. They quickly passed through the bubble, and when they emerged from the other side, the scene outside had returned to the reality of night. However, they had arrived in AMT New City, and the bubble had landed right outside Grandma Alicel and Pete's butcher's shop. We can sense the distance between dreams, Mephistopheles explained. Dead dreams are our coordinates. Even if we can't enter some dreams, we recognize them, and can find a usable exit nearby. I see, that's a very convenient racial skill, Mo exclaimed. But when we travel through dreams, will people we pass by notice us? They notice our presence for a fleeting moment, Mephistopheles shrugged. But dreams are very illusory. People generally forget what happened in their dreams quickly, even if those things seem bizarre and incomprehensible. It's just an absurd dream. Dreams themselves don't need logic. Chapter 716. Since you can traverse the void realm, does that mean you can also see and enter the illusion realm? Mo asked. Of course. The illusion realm is a dead dream. But it's a dangerous dream. The pollution is too heavy, it can only be used as a coordinate for location, not for entry. If we accidentally stray into it, we'd be trapped in the illusion just like everyone else, Mephistopheles said. We generally only choose to enter safe and unpolluted beautiful dreams. We don't even go near nightmares. Beautiful dreams are safe, with a sweet fragrance. When we wander through them, we can absorb some delicious emotional energy. But nightmares are different. They're chaotic and disorderly, like storms. Escaping from the storm's grip requires considerable effort. Mephistopheles sighed. When dream demon cubs reach adulthood, they often undergo a painful transformation because they can't control their power. They're involuntarily drawn to dreams during sleep. If no one guides them, they continuously fall into nightmares, needlessly wasting their already limited energy. Once their energy is depleted and not replenished, the cubs will suffer from persistent high fevers, even death. Why nightmares? Won't they enter beautiful dreams? Mo asked. Nightmare is a form of repressed emotional release. It is full of human emotions and seems incredibly tempting, but in reality, it is violent and utterly inedible. For naive young children, they will instinctively gravitate towards it and be lured into its clutches. Moreover, in this world of suffering, nightmares outnumber sweet dreams. As he spoke, he suddenly looked up and said, I sense it. My cub is being captured by nightmares. He suddenly spread his demonic bat wings and vanished with a snap, evidently plunging back into the dreamland. Mo yawned and said to Ialian, he'd probably be here for quite a while. Let's go back to the mage tower and rest. It's almost dawn. The NPCs have all retreated to their own territory. Whether Mephistopheles wants to find the Lord or the Lord wants to find him, it will be easy. Right now, it's more important to catch up on some sleep. Edward Lost once again fell into a nightmare that didn't belong to him. Lately, whenever he closed his eyes, nightmares would come one after another, entwining him like invisible tentacles, dragging him into the depths of the dream sea, choking him. One bizarre and illogical nightmare after another, a dark and purple scene filled with ominous horror. He felt like a traveler who had strayed into a series of fragmented ghost stories, chased by ghosts imagined by who knows who. In these nightmares, he seemed no longer himself. Immature demonic wings sprouted from his back, but he couldn't fly. A slender tail, black and purple, had sprouted from his hips at the base of his tailbone. At its tip was a cute, spade-shaped heart. Two small bumps had also appeared between his forehead, like two immature horns. The slightest touch would cause him to gasp. What's wrong with me? He cried out in anguish, clutching his hair, but no one could answer him. Only nightmares tormented him, devouring him. Each time he exhausted himself trying to escape, he felt as if something was being stripped away from him by the nightmares. The next morning, he would wake up with endless exhaustion and despair, only to fall back into the nightmares when night fell again. This had been going on for some time, starting once every few months, then once every 10 days, then once every few days, and now it happened every night. He tried staying up all night, tried praying to his gods, but to no avail. When drowsiness came, in his hazy state, he felt that the dark purple nightmares exuded an incredibly alluring scent, as if those dark purple bubbles were delicious dishes. But even the slightest thought of getting closer would send him tumbling into the nightmares, like a fly caught in a pitcher plant, falling into the nightmare's stomach only to find that it wasn't a feast, but an edible bait. He was the nightmare's prey. Tormented by these nightmares, he hadn't been able to get proper rest for quite some time. He was often late for work, and dark circles had appeared under his eyes, prompting Wendell to ask if he was unwell and needed to take a vacation. But a vacation wouldn't solve the problem. Admittedly, sleeping during the day seemed to reduce the likelihood of nightmares, but Edward couldn't stay awake all night, living a life with his days and nights reversed. This has left him listless and exhausted for over a month, even too tired to move to go out for a meal, yet he feels an insatiable hunger. These past few days, he's survived entirely on takeout services provided by adventurers, ignoring the boisterous shouts and cheers of them on the street. In the last few days, he's developed an unexplained low-grade fever. He's consulted druids and elves, and even had Wendell try exorcisms and artifact testing, all to no avail. "Perhaps it's related to your race," Wendell said hesitantly. "I can see some alien blood in you, but my expertise lies only in sealing artifacts. I'm not an expert on alien bloodlines. Perhaps you could ask the Lord, but he's not in the city these past few days." "No, I'm human," Edward interrupted Wendell firmly. "Thank you, I find a way myself." Wendell looked at him with a pitying gaze, and Edward shrank back uneasily, fleeing in panic. Although Edward refused to admit it, deep down he knew that he might not be entirely human. But what was he then? Edward once again wearily fell into the dark purple nightmare vortex, struggling to rise from the uneven, broken ground, beginning to search for a way out of the dream. The roar of a monster echoed in the distance. Through the purplish-black mist, he could see enormous tentacles emerging from the mud, lunging at him. "Someone, please save me!" he cried out in despair. "Edward." A strange voice called his name. He looked up and saw a demon he had never seen before, yet who seemed strangely familiar, half hidden in the nightmare, reaching out a hand to him. "Come with me." Chapter 717. Edward awoke from his dream, panting. He was still lying in his apartment bed, drenched in cold sweat. A cup of hot water was offered to his lips. "Drink some water." Edward drank greedily, the warm liquid flowing down his throat and into his stomach, calming his panicked heart. He then looked at the person beside him, the man who had pulled him out of the dream. He had horns, bat wings, and a tail, clearly a demon. His face was unfamiliar, yet strangely familiar. Edward couldn't immediately recall where he had seen him before, until he saw those sea blue eyes and realized he had seen a similar face in the mirror. It was his own face. "Who are you?" He heard himself utter the question with dry difficulty, but deep down he already knew the answer. "My name is Edward Mephistopheles." The demon knelt beside the bed, reaching out to ruffle Edward's hair, brushing aside his disheveled locks, seemingly reckless, but actually gentle, examining the tiny, newly sprouted horns on his head. "I am your father." "What are you?" Edward asked, "or rather, what am I?" "A succubus," Mephistopheles said gently. "Son, you are a hybrid succubus undergoing a transformation. Don't be afraid, I have found you." That night, Edward had a bizarre dream. He dreamt that he encountered a succubus who claimed to be his father, and told him a long story, slightly different from the version he had heard from the townspeople and the nuns of the Church of Light when he was a child, yet somehow corroborating each other. In this new version of the story, his mother was still a renowned beauty in the town, a young girl with beautiful, rosy dreams and sweet fantasies. The town where he was born, and where he had lived as a child, was called Varda, located west of the Central Mountains, near the border of the Church of Light. 145 years ago, this place had not yet been fully incorporated into the Church of Light, and was still part of the Magic Federation. At that time, several nearby towns were under the jurisdiction of a minor lord of the Magic Federation. However, this lord's character was not considered good, and he enjoyed collecting beautiful women to add to his collection of wives and concubines. As the leader's beam is crooked, the lower beams are crooked. In an era of inconvenient transportation, the more isolated a place is, the more likely it is to perpetuate such customs. This also led to a widespread practice of having 3 or 4 wives among the wealthy in his territory. The more beautiful the woman, the more likely she was to be targeted by these powerful hunters. As long as a sufficient betrothal gift was given, the woman's parents could decide her marriage, without her consent, and sell her to the highest bidder. The townspeople, even the young women, had long been immersed in this culture. Far from considering it wrong, they felt it had arranged a good future for these women. Edward's mother, Ophelia Vardana, was a woman of striking beauty and a captivating voice. Her singing was renowned far and wide, drawing the men of the surrounding towns to a frenzy. Even the elderly, pot-bellied lord of the territory had a secret crush on her. The Vardana family was a well-known and wealthy merchant family in the town. They weren't in a rush to arrange a marriage for their daughter, but rather waited for the flower to reach its peak beauty and tenderness, so they could sell it for the highest price. People only focused on Ophelia's beauty and voice. No one knew she was a woman of deep thought. She yearned for the world, her mind filled with beautiful fantasies of the future, not wanting to be a lark confined in a golden cage. Her dreams attracted a passing dream demon, Edward Mephistopheles. The young Mephistopheles had just established a new delivery route, which happened to pass through this town. Every night, as he traversed his dreams, he would glance at that dreamscape, sweet and soft like pink cotton candy. When he reached its vicinity, he would pause for a moment, inhaling its sweet pink fragrance from afar, then suppressing his desires and leaving. Humans and dream demons differ greatly in lifespan and habits. Mephistopheles had heard many tragic tales told by his kind, and he didn't want any further entanglement with humans. But one day, a hint of melancholy and grievance crept into that sweet, pink dream. Unable to suppress his curiosity and concern, Mephistopheles took a small detour, leaving the pink dream and entering the girl's bedroom. Thus, the beautiful girl and the handsome dream demon met. Under the cover of night, they chatted. The dream demon, whose footsteps had traversed the world, was polite, and would bring the girl flowers from afar, sweet dew, and take her through the dreams of others. The girl quickly fell for him. Between a group of old, fat men who had nothing but money and a handsome, powerful, and free dream demon, she quickly followed her heart and made her choice. Take me away. One day, Ophelia suddenly pleaded, otherwise, my parents will marry me off. You will never see me again, never see my dreams again, and my dreams will no longer be beautiful, only endless pain. Mephistopheles hesitated for a moment, then granted her request. The girl packed her belongings and stepped into the dream bubble of the succubus, disappearing without a trace. They lived a period of great freedom and happiness. At night, Mephistopheles would take the girl leaping and traversing through the dreams, playing and delivering goods simultaneously. The money they earned would be saved by the girl to build their own little home. Demons is a general term, encompassing countless subcategories, such as liches, succubi, demons. Unlike other demons, succubi love dreams, eat dreams, and can create dreams. They don't like managing dungeons. Instead, they prefer to operate a delivery service in groups. After a period of wandering, Mephistopheles returned to his tribe with Ophelia. Living together as two races with vastly different customs inevitably leads to some friction, but Ophelia found love and freedom. She didn't mind sharing her sweet dreams with Mephistopheles' family and friends, and soon won the affection of the dream demons, integrating into their community. She and Mephistopheles settled on the dark side of the planet. This was the stronghold of the demons, inhabited by many different kinds of demons. Chapter 718. The dark side of the planet is a cold and dark place. It is filled with craters and mountains left by meteorite impacts and battles between gods, and countless demons roam in the shadows. For the demons who love darkness, it is a very comfortable place to live, but not for humans. Mephistopheles wanted to rent a more comfortable place for Ophelia in a demon dungeon near their clan's residence, but Ophelia wanted to save money to live in the sunny southern continent, where there were also many demons and dungeons. For dream demons who could travel through dreams, they came and went without a trace, without needing any customs checks. To achieve this wish, the young dream demon began to work hard to earn money and support his family. His relationship with Ophelia grew stronger, and a year later, Ophelia gave birth to a son, Edward. Their family lived a harmonious and happy life, and just as things were getting better, a sudden change occurred within the Dream Demon clan. The old Dream Demon king suddenly died. The lifestyle of the Dream Demons is somewhat similar to that of wolf packs. They live in groups, with their own internal hierarchy. Their clans are scattered across various regions, obeying the summons of a distant king. But when the old king dies, all the eligible strongmen instantly become candidates for the new king. This has nothing to do with ability or personal will. The death of a royal lord ignites the Dream Demon's bloodthirsty instinct to vie for the throne. Mephistopheles was no exception. He forced himself to remain rational and sent Ophelia back to her parents' home. This was also Ophelia's request. After a year away from home, she missed her parents and wanted them to see their grandson. She thought her parents would accept her and Mephistopheles after having a son. At least at first, after their initial shock, Her parents welcomed their daughter back with smiles. Ophelia and Edward settled back in their home, and Mephistopheles, with a faint sense of relief, returned to his tribe and participated in the bloody battle for the throne. This was driven by instinct, also for the glory of his tribe, to seize better resources. Even if they failed to seize the throne, the brave demons in this battle would be respected by the tribe, while those who fled would be abandoned and hunted down. After 2 weeks of bloody fighting, Mephistopheles suddenly received a message from Ophelia. She said she had overheard her parents' conversation, and that they planned to dispose of young Edward and sell her off again. She said it was too late, and she would flee with Edward, leaving Mephistopheles to find her in town. Mephistopheles had just finished a brutal battle. He hastily bandaged his wounds, and quickly began his dream jump from the dark side of the planet. Even though dream crossings could save him the trouble of trekking through mountains and rivers, crossing half a planet was no easy feat. The incubus could only travel through dreams at night, and by the time Mephistopheles received Ophelia's message, it was almost dawn. He hurried to Middle-earth, but because daylight had broken, he could no longer travel through dreams, and was forced to rely on his wings for flight. By the time he reached the town, it was already evening the next day. He could find no trace of Ophelia, and his in-law's house was in shambles. Everyone who saw him drew their weapons, and shouted for his life. He quickly fled, waiting for night to fall, entering dreams, and searching for his wife's familiar dream. He found a nearly shattered pink dream, and his wife lying in a pool of blood, nearly dead, while his child was nowhere to be found. I spent a great deal of effort to stabilize your mother's condition, and took her to the nearest major city to seek medical attention, Mephistopheles said. She was severely injured and on the verge of death several times. I couldn't leave to search for you. Since I had left the battle with my tribe, I was considered a deserter, and was hunted by them. I couldn't seek their help. Countless disasters seemed to have struck our family overnight. We were unable to move forward, and were surrounded by enemies. We had no choice but to hide our identities, and temporarily settle in the chaotic city of Lothair. I don't know where your mother hid you. I later returned to that town, and searched for you in her parents' mansion. I also tried to sense your dreams, but you were just a baby then. How could I understand your dreams? I couldn't find you, so I had to do my best to care for your mother, hoping that she would wake up and provide me with any clues. So, is she still alive? Edward asked softly. Mephistopheles nodded gravely. Once her injuries stabilized, I returned to my tribe and performed great service in the war, redeeming my reputation and regaining the trust of my people. And I was finally able to leverage the power of my tribe to heal your mother. The incubi have a secret method that can transform humans into incubi. The success rate of this method is very low, but your mother is near death. Only this method can completely heal her and grant her the same lifespan as mine. I made my choice, and I won the gamble. She successfully transformed into a nightmare, finally waking up, but her injuries were too severe. She had completely forgotten everything that happened that night, including where she left you. She placed me with the Church of Light, Edward whispered. Everyone in town knows, everyone in town points and whispers about me, saying I'm a child of the Vardana family, but no one acknowledges me. They treat me like a joke, a topic of casual conversation, but why don't you know where I am? Mephistopheles couldn't answer that question. The townspeople were extremely xenophobic, not only ostracizing him, an outsider, and an unpopular demon, but also Ophelia, who had betrayed the townspeople to join the demon race. In their eyes, he, the demon, and Ophelia were enemies of the town. Everyone's first reaction upon seeing him was to grab a weapon. They wouldn't answer any of his questions or offer him any hints. Perhaps the townspeople even gloated over rescuing a child from a demon, considering it their glory, the best revenge against this heretical couple. Mephistopheles shook his head, avoiding the question, and said, You are currently undergoing a transformation, and you need my assistance to get through it safely. I will teach you how to use your talents. During this time, I will move here with your mother. I have already agreed to the Lord's request to open a courier service in the city. Perhaps we can make up for the lost past. Chapter 7:19. Players quickly discovered a new shop had opened in the new city of Amut, and a new NPC had appeared. The first to notice was a player who had turned online gaming into an otaku game. She was currently engrossed in exploring Wendell's secrets and diligently increasing her affinity with the game, so she frequently visited the Bureau of Abnormal Affairs outpost. After visiting so often, she naturally noticed the changes in the surrounding scenery. Hey, there's a new shop here. She looked up at the sign and muttered in confusion, Nightmare Delivery. Curious, she walked to the half-open shop and peeked inside. She saw a female NPC busy at work. She had long, lustrous black hair, and a very gentle and beautiful appearance, like a lady from a wealthy family. Strange, I feel like I've seen her somewhere before, Xianyuitia muttered, racking her brains. But I don't seem to remember seeing a female character like this before. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. Holy crap, is it Edward? Xianyuitio keenly sensed that this seemed to be a new side quest. Hello. Excuse me for interrupting, Xianyuitio said to the NPC inside. Excuse me, what kind of shop is this? Oh dear, already a customer? The woman inside tucked a stray hair behind her ear, wiped her hands on her apron, and walked to the counter. Her voice was melodious, almost like singing. This is Nightmare Delivery. Sorry, we're not open for business yet. Delivery? You mean you can transport goods? Salty Fish was a little confused. She only ever heard of players running errands for NPCs in games, never of NPCs running errands for players. Could it be the mail system? No, the system's built-in player mail system allowed sending items and money, which players could easily collect from the system interface. We can deliver goods or people. We can carry 5 people or their equivalent weight at a time, but we only operate at night, the woman said. Oh dear, look at my memory. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Ophelia Mephistopheles. Hello. I'm Salty Fish. Salty Fish introduced herself. You look a lot like a young man I know. As she spoke, Salty Fish carefully observed the woman's expression, and sure enough, she saw Ophelia give a wry smile. You mean Edward? Sighed that child. She sighed heavily, shook her head, and didn't continue. Instead, she pulled out a business card and a badge from under the counter. If you want to use the service, you can get a communication badge in advance. This badge is used to call the Dream Demon Courier, but the stable Dream channel isn't fully established yet. It will probably take another night or 2 before it's usable. Once the channel is established, the bat's eyes on this badge will glow with a faint purple light. Okay, I get one, said Salty Fish. How much does it cost? Getting the badge costs 3 silver coins, Ophelia said. Each delivery service is charged separately, and the fee is calculated based on the distance. Since the route is not yet finalized, there is no price list at the moment. However, we will charge a certain amount of adventure coins and emotional energy. Salted Fish blinked, feeling like she arrived a bit early. This system sounded more like a humanoid mount, the Nightmare, that players could summon at night, instead of the griffin mounts they use during the day. But isn't this game's mount system getting weirder and weirder? Besides the bicycles and black goat cubs that players have to control, there's this ride-hailing system of deity for griffins and deity for nightmares. It feels like the developers' imaginations are running wild. But speaking of which, it's true that using griffins only during the day is a bit inconvenient, and there aren't enough of them. There are too many people queuing every day, and they can only be used in the central continent. The northern and southern continents also desperately need deity. Salted Fish muttered, then slapped her forehead. Wait, that's not what I wanted to ask. Ophelia, ? Ophelia, what's your relationship with Edward? Are you related to him? Salted Fish leaned closer to the counter. By the way, this is Nightmare Delivery. So, are you a nightmare? Yes. Ophelia nodded. I'm a nightmare. She pushed her long hair back from her forehead, showing her tiny horns to Salty Fish. But I'm a nightmare transformed from a human, so my horns are small. As for Edward, she sighed heavily again. He's my son, who I accidentally lost many years ago. Salty Fish blinked again, and then exclaimed, Huh? Wait, so my little wife is also a nightmare? Ophelia blinked, looking confused, and repeated, little wife? Oops, I got too excited and blurted out my inner thoughts. This is in front of her mother. Calling my mother-in-law little wife doesn't seem quite right. Ouch. Salty Fish regretted it, quickly trying to cover it up. This is a special nickname we adventurers use for Edward. In our native language, little wife is what we call someone we really like and love. Oh dear. Ophelia smiled gently. I didn't expect the child to be so popular here. That's wonderful. Looks like I got away with it. Salty Fish secretly clenched her fist. This mother-in-law seemed just as easy to please as a little wife. She felt there was still a lot of plot to explore here, and immediately took out her money to buy a badge. You look like you still have a lot of boxes to unpack here. Are you doing all this by yourself? My husband is here too, but he's busy. Other more important things, Ophelia said, glancing back at the messy shop. I'm so sorry to have let the adventurers see this chaotic scene. I was going to tidy it up before opening, but it's too dark to tidy it up with the doors closed. The magic circuitry here isn't finished yet either. We have to wait for Edward to return. I help, Salty Fish volunteered. Having more people working is always more efficient, and I can tell you about Edward, and you can tell me your story too. Oh, that's a great idea. Ophelia covered her mouth with her hand and chuckled softly. I heard the Lord say that the adventurers in AMT County are particularly friendly and hospitable, and now it seems that's true. Salty Fish smiled and went behind the counter, picking up a box. It's most enjoyable to chat while working, that way you won't feel tired at all. By the way, your husband is Edward's father, right? Is he also a succubus? Chapter 720. A new hot post has appeared on the forum. Subject, Brothers. A new nighttime mount system is out. The boss and his concubine have this kind of relationship. Posted by Salty Fish. Content, Brothers. Old buddies. Are you still worried about not being able to get a ride because you log in at night and your griffins are off work? The new nighttime mount system is now online. It's Nightmare Bubble. The shop is located diagonally opposite the Anomaly Investigation Bureau's outpost in a Mutiny City. As of now, popular routes near major cities are open. The operation is similar to the Griffin system, but simpler. I know what you want to ask, but don't rush. Let's talk about it one step at a time. First, you need to go to the shop to get a bat badge. This bat badge can be pinned to your clothes. You don't need to do any other affinity cultivation tasks. You can buy it directly for 3 silver coins. It's a little more expensive than the Griffin horn, but it's so much more convenient. I spent days running around doing the initial Griffin quests. Although petting and feeding griffins is so blissful, cuddling with griffins. And then, you can summon nightmare demons anywhere. I mean anywhere, the north and the south. Quickly, send them to your destination. The nightmare demons I'm referring to aren't a title, a nickname, or a trademark, they really are nightmare demons. A new race. Nightmare demons have 2 forms, human and demon. In human form, they look similar to ordinary people, but once they use their nightmare demon powers, they transform into their demon form. In their demon form, they have 2 horns on their heads, a pair of demonic bat wings on their backs, and a long thin tail. The shape of the tail tip varies depending on the demon. Some resemble a scorpion's tail, while others resemble a heart, and they're all handsome men and beautiful women. The modeling is superb. The art team deserves a lot more chicken legs. Extra for every meal. During the Nightmare Delivery's operating hours, the bat's eye on the bat badge will light up purple. If it's not lit, it means it's outside of operating hours or you're in a special area inaccessible to delivery personnel. When the bat's eye lights up, simply press the bat badge, and an order window will pop up in the player system. Enter your departure and destination, and the system will automatically calculate the fare and the number of available delivery personnel. If the pre-order interface looks fine, you can press the Confirm Order button to summon a delivery person. It's crucial to note that once the order is confirmed, it cannot be cancelled. Please make sure the fare is acceptable to you on the pre-order interface. There's no going back. It's important to understand that, like with the Griffin, once a delivery person accepts the order and departs, the money will be deducted directly from your account by the system. If you suddenly change your mind and don't want to go to the original destination, you can change the destination once. However, if the fare to the new destination is less than the original destination, you will still have to pay for the original destination. The fee will only be charged based on the actual distance traveled if the toll for the new destination is higher. In other words, if you change your destination, the higher of the two will apply. The toll includes a portion of adventure coins and a portion of World Core energy. After activating the Bat Badge, you can see how much World Core energy you have. This energy automatically increases with your online time during activities, and will stop increasing once the bar is full. However, when the energy bar is full, you can activate the Bat Badge and use the pre-stored energy function to pre-store the World Core energy you already saved into the Bat Badge. This pre-stored energy will be deducted as the toll first. After pre-charging, the empty energy slot can be recharged, making it more cost-effective. Now let's explain how the Nightmare Bubble Mount works. Nightmare possesses an innate ability that allows them to physically enter a dimension called the Ethereal Realm at any time and place. This is similar to the Dreamland in the Cthulhu mythos. The Dreamland we play in dungeons, and the Dreamland we experience in dreams are both located in this dimension, appearing as large bubbles of different colors. When we call a Nightmare Courier, the courier will use the signal sent by our Bat Badge to travel through the Ethereal Realm to find us. They will then create a Nightmare Bubble. Each bubble can carry 5 humans and an equivalent weight of cargo, which translates to a maximum cargo capacity of 500 kilograms. I inquired and found that even heavier loads can be transported, but it's not cost-effective because it requires extra energy. A lot of it. The spatial layout of the virtual world is completely different from the real-world map in the game. To discern up, down, left, and right within the virtual world, one must use certain special dreams as navigational coordinates. If these special dreams are too far apart, the nightmare demon will need to travel through other dreams to replenish its energy. Dreams are the nightmare demon's food and energy source. A nightmare demon can sense a dream from a great distance. While they may not know the dream's specific content, they can gauge its deliciousness or danger. This is why the Nightmare Express can only be used at night, more precisely, after people fall asleep. Only when people begin dreaming does the nightmare demon's large-scale food map and energy supply system come online. Without dreams, dream demons would lose their navigational beacons and energy recharge stations. So, rather than comparing Dream Demon Delivery to DD Chushing, a ride-hailing app, I think it's more like DD Chushing for a tram, the kind whose tracks change frequently. Not really. I always feel like they're a very food-loving race, even though their staple food is dreams. Please note that it's best to go to locations with clear landmarks, such as nearby large dungeons or NPCs that don't wander around much. These landmark locations make it easier to hail a ride. In very remote areas, it's all about luck. If there aren't any dream location markers, you won't be able to hail a Dream Demon ride. Sad. By the way, don't tease the delivery person too much while riding Dream Demon Bubble, or you'll be taken to jail. The delivery service also has options for customers. There's a place to leave reviews, but negative reviews will be reviewed and judged by the system. Don't forget that everything that happens in the game is judged by the system. If you give a delivery driver a bad review without a valid reason, and the system doesn't approve it after verification, the review won't take effect, and your own reputation will decrease. The lower your reputation, the harder it will be to get a ride. And now for the important part. The owners of this nightmare delivery service are a couple, who are none other than our little wife Edward Lost's biological parents. That means our little wife isn't human, she's a half-succubus. Wait, wrong name, a half-succubus. As for my in-laws and little wife's background, I also found out. Let me tell you all about it. Chapter 721. First floor Melissa Kubo. Holy crap. My little wife has a solo storyline like this. I thought the brain in a vat was the limit of the production team's antics, but the little wife's race even has a hidden plot. Is she a? No, a hybrid succubus. Second floor ascension to immortality. Upstairs, your slip of the tongue seems to have, inadvertently, completely exposed some intentions. Third floor gnawing ball. Hee, the little wife is even more delicious. But this can actually explain the lifespan and timeline issues. After all, Lord Moya's classes in Calcadora were 125 years ago. Don't be fooled by the little wife's youthful appearance. He's already over 140. Fourth floor, what is this? Take a bite. It's okay, a 3-year age difference is unacceptable, but a 100-year age difference is fine. Seriously, who understands? When the little wife character first appeared, I really disliked him. He was awkward, a spy, a Lord's toxic fan, and even helped the god of light, who coveted my first wife. But now, why is he getting more and more appealing? A brain-damaged, silly, gluttonous, half-blood dream demon beauty. Take a deep breath and wipe it. Hee. I meant wipe the saliva. What are you thinking? Those who are thinking dirty thoughts, go stand in the corner. Fifth floor, rainy day. Honestly, I think the most brilliant thing the official team did was create the Brain in a Jar intelligence report list. One of my biggest joys now is seeing what kind of random recipes and rumors the little wife sends to the god of light every day. Who taught him how to make snail rice noodles? Stand up and get rewarded. Sixth floor, Shiobaju. Seriously, this design is hilarious. I thought we were going to have some incredibly difficult intelligence battle with the boss, but I didn't expect his mistress to be completely out in the open on our side. Every day, all the players in our faction can see what he's whispering to the god of light. Hee. Combining the final boss character design of the god of light with Nairuko's antics makes it even funnier. Imagine, god of light, pondering how to create multiple accounts for the Holy Sun, pondering how to swallow the evil god, and kick the world's old mother, pondering how to create a scam, then he excitedly opens his concubine's information. How to make snail rice noodles that don't smell. A superb secret recipe. Gods, this stuff is really delicious, oh my god. God of light, what the hell is this? Nairuko, watching from the sidelines, is probably about to burst out laughing, ha ha ha. Seventh floor, shipping you can ship, help, I can't live without laughing. OP, a user commented, honestly, the succubus's gluttonous persona is definitely there. A hybrid succubus can eat both dreams and human food, that's double the gluttony. However, the parents' love story is a bit heartbreaking. It just goes to show that women, whether in the West or the East, in any era, have it tough. Ophelia, due to a severe head injury, seems to have poor mental clarity and memory even after transforming into a succubus. She often gets distracted and forgets things halfway through a conversation, which is quite pitiful. She said Edward Lost hasn't fully forgiven or accepted them yet. But I think that makes sense. Although the whole incident is composed of various malicious acts, coincidences, and misfortunes, in Edward's eyes, he was simply sent to the Church of Light by his parents, and then completely forgotten. Even though the whole town knows which family he belongs to, no one takes him home. Knowing you have a home, but not being able to go back is worse than not knowing where your home is. Ugh, what a pitiful little wife. 9th floor, rainy day. So, what's the current situation between the little wife and her parents? Have they recognized each other yet? Original poster, salty fish. From what I gathered so far, if we're talking about the meeting and knowing each other's identities, they have indeed recognized each other. However, emotionally, they probably haven't fully accepted each other yet. The child must have suffered a significant psychological trauma. It seems his becoming a fanatical follower of the God of Light isn't just due to the God's blissful brainwashing, but also to his constant search for a parental emotional replacement. The God of Light and Professor Moyu, who left a strong impression on him, are likely both emotional substitutes. However, Ophelia said that young incubi undergo a transformation into adulthood around the age of 100, and mixed bloods experience it later, reaching this stage between 140 and 150 years old. They need the guidance of adult elders, otherwise they will be constantly drained of energy by nightmares, suffering from fevers, illnesses, and even life-threatening conditions. Look at my little wife. She's had dark circles under her eyes lately, and is constantly listless, being late for work, not coming out for meals, and instead asking us to deliver food. She's even lost the energy to deliver messages to the God of Light. She must have entered this special transformation period. Honestly, the production team really nailed these plot details. Each link connects perfectly to the next, and it's completely logical. It's truly terrifying to contemplate. So, even though he hasn't gotten over this mental hurdle, he's still honestly following his father's lead and learning how to control the incubus. Thinking a bit awkward, physically honest, it really fits the character of the little wife. 11th floor, today's rain, I laughed. It really fits Edward's character. However, reuniting with his biological parents, especially those of the demon clan, who are inherently opposed to the Church of Light, I wonder if this will affect the little wife's faith. Also, the demon clan seems to have authority. My impression of demon authority seems to be that of the soul. Plus, with the incubus being able to eat dreams, is there some spiritual secret that can help the little wife's mind, which has been clouded by the God of Light? Perhaps there will be a plot line along this line later. Feel free to try and figure it out. I just wonder if Edward would have a mental breakdown if he knew his God was the world's greatest sinner. It feels like this kid's mental state has always been dangerous, but why is that even more delicious? 12th floor, Melissa Kubo. What is this? Break down and pick it up. What is this? Break down and pick it up. 13th floor, Song Lin. Wait, our sharpshooter instructor has become a nightmare. Will there be any new skills? Chapter 722. Players were buzzing on the forums about the new Nightmare Delivery Mount system and Edward's side quest. Players busy getting bad badge pagers were also forming long queues outside the Nightmare Delivery shop. Several additional nightmare demons were needed to keep up with the enthusiastic adventurers. The evening after finding his son, Mephistopheles, accompanied by his wife Ophelia, knocked on the door of MOU's mage tower. I see the divine mark on Edward's soul, Mephistopheles said before even sitting down. I want to remove it completely, otherwise my son's soul will forever be toyed with and manipulated by that wretched God of Light. I don't know much about soul marks, MOU said. But since it's a soul mark, surely the Grand Duke of Hell, who holds the authority over souls, has a way to remove it? Yes. Mephistopheles bowed slightly in a certain direction with reverence. Lord of all demons, father of all races, guardian and ruler of the endless hell on the dark side of the planet. Grand Duke of Hell, Devich Locker, he is our demon king, and naturally can remove the divine mark, the soul imprint left by Ming. But with my current status, I cannot possibly meet the Grand Duke of Hell. That Grand Duke is renowned and holds a lofty position. Legend has it that long, long ago, a demon king from another world inadvertently passed through this newly born world and shared a passionate encounter with a beautiful abyss demon. That king is said to be a fallen angel from another world, a wickedly beautiful demon king who rules hell and the temple of 10,000 demons. He shone like a dazzling morning star across the sky of this world, and then departed hastily. His brief descent left behind a future godlike powerhouse, and a memory crystal containing endless knowledge. After being raised by that abyssal demon, the Grand Duke of Hell absorbed the memory crystal, gaining immense power. He single-handedly reclaimed lost territory on the planet's dark side, bringing the scattered demon races under his command. He established Hell to imprison the demonic beasts, evil gods' followers, and remnants that ravaged the planet's dark side, and reigned supreme over Hell, ruling over the demon race and suppressing corruption. Seeing him is extremely difficult. Remnants? MOU heard another unfamiliar term. Ah, yes, these are special beings that only exist on the planet's dark side, Mephistopheles said. You should have heard that the planet's dark side became known as the dark side, because too many gods were born during the Pantheon. Their power struggles culminated in a divine war on the planet's dark side, a period later known as the Age of Divine Wars. That divine war, lasting for hundreds of years, destroyed the planet's natural ecosystem, leaving countless enormous, barren meteorite craters on the surface. The death of countless creatures, even gods, has caused damage that has yet to be fully recovered. The powers held by the gods are sometimes compatible, sometimes antagonistic, ultimately canceling each other out. The victorious gods in the divine wars devoured what they could, then departed satisfied. But so many gods fell, the immense, unvented power that could not be consumed by the victors, carrying the resentment of the fallen gods, transformed into an eternal black mist, a curse that shrouds the land. This black mist obscures the sunlight, making the planet's dark side frigid, hindering the growth of normal plants and the reproduction of ordinary life. This means that we demons, who don't need ordinary food, and other undead creatures, are able to settle on that land. The lingering black mist, and the remains of the gods beneath it contain immense power, along with a curse formed from the gods' resentment and grudges before their deaths. To us, they are a danger to be avoided at all costs, but to some greedy beings, they are a powerful treasure. These beings, whether out of ignorance or greed, are lured by the power of those divine remains, attempting to devour them. However, they are often captured by the remains themselves, corrupted by the resentment, becoming vessels for the vengeful spirit of the deceased gods. They lose their self-awareness, their very forms are distorted, they either descend into madness or submit to the dictates of their resentment, wreaking havoc everywhere, trying to devour more power in an attempt to resurrect the old gods. In truth, they are not much different from the followers of those foreign evil gods, they simply serve different masters. MOU nodded. The remnants of the fallen gods could be considered the followers, or fanatical adherents of the planet's native ancient gods, while the followers of evil gods were races, or fanatical adherents attached to the outer gods. There wasn't a significant difference in their composition, the only difference was the objects of their service. The planet's dark side was a land whose ecosystem had been destroyed by the war between the gods. It was still unable to recover due to the lingering effects of the divine remains, and the excessively high concentration of residual power. These powers and remains, in turn, bred evil creatures, allowing only a few special races to survive normally. Under these circumstances, the fact that the Grand Duke of Hell was able to carve out a territory, build his own power, and suppress the power of the ancient and evil gods was a testament to his considerable abilities. Such a top figure was indeed not someone a mere succubus tribe leader could easily meet. The difficulty was akin to a village chief in a remote town wanting to see the king. Ah yes, Mephistopheles had become the leader of his tribe over the past 140 years, ruling over his small succubus tribe of just over 300 people. I don't presume to see the Grand Duke and obtain his help, Mephistopheles said. Even if we can't remove the soul imprint in one fell swoop with the authority of the soul, we succubi have other methods to wear it down. It just takes longer. He nervously rubbed his hands together, looking at his wife, Ophelia, who smiled at him, as if encouraging her husband. As you said, our son now works in your territory, and the best way to spend the rest of our lives with him is to settle here. Not just the two of us, but our entire Dream Demon tribe, Mephistopheles said. We wish to formally accept your invitation to open Dream Demon Express in Ant New City to serve you and your adventurers. And so, this Dream Demon tribe of over 300 people moved to Ant New City under MOU's arrangement. The Dream Demons were quick and efficient. In just a few days, they had set up their shop, established the Dream Express route, and moved into their new home. As more and more NPCs moved in, the accommodations the adventurers built for them gradually became prosperous and bustling. Chapter 723. Today was another sunny day. Eric got up early. He was now 12 years old after the new year, and could help with many chores around the house. Eric lived alone with his father, Delka. Since Delta became the archery instructor for the adventurers, their previously meager finances had eased considerably. They had moved into a new house and opened a hunter's shop, selling game brought in by the adventurers, as well as leather and processed fur tan from materials brought in by the adventurers. After washing up, Eric familiarly picked up a basket of grass and went to the yard to feed the rabbits. The adventurers had brought in so many rabbits that many litters of lively baby rabbits had been killed along with them. Eric kept them all in cages in the backyard. Rabbits reproduce quickly, making them a perfect main product for the shop. However, the Lord had specifically instructed them that a diet consisting solely of rabbit meat wouldn't provide sufficient nutrition for survival. Therefore, they couldn't rely solely on rabbit meat as food, and they needed to politely remind customers who consistently purchased it. Their small shop sold not only rabbits, but also other game such as goats and deer. The rabbits ready for market were supplied to Grandma Alicelle's butcher shop for making spicy rabbit heads and legs. Uncle Delta used the remaining meat to make cured meat and roasted meat, which he sold in his own shop. Kerned meat, roasted meat, and sausages were Uncle Delta's specialties, perfectly differentiating them from the raw meat, stews, and braised dishes sold at Grandma Alicelle's shop. The two shops didn't compete but rather complemented each other, sharing resources and helping each other, a tacit understanding between longtime neighbors. With the increasing number of adventurers, and out of concern for the poor animals in the dark forest, Uncle Delta installed several target traps throughout the forest. Each successful hit would drop a token from above. Uncle Delta only sent the first 3 adventurers, who came to accept the quest each day, to hunt some wild animals to replenish the shop stock. The rest went to shoot targets and bring back tokens to complete their mission. Every morning, Uncle Delta would go out and put the collected tokens back into the traps. While Uncle Delta was out in the morning, Eric would feed the rabbits, replenish the shop stock for the day, then grab the provisions his father had prepared for him, lock the doors and windows, and head to school. The school in AMT New City officially opened this spring. Winter had passed, the frozen nights had been replaced by the bright spring sunshine, the snow on the ground had melted, and the children in the city no longer needed to hide in warm indoor spaces and could move freely. With the influx of people into the new city of AMT, the number of children also increased. The resourceful Lord, naturally, wouldn't neglect education in the city. The school established by the Lord is free to attend. Children have classes during the day, and there are evening classes for adults. Because the people who migrated to AMP came from all directions and belonged to various races, the children varied greatly in age and knowledge level. Therefore, the school structure was quite unique. Entrance requires children to pass a placement test, and then they are assigned to corresponding classes in the upper, middle, and lower grades based on their knowledge. These grades are not based on age, but solely on academic knowledge. Lower school students primarily study general education courses, including language, mathematics, world studies, and history. In their first year, they take introductory courses for all of AMT New City's current professions. Starting in their second year, they are required to independently select 3 specialized courses. If you dislike your current specialized course, you can switch at any time during the lower grades. However, if you struggle to keep up, you will need to remain in the lower grades for a longer period. Students entering the middle grades, in addition to continuing with the more challenging general education courses, are required to choose a major from their 3 existing specialized courses. After completing these courses, they can move on to the more demanding upper grades. Because students enter at a wide variety of ages and races, including humans, elves, dwarves, and incubi, and with varying levels of understanding, the school employs a small class size and a credit system tailored to each student's abilities. Regardless of enrollment year or course duration, students who believe they have completed their course can take a final exam. Once they have earned all the credits for their current grade, they can move on to the next grade or graduate. If students who graduate early from certain courses wish to use their time to study other courses, they can apply to join other classes or, if they meet certain requirements, request the school to add new courses. Compared to schools in the origin world that focus more on general knowledge, this school prioritizes professional development. After graduating from the upper grades, these students will theoretically be able to find a career that supports their livelihoods. If they wish to continue their studies, they may even be admitted to Calcadora. After all, the Magic Academy of Carcadora never refuses any student who desires knowledge. This world has a small native population, and even fewer children, so there's no need for entrance exams or the cutthroat competition of thousands vying for limited spots. At the end of each course, there's only one final exam to determine if students have completed their studies and met graduation requirements, without any horizontal competition with others. MOU hopes that in AMT County, every student's only enemy is themselves. They don't need to prove themselves by defeating other students. Winners inevitably mean losers. In this world where resources are plentiful, expanding the pie is more important than fighting for it. There's no need to forcibly create a king of scrolls. This isn't because MOU has any objection to the original world's education system, but because Osiria has a small population and diverse races, as well as a system of gods and professions. The starting lines are different, each individual's needs are different, and their desired achievements will naturally differ. As a lord, MOU needs not only high-end talent, but also many ordinary people from all walks of life. Popularizing knowledge and improving education are meant to help people better understand government policies and pursue their dreams. He didn't want the people of AMT County to experience any misguided employment discrimination. Improving the basic wages and salaries of some demanding but essential professions is important, but people's understanding and respect are equally crucial. If choosing a respectable profession means facing ridicule and contempt, then even the highest pay might cause hesitation. For example, if the city had no bricklayers, blacksmiths, or cooks, but was full of lawyers and bank employees, MOU would be the first to complain. The world's development pace is different, and so are the demands for talent. The city's current student population is relatively small, barely over 100. However, the teaching staff, primarily graduates of Calcardala, is quite strong. These Calcardala Magic University graduates are knowledgeable and inexpensive. They can teach even a single student, fully supporting MOU's reckless approach. Of course, MOU had no experience in education. After consulting with Carcardo, he improved some systems and ideas, but whether he could ultimately achieve any results remained to be seen after the school had been running for a while. Chapter 724. The school is located to the left of the City Council Hall, next door to the newly built Civic Library. The school is run with tax revenue from AMT County, and students do not have to pay tuition or miscellaneous fees. Classes begin at 8 a.m. and end at 12 p.m. each day. Afternoon classes begin at 2 p.m. and end at 5 p.m. Adult evening classes are held from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. Of course, the schedule will vary greatly depending on the courses chosen by each student. After officially becoming a student here, each child receives an alchemical tablet. All textbooks and homework are pushed to the tablet, eliminating the need to purchase additional materials and reducing the cost to study. This alchemical tablet is rented to students by the school. There is no charge for receiving it, and it must be returned upon graduation. However, if it is damaged, there will be a repair or replacement fee. However, Rama had crafted this tablet incredibly sturdy, incorporating rune technology and infusing it with numerous defensive charms. In his words, if you place it next to the Mage Tower, even if the Mage Tower were to explode, it wouldn't be damaged at all. Mage Tower? ? Because of this sturdiness, MOU actually recommended that students use the tablet as a shield in the event of an unexpected attack. In such cases, all losses would be covered by the school. With Leah around, if such an incident were to occur, she would record it. The school itself didn't charge any fees, and naturally didn't cover students' meals. Fortunately, this place was in the city center and very close to the commercial district, making it easy to eat in the commercial district during lunch break. Even worse, they could order adventurer takeout through the tablet. The tablets are linked to students' personal accounts. For younger children, who don't yet have independent financial means, the amount of money in their accounts depends entirely on their parents' willingness to transfer funds. Children like Eric, whose families aren't particularly wealthy, bring their own food and water for breakfast and lunch each day. Eric had just reached the school gate when he saw Emile. "Good morning, Eric." Emile, the only son of the grocers, Carters and Ariel, greeted him happily. "Good morning." Although Emile was 3 years younger than Eric, they hadn't had much formal education in the village and were at similar levels. This time, they were both placed in the same grade and class. Their class had many new classmates, some from St. Child Town, some from the Magic Federation's capital city of Corensal, and even a few young elves. Before entering the school, Eric had never spoken to the elves. After all, they all seemed quite aloof. "I heard a nightmare will be enrolling soon. Will it be in our class?" "What's a nightmare? What do they look like? Are they scary? Did you all do your homework yesterday?" "Of course we did." I don't want to anger Calcardo. Many students had already arrived in the classroom, and the air was filled with noisy chatter. With about 10 minutes left before class, Eric sat down in his seat, took out his snacks and hot water, and began to devour the day's lessons on his tablet. The upcoming lesson was history, and their history teacher was Calcardo, a knowledge aggregate from the Magic Academy. It was said that this pseudo-god-level being could project his consciousness into multiple places simultaneously, allowing him to teach different classes in different locations at the same time. Eric thoroughly enjoyed Calcardo's lessons. The silver-haired, semi-transparent figure was both beautiful and powerful, and always managed to transform dry, uninteresting history into engaging and memorable stories, with a pleasant voice and easy-to-understand language. He would even project scenes from the past into the air for them to see. Calcardo's classes were currently the most popular in the school. Eric wondered how the Lord was so capable of inviting someone from the Magic Academy to teach them, ordinary children. All the children realized how precious this opportunity was. Even those who didn't understand at first quickly grasped the meaning thanks to the explanations of the older children. It was clear that the Lord had high hopes for them, which was why he had specially invited this heavyweight teacher to instruct them. Children in this world often experience hardship at a very young age. Every race has its own troubles and sorrows. Children who grow up in crisis are naturally better able to understand the meaning of opportunity than flowers in a greenhouse. Before this school was established, these ordinary students had virtually no opportunity to come into contact with such lofty beings as gods or extraordinary individuals. They couldn't even become true advanced professionals, LV 60 to 80, at best. Like their parents, they were merely skilled laborers, LV 1 to 30. Now, with a little effort, they could potentially become professionals, even pursue further studies, become extraordinary individuals, and begin their ascent to godhood. Leaving aside the potential earnings, the extension of their lifespan alone was enough to excite them. As for the dwarves and elves, while they had their own methods of inheritance, they also saw the new future led by MT County. These elves and dwarves, all the youngest overage children in their races, were eagerly learning previously unheard of knowledge at the school, carrying the learning tasks assigned to them by the elf king, chieftain, and elders. The divine war that shattered the frozen night shocked the elves. For years, they had been devoted to agriculture, nature magic, and archery, with perhaps a little more practice in spears and swords. For the first time, they showed interest in magical machinery and electricity. These dwarves, not only from AMT County, but also many from the north, seemed to have a strong desire to learn cooking, perhaps influenced by the adventurers. MOU was naturally delighted with this. Once the North's ecosystem recovered and new orcs were born anew under the power of the world's consciousness, perhaps their schools would even welcome a large number of orc students. Chapter 725. Edward Law stared blankly at the document before him, unable to concentrate on a single word. After a long while, he sighed heavily, tossed his pen onto the desk, and slumped back in his armchair, utterly dejected. Several days had passed since he had reunited with his parents. Those two nightmares were undoubtedly his parents. He inherited his mother's black hair, face shape, and eyebrows, as well as his father's blue eyes and high-bridged nose. Not only could he see the resemblance at a glance, but even the gossipy adventurers had figured out the connection between them, and had been frequently coming to inquire lately. The past events Edward Mephistopheles recounted, and his mother's given name corresponded to his own memories. The facts were undeniable, but emotionally, he couldn't face them. Days had passed, and Edward still couldn't sort out his thoughts and feelings, let alone know how to face these two suddenly appearing parents. He could feel the blood ties between himself and the two of them, and he could feel the excitement and deep love in their eyes as they looked at him, but he just couldn't let go of the resentment in his heart. He remembered when he was a child, he believed the rumors of the townspeople, and sneaked out of the church when his nanny wasn't looking. According to the rumors, his biological grandfather had walked past the church and had rushed up to him, hugging his leg. "The townspeople all say I'm clearly your child. Why won't they take me home?" he cried, only to be kicked in the stomach. He would always remember the old patriarch of Ardana looking at him with disdain in his sharp, cold gray eyes, like an eagle's, as if he were a stain on his gleaming clothes, his gaze filled with utter disgust. "We don't have a devil's child like you in our family," the old patriarch of Ardana said coldly, then grabbed Edward by the collar and threw him back into the church. "A devil's child like you should be kept under strict church supervision." He was roughly thrown through the church gates, caught by a hurriedly arriving nun, and dragged back. Not long after, he was sent to the higher church, chosen by God, and became a divine spy. Edward never understood why his family rejected him, why the Church of Light accepted him, the devil's child. This question troubled him for a long, long time. However, the damage had been done, it couldn't be explained or healed by a simple story or a missed opportunity. These past few nights, Mephistopheles would come, teaching him how to navigate through dreams, preying on sweet dreams, and avoiding those seemingly delicious, but actually extremely dangerous ones. Dream demons need very little sleep, They spend most of the night hunting in dreams. Staying in the dream world rapidly depletes their energy, making energy acquisition from dreams extremely important for dream demons. Or rather, for most demons, the meaning of life lies in finding food, finding more delicious food, or finding easier ways to obtain food. Managing dungeons, acting as wish-granting machine intermediaries, or being dream demon delivery men are all merely means developed by demons to quickly and conveniently obtain food. Luckily you're a hybrid, Mephistopheles remarked, because you're half human, you can still replenish the energy you lose when you fall into nightmares with normal food. For succubi cubs, the metamorphosis period is the most dangerous. During this period, succubi cubs suddenly gain the ability to enter virtual realms, but if they accidentally enter one, they consume a large amount of energy, leading to hunger. At this time, nightmares, rich in energy, appear to them like the most delicious feast. However, even adult succubi are extremely dangerous, let alone the fragile and energy-poor cubs. Each time a cub accidentally enters a nightmare, it loses a portion of its energy. If it falls into too many nightmares, the cub will eventually be unable to escape their clutches and die in a state of confusion. Even though nightmares themselves lack consciousness, this is the rule of this world. Similar energies tend to converge. If one cannot obtain energy from a nightmare, then that energy will be taken away by the nightmare. The law of the jungle prevails in every world. Energy-scarce dream demon cubs, if they cannot quickly master their abilities, learn to distinguish between nightmares and pleasant dreams, and acquire new energy, will exhaust their energy through repeated failures, develop high fevers, and ultimately die, turning to ashes. This is a threshold between life and death. Mephistopheles has witnessed countless cubs of his race perish, either due to lack of talent or sheer bad luck. Over the years, Mephistopheles has also been deeply worried about whether he will be able to reunite with his son before his metamorphosis. Fortunately, the development of a human dream demon hybrid is much slower than that of a pure-blooded dream demon, giving Mephistopheles decades of extra time. Although Edward Lost had been unconsciously entering dream states in his sleep for months, repeatedly falling into nightmares, his condition wasn't too bad because he could replenish his energy through food during the day. After Mephistopheles replenished his dream energy, Edward's fever subsided, and his spirits visibly improved. Edward clearly felt his improvement. The fatigue that had long plagued him suddenly vanished, but this also meant that he was indeed a hybrid dream demon. After living for over 140 years, suddenly and inescapably facing the fact that he wasn't entirely human, and even one of the demon races that the Church of Light had always considered an enemy, Edward was momentarily at a loss for how to cope with this cruel twist of fate. He suddenly felt a strong urge to confide in someone. Edward put on his top hat, carefully concealing the small tuft of hair peeking out, and walked out of the Bureau of Abnormal Affairs outpost. He hid in the shadows of the alley, quietly gazing at the Sleep Demon Express shop for a moment. The small shop was bustling with people, and a beautiful, gentle black-haired woman, leading several sleep demons, bustled about, barely even glancing outside. Knowing she couldn't see him, Edward retreated back into the alley. He seemed to always be like this, hoping to be noticed, yet simultaneously fearing it. Maybe I really should have a good talk with the professor, he muttered, sniffing. The gods above him could no longer help him. He was a demon, despised by them. But he didn't know how to face his strange parents. If this had been over 100 years ago, he might have rushed into their arms. But there are some intersections, once missed, that are hard to turn back. Chapter 726. Edward knocked on the door of the Mage Tower. To his surprise, it wasn't Professor Moya's dim-witted apprentice, DeCarlo, who opened the door, but a handsome silver-haired knight. The once high and mighty holy son of the Church of Light now stood in the doorway, wearing an adorable cat apron that seemed completely out of character, holding a spatula. Both of them were momentarily stunned. Aelian looked at Edward with slight surprise. Edward shrank back under his gaze, turned his head away, and stammered, "Is Professor Moy in? I come to see him." "Please come in," Aelian said, stepping aside. Edward lowered his head, adjusted his hat, and said softly, "Excuse me," before following the knight into the Mage Tower. "The Lord has gone to inspect the school and won't be back for a while," Aelian said, hurrying into the kitchen. "Wait a moment, I'm still cooking." This conversation was so overly casual, it was almost eerily unsettling. Edward felt a sudden jolt, as if he were back in his days at the Magic Academy, Calcadora. His firearms instructor was a kind old teacher who would invite a group of students to his home every winter. His wife was also a quick-witted, kind, and lovely old lady. She had just opened the door so hastily, greeted him, and then rushed into the kitchen. He instinctively looked down at his empty hands, wondering if he could still manage to buy 2 bottles of wine and a bag of fruit. No! That's not the point. He'd been completely distracted. He rushed to the kitchen door, furious and exasperated, and shouted, "You betrayed the church just to cook here?" Aalian glanced at him, his expression hesitant, then turning back to the pan, stirring the meat as he spoke. "What's wrong with this ordinary life? Peaceful, comfortable, happy, and more importantly, it's my own choice. I don't understand." Edward shook his head, his expression incomprehensible. "You were already a highly respected holy son, yet you repeatedly gave up readily available glory and divine favor." "That wasn't favor, it was a conspiracy orchestrated by the gods." Aalian chuckled softly. "I don't need to explain this to you, but on what grounds are you questioning me?" He skillfully extinguished the magical flames in the stove, ladled the fragrant stir-fried meat into a plate, placed it on a heat-preserving rune, and then turned to look at Edward, whose fire had suddenly gone silent. Edward didn't answer. He didn't even notice Aalian's scrutinizing gaze. Instead, he sniffed hard and suddenly said, "What are you making? It smells so good." "Aalian, it's stir-fried pork with chili peppers, and next to it is Crucian carp and tofu soup. The tofu was just made by the adventurers this morning, and the fish was just caught, very fresh. Would you like to stay for lunch?" Edward swallowed hard. "May I? But I was in a hurry and forgot to bring a souvenir." "Wait a minute. I'll be right back." He dashed out the door and returned breathlessly a dozen minutes later, this time carrying 2 bottles of dwarven wine and a basket of elven fruit. "Aalian?" ? Edward held up the wine and fruit basket, gesturing, "Where should I put these?" "Just put it on that table over there," Aalian said dryly. Facing Edward lost, the almost supernaturally intelligent knight felt a sense of powerlessness. This was a completely different feeling from sparring with his equally matched lord. When sparring with a lord, Aalian could sense an unspoken understanding between them. It was like a duel between masters. They could read each other's moves, their intentions, and accurately predict each other's next move. Whether it was feeding attacks, setting up ambushes, or countering moves, everything was perfectly planned. Every word was full of profound meaning, and upon closer examination, its nuances became even more apparent. When their actions were perfectly synchronized, they experienced a satisfying sense of perfect harmony. Perhaps this was what the Lord meant by intellectual love, but when talking to Edward, Aalian felt a sense of bewilderment and powerlessness, as if their thought processes were completely disconnected. You point to the sky, he talks about the ground. As a secret agent, his tracks are obvious, and all he thinks about is food. Just as the two were awkwardly staring at each other, the door to the mage tower opened again, and Mo pushed it open and entered. "I'm back. This chili smells so good. Want some stir-fried pork for lunch?" "Oh, Edward, you're here too? Professor Mayu." Edward suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, calling out happily, his blue eyes shining with hope, "Can I talk to you? Like before?" What was like before? Mo's smile froze slightly, glancing at Aalian, sensing something strange about the atmosphere in the kitchen. "Okay. Let's go to my study," Mo said. "Lunch is almost ready. Will you stay and eat with us?" "Yes, Aalian just invited me too," Edward replied cheerfully. Mo, you could almost see his tail wagging happily behind him. "Wait a minute." Mo rubbed his eyes. It wasn't a hallucination, he really saw a long, thin tail with a heart-shaped tip wagging happily. He turned and exchanged a glance with Aalian. The silver-haired knight shrugged and said, "You two chat first, I add another dish." So Mo led Edward to the study on the 5th floor. "Make yourself at home. What would you like to drink?" "I have coffee and black tea that the adventurers brought." "Black tea, please," Edward said, sitting down on the sofa, nervously crossing his fingers and picking at the cuticles under his nails. Mo brewed himself a cup of coffee, then a pot of black tea, and took out a plate of small round cookies, placing them all on a tray and carrying it to the coffee table. He arranged the cups and saucers neatly, casually asking, "You seem troubled." "You're as perceptive as ever," Edward said with a wry smile. "It's like this, I ran into my biological parents these past few days." "I know about that," Mo said. "I met Mephistopheles in the underground black market of Lozelle City. Hearing he was looking for you, I gave him directions. I hope I didn't cause you any trouble." Edward shook his head. "I didn't cause any trouble." "In that case, you saved me again. My father, he arrived just in time and rescued me. But," he pressed his temples, struggling to find the right words. "How should I tell you about this?" He remained silent for a moment, seemingly deeply conflicted, before finally making up his mind and saying, "I am a spy for the Church of Light." Chapter 727. Mo was startled. He had known from the beginning that Edward was a spy sent by the Church of Light, so he wasn't surprised. He simply hadn't expected Edward to confess to him. MOU subconsciously selected his invincibility skill, ready to use it at any moment if he saw signs of trouble. After all, this kind of showdown meant either surrender or silencing him, so he had to be careful. Yet, he feigned confusion. Spy? This story begins when I was a child. Edward took a deep breath and said sternly, I know that because of Eileen, you're now opposed to the Church of Light. I feel I must first apologize. I never confessed my identity as a spy in your territory. Even if this behavior earns you dislike, it's well deserved. But I hope you can patiently listen to my story before judging me. MOU blinked, his interest piqued. Tell me slowly. So, Edward meticulously recounted his life story, much of which MOU already knew. But now, hearing it again from the mouth of the person involved, he seemed to sense the helplessness of that child back then. MOU himself was an orphan. During countless nights in the orphanage, he repeatedly wondered where his true home lay. He hoped his parents would find him, or that he be adopted by a kind family. Though none of these things happened, he still had a reliable stepsister. Although he, Eileen, and Edward all grew up as orphans, Edward was different from him and Eileen. This child knew his mother and his grandfather's home from the very beginning. He was even harshly rejected and abandoned by his grandfather. This direct, face-to-face trauma, both mentally and physically, is different from that experienced by abandoned children who are unaware of what happened. The former is truly heartbroken, while the latter still harbors illusions about a happy family. After being completely rejected, I chose the Church of Light, Edward said, stunned. His eyes were fixed, as if he were staring at his own memory. I guess I was lucky. The nun my mother entrusted me to, though sharp-tongued, had a kind heart. She protected me for many years. It wasn't until my grandfather abandoned me in the street that I was sent from this town's Church of Light to a higher church. Before I left, I heard people in the church whispering that my removal was the result of pressure from the Varda family. At that time, I felt that God had given me a lot of things. In the darkness, my family rejected me. The only church that accepted me was the Church of Light. After arriving at the next higher church, I happened to be selected for a child selection. I was chosen by the gods to become their designated spy. Honestly, after being taken to the secret chamber by the bishop, I experienced the happiest and warmest feeling in the world. It was as if I had arrived in the kingdom of God, savoring all the beauty of the world. Edward closed his eyes, as if lost in a memory. His body trembled slightly, as if he was savoring both joy and fear. I was chosen to be a spy sent to the Magic Federation. The church assigned me a believer couple as my foster parents. You met them when I was studying at the Magic Academy, Calcadora. Edward sighed. They weren't good to me, but they weren't bad either. They were probably just like any other foster family, simply fulfilling the church's duty. I always felt like a piece was missing in my heart, an emptiness. At the Magic Academy, your caring guidance, along with your very philosophical words, truly enlightened and helped me. My happiest times back then were attending your luncheons with my classmates, enjoying cuisines from all over the world, while listening to you talk about the beauty of the world. Your guidance was like a guiding light for me when I was lost, and it seemed that part of my heart was filled. I always been grateful to you. You and the God of Light are the only two lucky people in my life, only you saw the real me. MOU fell silent. He had heard MOU mention in casual conversation that when MOU was at the Magic Academy, although he had been nominally expelled from the Felizlock family, he would still receive large amounts of supplies from his sister and brother from time to time, money, necessities, and plenty of food. He couldn't finish his own food, so he would take some out and host small buffet lunches, inviting students from disadvantaged backgrounds or diligent students who wanted to seize the opportunity to discuss academics with their professors. At these lunches, students would stand or sit, each with their own food, eating and chatting, while Moya would move among them, chatting casually and inquiring about their studies and lives. He didn't know what kind of help and guidance Moya had given Edward back then, but he imagined that what was probably just routine for Moya, Edward would have treasured. It's like a rich person passing by a poor person struggling on the street, suddenly feeling a pang of conscience and giving them money. They themselves might forget it immediately, but for those who receive help, this casual act of kindness can be remembered for a lifetime. But even if the poor person one day finds an opportunity to thank the rich person, they likely only receive a questioning, "Who are you?" The unequal status of the two parties makes these actions vastly different in importance to them. For one, it's a routine, a casual act, completely forgotten. For the other, it's a matter of life and death. For one, it's a lighthearted joke. For the other, it's an attack or insult. The differences in people's experiences are so vast that even with deliberate effort, it's often difficult to comprehend. After all, limited by one's own experiences and perspective, people often struggle to empathize with things they haven't experienced. Yet, love, hate, and passion are born from these countless everyday, trivial matters. The thought that what Edward cherished most was this kindness, given intentionally or unintentionally, made Mo sigh deeply. Abandoned by family and clan, knowing he had a home yet unable to return, never truly receiving love, this was probably Edward's deepest wound. Perhaps he found solace in Moya, because Moya had also experienced being expelled from the Felislock family. Chapter 728. As the saying goes, when fellow countrymen meet, tears well up in their eyes. The reason for this is that people share common experiences, similar pasts and experiences, allowing them to understand each other's feelings. The food of their hometown, the mountains and rivers, familiar faces, the discrimination they face in a foreign land, these all become common language among fellow countrymen. Once people share a common language and a sense of identity, their hearts naturally draw closer. Presumably, Edward's admiration for Moya stems from Moya's similar experience of being abandoned by his family, yet in Edward's eyes, Moya is successful and full of dreams, a world apart from his own confused self. When I received the divine order to infiltrate AMT County to gather intelligence, my heart was filled with resistance, Edward said wistfully. On one side is my God, and on the other is you, my most important teacher. Both are extremely important to me, and I don't want to see either of them hurt. But if I don't hand over the intelligence, I will also be punished by the God. Torn between two choices, I could only blame everything on Ialian, the instigator who betrayed the Church of Light. It was because of him that I found myself in this dilemma. He seemed to see a child caught in the middle of a divorce, unable to emotionally side with either parent, resorting to passive resistance and trying to scam pocket money from both. He shook his head, banishing this strange vision from his mind. His shaking of his head made Edward tremble. The young, black-haired man quickly said, "Don't worry, I didn't give you any valuable information, just some gossip and rumors about the city's delicacies. Actually, I don't believe that Ialian is qualified to become a god. How can a selfish and unscrupulous traitor like him be qualified to be a vessel for a god? So I've been trying very hard to dispel the idea of becoming a god, but with little success." He suddenly understood what all those absurd and bizarre reports on the brain in a vat intelligence report list were all about. His gaze towards Edward suddenly softened with affection. Although the starting point was strange, Edward had indeed inadvertently disrupted the vision and attention of the god of light / Nairuko. The child was simply lacking love and being misled. To be honest, he hadn't done anything truly wrong. "I know you have a deep bond with Ialian," Edward said uneasily, picking at the dead skin on the edge of his fingers. "After arriving in AMT County, I witnessed the changes here. Under your rule, the city is prospering, and the lives of the people are gradually improving. Those adventurers, they are indeed very strange, but they have brought many positive changes. Pollution has been purified, the Bureau of Investigation's incidents have been resolved, and personnel losses have been reduced to an all-time low. I don't know why you oppose the Church of Light, but I still believe you are the great mage I remember, who wanted to save the world single-handedly." He hesitated. "You hesitated, then said, 'I believe you wouldn't lie to me, so I told you everything. I want to know, why are you at odds with the Church of Light? Your heart is in the world. Your conflict with the Church of Light shouldn't stem solely from that traitorous holy son who gained your favor." "Of course not," Mo said. "It involves a secret, a conspiracy orchestrated by a deity who attained enlightenment through deception to erode the core of the world. If you can swear to the consciousness of the world that you will never reveal or report anything I said to the God of Light by any means, and if you can view this fact fairly with an unbiased and rational mind, then I will tell you the truth. Of course, this truth may have a profound impact on your understanding. And you, too, are part of this grand conspiracy. So, I hope you can think calmly." Edward hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. "I promise you. I swear to the world consciousness." So, Mo gathered his thoughts and recounted how the greedy, cunning, heterochromatic fraudster deceived the people to gain their faith, deceived the world consciousness to gain power, and used his own deification to offer the entire world as bait to attract evil gods from other worlds. The God of Light not only seeks to devour the world consciousness, but also foreign evil gods, to gain power beyond this world and become a powerful god above it. His endless greed has caused suffering in this world. The world's pollution has become a means for him to amass wealth and expand his power. Those so-called sons of God are merely bodies he has forcibly occupied, their consciousness erased, in order to expand his power. Edward times forge heroes, but there are also villains who, after causing disaster themselves, only resort to premeditated solutions, thereby reaping enormous benefits. Aelian is innocent of any fault. It was our joint decision to remove him from the Church of Light. If you believe he is guilty, then I, as his accomplice, must also be guilty. Mou looked at Edward, whose mouth was slightly open in disbelief, and sighed softly. This may be hard to believe for you, and it will shake your worldview, but this is the truth we hold. If you can't accept it, it's fine, because this wasn't your battle. You were simply dragged into this, a pawn controlled by the God of Light. Now that you've been reunited with your parents, why not take this opportunity to extricate yourself from this vortex? If Mephistopheles and I join forces, we should be able to remove the soul mark left on you by the God of Light, freeing you from his control. Edward slowly lowered his head, burying his face in his hands. Like a wounded animal, he whimpered. I don't know. He wailed through his fingers. I seemed to understand nothing, to know nothing, to be kept in the dark. His hat slipped as he moved, but he paid no attention, clutching his hair, as if in a state of collapse and madness. I don't know how to get along with my parents. I don't know the secrets of the gods. I don't know how to survive as a half-breed incubus. I feel lost and powerless, unable to find my path or the meaning of my existence. We can solve each problem one by one. Mou smiled. As the saying goes, a meal should be eaten one bite at a time, and a journey should be taken one step at a time. Why don't we go get some lunch first? I think you can look forward to seeing Aelian's cooking. Chapter 729. When Edward followed his teacher to the first-floor dining room, DeCarlo had already returned. The young apprentice held a bowl of soup, gulping it down, while whining to Aelian, master's wife. The teacher assigned so much homework. I can't finish it all, glug glug. Edward, wow! How could he already be calling her master's wife? Dinner's ready. Aelian saw Mou and Edward and patted DeCarlo on the shoulder. Go get the dishes. Ah! DeCarlo responded, running past Edward and politely greeting him. Hello, senior brother. Edward, hello. Although the form of address seemed fine, he couldn't help but find the seniority strange. Under DeCarlo's skillful arrangement, the food and utensils were quickly set on the table. Edward was already used to the wooden chopsticks invented by adventurers, and had no questions about the choice of tableware. Today's lunch was fragrant rice. Cooked with a 1-to-1 ratio of Southern Continent rice and Druid rice, donated involuntarily by the Church of Light. This resulted in an even sweeter and more delicious rice, which Mou particularly enjoyed. There was also a mouth-watering stir-fried pork with chili peppers, braised pork belly, rich but not greasy, a pure white Christian carp and tofu soup, and a plate of glistening, tender stir-fried bok choy. A bottle of dwarven wine brought by Edward was also opened to accompany the meal. Although all were simple home-style dishes, they were visually appealing, fragrant, and delicious, making one's mouth water just looking at them. Once Edward picked up his chopsticks, he couldn't stop eating, finishing 3 bowls of rice without seeming full. Seeing this, Aelian quickly rinsed the rice, and cooked a new pot, which was just enough to satisfy him. Sorry, hiccup. After the 4th bowl, Edward finally let out a satisfied burp. This was absolutely delicious. Mou couldn't help but twitch his lips. It seems that not finding a reason to exist doesn't matter. Seeing something delicious can still make you eat 4 large bowls. The most appetizing dishes, stir-fried pork with chili and braised pork, were scraped clean of all the sauce and used to mix with rice, while the bony Christian carp was almost untouched. Only Aelian took an empty plate and perfectly cleaned a fish, separating the meat from the bones, for the Lord. The other 2, of course, didn't have this privilege and could only watch enviously as Mou ate the boneless, fresh fish. After the meal, DeCarlo washed the fruit from the fruit basket, cut it into fruit platters, and served them. He then skillfully cleared the dishes, and went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Aelian, following Mou's habit, brewed some digestive black tea. After eating, Edward's mood was noticeably better than before, and his attitude towards Aelian improved. Indeed, good food can bridge the gap between people. If one meal isn't enough, have 2. I met Mephistopheles and Ophelia, Mou said, picking up his teacup, blowing on the rising steam, and taking a deep breath of the fragrant tea. They're both quite easygoing people. Perhaps you need to give them more opportunities to spend time with you. After all, you're both new to this, and it takes time for you to adjust. Edward sighed deeply. I know, but sometimes reason and emotion don't align. When I'm with them, I always find myself unable to control my thoughts, always involuntarily blaming them for abandoning me, even though I rationally understand their reasons. This other world really needs psychologists. MOU actually understood Edward's thoughts quite well. From Mephistopheles' recounting of the past, MOU felt that the couple had countless options to overcome the crisis. For example, since they had escaped the treacherous Verdana family, they shouldn't go back. The world is so big, there must be a safe place for a mother and child. Of course, there might be many factors and considerations MOU was unaware of. For instance, the eloping couple might not have enough savings to live in a non-demon-controlled area, while succubi were waging war across demonic territories. Or perhaps, young Ophelia still harbored deep feelings for her family and unrealistic expectations. MOU knew of game theory in modern mathematics, now widely used in economics, management, and other fields. It considers the individual predicted and actual behaviors of participants in a game to analyze the outcome, optimize strategies, and assess the impact of each party's actions on the others. One of its assumptions is that each participant can make the most advantageous action for themselves. But reality is often different. Too many factors influence a person's decisions: emotions, fear, judgment, information availability, timing, even luck. Sometimes, even the slightest hesitation can cause one to miss the best opportunity. When things have settled down, looking back inevitably reveals numerous mistakes. It's easy to be a Monday morning quarterback, but few people can make the right decisions in the face of a crisis. From Mephistopheles' perspective, with his wife dying and his son missing without a trace, focusing all his energy on saving his wife wasn't a wrong choice. After all, no one can be certain whether an infant separated from its mother can survive on its own. Given the choice between what has been lost and what hasn't been completely lost, a rational person would probably choose the latter. This isn't about emotion, but simply the optimal choice. MOU believes that Edward, who lacked familial love throughout his life, was primarily troubled by the fact that he always felt abandoned by Mephistopheles and Ophelia, which prevented him from resolving his inner conflict and interacting with them. I don't know exactly what happened to Ophelia, but judging from Mephistopheles' account, she must have been hunted and attacked, MOU said. Under these circumstances, sending the child to the Church of Light and drawing away the pursuers doesn't seem like abandonment. She gave you her chance at life, Edward. Mephistopheles' inability to care for the missing baby while his wife was dying is understandable. After all, in his eyes, having already lost his son, he couldn't afford to lose his wife as well. According to Mephistopheles, by the time Ophelia regained consciousness after transforming into a nightmare, a considerable amount of time had passed. I suspect that you might have already been transferred to the Magic Federation by then. And when Mephistopheles returned to the town to search, he was naturally looking for. It's not for you. The onlooker sees more of the game than the player. People always make countless mistakes, intentionally or unintentionally. Some are harmless, while others can completely change one's fate. Perhaps because of one of his decisions, you missed out on him, but that's a mistake in the past. I believe their feelings for you are genuine. You went through countless hardships to find each other again. If you don't cherish this opportunity, you miss out again because of another mistake. MOU said, I hope you can let go of the past and cherish the present. Edward sniffed and stood up. You're right. Instead of dwelling on the past, it's better to seize the present. Thank you, teacher. He bowed respectfully to MOU and hurried away. MOU watched him walk towards the Dream Demon delivery shop and nodded with satisfaction. Perhaps it will take a long time and effort for this awkward child to have a normal relationship with his parents, but this is at least a beginning. As long as both sides are tolerant and work hard to adjust, they will eventually overcome this awkward and unfamiliar phase and get used to each other's company. Once the gates of the Mage Tower closed again, MOU looked at Ialian and gave him a big smile. Want to guess what he said to me before lunch? Ialian, ? Chapter 730. The Hidden Old Man and the Tranquil Sea have been diligently learning from their new mentor. The styles of Divine Rank mentors and class mentors are quite different. The latter follows the typical online game style. Find a class mentor NPC, trigger a class quest, complete the quest, and quickly unlock your class skill template. However, the teaching method of Divine Rank mentors is slightly different. Generally speaking, within the established routine steps, between triggering and completing the quest, a long section of training is added. This is real training. It's not something you can inexplicably level up by absent-mindedly watching a long cutscene. You two are indeed promising assassins, but that's all you are, Aurelio Cockabul said sternly. Right now, you're at best professional experts among ordinary people. To truly ascend to godhood, gain the qualification to enter the realm of gods, and glimpse the secrets of the world, you must train diligently. Physique, ability, and awareness, these are the foundations. And after establishing these foundations, you must find your essential concepts. Training your physique is the simplest. Start by running 10 laps around Lawsell City. The hidden old man and the Tranquil Sea's pupils trembled. Huh? Thus, a special, profession, daily quests section appeared in their quest list. This section updated daily with 10 quests for them to freely accept. Completing these quests yielded considerable rewards, such as experience points, attribute points, and sometimes even money and equipment. For example, running 10 laps around Lawsell will grant you a 0.1 constitution point bonus. Although it's not much, it's not a temporary attribute point, but a permanent boost. Doing 10 of these tasks will increase your constitution point by 1, which is a very attractive reward. The hidden old man, who had previously suffered from the frustration of stuck on certain quest lines, quickly understood the quest's value and immediately silenced the still complaining Tranquil Sea. Tranquil Sea, ugh ugh. After a brief whispering exchange, Tranquil Sea said, "This quest is indeed quite valuable, but it's incredibly tedious. And so grindy." The hidden old man slapped him. What's wrong with that? Other games often involve hundreds or even thousands of crystals being farmed, monsters killed, and loot collected, with incredibly low drop rates. Compared to those gruelingly random quests, isn't this one with a clear objective and expected rewards much better? You're right, Tranquil Sea reluctantly admitted. And so, the two began their arduous daily grind. These daily tasks are incredibly diverse. Besides tasks that increase basic physique, skill proficiency, and agility, such as running around the city, driving wooden stakes, and dodging attacks from magical puppets, there are occasional time-limited tasks that randomly trigger, such as tracking, surveillance, intelligence gathering, and stealing special items from targets. These time-limited tasks generally only offer one chance. Once discovered by the target, it's game over. However, this design makes the tasks more exciting, requiring strategic thinking and careful completion. The first time-limited task is immediately available. In the story, Aorillo Kakapul, to test their abilities, assigns them to track a senior employee of the circus and steal his money pouch. The two rookie assassins eagerly accept the task, setting off excitedly, only to return defeated and disgraced. The senior employee of the Destiny Circus is far from easy to deal with. They quickly expose their location and suffer a complete defeat. Experiencing a rare sense of defeat only fueled the two assassins' fighting spirit. Besides this free limited-time mission, subsequent limited-time missions required meeting certain attribute point requirements. Being even slightly below these requirements meant being barred from accepting them. Moreover, these attribute requirements were always slightly higher than their current stats. This created a perfect logical loop. Only after completing a certain number of regular missions and meeting the required stats could they successfully accept a reward-based limited-time mission. Thus, even the troublemakers who only wanted to take on limited-time missions shut their mouths. The developers are really something, the hidden old man muttered to himself. Adding novel and exciting time-limited quests to the monotonous repetitive tasks, with the former being a prerequisite for the latter. Suffer before you reap, maximizes the anticipation. The playability and fun level are instantly boosted. As a veteran player of various games, the hidden old man often engages in those grind-heavy quests to accumulate playtime. While the rewards, items, equipment, or mounts are always tempting, the allure gradually diminishes during the endless grind. Once the initial excitement of finally achieving an achievement fades, an indescribable emptiness and boredom sets in. Sometimes, he simply stuffed the rewards into his inventory, never wanting to look at them again. Of course, other players would choose to flaunt these titles, equipment, or mounts, but the hidden old man, being socially awkward, avoided others' gazes like the plague. Flaunting was out of the question. But the design of this game is quite ingenious. Attribute points, though seemingly insignificant, provide a subtle sense of growing stronger after acquiring them. The ability to accept and complete new, exciting, and challenging tasks brings an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. This feeling is akin to spending 3 months at the gym and witnessing yourself transform from a skinny weakling into someone capable of bench pressing 80 kilograms. Of course, this stronger doesn't refer to comparisons with other gym pros. After all, there's always someone stronger. But compared to the former self, who struggled to move even at 5 kilograms, there's no doubt you become stronger. This feeling is something the hidden old man greatly enjoys. Chapter 731. After taking on a new mentor, the system notified them that their assassin class level cap had increased to LV 130. This was the first time the system had explicitly given the concept of a level cap. The Hidden Elder and Tranquil Sea posted this discovery on the forum, immediately sparking a large discussion. Subject: dedicated thread for God tier class discussion. Summary of discovered God tier mentors in Lawsell City. Original poster: Tranquil Sea. Content: As the title suggests, to facilitate everyone's research, discussion, and search for mentor information, I suggest that everyone post all currently discovered mentor information in this thread. Note, this is just a suggestion. It's perfectly fine if you don't want to do this. Currently discovered God tier assassin mentor, King level assassin master Aurelio Cockable, residing at 666 Roxwell Street, south of Losel City, at the Fate Circus. After accepting the high tier assassin class change quest, the assassin class level cap will increase to LV 130. However, high tier assassins are difficult to level up. Compared to before when experience points were sufficient, now a high number of attribute points are also required. Some might say that lower tier professions also have stat requirements, but I feel the two are different. Holding up stats in lower tier professions can be seen as a few underachievers getting extra help, but leveling up attribute points in higher tier professions is a mandatory course for everyone, regardless of talent or ability. No one can escape it. Higher tier professions have daily quests available, rewarding attribute points, experience, money, or equipment. Honestly, I find the daily quests quite grindy, but I really enjoy the time-limited quests. Each time, the storyline is different, offering a lot of variety and making them very interesting. The only difference is that the limited time tasks are preceded by daily tasks, so you have to work before you can play, which is very much in line with the official's usual approach. Besides these differences, the higher level professions introduce the concept of concept. We haven't reached LV 100 yet, so we don't know exactly how to play it, but it seems that you can't climb to the divine rank without your own concept. Does anyone know about this? First floor Black Cat doesn't sleep. The next higher level profession after the Demon Chef is the Holy Chef, and the mentor is the Fire Dragon Yen Chun. The location is, a dilapidated little restaurant, supposedly our mentor's own territory. Yes, our divine rank mentor is a dragon. A living one. Really? A dragon that can cook. It's just that its tongue is contaminated, so it can't really taste much. This is also a druid's daily side quest. Many druids should have received its purification quest recently. The Holy Chef has a very high level cap, LV 180. Second floor, Hidden Old Man. That's strange, shouldn't the job level cap be the same? Third floor, Rain Today. I think this job level cap might not be the limit of the job itself, but rather the limit of the mentor. Just like how after the level of Chef James Demarella became too low to teach players, the mentor was changed to Yen Chun, and even the job name was slightly changed. If most assassin players reach LV 130, and Aurelio Cockable can no longer teach them, then a new, higher-level mentor might appear. Perhaps the job name will also change slightly, like from assassin to assassinate, so everyone shouldn't worry too much about the job's development potential, just learn it first. Evidence for this is that the Mage, World Knight, and Druid were directly listed as God-level classes in this update. However, only the Mage and World Knight's mentors remained unchanged, the Lord and the Wife. The Druid's mentor, on the other hand, was replaced by Aalian's mother, Elena, the alchemist puppet version. This suggests that the rank and status of our Lord and the Wife are truly high. Mage players, don't always complain about I'm so frustrated. When will we mages ever stand up again? It seems this class has never fallen. Despite its free starting class, it has the potential to be a god-level class from the start, boasting exceptional attack power, akin to a turret, and offering a variety of skill combinations for playability. Despair Mire creates obstacles around you, restoring mana infinitely. New high-level protection and control skills like Burning Circle, Magnetic Circle, and Gravity, released between levels 80 and 90, significantly enhance the mage's independent combat capabilities, allowing them to bravely go solo into the jungle to farm monsters even without a tank or a teammate. The latest instant, 3 casting skills, Meditative Chanting, and Precast, solve the mage's long cast bar problem. With these 2 skills, you never know when the mage will enter a cast, let alone interrupt it. You can cast spells even while walking, running, or jumping, greatly improving mobility. If I weren't a druid, I'd be tempted to become a mage. Honestly, there's no good or bad class design in this game, only good and bad players. The best example is the Life Mage, who was previously widely criticized by players, but has recently become a shining star. He's so cool scraping off broken limbs with his bare hands. 4th floor, Forest is not on fire. So, does anyone have a guide for the mage? I feel like this class is so hard to master. Or are there any easier classes? 5th floor, Lujo Lagio. I personally feel like there aren't any classes in this game that are truly mindless to play. Maybe it's the team's persistence. Mastering a class requires careful study. Of course, comparing them horizontally, the easiest classes to start with are the Hunter, Magic Chef, Sharpshooter, and the newly released Spirit Bringer. Singer and Shaman are entirely a matter of musical talent. Some find them very easy, while others find them incredibly difficult. Beast Tamer, on the other hand, is a matter of talent, animal affinity. Everyone understands the difficulty of the tank and naval classes, so I won't go into detail. The difficulty of assassins, diviners, and astrologers lies in their job transfers, which require a certain level of understanding and luck. By the way, I heard there might be a DPS class coming soon, possibly a swordsman. The factories in the city recently started mass-producing swords, not the heavy, broadswords like the Destroyer Blade common among World Knights, nor the ordinary iron swords like the Novice Sword, but rather a proper double-edged Roman gladius. Don't mistake this thing for an assassin's dagger just because it's called a Roman gladius. No, this thing is a Roman individual soldier's war weapon, the gladius. It's excellent for close combat stabbing and slashing, and it's 60 to 80 centimeters long. The Romans conquered the world with it, making it a famous cold weapon. The current models made by the city's factories in the game have been modified from the real ones, making them longer. My sources say each sword is roughly 85 centimeters to 1 meter long. No similar professions have been discovered yet, but I think it's worth looking forward to. Chapter 732. 6th floor, Ascension to Immortality, the Eternal Dark Mage is here. Honestly, the class system in this game is really well done, but it's also incredibly complex. Perhaps because the early class system was too complex, making it difficult for most players to explore and discover, the development team created many new classes later on, making both job advancement and beginner-friendly much easier. Personally, I think there are two different class design philosophies in this game. One is the old A plus B equals C style of class design. I believe everyone remembers our previous discussion, so I won't go into detail here. Currently, while the initial reasoning wasn't entirely complete, it's generally correct. Starting with the Magic Chef, the development team began continuously releasing new classes with simpler job advancement quests and no prerequisite job learning conditions, such as the Bard, Shaman, Gunner, Warrior, Priest, and Soulbender. These classes are self-contained and don't require interaction with other classes, making them very convenient for new players. I think this change was probably made by the development team to accommodate a wider range of players after the public beta and official launch. For a game to appeal to a diverse range of players with different tastes, it needs a variety of gameplay options. The early game class system is rather hardcore, requiring players to spend time exploring and experimenting, which is definitely not suitable for casual players who just want to easily grind monsters and complete quests without even looking at guides. The newly released classes are easier to obtain, but their gameplay is also incredibly diverse and novel. For example, the rhythm game Singer and the dance machine Shaman are quite popular. The development team didn't alter the old class designs for the sake of uniformity. I personally don't have OCD and enjoy the gameplay of the old classes, so I appreciate this aspect. Yes, I also like the new classes. I don't think they're contradictory. After all, it's an open world game with such a grand world view, there's really no need to force a uniform class design. More possibilities actually lead to more elaborate gameplay. Someone asked for a guide on the mage, so I offer a few ideas to get the ball rolling. It's important to clarify beforehand that these are just my personal gameplay ideas, not absolute or authoritative strategies. If other experienced players have better ideas, please feel free to optimize and discuss them. First, let me briefly introduce the mage. This is probably the most popular starting class among players, and the class mentor is our Lord Moyu. As an older class, it's incredibly easy to acquire, much like newer classes, requiring no complicated job change quests. It's practically the first choice for all new players after the Swordsman, leading many to misunderstand it as merely a transitional, beginner class like the initial Swordsman, a completely wrong perception. I want to set the record straight about the Mage. It's an extremely powerful class with immense potential, no weaker than the Chef, Singer, or Shaman. Mages have several characteristics: fragile, low health, high attack, and high intelligence. Many perceive them as typical stationary tanks, relatively weak solo, but incredibly powerful when paired with a tank and healer. Well, this is a stereotype, not entirely wrong, but it doesn't apply to high-level mages and skilled players. Patch 3.0 has just been released, and most people are still searching for God-tier trainers. Some veteran classes, who haven't found a new God-tier trainer yet, are probably already feeling their limits. However, mages can steadily level up and gain new skills. That's the team's preference. I already successfully reached level 95, which puts me among the best in the server. The leveling experience is incredibly smooth. And the new skills are absolutely amazing. As we all know, the mages are a cast time class, a long-standing criticism, even a persistent meme. Their casts can be interrupted in various ways, whether by attack or movement, causing a spell to be lost. This is one of the reasons many players struggle to master the game. In other games where you can reset or add points, or use magic crystals to increase points, you likely use these points to increase casting speed and reduce casting time. Unfortunately, this game doesn't have this feature. No matter how high your intelligence and agility are on your board, you can't cast spells faster. But just recently, the development team secretly released an epic update to the Magician. The introduction of two skills has broken the shackles that have bound the Magician class. Meditative chanting. Chant the spell mentally without speaking. Thoughts are always faster than words. A skilled practitioner can recite extremely long spells mentally in under a second. However, it's crucial to maintain your focus, as thoughts are also more prone to deviation than words. Pre-reading. Mentally chant the entire spell except the last word. Sing the last word at any time during the 30-second pre-reading period to cast the spell normally. People can think about multiple things simultaneously, including magic. You can precast 3 spells simultaneously, and cast them in the order specified by the last spell chanted within 30 seconds. These two skills are truly a magician's lifesavers. Meditative chanting has 2 key features: silent and rapid chanting. You can chant a spell incredibly quickly using your mind. A spell that flashes through your mind can be cast instantly. This is instant chanting without speaking a word. Silent chanting means you can strike first and strike without attracting monsters' attention or being deliberately interrupted by enemies. Furthermore, instant chanting itself allows the magician to move quickly. Precasting is even more convenient. After activating this skill, 3 spell slots will appear. Simply select a skill from these 3 slots to precast it. To cast, simply chant the triggering character. The triggering character system will indicate the triggering character, eliminating the need to memorize the Osirian language. Of course, once mastered, the final note of each spell will be firmly ingrained in every magician's mind. Precasting is equivalent to being able to cast 3 instantly cast spells in a row within 30 seconds. Including the opening, meditative chant, you can unleash 4 ultimate spells in a row, and you can even jump and dodge damage during the spell. Our magician's combat agility is just as good as that of ranged mages, and our attack power is the strongest. What's this wave? It's adding wheels to our magic turrets, turning us into magic tanks, not to mention high-level skills like magic ring and gravity, which are very effective at keeping enemies away. Chapter 733. 7th floor. Ascension to the Immortal. There are several strategies for playing a magician. Since magicians of different levels possess different skills, I use a level 90 magician soloing a group of monsters as an example. Lower-level magicians can adapt this strategy based on their current skills. There's no single strategy. The strength of this game lies in its flexible mechanics. Even the single class, the magician, can create new and diverse gameplay with runes, alchemical potions, and cute armor. Your strategy isn't limited to class skills. You can explore a wide range of possibilities. The first strategy is the barrier strategy. The core of this strategy is to maximize the magician's ranged attack advantage. As long as your attack range is greater than the enemy's, you can kill them before they can reach you. So prioritize the following skills to build a defensive fortress: Despair Mire. Used to devour low-level enemies and restore mana. This skill is a must-have for mana recovery, otherwise you might run out of mana. This skill is very useful. As long as you're facing enemies of a lower level, you can throw the mire with all your might. However, its biggest drawback is that if the enemy is stronger than it, it only slows them down and isn't very effective. Scorching Circle. This is a 5-meter ring of flame protection. It prevents enemies from interrupting the cast, and applies a burning dot, overtime, damage and a curse buff to the enemy. Aside from its high level, LV82, it's not a big deal. It's recommended to use a Scorching Circle after using all 4 instant casts to prevent enemies from interrupting the cast at close range. Magnetic Ring, also a 5-meter ring of protection, but this one only works against metal equipment susceptible to magnetism. It basically attracts most armored enemies, and is perfect for disarming them. Once you activate it, you become Magneto, and you can also eject attracted enemies in the opposite direction. However, be careful when using it. It doesn't distinguish between friend and foe, and some equipment, such as mithril alloy, may appear magnetic but aren't. Misjudgment can lead to a missed defense and significant mana drain. Gravity is also a very powerful mage skill. Its increased weight can directly crush enemies, causing damage or dot damage, and the added slow debuff effectively slows them down. Like Scorching Ring, it's a two-pronged attack and defense skill. Thus, the basic strategy for building a fortress is to place a muddy area closest to the enemy and farthest from you to restore mana, then use Scorching Ring / Gravity to defend within 5 meters. If the enemy is metal, use Magnetic Ring to disarm or eject them. Once a level 90 plus mage has built this defensive fortress, they're practically invincible. Their mana regeneration is guaranteed, enemies can't get close, and not only can they alternate between defending and attacking with their magic rings, but they can also continuously use 4 instant casts for mindless turret attacks. And with ultimate moves like Flame Raven, which builds up their rage bar and grants them a limit move, who wouldn't be afraid? If the fight drags on too long, don't be afraid of transforming into an octopus. Octopuses have 9 brains. Having 9 brains doesn't make you faster at casting spells, though. If you don't want to transform into an octopus, you can cast Mental Stability on yourself to forcibly stabilize your sanity bar and extend your range. Personally, I think transforming into an octopus doesn't affect the fight, and it can even save some mana. Low-level mages can consider using Mud Golem and Void Fist as alternatives to Arcane Circle. Mud Golem can be used as a tank, while Void Fist can grab enemies and throw them. However, these spells require some mental control to cast, making them slightly more difficult to execute than Arcane Circle. The second approach is a control-based strategy. This strategy involves controlling the enemy until they are unable to attack you, while you can continue to attack them. Chaos LV68 is a very useful crowd control skill. Although its base duration is only 3 seconds, it can be extended as the caster's spirit and intelligence points increase. If your intelligence stat is very high, and you are level 68 or higher, you can definitely use this spell. Controlled enemies will be unable to attack you, and may even attack the enemy on your behalf. Floating LV50 is also a very powerful skill. It can levitate both yourself and enemies. If you levitate enemies high enough, they will fall to their deaths or be injured. Even if they don't fall, they cannot attack you while levitating. However, please remember to manage your mana while levitating. Don't let your mana bar deplete and cause you to fall to your death. This is very important. Tsunami can knock back enemies, and lightning skills like Thunderstorm can paralyze or kill prey. These can be used in combination. The Tornado series of skills also has a built-in knockback effect. These attack skills can all be used as control skills simultaneously. Experienced players will remember how the Lord uses these skills during Beast Tides, so I won't elaborate further. There are quite a few control-oriented skills available, and these skills are relatively low level. Personally, I think a control-focused build is more suitable for lower-level mages. This is because most control skills are easy to cast, consume little mana, and are often offensive in themselves. With a little practice, you can quickly master them, making it easier than a debuff-based build. The third approach is the utility build. This approach is more of a shortcut, suitable for players with plenty of money or those who have leveled up a secondary profession like Ringmaster. If you have a cute little armor piece, that's even better. Generally speaking, as long as you have enough defensive runes, you can ignore all damage and just bombard the enemy until they die. If you don't have defensive runes, items or spells that allow you to become invisible / conceal your location, such as the illusion mark, are just as effective. Where there's a will, there's a way. I believe you can all develop various other playstyles, such as evasion builds, attack speed builds, critical strike builds, summoner builds, life mage builds, etc. Please remember, this is an open world game with no right answers. Just believe in the potential of your class, and the rest is up to you to use your brain and creativity. 11th floor, forest not on fire, learn something new, such a detailed guide. So, the higher the mage's level, the greater the advantage. What? I'm going to level up now. 13th floor, Tranquil Sea. By the way, I really want to know, can life mages use the healing system's operating table to attack enemies? Chapter 734. 15th floor, can heal but not self. I know what you're thinking, upstairs, you troublemaker. I've been asked this question many times, so I give a unified answer. Whether you're a priest or a life mage, healing skills, regardless of whether you're a quack or not, cannot be used to attack the enemy. Although this game doesn't have the Hippocratic Oath, and healers, except for druids, are often used in creative ways due to their high skill ceiling, there's still a significant difference between healing and attacking. While the game doesn't explicitly state this, as a doctor with many years of experience, I could sense the unspoken message the developers were trying to convey. The following is just my personal opinion. Please don't be offended. First, for companions, regardless of whether they're shouting "don't come any closer" or "healer, save my life," the healing panel can be activated. However, this doesn't apply to monsters. I think this is a metaphor. Companions ask you to heal them because they trust you. Even if they think you're unreliable, they still entrust their backs to you for protection. Because we are all adventurers, all wandering warriors protecting this world. By agreeing to team up with you to fight monsters and run dungeons, your teammates are placing this unspoken trust in you, essentially entrusting their lives to you. This trust applies not only to healers, but also to tanks and other DPS teammates. It's not just healers who can kill teammates. A tank who doesn't use damage reduction effectively and pulls too many monsters, or a DPS who runs around randomly and gets hit by mechanics, can all potentially cause a teammate's death. Agreeing to play with teammates of varying skill levels is itself a great adventure of entrusting trust. The pressure on healers only falls on teammates who, whether lucky or unlucky, aren't immediately killed. But monsters are different. First, you can't pin them down on the operating table, and they won't obediently expose their bellies for you to cut. This is the real meaning behind the healing panel being inaccessible when facing an enemy. If you can pin it down on the operating table, it means it has lost its ability to resist, and you can do whatever you want with it. At that point, it's faster to just kill it outright. From an energy consumption perspective, healing consumes far more energy than normal attacks. Everyone knows that creating a sophisticated item requires a lot of effort. Before actually starting, a large amount of money and time is needed to accumulate enough experience, costs that are often unseen. A level 90 priest and a level 1 priest can do vastly different things. A priest with a medical license and a priest who knows nothing are also vastly different. These leveling costs are always overlooked. But destruction is easy. The more precious something is, the more fragile it often is. I believe everyone has experienced having their beloved possessions carelessly destroyed, even if it's not a real object, but rather a favorite idol or anime character. It's so easy to cause harm. Even a 1-year-old child can easily destroy someone else's carefully constructed sandcastle, figurine, meticulously stored camera, or cosmetics with a gentle push, bite, or throw. Destruction itself requires no cost, no investment, no knowledge or experience, and not much effort. Even these actions, while not necessarily malicious, can cause deep harm to others, even if they're just something innocent children do for fun. A sharp knife, a curse, a blow can all inflict deep wounds, both physical and emotional. Some wounds can be easily dismissed and understood, while others can last a lifetime. Why do people perceive the damage inflicted by priests and life mages on the operating table as so grievous and devastating? Because they exploit the trust of their companions. Monsters and enemies won't grant you this kind of trust, and naturally, you won't be harmed in this way. Where there are people, there's society. Games reflect reality, because whether in games or in real life, the participants are the same people. In games, we can view these injuries as fun, but not in real life. I imagine the development team is using this humorous approach to convey this point, but I wonder how many people will take the time to reflect on it. Having fun is having fun. After all, no one was harmed in the game, and I have no resentment towards the development team or other players. I personally felt a different kind of joy, and it released a lot of pressure from real life. But I still want to take this opportunity to tell everyone, as a healer, even if you're just a healer in the game, don't betray the trust placed in you by your companions, and treat this noble profession with respect. Destruction is easy, but healing and creation are difficult. Please swing your fists against the real enemies, and don't turn your swords against your family, companions, friends, or compatriots. They are not your pawns, nor are they objects for flaunting your power and status. Don't base your right to speak and your desire for power on harming innocent people. You need to prove your own worth through hard work. Instead of seeking a sense of existence by hurting others, it's better to help others, save the world, and do something truly fulfilling. The underlying design of this game is also very interesting. Emotions and consciousness have power, so can malice itself be a form of pollution? Looking back at reality, we are now suffocating under the pressure of study, work, and competition every day. We have lost our smiles in the monotony of life, and we have lost our love for things amidst all the noise and abuse. Isn't this also a form of pollution? Happiness can be contagious, as can sadness and anger. In this other world, we are emotionally stable adventurers, druids who can purify pollution, and heroes who shine with golden light from the moment we appear. We all enjoy ourselves for being helpful, and we also enjoy being stared at with adoring eyes by NPCs, and we puff our chests out at their praise. Why do we always find it hard to resist speaking ill of others in real life? It's as if we too are being tainted by negative emotions in real life, becoming the very people we once hated, and then, acting as transmitters, continue to spread this negative influence. Perhaps we should stop the spread of this pollution. I hope everyone can be more kind, smile more, stay away from bad people and malice, live happier lives, and express gratitude more often to those who deserve it, and work hard. Whether we are an NPC, a hero, or a minor enemy in the lives of others is perhaps up to us to decide. Chapter 735. My players are truly amazing. They discovered the clues to the new class so quickly. MOU, checking the player forums in the Mage Tower, couldn't help but sigh. Packaging an alternate world as an online game is quite troublesome. When introducing a new class, you can't just import a bunch of data, you have to prepare equipment for the players in advance, which is also easy for observant players to notice. But observing it wasn't a big deal. The game's meticulous attention to detail was already deeply ingrained in players' minds. At most, they just exclaim, they even did this much detail. This development team is so meticulous, nitpicky. Well, they had no choice but to pay attention to detail. What would happen if they didn't produce new weapons in advance, and players had no weapons to use when the new class was released? I have to say, these players are really meticulous, and quite idle, MOU muttered while browsing the posts. Luckily, when I started my game studio, I bought that inexplicable patent for brainwave-based dream entry. Looking back, it was a very wise move. If anyone was curious about the technology and came looking for trouble, they could simply pass on that inexplicable patent to some amateur scientist. The rest could be considered a trade secret. So what? Our tiny, insignificant company can develop something based on this patent, but you can't? What does that have to do with me? You didn't pay me. Why should I give you my trade secrets? Am I supposed to teach my competitors my top secret research step by step? This is a society governed by law. There's no such logic here. Furthermore, in his original world, game license approvals only check the game's software content, not the devices used. They only operate online games, and the game equipment is given away, not sold. So there's even less of a problem. As long as we leave some ambiguous clues, the players will fill in the rest themselves and firmly believe in the truth they discovered. MOU paused, tilting his head slightly. Isn't this approach a bit similar to that of a certain deceitful god? He shook his head. Never mind the details. Since even a master of deception has used this method, it must be reliable. Sometimes, to save the world, you have to create a facade for normal people. Finding a balance between two worlds isn't easy. But since the players already know, we need to update quickly. MOU checked the inventory that Leah displayed in the system backend. The produced equipment is enough to handle the first batch of adventurers. I can tell Lei now. The newest class is naturally the swordsman. However, at Lei's insistence, MOU agreed to use Hero's Sword, a class name that Lei found cooler. Speaking of which, there are quite a few new classes now. When can we make a compilation of their PVs? MOU looked at Leah. The coolest and most stylish moments, when using the class mentor's skills, combined with grand and majestic background music, will definitely attract many new players. Leah took the task and carefully selected materials, starting to edit the PV. It's not too late to do a class update with 3.0. MOU stroked his chin. We should release new classes where necessary, make skill changes where needed, and we can also unify some of the titles. Then, the job system will be added to the player's database for easy access. Previously, NPC levels were generally low, and mentors were recruited unintentionally, so the job system lacked any planning. It was simply a matter of getting a new mentor whenever one appeared. But reliable players had already figured out the design concept themselves, and MOU only needed to acknowledge it appropriately. Players deciphered the planner's design concept, and the planner admitted it. How could that be considered plagiarism? The concept was originally like this. MOU divided all jobs into 3 categories. The first category is craft jobs, the second is common jobs, and the third is divine tier jobs. Craft jobs include planting, blacksmithing, leatherworking, tailoring, bricklaying, carpentry, alchemy, runemaster, gunsmith, engraver, array master, and fisherman. These life skills encompass almost all of the agriculture and industry on the continent of Osiria. Since dwarves are available for mining, and every player has elemental identification and refining abilities, there's no need to create a separate mining profession. The second category consists of common professions with development potential below level 100, namely the initial swordsman, archer, magic chef, diviner, thief, hunter, Lancer, Bard, and Shaman. While Bard and Shaman are newer professions, their mentor NPCs are all around level 80, so there's currently no possibility of advancing beyond that level. If a divine level mentor is found later, the profession name can be changed to start over. Magic Chef and Hunter, on the other hand, have already found higher level mentor NPCs, so they can change their names accordingly, making them a bit more high-end and classy. The third category is the divine tier professions, including mages, mentor, MOU/Moyu, world knights, Ialian, druids, elven king, warriors, dwarves/giants, priests, soul messengers, heparos, gunners, beastmasters, lancers, chefs, yin chun, astrologers, Viona Blemond, assassins, Aerero Cockabul, magicians, Conrad Velvet, and the yet-to-be-released hero swordsman, Ray Eclosia, while hunters are upgraded to rangers, Elena. Life mages, as a branch of mages, are not listed separately because their skill sets are largely interchangeable. Warriors, priests, gunners, lancers, and there aren't any officially appointed god-level mentors for beast tamers yet, but MOU intuitively feels there will be suitable sharpshooters and beast tamers in that fate circus. After all, in a circus, someone will always know how to shoot and tame animals, right? If all else fails, MOU knows there are wolf riders in the Golden Land, which should be a similar profession to beast tamers. As for warriors and priests, MOU isn't in a hurry for either of these professions. Warriors aren't popular because of their foul mouths, and this profession has very high requirements for stats, so players often get stuck on their stats, making it difficult to reach the maximum level quickly. Priests, there are too many quacks among these players. Want to climb to godhood? Get a medical license first. Looking at it this way, the professions are really diverse now. MOU stroked his chin. However, because this is a realistic alternate world, it's not easy for professions to become homogenized. Well, while profession homogenization has its advantages and disadvantages, it's still better to avoid it. Chapter 736. The so-called class homogenization refers to making various classes, which should have been diverse and vibrant, increasingly similar in order to balance the game or reduce its difficulty. The advantage is that each class is roughly the same in terms of gameplay, easy to learn and play, with little difference in strength between them. The disadvantage is the same as above. However, class balance in games only makes sense in a multiplayer competitive game. If the game itself lacks competitive content, there's no need to deliberately balance the strength of classes. MOU doesn't intend to do anything in this regard. Firstly, this world is a real, existing alternate world. It's perfectly normal for classes to have varying strengths. Even among gods, there are different levels of strength. There's no need to force a balance, and he can't force a balance anyway. Secondly, this online game itself doesn't have much competitive content. The only PvP instance is the War God Spear, which is 5 maps, but only one map is a small-scale free-for-all with 30 players. The others are large-scale battles with many players fighting together. Furthermore, the God of War is obsessed with fair competition, suppressing the strength of all players entering the arena to a specific level. Some maps are even redesigned for different scenarios. It's important to understand that large-scale multiplayer battles differ from 5v5 where players choose specific heroes. The impact of class strength is diluted by map terrain and player skill. Certain classes may be advantageous on some maps, while others may be more advantageous on others. In such situations, which class to choose is entirely a matter of personal preference. For example, a turret mage might have powerful attacks, but a shaman and bard have strong crowd control. Whether the mage is controlled to death, or the fragile dancer and bard are killed in one shot depends entirely on the skill level of both sides. Forced homogenization is like 2 artillery batteries blasting each other, and the fun is lost. Warfare is a thing of history, filled with triumphs of the few over the many, of the weak over the strong. It's often these battles that go down in history. But what's the point of just 2 sides using the same forces and the same tactics? No matter how much balancing a game lacks meaning, it's futile, it only makes players doze off. Of course, there are all kinds of players in the world. Some seek excitement amidst their boredom, to energize their brains. Others, exhausted after a long day of running around, sit down and seek a sanctuary completely detached from reality, resting their minds. Even a moment of excessive thought is a sin. And yet, some have ever-changing interests. One day they want to challenge their brains with something complex, the next they want to lay back and do something simple. Whether a game is complex or easy to understand, mind-bending or simple, there will be a customer base that adapts to that model, and a player base that simply can't. MOU believes neither approach is wrong. However, Since this is a real alternate world, adults can have it all. Those who want simple gameplay can do so, while those who prefer challenging gameplay can pursue the more challenging. Both sides can find their own happiness without interfering with each other. There's nothing much to say about the life classes. These classes generally don't participate in combat, but are primarily used to produce various equipment and invent things. With the support of Calcadora's students and teachers, players have a long and arduous path forward in scientific research, but their potential is limitless. Ordinary classes can be considered a low-end transition to god-level classes. Currently, only the bard and shaman don't have corresponding god-level classes. However, these two professions, which involve singing and dancing and provide group support, are highly entertaining. As relatively new professions, many players haven't fully mastered their song repertoire and dance moves, meaning their potential hasn't been fully explored. Even without further leveling up, it won't be a major problem. Among the divine tier professions, the tank professions are World Knight and Warrior. World Knights are dignified, elegant, polite, and reliable. They are pillars of strength from the moment they appear, representing peace of mind. Their defense relies mainly on shields, their attacks are powerful, and they can use World Core energy to regenerate health, mana, and status effects, making their survivability exceptionally high. Warriors have a completely different style. Being the dwarf's primary profession, they are rough and unrestrained. Their damage reduction relies entirely on their thick skin. They don't even need heavy armor. They can go into battle wrapped in a tiger skin. Their defense relies entirely on their attacks' built-in lifesteal and healing. The healing professions include druid, priest, life mage, and astrologer. Druids specialize in purification spells and channeling natural life force, making them very traditional healers. They heal by simply looking at the health bar, without needing to constantly manipulate wounds. Priests are shield and heal doctors, either providing preemptive defense or taking to the operating table. Life mages are like a reimagined operating table created by Niwa, a Chinese mythological figure, and they come with their own pollution abilities. For most players without a medical license, they can only be played as mages with healing skills, not as true healers. Astrologers combine the analysis of the natal chart, manipulation of star orbits, and the use of the power of celestial destiny. They can summon card imagery to fight, and use the power of celestial destiny to increase buffs. By focusing on the power of the stars, they restore health, making them also health bar healers, but more support-oriented. DPS classes, damage per second, originally meaning damage per second, and in online games, referring to high damage dealing players, also vary. The magician, who uses magic, is, of course, a high damage ranged magic class, specializing in turrets. Melee classes include the Soulbringer, Lancer, Holy Chef, Assassin, and the Future Hero's Sword. Ranged classes include the Sharpshooter and Ranger, and we can even include the future upgraded Shaman and Bard. Roaming classes include the Tamer and Magician. They are considered roaming classes because they are so versatile, capable of both close and long-range combat, and possess such high mobility that they must be separated. Of these DPS classes, only the Ranger, Assassin, and Tamer share similarities. Both Assassins and Hunters have dagger specializations and stealth. Both Assassins and Tamers also have similar proficiency in traps and traps. But Assassins have no connection to animals, and no affinity with nature. The Ranger is an advanced hunter, while the Tamer is also a branch of the Hunter, though they have developed with different emphases. The former wields bows and arrows, swords, and daggers, capable of both long-range and close-quarter combat. They excel at tracking and hunting, and are considered a generalist, relying primarily on their own strength in combat. The latter, however, uses whips and lassos, deepening their connection with animals, shifting from hunting to taming, even capable of taming a group of animals to fight for them. While their own combat power is limited, they rely entirely on the work of their tamed animals. MOU intends to make some adjustments to these three classes, strengthening their differences and unique characteristics while also reducing some skills and avoiding retaining too many similar skills. Chapter 737. Upgrading the Hunter to Ranger was actually due to Elena. After Ialian successfully recruited, or rather, tricked, his father into becoming an NPC mentor, Elena was eager to join the family business. After all, her husband, son, and son's sweetheart were all mentors to these adventurers. It just didn't feel complete without her. MOU naturally welcomed any free laborer who volunteered. Elena had experienced countless adventures in the southern continent and was a king-level powerhouse, making her perfectly capable of serving as a god-level mentor for the players. It just so happened that Pharaoh's level was lagging behind. Although they had the Elf King template, making it easy to assign any mentor, From the player's perspective, it felt awkward to have an 80-plus level mentor teaching them skills over 100. Now that MOU had firmly established, the image of the development team is very meticulous and attentive in the players' minds. He couldn't afford to leave any loopholes in this area. Like all elves, Elena is skilled in archery, as well as swords, daggers, and nature magic. Furthermore, her experience in the wilds of the southern continent has honed her abilities in stealth, tracking prey, and hunting, in which she even surpasses the elf king of Adoriture, who has long guarded the Tree of Life. As the saying goes, among 3 people walking together, there must be one who can teach me. For MOU, within the same class template, he uses the skills of whoever has the strongest abilities. There's no strict requirement that these skills all come from the same mentor. The ranger's defining characteristic is the ability to use multiple weapons, including bows, short swords, and hunting knives, and to excel in combat within natural environments. Archers are a common class in most games. As a ranged, agile class, they boast long attack range, high penetration, and devastating damage, making them a very useful combat class. However, in daily adventures, archers are significantly weaker in melee combat. In non-team games, their survival rate is even lower than that of mages. Firstly, bows are relatively large, limiting their range in close combat. The closer the distance, the less time there is to aim and fire. Even though a few skilled players can use bows in close combat, it's much more difficult for regular players. Skills can be used, but the accuracy and success rate are low. It's better to switch weapons/classes than to force close combat with a bow. Therefore, archers/hunters have gradually evolved into secondary classes for druids. They are not corrupted, share the same nature attribute as druids, and are even stronger offensively. Healers often switch to hunters for ranged combat when they don't want to play healer, and switch back to druids when close combat is needed. The reason for switching back to druid combat in close combat instead of using the hunter's equally specialized dagger is because daggers have extremely low damage output. As the saying goes, a shorter weapon is a more dangerous weapon, but contrary to popular belief, this danger refers to the increased risk to oneself, not the weapon's inherent danger. Daggers have a short attack range, therefore, swift and unexpected attacks are crucial for victory. This tactic is highly advantageous for assassins, who seize the initiative, target weaknesses, and aim for a decisive blow. However, if a hunter draws their dagger, they are inevitably vulnerable to close-quarters combat, leaving them with no choice but to fight defensively, a significant disadvantage. Players back and forth seems to be forcing controls to patch up the official flaws, essentially short of outright saying it's unusable. Since this is a technical overhaul, it needs to address players' pain points. The ranger's weapon has been replaced with a dagger and a hunting knife, and several melee attack skills, both slashing and stabbing, have been added, capable of being used with either the dagger or the hunting knife. Its attack power is stronger than the assassin's, but weaker than the hero's sword. Its agility is lower than the assassin's, but stronger than the hero's sword. It's a decent melee class. MOU thought again and replaced the hunter's stealth step with Elena's mimicry active skill. When you have the environmental affinity buff, you can use this skill in places with a strong natural atmosphere. Adjust your breathing, posture, and movements to emulate a natural aura, blending seamlessly into the surrounding forests, grasslands, and other natural environments that offer concealment, making it difficult for enemies to notice you. Note: due to differences in enemy sensory organs, the effectiveness of this skill may vary. It is particularly effective against enemies whose primary senses are hearing, smell, and breath. It is less effective against intelligent humanoid creatures whose primary sense is vision. You can improve your concealment by replacing equipment with equipment that resembles your surroundings. In unique natural environments such as jungles, swamps, and deserts, your agility increases by 10 and your concealment increases by 10. During the technical development process, it is normal for skills to be deleted, reduced, or replaced. Although this is a realistic VR game, for player convenience, a skill bar can be set up in the field of view. Not all players can memorize all the skills. Many players prefer to place skills in their skill bar for easy memorization, and to cast them in sequence 1, 2, 3. As players level up, higher level skills will increase. If no selection is made, the skill bar will fill the player's view. MOU's integration strategy is simple: strengthen the characteristics of each class, and reduce homogeneous skills. Everyone can freely switch classes. If Class A can do something, there's no need to use Class B. This means that many of the cobbled-together skills from the early game overlap across classes, and can be eliminated first. The assassin's patchwork skills can be replaced with the true skills of Aurelio Cockaboo. Now that the mentors are in place, these early-game patchwork skills have fulfilled their purpose. However, useful changes like the tank's earthen wall and the assassin's stealth and vanishing abilities can be retained. After upgrading from Hunter to Ranger, the Ranger's melee abilities are enhanced, becoming a well-rounded combat class with no obvious weaknesses, and the reliance on animal-based combat is reduced. This characteristic has been incorporated into the Beastmaster class. Of course, the Ranger's bow and arrow damage is still far greater than that of swords. Given the opportunity, MOU still prefers players to play this class as a ranged attacker rather than a ranged attacker. Addressing weaknesses effectively improves the class's individual survivability and playability, but it doesn't mean that in team battles or large-scale fights, players should use their weaknesses to directly clash with the enemy's strengths. In this way, the Ranger's role becomes clear: a master of wilderness survival, specializing in ranged attacks but possessing sufficient melee defensive capabilities. In the current 3.0 storyline, this class is well suited to the jungle and mountainous terrain of the southern continent and has no faction affiliation, making it the best choice for players who want to conceal their faction identity. MOU is very satisfied with this, and thus he has implemented his first skill modification. Chapter 738. Alion, Elena called affectionately, using the nickname she had given him, her pronunciation sweet and soft with a slight upturn at the end, helped me move this flower pot to the yard. Even when Alion was still gestating within her, she had imagined calling her son this way countless times, and now it was finally a reality. Okay. Wearing a fitted military uniform, Alion, who was sparring with Ray in the yard, wiped the sweat from his face and put down his sword. I'm coming. There's some freshly made lemonade on the table. After moving the flower, you and your son can both have some. Elena said with a smile. After practicing swordsmanship all afternoon, it's time to rest. After taking Ray back to Adorature to see the Elf King Lancel, the couple finally moved into their new home in AMT New City and settled down comfortably. The newly purchased house is complete, with running water and electricity, wallpaper, lighting, heating pipes, and basic bathroom facilities. All that's needed is to buy some furniture before moving in. After meeting her brother and the Mother Tree, Elena successfully reconnected to the anchor point of the Mother Tree of Life. Reconnecting to the elven race's telepathic channel, her mood noticeably improved, and she was radiant all day. Of course, being able to shop and build a new home for herself and her family without worrying about costs is a joyful thing in itself. The shrewd lord, under the guise of hiring 2 mentor NPCs, deposited a large sum of money into the couple's account as a resettlement allowance, allowing Ray and Elena to spend without too much concern. Spending the money of a son I haven't seen for 371 years never feels as free and comfortable as spending my own. And that's indeed the case. These past few days, Lay and Elena have finally finished tidying up the house, both inside and out, and have begun to plant the garden. Now that Elena is the body of the alchemy puppet, she can use the stimulating skill, making her gardening a breeze. Aelian moved the pots of flowers Elena had left on the porch into the yard, placing them in her designated spots. The house has its own courtyard, the land of which has been purified and ready for planting. Elena has already cultivated an acre of land along the edge of the courtyard for vegetable cultivation, and another for flowers on the other side. Lay has simply tidied the ground in the middle of the yard and hired an adventurer mason to lay bluestone, creating an open space for exercise and activities. Nearby, he has set up outdoor tables and chairs for sitting and chatting, as Elena prefers. These small pots of flowers were placed beside the tables and chairs, creating a small space with a staggered arrangement of flowers and a vibrant display of color. Elena surveyed her surroundings with approval, her eyes curved with a smile. "Excuse me." MOU gently tugged at the bell hanging at the courtyard entrance, attracting everyone's attention before pushing open the door and entering, carrying a number of gifts. "Congratulations on your new home, both of you. Sorry I'm late." "Not late at all, just in time for dinner." "You must try my cooking tonight," Elena said cheerfully. Come in, come in. "Oh, you brought so many gifts." Aelian stepped forward to accept the gifts, stealing a kiss on the Lord's lips. Then, as the silver-haired knight turned around, his mother threw a towel at his head. Elena caught the gift from his hand and took it inside. "Son, quickly wipe your sweat, don't catch a cold. Go upstairs to wash up and change your clothes before dinner." Lay couldn't help but chuckle, then was hit by the towel Elena threw at him. "Don't laugh. You too?" "But my body is an alchemical doll right now, I don't sweat," Lay said, looking aggrieved. MOU couldn't help but laugh too. The father and son were abruptly ushered to wash up by Elena, while MOU was ushered into the dining room. Elena brought him a glass of lemonade. "Try my lemonade, it's my signature drink. It used to be the lifeblood of that little tavern in Hepburose." MOU took a sip, the refreshing sweet and sour taste reaching his heart. His eyes lit up. "It's really delicious." Elena chuckled with a hint of pride, then turned and went into the kitchen, bringing out a series of steaming dishes. The door was knocked again, and this time the familiar skeleton entered. "Elena, my lord, good evening." "Hepburose, would you like to try some human food tonight?" Elena asked excitedly. "No, that would dirty your new home and be a hassle to clean," said the skeleton. "But your joy looks incredibly delicious. Can I have a taste?" "Of course." Then Hepulus extended his bony claws and gently plucked out a honey-yellow soul fire. He held it in his hand and licked it carefully, as if he were eating a honey-flavored marshmallow. The knight, freshly washed and dressed in a dry shirt and trousers, hurried downstairs. He fetched a glass of lemonade and sat down next to MOU. "How was your day?" "Well, I went to the Fate Circus this afternoon and finally made contact with all the mentors La Rowini recommended. With Fate acting as a go-between, the mentors all accepted it well." MOU recalled the afternoon's experience. The Fate Circus is indeed full of hidden talents, all experts. The magician Conrad Velby has a somewhat eccentric personality, always performing magic. The astrologer Fiona Brymond appears gentle on the surface, but is actually a bit eccentric. But I guess all fortune tellers are like this. Shadow Aurelio Cockabul has already been on duty for several days ahead of schedule. He's quite satisfied with the 2 assassin apprentices. I only went there this time to teach him how to use a cell phone. By the way, I also found a shrewd-level beast tamer, Sisley Palamina, at the Fate Circus. She can serve as a divine-level mentor for beast tamers. MOU said, leaning close to Ialian's ear, "I haven't used the circus tickets the goddess of fate gave me yet. We can go on a date when you're free." Cough. The silver-haired knight choked on his lemonade, his ears turning a lovely pink. Ray came downstairs and went into the kitchen to serve Elena today's main course. A huge roasted turkey. "This is Elena's specialty, you must eat plenty tonight. All these dishes have been purified by druidic purification magic, so eat with confidence." Elena also brought out the bread as the main course, a soft bread similar to Italian focaccia, topped with a thick layer of cheese and cherry tomatoes, exuding a rich, sweet aroma. Chapter 739. Elena's cooking skills are quite good. Tonight, she prepared dishes native to the continent of Oziria. That is, dishes with a Western European flair. The main course was roast turkey. The large, crispy cooked bird, tender on the inside, was covered with a thick layer of onions, its belly stuffed with diced carrots, celery, potatoes, and cheese. These sweet and savory root vegetables, coated in melted, stringy cheese, soaked up the roasted chicken's juices, exuding a truly enticing aroma. The otherworldly version of focaccia bread, serving as the main course, was actually quite different from the original version MOU remembered. Besides the tomato and cheese coating, the already soft bread was surprisingly filled with a runny cheese and meat sauce. It was the ultimate calorie bomb, and very popular with men who had been exercising or running around all afternoon. Elena was an elf, so the table also had a large, indispensable vegetable salad. Today's salad featured fresh leaf lettuce, blanched white mushrooms, and lightly roasted cherry tomatoes, all from the Osirian continent. They were dressed with a sweet, slightly sour vinaigrette, and topped with chunks of goat's cheese and lightly fried ham. The slightly bitter leaf lettuce and the sweet and sour dressing combined to create a refreshing and unique flavor. The soup was a rich pumpkin broth, infused with sweet onions, mushrooms, and a rosemary-like herb. It didn't feel out of place, but rather fresh and unique. MOU glanced at the dishes on the table and stroked his chin. "It seems my mother-in-law's taste is in cheese and sweet and sour foods." Yes, the love of sweets seems to be passed down through generations. Perhaps because she hadn't eaten in centuries, and this was her first time showing off her cooking skills in front of her son and his sweetheart, Elena prepared very large portions. Everyone burped several times after the meal. After the pleasant family meal, it was time to discuss things. Elena brought out a bowl of juicy grapes, while Ialian brewed a pot of refreshing pu'er tea, which MOU had taken from Leah's collection during her move. "By the way, Lay," MOU said with a smile, holding his teacup, "the factory has already produced the first batch of swords, and your mentorship can begin at any time." The same goes for Elena. To make it easier for adventurers to find you too, you can confirm your daily schedules, and set aside a few hours to wait for adventurers at a location that you both find suitable. Actually, I have an idea, Aelian said. Currently, I'm the only instructor in the city defense training camp, and sometimes I need to accompany the Lord on outings. I think it's time to add another instructor. Lei's eyes lit up. Great. I can help train those city defense soldiers. That's a very good idea. MOU nodded. While Lei is working for the city defense soldiers, players can come and learn new professions. Maybe we can even arrange some quests to let players interact with the city defense soldiers. MOU silently noted down the idea, preparing to study it later. I want to open a shop in the city, selling fresh fruits, vegetables, and flowers. The adventurers' shops are quite nice, Elena said, but I noticed they're often not around. Once the shops are sold out, it's inconvenient for people in town to buy things. That's a good idea, MOU thought. Because of the time difference between the two worlds, the adventurers often only appear every other day. Town dwellers who want fresh fruits and vegetables have to search for elves for help, while Fros and the others, although farming every day, never manage sales. MOU and Lia generally only stockpile strategic resources like rice, flour, soybeans, and tea. For fresh vegetables, fruits, and even flowers with short shelf lives, they usually let the adventurers grow and sell them themselves. MOU only collects taxes. Because there are many druids and adventurer shops, town dwellers can usually find a way to buy groceries at most every other day, so MOU usually doesn't pay much attention to this. But honestly, if someone needs something urgently, but the adventurers aren't online, it is indeed quite inconvenient. With the city's population growing, it's time for a local fruit and vegetable shop. The elves used to be too lazy to bother with this, but now that Elena brought it up, they naturally had to oblige. MOU opened the system panel and glanced at the map. I should have a few vacant shops. Tomorrow, I have an official from the city council take you to choose one. Even though MOU was meticulous, juggling two worlds, one game, romance, and God War battles was quite exhausting. He usually couldn't attend to certain details, so it was quite gratifying for someone to notice and offer a solution. With the in-laws' professions and locations confirmed, the next step was the job change guide. Ray and Elena had gotten cell phones a few days ago, and had gradually become familiar with how to use them. MOU refreshed their tutorials on how to issue job quests to adventurers and process their job changes, and that was it. Then, when MOU picked up his phone, he found that Elena had added his account to a group chat named A Loving Family. That's really a very, very traditional family group chat name. Aelian, Ray, and Heparos's accounts were quickly added as well. Aelian still used his own name. Ray was King of the Golden Land, and Heparos was still the Great Lich King. MOU suppressed a laugh. It really was a name very much in Ray's style. Like all middle-aged and elderly people who had recently learned how to use WeChat, Elena created the group and started fiddling with her phone. Explorer Alana, Lei, change your nickname. King of the Golden Country. Oh! King of the Golden Country has changed the group name to Hero King. Explorer Alana has changed the group name to Loving Family. Explorer Alana, I didn't ask you to change the group name. I asked you to change your nickname. Nickname. King of the Golden Country. Oh! King of the Golden Country has changed the group name to I'm Your Dad. Explorer Alana has changed the group name to Loving Family. Explorer Alana has kicked the King of the Golden Country out of the group. Huh? Wait. Why did you kick me out? Lei said aggrievedly. Alana leaped up in anger. Look at what you changed. I asked you to change your nickname, not the group name. The couple resumed their lively pursuit and fighting. MOU couldn't help but laugh so hard he almost fell over. He leaned into Aelian's arms. Your family is really interesting. Chapter 740. After the laughter, the group sat down at the table again and settled down to business. MOU took out a pen and paper, then a map of South Continent, spreading it out on the table. All the miscellaneous matters have been dealt with. Now, let's discuss the most important matter. MOU said, if you believe me, please tell me the location of the Golden Country and how to enter it. My adventurers and I will recapture the Golden Country for you and Aelian and resolve its crisis. The reason I didn't ask about this immediately was naturally because I was worried about offending Lei. The Golden Country, the divine kingdom left behind by the Mother of Fertility, has always been a treasure trove fought over by the gods. Even though MOU and his group now knew it was an empty decoy, it still held immense value. The Golden Army, the treasure, and the numerous transcendents within it were all a coveted fortune. Without any established emotional connection, rashly bringing up this immense treasure would easily lead to misunderstandings and suspicions, even if MOU and his friends harbored no greed or ill will. Imagine a long-dead father awakened by his son, whom he hadn't seen since infancy, and the first thing he asked was where the family property deed was. If they weren't brave enough, they'd probably die of anger on the spot. Neither Aelian nor MOU prioritized profit, power, or influence. While the Golden Country issue needed to be resolved, it paled in importance compared to Aelian finding his parents. Until they understood each other, MOU didn't intend to bring up the matter, leaving a grudge between the couple. Lei and Aelian were now close friends, and MOU felt it was time to resolve this thorny issue. The Golden Country possessed resources, power, and intelligence, a place Lei valued and desired to save. MOU also possessed the skills and ideas to resolve the Golden Country's problems. Lei sighed deeply, stood up, and carefully examined the latest version of the South Continent map. He took a pen and drew a cross on it. The entrance to the Golden Country is here, but entering it isn't easy. MOU looked down and saw that the cross was indeed within the area they had previously delineated, but it was completely within Para, right on the line of the circle they had drawn. If it had been even slightly off, the players who had previously received the main exploration quests would have been furious. The quest hint circle doesn't include the actual quest location. That's a major bug. The Golden Country is the divine kingdom of the Mother of Plenty. As a divine kingdom, it has rules. Even though the Mother of Plenty has vanished for years, these rules still operate, maintaining the Golden Country's operations and governing its inhabitants. Lei said, Rule 1. The direct bloodline of Acrosia rules the Golden Country. If that bloodline is not completely severed, the Golden Country will not obey the orders of others. Rule 2. Only citizens of the Golden Country may enter the Golden Country. To be recognized as a citizen of the Golden Country, one must either possess the bloodline of a Golden Country person, possess a token of the Golden Country, and this token must be given voluntarily by a Golden Country person, or possess skills unique to the Golden Country people. Family, friends, master and apprentice, the Golden Land only recognizes these identities. If these conditions aren't met, the gates of the Golden Land will never appear before the seeker. This is why the Golden Land is often called the Lost Golden Land, because those who don't meet the conditions, even if they know the entrance's location, cannot see its existence. Not learning the inheritance record means you can't see the gathering points. Not accepting the prerequisite quests means you can't see the subsequent NPCs. This kind of setting is all too familiar to MOU, a seasoned planner. It's all standard procedure. However, Lei looked preoccupied. The Golden Land only recognizes bloodline, not soul. I even changed my body now, so the Golden Land certainly won't recognize my bloodline anymore, and my golden beetles are gone. He trailed off as MOU placed the golden beetles on the table. Lei, 3 golden beetles, at most only 3 people can enter. I myself possess heroic sword techniques, so the Golden Land should recognize me. Adding the bloodline of Aelian, not counting the 2 of us, at most 5 people can enter. To reclaim the Golden Land from Pedra, who has controlled it for so many years, with this meager supernatural power alone, it will be difficult. While I don't know what the Golden Land has been like over the past 300 or 400 years, it's likely that Pedra has built up its own power. The Golden Land itself may follow rules, but its people may not. For 400 years, a nameless king has controlled everything under the people's watchful eyes, ruling over their lives. And the hero king and his descendants, forgotten for 400 years, possessing only bloodlines. When we are placed on opposite ends of the scale, I don't know what choice the people will make, but I hold no hope for it. Throughout history, people everywhere have always been most concerned with their own interests. Emperors may fight tooth and nail for the throne, but the people only care about their own safety, whether they have enough food in their bowls, and whether they have enough money in their homes. Dynasties come and go, but the people remain unchanged. The 5,000-year history of the ancient kingdoms in this primordial world is the best proof of this. MOU listened with interest as Lei calculated, you just mentioned master and apprentice. What if you took on more apprentices? Lei shook his head, the judgment in the Golden Land is extremely strict. Having a master-apprentice title alone isn't enough. One must learn these special skills perfectly, without the slightest deviation. Achieving this is extremely difficult. It not only requires time and effort, but also the apprentice's talent. The Mother of Abundance doesn't prevent the people of the Golden Land from going out. In fact, for the sake of the Golden Land's continuation, she encourages interaction between those inside and outside. But many times before, this has happened. A master leads their apprentice to the entrance of the Golden Land, but no matter how the apprentice uses their skills, they can't see the entrance. Alas, the Golden Land itself is the strictest mentor. Isn't this like a student failing an exam, the teacher wanting to be lenient and give a passing grade, But the Academic Affairs Office refusing to budge? MOU's lips gradually curled into a smile. You can rest assured about that, the Lord said confidently. Starting tomorrow, you will begin teaching the adventurers the hero's sword. My adventurers are all extremely talented. You can teach them freely without worrying about whether they can learn or not. Lei nodded with some skepticism. Chapter 741. A sword that pierces 1,000 mountains was circling in the dense forests of Para in the southern continent. He had been searching for quite some time, and looking at the time, it was almost midnight in the game. But in the southern continent, unlike when the winter god war had frozen the night, 2 suns took turns hanging in the sky, and he hadn't really seen nightfall. He had previously received an exploration quest for the Golden Land, and had already spent a considerable amount of time conducting a thorough search within the yellow circle provided by the system. This is the last area. One sword breaks 1,000 mountains, muttered to himself. Could my luck really be this bad that I have to search until the very end to find it? Is the area the system gave me wrong? Or did I miss some prerequisites? He opened the system panel and carefully reviewed the quest requirements and map again. It's correct. Is there really a bug? Or am I just incredibly unlucky? No way, I even neglected leveling up to do this quest. He continued to control his black goat mount, using his vine tentacles to part the grass and move forward, when suddenly he heard human voices. He immediately put away his mount, crawled into the grass, and cautiously advanced towards the sound. This year's harvest is even worse. Yes, I heard the power left by the gods is constantly weakening, and the regent is at his wit's end about it. How long has our king been missing? 400 years? Just thinking about him abandoning the country to live a life of luxury, while we suffer hunger and hardship in the divine realm, makes me furious. When will the direct bloodline of Eclosia be wiped out? They occupy the throne, but are nowhere to be seen, and they don't care about the affairs of the divine realm at all. The regent is constantly hampered by the Golden Land when he tries to do anything. EP681 frowned, sensing something was amiss. He'd been following the main storyline closely, clearly remembering that Eclosia was his father-in-law Aalian's surname. Were these people insulting his father-in-law? Didn't they know his father-in-law had died 371 years ago? The rules of the gods, truly, cannot be changed. EP681 gently pushed aside the vines and tall grass obstructing his view, peeking through the gaps. He saw 2 soldiers, clad in golden armor and wielding spears, retrieving prey from a trap. Today's harvest was meager, only 2 rabbits. This one has an extra eye. Can we eat it? Throw it away. It's a monster now. Mother of abundance, please grant us food. At this rate, your people will starve. Sigh, the entrance to the divine kingdom is in this god-forsaken place, without even a village. When will the demons open an entrance to a dungeon here? Let's go, let's go! We get caught if we sneak away too long. One soldier weighed the rabbit in his hand. Today wasn't a complete loss. Half a rabbit each, that'd do. The other soldier reset the trap and sighed deeply. When will this end? If you want to survive, there's no end. The soldier carrying the rabbit gave a bitter smile. One sword breaks 1,000 mountains. Watched the 2 of them walk towards a large tree. Then, their figures blurred and disappeared before his eyes. A sword shatters 1,000 mountains. He waited for a while, and seeing that the surroundings were silent and no one else appeared, he crawled out of the bushes and walked to the tree, touching it here and there. But he found nothing. Those 2 soldiers, judging from their speech and clothing, are clearly from the Golden Land. One sword breaks 1,000 mountains, pondered, resting his chin on his hand. So, I found the entrance, but I can't see it itself, which means there are some necessary steps in between. He opened his system panel and, sure enough, found the exploration quest marked as complete. He needed to go to the Lord to turn it in. One sword breaks 1,000 mountains marked a location on his system map, rummaged through his backpack, and discovered he was out of teleportation scrolls. Forgot to restock before coming out. But no big deal. Nightmare Express should be at work by now. One sword breaks 1,000 mountains, pressed the bat badge pinned to his chest, entered his location and destination, New City, on the screen projected from the bat's eyes, and clicked confirm. The next second, a price quote popped up on the bat-shaped screen. The delivery fee for this trip is 300 core energy points and 3 silver coins. Please confirm the trip or cancel the call. The fee will be automatically deducted after confirmation. The trip cannot be cancelled, and the destination can only be changed once. Confirm trip. The Nightmare Delivery Man arrived swiftly. 1 minute later, One sword breaks 1,000 mountains was already comfortably seated in the bubble driven by the Nightmare Delivery Man, completely immersed in the soft, bubble-formed beanbag chair, watching the bizarre and colorful wonderland outside. Purple, pink, gold, green, bubbles of various colors and sizes were scattered like gems in this dark spacetime. Figures floated on the surface of the bubbles, like a series of incomprehensible shadow plays being shown. The Dream Devil Express's silver bubble either flew between or over the bubbles, each time picking up the colors of the larger bubbles. This delivery system is incredibly well designed, EP681 exclaimed. This experience alone is totally worth the price of admission. This dreamlike visual experience is like playing in a kaleidoscope. The Dream Devil Express's small bubble, stained with various colors, flew past a giant bubble. EP681 saw a curled-up silver dragon inside, embracing an island and falling into deep sleep. The next second, the small bubble leaped out of the Dream Tunnel and landed in front of the Dream Devil Express shop. The Nightmare Express used the tip of his tail to pierce the top of the bubble. Guest, we arrived at our destination. The bubble is about to disappear. Please be careful, and remember to give me a good review. Okay. EP681 responded, climbing out of the still disappearing bubble beanbag. As he stood up, the entire bubble vanished completely, and the Nightmare Brother hopped into the shop, humming a song, his tail lashing. This race is kind of cute. EP681 quickly ran to the Mage Tower, found the Lord, handed in his quest, and reported his findings to the Lord. Those two soldiers look worried. The Golden Country seems to be short of food, but... He glanced at the knight beside the Lord and continued. The people of the Golden Country seem unaware of the Hero King's death. They believe Acrosia has abandoned the Golden Country, and in their eyes, Regent King Piedra seems to be on the good side. Chapter 742. It's not surprising that such a misunderstanding arises. The Lord said, the Golden City has been isolated from the outside world for years, unaware of what's happening outside. It's only natural for its people to be deceived. One sword breaks 1,000 mountains. You discovered the location of the Golden City and obtained important intelligence, making a great contribution. I think Rey Acrosia would be happy to accept you as his apprentice. If you're interested, you can find him at the City Defense Training Camp during the day. Ding! The player system prompts. Congratulations, Player 1 sword breaks 1,000 mountains. You have triggered the Divine Power. Class Quest, Hero Sword. This class is required for the main storyline quests in the Golden Country series. Only after mastering it can one gain entry into the Golden Country. Holy crap! EP681 muttered. A required class for the main storyline? And a god-level class at that. What a novelty. It seems like priests were like this before, so that's fine. Wait! He looked closely. Hero Sword, is this a swordsman? EP681's swordsman spirit, which he had long since abandoned, ignited once more. The former hero's death must not be in vain, his reputation must not be tarnished, and the people of the Golden Land also need to know the truth. The Lord said, one sword breaks 1,000 mountains. Please organize a team, and use the method of your choice to spread the truth to the people of the Golden Land and gain their trust. Ding, the player system prompts. Congratulations, Player 1 sword breaks 1,000 mountains. You have triggered a new chapter in the Golden Land series main quest, the honor of the Hero King. This quest can be completed in multiple ways, each of which will affect the final outcome. The system will score the player's task completion based on the final result. Specific requirements can be viewed in the task interface. One sword breaks 1,000 mountains directly open the task panel, main quest. The mystery of the Golden Land, the honor of the Hero King. You have successfully found the entrance to the Golden Land. From the conversation between two soldiers, you notice several clues. 1. The Golden Land lacks food. 2. The people of the Golden Land are unaware of the truth about the Hero King Rey Acrosia being hunted down. 3. Piedra is now the regent of the Golden Land. 4. The soldiers seem to be eagerly anticipating the arrival of the demons. Please use the above clues to find a way to advance the task. One sword breaks 1,000 mountains left the Mage Tower, and went straight to the commercial street to find today's rain. Hey! The main storyline has progressed. Come give me some advice. It matches up. Today's rain murmured to himself after listening to One Sword Breaks 1,000 Mountains explanation. One sword breaks 1,000 mountains. ? What matches up? It's like this. Today's rain says, a veteran player named Salted Fish received a side quest, also issued by the Lord. The quest involved writing a prequel to the Guardians of Illusion and Reality, based on the love story of Ialian's parents. One sword breaks 1,000 mountains. Eyes slowly widened. Could it be? To uphold the honor of the Hero King, one must break through Piedra's information blockade and reveal the hidden, buried history to the world, at least to the people of the Golden Land. Today's rain revealed a sly smile. Then what could be more effective than a whole set of tear-jerking, epic, popular hero novels? I suspect that these side quests the players have received are all closely related important quest nodes, pieced together to form an exceptionally large world quest. Holy crap! One Sword Breaks 1,000 Mountains was once again shocked by the intricate web-like structure of the game's quests. Old-school MMORPGs had world bosses that required the combined efforts of the entire server to defeat. This MMORPG has world quests that require the combined efforts of the entire server to complete. Excellent, as expected of the development team. We still need to gather more quest information, Today's Rain said. Perhaps someone else has received other related quests. And the 4 clues, the official hints in your quest, are quite interesting. Interesting? One Sword Breaks 1,000 Mountains exclaimed excitedly. What have you figured out, sir? Today's Rain nodded. After reviewing these 4 clues, I basically have a plan. First, the first clue is a hint about the quest method. Golden Land lacks food, so food is the most effective way to persuade the people of Golden Land. In this quest, we need enough druids and magic chef players. The second point is the objective of our quest. We must reveal the truth about the Hero King being hunted by Pedra, change the people of Golden City's erroneous perception of the Hero King and the direct descendants of the Eclosia family, and regain control of public opinion in Golden City. The third point is a hint about the quest location. Pedra is the regent of Golden City, which means that Golden City is completely under his control. It's his home turf. Fighting this battle in Golden City will be very difficult, so we need to lure the people of Golden City out. Fourth, the soldiers eagerly await the demon's arrival. I suspect this has something to do with the demon's long-standing dungeon operations in South Continent to exchange resources. The entrance to the Golden Country is in Perla, nestled in a dense, rarely visited forest. These soldiers could clearly leave the Golden Country, but they chose not to travel to the villages of South Continent to exchange for food. Furthermore, given their alleged sneaking, I suspect Piedra may have issued an order restricting civilians from leaving the Golden Country. Soldiers can move around the Golden Country through the entrance, but if they stray too far or for too long, they'd be discovered. So they anticipate the demon's arrival because if they open a dungeon entrance nearby, they can trade with them or the humans within. Trade within and beyond the borders of the Golden Country is probably the greatest need of the people of the Golden Country right now. Today's Rain pondered. We do have a demon named Heparos, who manages a dungeon within our faction. I wonder if he could move the dungeon entrance. Or at least let us borrow his name. Without further delay, I post a recruitment on the forum. This is a massive quest, and we need the cooperation of all players. Okay. The players sprang into action. Recruitment posts, strategy guides, and quest statistics appeared one after another on the forums. More and more players took notice of this large-scale mainline world quest, and enthusiastically participated. More and more players posted their own quests, following the same lines of thought as Today's Rain. With the constant scrutiny and completion of a planner, a large-scale plan began to take shape, and was then gradually refined and improved through the collective input of the players. Chapter 743. Humans are creatures with a unique associative thinking ability. This ability drives human thought, evolution, and the expansion of our understanding of old things into the learning of new things. It allows us to connect the dots, understand the underlying principles, draw inferences, and learn from the past. This associative ability is an innate human instinct. When humans were still eating raw meat and drinking blood, seeing that chickens were edible, they knew that ducks were also edible. Seeing that millet could be grown, they knew that sorghum could also be grown. Human cognition expanded, became more complex, and more precise little by little in this way. Later, as humans encountered more and more things, labeling emerged to facilitate understanding. Strengthening a particular characteristic of something, generalizing from a single instance, as if other characteristics were no longer important, leads to simplification and conceptualization. After this simplification, things lose their unique characteristics, leaving only commonalities. For example, a cantaloupe and a watermelon, those who have eaten them know how different they are, but after labeling, they both become sweet melons. If we only recognize labels and deliberately ignore the differences between two things, generalizing from a single instance, we might end up making ridiculous mistakes like calling a cantaloupe a watermelon. Strangely enough, if we compare the two melons mentioned above, almost everyone can see the difference. However, in reality, this misuse of labeling and associative thinking, this arbitrary equating, happens frequently. For example, seeing silver hair might remind people of Sephiroth, seeing a red bottle cap might remind them of a certain country's flag, seeing short sleeves might remind them of illegitimate children, and seeing the line the breeze doesn't know how to read, Why does it randomly turn the pages of the book? Might remind them of the anti-cheating and restoration movement. By forcibly linking two completely unrelated things that share some seemingly similar characteristics, deliberately ignoring their differences, and through repeated reinforcement and brainwashing, people will perceive these two unrelated things as increasingly alike. In ancient times, there was Zhao Gao who called a deer a horse, and Qin Hui who fabricated charges. There's nothing new under the sun. And this practice is precisely how the gods forcibly expanded their authority during the War of the Gods on the continent of Oziria. However, everything in the world is interconnected. A small butterfly flapping its wings can cause a hurricane-like catastrophe across hundreds of kilometers of ocean. If you give people a predetermined answer and ask them to prove it, someone will always be able to fill the gap between the solution and the conclusion, regardless of whether their answer and logic are correct. Initially, the various tasks that MOU and Liang issued to the players were just things they thought of and did on a whim. They gather intelligence if needed, dig for clues if needed, and get equipment if needed. But after the players meticulously unraveled the complexities and solved the problems, these seemingly insignificant tasks became part of a massive world quest. MOU, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but marvel at the players' powerful creativity and associative abilities. Although I didn't mean it that way at all, the players' interpretation instantly elevated the design to a high-end, sophisticated level. Not only do the players think the development team is amazing, but even I feel incredibly proud of myself. No matter how intelligent an individual is, even if they can see 100 steps ahead in one step, they can't compare to the collective wisdom of thousands. That's the power of the collective. Players spontaneously contributed their ideas, and a responsible planner naturally had to sift through them, discarding the dross, and keeping the essence to present the most perfect game content. More and more new quests were triggered by players, and those who had guessed the development team's intentions were brimming with confidence, completely unaware that they had become free planners. The Hero Swordsman class requires 20,000 military merits to advance. A female player with the ID soaring 9,000 miles complained to her friend, and you have to learn blacksmithing and novice swordsman first. But novice swordsman is given at the start, so I don't think anyone hasn't learned it, right? A whole 20,000 military merits. I spent days blacksmithing. Then I couldn't stand it anymore and switched to bricklayer. Plastering walls is more lucrative. Ah no, it's faster for military merits, but it's worth it. So worth it. This new class is really amazing. How amazing? Her friend, ID Blind Star, a player interested in the Fortune Teller class, asked, is it more fun than the Fortune Teller? It's different, completely different. Fu waved his hand. The Fortune Teller is a starting class. You know a lot. You can play a wide variety of roles. It's positioned as a prerequisite for several god-tier classes. A jack of all trades, master of none, a potential powerhouse. The Hero Swordsman, on the other hand, is a true god-tier class. It's a powerful melee DPS with high agility, a real powerhouse. In terms of damage output alone, it's roughly comparable to a magic-based turret mage, and it even has a powerful ultimate skill. It's quite different from other sword-wielding classes. The Knight is a defensive counterattack class wielding a massive one-handed greatsword and shield. The Chef relies on exploiting weaknesses for critical hits. The Ranger prioritizes ranged attacks over melee, focusing on high agility, and the Assassin specializes in catching the enemy off guard with a single, decisive blow. If they fail to kill, they themselves will be doomed. The Hero Swordsman, on the other hand, focuses on rigorous training, relying on powerful offensive output to determine victory, the most traditional swordsmanship. Furthermore, they benefit from the hero's heart buff, becoming even more formidable in unfavorable situations, and with low health, making them ideal for fighting outnumbered or even single-handedly against overwhelming odds. A truly formidable and invincible class. More importantly, you need to change your class to continue the Golden Land questline. Some experienced players speculate that there might be prerequisites for entering the Golden Land, and changing to the Hero Sword class might be one of them. That's so cool, said Blind Star. But this class is a bit too high level for me. I prefer a more fun class. Why don't you go check out Losel City? They have newly released magicians and higher level astrologers there, both god tier mentors. But going to Losel City requires meeting certain military merit requirements. Fuyu sighed. This game doesn't use the main storyline to slow down newbies, but the military merit requirements are everywhere. It's basically a base building simulator. Losel City, I remember that. Blind Star asked, so, are you going to push through the Golden Land main quest next? Yeah, the first Lost Travelers Market is opening soon. I'm planning to join in the fun. Do you want to come? Fuyao invited her friend, It shouldn't matter if the quest isn't triggered, just treat it as a temple fair. But I haven't changed my class to priest yet, can I still go to the southern continent? No problem, I have extra Earth Mother Hall Divine Messenger robes here. Wearing these will be enough. Fuya traded the extra Divine Messenger robes to her friend. Ever since the big boss discovered and announced this loophole, most players who have been to the southern continent will give their newbie friends 1 or 2 extra Divine Messenger robes, just in case. Let's go! Chapter 744. Southern Continent, the land of the abundant Mother Goddess, the Golden Land. Bilo Handstro carefully wrapped each piece of roasted rabbit meat, carefully removed from the meat, in oil paper. He smashed the clean bones, threw them into a pot with water, and a few leafy greens, and cooked them. The amount of life force contained in this meat wasn't much, but at least there was some. Yesterday, their luck hadn't been good. The dozen or so traps they set were mostly empty, with only this one rabbit. To be honest, a plump and tender young goat would be best, and a deer would be good too, but these animals are rare and hard to come by. They were lucky to have anything to eat. He drank a bowl of tasteless meat soup, put a piece of roasted rabbit in his mouth and chewed it slowly, then put on his armor and went out. It was almost time for his shift. Along the way, he greeted acquaintances in town, slipping wallpaper packets into the hands of friends and relatives through handshakes, and quietly departing amidst their grateful gazes. In the distance, the enormous, layered, flat-topped, four-sided pyramidal golden temple still asserted its presence, but the gods and monarchs who protected this divine kingdom were no longer there. Bilo bowed towards the distant golden temple and walked towards the entrance of the divine kingdom. He was the gatekeeper of the divine kingdom, and also a personal guard of the Eclosia royal family. But after the infamous hero King Ray Eclosia abandoned the kingdom and fled, the guards no longer called themselves that, only jokingly referring to themselves as gatekeepers. Bilo's ancestors had also been glorious. His grandfather, who raised him, had been a guard of the hero king, and Bilo practically grew up listening to his grandfather's countless legendary tales of the hero king. In his innocent childhood, he had dreamed of becoming the king's personal guard when the king returned. But this dream was quickly shattered by his father's sneer. "Where is our king?" his father said. "Ray Eclosia abandoned his people long ago and fled to the outside world. We are nothing but a bunch of pitiful wretches, forgotten by him, left to fend for ourselves." Bilo's grandfather could only sigh, still clinging to a sliver of hope. "I believe the hero king won't abandon us. He must have been delayed by something. The king will surely find a way to save the Golden Land and return in glory." Bilo watched, bewildered, as his aging grandfather slowly decayed, finally gazing towards the entrance to the divine kingdom before breathing his last breath with resentment. Bilo felt his grandfather was fortunate. His generation could close their eyes peacefully with hope. But now, the emaciated people of this city had long since forgotten how to survive. Ray Eclosia departed carrying the hopes of the people of the Golden Land. He said he was going to seek new hope, and at first, he would return every few months. Then, days accumulated into months, months into years, years into decades, centuries into centuries. Generation after generation grew old, were born, and grew old again, but their king never returned. At first, people worried that something had happened to their hero king, but as the days passed, this worry began to fade, replaced by a sudden realization and resentment. The throne did not change hands, the diligent Pedro remained regent, and thus, the bloodline of Eclosia still survived. Ray didn't die, he simply didn't return. He abandoned the Golden Land, abandoned his people, and he was unworthy to be king. Ray's disappearance set a terrible example for the Golden Land. Waves of Golden Land warriors silently left, never to return. Finally, Pedro, unable to tolerate it any longer, ordered the entire Golden Land sealed off, forbidding anyone from freely entering or leaving. The royal guard of Eclosia was also demoted to gatekeepers. They silently guarded the entrance to the divine kingdom, preventing anyone from entering or leaving, and defending against foreign invasion. But in recent years, the divine kingdom had deteriorated. Life was dwindling, more crops withered than grew, and livestock and people alike were emaciated. As a member of the royal guard, Bilo could see life. This was a special ability possessed by most of the extraordinary beings in the divine kingdom, a gift from the Mother of Abundance, an ability rooted in their blood. They could all see the silvery white life that once filled the divine kingdom rapidly disappearing. Pedro explained that the divine power within the sealed artifact was no longer sufficient to sustain the entire divine realm. He used the remaining divine power to preserve the temple and the surrounding major towns, channeling life into the surrounding farmland, while abandoning the land outside the cities. There are always trade-offs, and Bilo understood his actions. But the people in the cities grew increasingly hungry, and the harvest from the fields was insufficient to share with everyone. Some would inevitably suffer. The gatekeepers then hatched a plan. They would carefully cover for their companions, taking turns each day to sneak out of the divine realm, set traps, capture wild animals, gather wild vegetables, and then carefully smuggle them back to share with family and friends, or with starving children lying by the roadside. Bilo carefully placed the last piece of rabbit meat into the arms of the panting old man, sitting by the roadside, patted his shoulder soothingly, and walked to his post. "Good morning." He exchanged a glance with his companion. "How's everything going?" "Everything is fine," his companion replied, then lowered his voice. "Yesterday's harvest was too small. The captain asked us to leave early to see if we could bring back more. He cover for us." "Okay." Bilo nodded. They were guarding the gates in teams of 5. Once the decision was made to go hunting, 3 would stay behind while 2 went out. Aside from the captain, who would stay on duty, the other 4 would split into 2 groups, rotating out before the morning and evening shifts. Although all the gatekeepers had now reached a consensus on going hunting, it violated the regent's ban, and could only be done secretly. To prevent anyone from escaping the Golden Land, the regent would periodically dispatch his extraordinary guards to patrol the area, guarding against any potential traitors among the gatekeepers. The longer the absence, the greater the risk to the team. Furthermore, the gatekeepers were subject to collective punishment. If the 2 who had gone out didn't return, the remaining 3 would also die. The 5 of them were brothers who had shared life and death together, so they naturally wouldn't let the others suffer punishment for their own personal gain. Whether those out hunting, trapping, or gathering wild vegetables, they could prioritize their own food and share the excess with their teammates. Yesterday, when they brought back a rabbit, Bilo and this teammate each took half the meat, the captain took the skin, and the other 2 teammates shared the wild vegetables and fruits they had found. This distribution method wasn't particularly fair, but at least those who worked harder and harvested more would get more, ensuring that those who contributed the most and harvested the most wouldn't go hungry. However, as soon as they left the divine kingdom today, Bilo felt something was amiss. The aroma was incredible. An irresistible meaty scent permeated the entire jungle, making his mouth water uncontrollably. Something's not right. He and his companion exchanged a glance, raised their spears, and headed towards the source of the fragrance. Chapter 745. The further they went, the stronger the aroma of meat became. A white mist inexplicably rose from the jungle, and there was even a slight chill in the air. The aroma of meat, the mist, the chill, any one of these elements appearing in the dense forest of Pola was extremely strange. Bilo and his companion Hetham cautiously passed through the obscuring bushes, when suddenly their eyes widened. "It's the demons!" "The demon market!" Bilo exclaimed in surprise. The white mist dissipated slightly, revealing a clearing in the dense forest. A black iron gate to hell stood there, and in front of it were many small and cute stalls, filled with a domineering aroma of food, and dotted with silvery life force. Bilo had never seen such a high concentration of life force, neither within nor outside the divine realm. The stalls were arranged in a circle, with a specially left aisle in the middle. A sign at the entrance read, "The Lich King's Market for Lost Travelers." "The Lich King's Market for Lost Travelers?" Hertam repeated, bewildered, then his eyes lit up. He grabbed Bilo's arm. "This must be a market set up by the demons for lost travelers. I heard the legends. In the white mist, when lost travelers are on the verge of starvation, they often accidentally stumble into the demons' market, where they can exchange emotions and desires for food." "Can we go back the way we came?" Bilo asked, somewhat worried. "Yes, but we need to be quick," Hertam said. "We should buy a batch quickly, and go back to tell the captain to have the rest of the team come too. Our emotions alone aren't enough." Time was of the essence, and Bilo didn't hesitate much, stepping out of the dense forest and into the Lost Travelers Market. "Hello, Lost Traveler," a girl's voice called from the side. Bilo looked towards the source of the voice and saw a giant, snow-white cat head speaking. So it really is a demon. Its appearance is bizarre, yet somewhat cute. "Welcome to the Lich King's Lost Travelers Market. To purchase anything from the stalls, please go to the skeleton across the street and exchange your emotions or desires for currency. Oh, and we also accept gold." The speaker was today's Rain. She wore adorable bioarmor, which she transformed into a cute snow-white cat head, disguising herself as a demon. "Okay." The 2 gatekeepers didn't hesitate much and went directly to Hepharos. "Please exchange our currency." "How much?" the skeleton asked. "All of it," the 2 exclaimed in unison. "As long as we can buy more food to take back, you can take as much as you want." Hey, talking to a demon like that will only get you hurt, Hepros said. I only want 3/4 of your appetite, and, well, the hatred and sorrow of being abandoned. That sounds like a rather strange feeling. It snatched 2 large balls of dark blue-yellow soul fire from their chests, and its pale skeletal claws handed over a bag of coins. Here are 384 silver coins. Please spend them freely. You can keep any unspent money for later. I don't refund the emotions and desires I take in. The food on the stall has been purified of contamination. Please eat with confidence. Take it or leave it, no problem. There are stalls here selling space alchemy bracelets that can keep food fresh and warm. Okay. The 2 gatekeepers excitedly took the money and rushed to the nearest stall. What kind of meat is this? Bilo asked. In front of him were skewers of grilled meat, and the cook behind the stall was still brushing on bright red sauce. Grilled lamb skewers, said Black Cat Doesn't Sleep. This batch is already cooked, 1 silver coin per skewer. Want one? Bilo swallowed hard. 1, please. Black Cat Doesn't Sleep handed him a skewer, and Bilo eagerly took a bite, instantly burning his throat and hissing. But he couldn't bear to spit it out, so he just moved the piece of meat around in his mouth before quickly swallowing it. Delicious. So delicious. I take all the skewers from your stall. And don't bother grilling the ones that aren't grilled, I just take them. Hertam ran straight to the stall selling spatial bracelets and bought 2. Put them here. Alright, I have 100 bracelets in total, 100 silver coins for you. Bilo reluctantly counted out 100 silver coins. Each spatial bracelet cost 50 silver coins, and Hertam had already spent 100, leaving them with only 184 silver coins. We got the meat, what should we buy next? Fruit or vegetables? Hertam asked. Fruit will keep better, be more filling, and easier to distribute to the people, Bilo thought. So they skipped several stalls, and headed straight for the fruit stall. The 2 vendors behind the stall, gnawing ball and salted fish, immediately perked up. Hello, welcome. Our shop is newly opened. Buy fruit and get a free novel. The Guardians of Illusion and Reality is now on sale. Buy fruit and get a free novel. Bilo looked at them suspiciously. Why? Ahem. Salted fish coughed lightly. Excuse me, this is my humble work. I want more people to see my work and bring joy to more people. Buy a pound of fruit and get a free book. Can I exchange the book for other fruit? Bilo asked. The book takes up too much space. Salted fish hadn't expected this reaction at all, and immediately changed her approach, saying in reverse, No. If you don't want the book, go buy it elsewhere, I'm not selling it. Hertam looked around and tugged at Bilo's arm. They're the only fruit seller here. Books are food for the soul. Besides food, your spirit also needs nourishment and comfort, Salted Fish said righteously. If you're worried about not having enough space for the books, I can give you a space bracelet as a gift, but the condition is that you can't throw the books away. You can only share them with other people who want to read. Bilo was somewhat tempted. Fruit is 20% off. Bite Ball delivered the final blow. Bought it, Bilo exclaimed. We only have 184 silver coins. How much can we buy? I take it all. Chapter 746. Bilo and Hertam hurried back after buying their items. Their emotions and desires could only buy so little, they needed to get back quickly, and tell the captain to send 2 more people to buy more. Before leaving the market, Bilo looked back carefully. The stall they had just cleared was closed, but the others were still open, and people dressed in the clothes of the Earth Mother Temple, strange demons, and some extraordinary individuals were all shopping normally. The market was bustling with people, seemingly without any abnormalities. Bilo turned back and walked straight towards the entrance to the Divine Kingdom with Hertam. Only after re-entering the Golden Land did he feel completely at ease. He found the captain, and seeing that no one was around, handed him a spatial bracelet. What is this? Captain Haddister Laram glanced at it, startled. He whispered, Where did you get this spatial bracelet? And it's full of food? It's from the demon market. Bilo said excitedly, still keeping his voice low, the Lich King's Lost Traveler's Market. It has its entrance nearby, and we don't know how long it will last. The demons collect our emotions and desires in exchange for silver coins. We only got 384 silver coins, bought 2 spatial bracelets, some mutton, and fruit, and then we were out of money. You should send someone over quickly. There might still be time to buy something else. Haddister examined the mutton and fruit in the spatial bracelet. Such vibrant food. There's not a trace of contamination in it. How did the demons manage that? Never mind that. You guys go to the warehouse and empty the stuff out. I go inform Kareem and Ollie. They split up. Bilo and Hertam slipped into a nearby empty warehouse. which the captain had rented himself. It was used to store and process their hunted game, vegetables, and fruits. Bilo hurriedly emptied everything from his bracelet. The vendors were reliable. Cooked mutton was wrapped in oil paper, while raw mutton was neatly wrapped in large leaves and placed in baskets. Fruit was also packed in wicker baskets, saving them a lot of trouble. Books were also taken out and stacked in a corner of the warehouse. The 3 emptied spatial bracelets were handed to Hadster. This time, even the captain, who usually stayed behind to guard the area, decided to go out and take a look. One more person meant they could buy more. You two guard the gate, be alert, Hadster instructed, before leaving the Divine Kingdom with Kareem and Ali. Bilo and her Tam stood guard by the gate. This entrance/exit is usually deserted. Aside from the gatekeepers and the extraordinary officials sent by Pedra to inspect it, almost no one comes here. The gatekeepers can't all just stand there idly. They also need to patrol the surrounding area, driving away anyone with ill intentions who might try to approach the entrance/exit and checking the surrounding barriers for cracks. The entrance is often the weakest point in a Divine Realms barrier, where spatial rifts are prone to appear. Once discovered, they must be reported and repaired immediately, otherwise, the Divine Realms power will leak out through the rifts, attracting magical beasts. This patrol mechanism, in turn, gives the gatekeepers the opportunity to sneak out. Bilo was diligently guarding the gate when he turned around and saw Hedam engrossed in a book. He went over to look and discovered it was a free gift with the fruit purchase. "Why are you looking at this?" "I'm bored." "You know how boring gatekeeping is. Besides, it's good to know a little about what's happening outside." Hedam said, "It's the story of the Son of God of the Church of Light. It's quite interesting." "Hey, be smart. If you see anyone, make a sound. We can't let anyone see this kind of outside stuff." "Then don't look at it here so brazenly." Bilo rolled his eyes helplessly. Half an hour later, Captain Hardest returned jubilantly with the other two. "A great harvest," he said. "We bought a lot of rice, vegetables, and meat. After your shift, go to the warehouse. We need to plan and distribute these things. The people in the city have been starving for a long time. This life-saving food must be distributed to those who need it most, but we also have to be careful." He didn't need to say more. Every gatekeeper knew that if a gatekeeper stole from the gate and illegally left the kingdom of God, it would be a capital offense if caught. Regardless of whether they escaped secretly or returned with food, regardless of how many people their actions saved, regardless of how many lives they saved. The law is the law, and everyone present is aware of it. "Does that market take place regularly?" Bilo asked. "I asked the skeleton, and he said it happens every other day, lasting 2 hours each time." Hardest said, "Everyone, I have a more daring idea." He was halfway through his speech when he suddenly turned back to glance at the entrance. "What's wrong, Captain?" Bilo followed his gaze, but saw nothing unusual. Maybe it's just my imagination." Hadster shook his head. "Never mind, let's be safe and talk about it tonight. Let's focus on our duties first." The gatekeepers nodded and dispersed, some guarding the gates, others patrolling. Meanwhile, unseen by them, 2 adventurers, concealed by the illusionary markings, stealthily infiltrated the Golden Land. Phew, that was close, almost got caught. Once out of the gatekeeper's patrol range, Tranquil Sea breathed a sigh of relief. "The temple's over there. The road passes right through a town," the hidden old man said. "Our mission is to investigate the current situation in the Golden Land. We need to go to both places." "Pedra should be near the temple, right?" Tranquil Sea put the golden beetle hanging around her neck into her backpack. "This divine kingdom probably hasn't seen outsiders in a long time. Unfamiliar faces are easily noticed. We have to stay invisible the whole time." After Boss Rain finalized the market plan, the 2 of them received an infiltration mission from the Lord, along with the golden beetle as an infiltration tool. This golden beetle can't be lost. It needs to be returned to the Lord when turning in the mission. Losing it means the mission has failed. "This golden temple looks like a Mayan pyramid." The hidden old man gazed into the distance. "The town also has a very South American feel." "We're the first players to enter," Tranquil Sea said smugly. "Isn't this like a free trip to the ancient Mayan city? What a bargain. This divine realm is full of living people. We need to avoid conflict with them. Once in town, we stay invisible the entire time, communicating via private chat." The hidden old man also put the golden beetle into his backpack and checked the equipment's durability. If the durability drops below 15, we need to find a place to replace it, otherwise we'd be easily detected. This quest might last for a while. We need to find a safe place to log off. Chapter 747. The hidden old man and the Tranquil Sea, having made thorough preparations, entered the town. The houses here were all gray-yellow stone structures, their style somewhat similar to the Mayan city reconstructions the hidden old man had seen online. The streets were arranged neatly in a grid pattern, with waterways running in front of each house, the sound of flowing water audible. This design reminded the hidden old man of the water towns of Jiang and he had visited before. The streets were clean, yet desolate, with few pedestrians. They wore cloaks marked with illusory symbols and walked freely in the middle of the streets. Hidden old man. How strange, where did everyone go? The Tranquil Sea walked to a house and peered inside. Party Tranquil Sea, look, there are old people lying on the beds and in the corners of the house, emaciated and skin and bones, looking like they're about to starve to death, yet they're still breathing. Are they conserving energy by not moving? Party Hidden Old Man, isn't this the divine kingdom of the Mother of Abundance? How come everyone is so hungry? Party Tranquil Sea, but the guards at the gate look perfectly normal. Although they're rather thin, they still have muscles. The hidden old man glanced at the old man sitting half paralyzed at the doorway ahead. The man's clothes were empty, almost revealing his ribs. If it weren't for the skin, he'd be almost as skeletal as Heparos. Suppressing their questions, the two continued forward. After walking for a while, they finally saw quite a few people. These people were all young and strong. Although they looked thin, like the gatekeepers, they had a lot of solid muscles. They were either working in the fields or repairing houses, and they all looked very busy. The closer you go to the temple, the more people there are in the town, and the better their condition becomes. Although there isn't a single fat person, the people here look much more energetic than the dying old people outside. Party Tranquil Sea. So, is it related to age? All the skin and bones are elderly, while the children and young people look like they had enough to eat. Party Hidden Old Man. So, are those old people abandoned? Just waiting to die? That's too tragic. Party Tranquil Sea. If we follow the currently released storyline of the Golden Land, this is a divine kingdom that operates on the seal left by the Mother of Abundance. Given the limited resources and insufficient supplies, abandoning the elderly, who are nearing the end of their lives, is indeed a reasonable course of action. This feels like a trolley problem. Should we let the more valuable people live, or kill everyone? Party Hidden Old Man. But they clearly have other options. Why not let these people leave the divine kingdom? There must be more resources outside the divine kingdom, right? Or trade? Party Tranquil Sea, and that, my friend, is what we need to investigate. I think that Pedro is probably problematic. Putting everything else aside, don't you think he seems to have lived too long? Party Hidden Old Man. Isn't it normal for extraordinary beings to live longer? To be honest, the ages of the NPCs in this game are hard to judge by common sense. Look at DeCarlo, that baby-faced little fool. According to the setting, he's at least 50 years old, but he looks like he's only in his teens. Party Tranquil Sea. Don't worry about the age of the magician. Even if DeCarlo looks a bit slow, he's still the Lord's personal disciple. Delaying aging by 20 or 30 years should be an easy thing for the Lord to do. However, Pedro is Ray's uncle, so he's much older than Ray, at least 400 or 500 years old, right? Ray Eclosia, although a descendant of the Mother of Abundance, is likely a descendant left behind before the Mother of Abundance became a god, meaning he's still human. For humans, even if becoming a transcendent being slows down aging, to live 400 or 500 years, one would need to be at least beyond human status, at least a saint or a hidden level, right? Ray, as the king here, only reached the king level, so how strong must Pedro be? Party Hidden Old Man. That seems reasonable. According to you, Pedro sees the Golden Land for immortality? Party Tranquil Sea. Wealth, fame, power, immortality. That's what people fight for. Considering this is a transcendent fantasy world, maybe add becoming a god. However, I don't think Pedro is the kind of person who intends to become a god himself. Wasn't Pedro cooperating with the God of Light to hunt down Lei? Then ultimately, he probably wanted the God of Light to obtain this divine kingdom. However, people die for wealth, birds die for food. Given his profit-driven nature, even if he sold the divine kingdom, he should have gotten something more valuable in return. I estimate his primary target is the sealed artifact within the divine kingdom containing the final divine power of the Mother of Abundance. And then, there's the reward the God of Light promised him after the deed was done, maybe making him a subordinate god of the God of Light, granting him endless life and power. Team Hidden Old Man. Makes sense, makes sense. Team Rainy Day. Captain, hi Z, how's your progress? We're about to pack up. Team Tranquil Sea. We successfully infiltrated and are heading towards the temple. The situation in the Golden Land is a bit strange. Near the entrance, there are many emaciated old people, but the further in you go, the more robust young people you encounter. Team today at Rainy. Okay, keep it up. But if this mission lasts too long, you better find a safe place to store your bodies, so you can log off. If there are many people starving to death on the outskirts of town, perhaps you can find a safe empty house to use as your logout area. Team Hidden Old Man. Okay, so how's the situation outside? Is the plan progressing smoothly? Team today at Rainy. It's going quite smoothly, but I have to say, these gatekeepers value food far more than anything else. They didn't buy anything except space bracelets and food. The salty fish almost failed, but luckily they reacted quickly. While you're inside, also keep an eye on the effect of those books being deployed. Just to be on the safe side, we didn't immediately use our ultimate move to tell them about the thunder. Hopefully, that was the right choice. Chapter 748. There were 2 reasons why the story of Ray and Elena, the prequel to the Guardians of Illusion and Reality, wasn't given as a gift to the people of Golden Village from the beginning. Firstly, Golden Village had been isolated from the world for many years, its people isolated from news, and under Petra's deliberate manipulation, they harbored deep hostility towards Ray. Attempting to force a conclusion completely different from their understanding before any trust had been established would inevitably provoke a backlash. If the pressure was too great, the people of Golden Village might lose trust in them. Not to mention, there were many martyrs in this world. If they were angered from the very first step, to the point that they would rather starve than accept charity, then all subsequent plans would be ruined. Secondly, the author, Xianyu Tiao, hasn't had this side quest for long and has only written a little over half. While he could finish it with some rushing, Jinryu plans to slow things down. He wait until the Hidden Elder and the Tranquil Sea, his advanced scouts, have gathered information on the situation in the Golden Land before allowing Xianyu to make some artistic revisions to the novel. Lei doesn't intend to become a god, so slightly embellishing history isn't a big deal. After all, history is written by the victors. In fact, from Jinryu's perspective, Lei's actions aren't entirely without fault. Even if he's searching for a solution to the problems of the Divine Kingdom, leaving home for decades after a single sentence, even having a love affair and fathering a son outside, Lei, this hero king, is, to put it nicely, a hero with a romantic streak. To put it bluntly, he's undeniably somewhat irresponsible. However, on the other hand, heroes in Western fantasy worlds often possess this carefree personality, and kings even worse and more irresponsible than Lei are commonplace in history, as far as you knows. This hereditary succession to the throne always produces some unsuitable individuals. Some are better suited to be generals conquering all sides, some to be poets indulging in romance and poetry, and some are simply incapable rulers. Frankly, a king like Lei, carefree, forthright, and somewhat stubborn, isn't too bad. At least, Lei genuinely has no selfish desires. But if his story were truly presented to the native inhabitants of Golden Land, it would lack something, failing to truly resonate with them and gain their trust. Artistic adjustments are imperative, and the author, Xianyu Tiao, has a basic idea. However, since a propaganda war is to be waged, it's essential to first understand the opponent's mindset. Golden Land is a secluded divine kingdom, and to truly understand the thought processes of its inhabitants, thorough investigation is necessary. This task fell to the 2 scouts. It feels like this is going to be a long battle, sighed Jinryu, then said to Abyss below, "Thank you for your support." "You're welcome. We're happy to help advance the main quest," said Abyss below, "and everyone's having a great time at the market." Indeed. Although it was a fake market set up to feed the inhabitants of Golden Land, the business was genuinely and diligently run, and the players treated it like a special temple fair, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Those who came to shop had a blast eating, drinking, and having fun, while those who set up stalls made a killing. The only problem was that this was their first gathering, and they were inexperienced. They hadn't anticipated the Golden Country Guards, who seemed pressed for time and had no time to eat, shop, or buy anything like barbecue or milk tea. They simply went from stall to stall, taking away the food, whether raw or cooked. "There's another rally the next day," Today's Rain said. "We need to re-examine our merchandise." Abyss below agreed. These guards probably slipped out while on duty. They're quick and efficient, and they're in a hurry. And they're not looking for taste, only quantity. They don't look like they're here to fill their stomachs, but more like they're here to restock. Today's Rain pondered. Perhaps I should have the captain, and the others keep an eye on those guards. They might be worth our while. Abyss below glanced at the time. Then you research first. Email me when you have any conclusions. If you need our cooperation, just let me know. Okay. The players from both teams quickly cleaned up the battlefield, collecting the dry ice and fans they used to create a mysterious scene in the jungle, and packing up the sign and stall into their system backpack. Heparos also put away the Hell's Gate. They didn't move the entire dungeon here. No, Heparos's dungeon was still recovering and couldn't support such a large-scale relocation for the time being. But building a fake gate to create a facade was a piece of cake. Skeleton Brothers said it was a piece of cake. So, in the dense forest not far from the entrance to the Golden City, the players created this mysterious flash mob performance of the Lich King's Lost Traveler's Bazaar. To reduce the suspicion of the Golden Village residents, they used dry ice and fans to create the legendary chilling white mist that accompanied the appearance of demons. They also chose a dark, dense forest area and used a teleportation scroll to summon a group of elves from afar to subtly modify the trees in this area using the power of nature. The leaves and vines that blocked out the sunlight at the top were all preserved, while the trees below were either moved or transformed into stalls, creating what was essentially a bustling market. Many players dressed up in bizarre costumes. Some wore cute armor, some used alchemical dolls to drink polluted water and transform into spiders or serpents, some dressed as messengers of the Earth Mother Temple, and others simply pretended to be lost travelers. A market needs customers, after all. So far, this setup has certainly appeased the Golden Village residents, who haven't seen much of the world. Whether they can establish diplomatic relations through food remains to be seen, depending on the reaction at the next market. If the guards show up on time again to shop like crazy, then there's hope. If they don't, then we probably have to adjust our strategy. Maybe even more people will show up next time, Jinryu muttered. I need to think carefully about what to sell next time. Easy to store food? Compressed biscuits? Canned luncheon meat? But those things aren't tasty enough. Will they even attract the guards' attention? While the player was worrying about the next market arrangement, and the scouts deep in enemy territory were diligently gathering intelligence, the gatekeepers, having reaped a bountiful harvest, successfully completed their shift and, after handing over their duties, gathered in the warehouse to take stock of the day's supplies. Chapter 749. What a haul today! The 5 gatekeepers, exhausted from a long day, returned to the warehouse, closed the doors and windows, reheated the roasted mutton skewers they had bought, and sandwiched them in their daily portions of dry bread, enjoying a delicious dinner. As gatekeepers of the Golden Land, they received 2 dry breads a day and only a small piece of tough, dry meat every 7 days. Even so, this was considered quite generous treatment in this divine kingdom. After finishing their own portions, they restrained themselves and began processing the supplies. Rice was placed in large pots, water was added, and it began to boil. Raw mutton was removed from the skewers, cut into small pieces, and added to the pot once the rice had bloomed. Finally, washed vegetables were added, along with some salt for seasoning, and a bowl of vegetable and meat porridge, thick with rice oil, was ready. Simple, rustic, not very oily, but incredibly fragrant, it was perfect for those who had been hungry for a long time. Bilo, Hertam, and Ollie changed into black clothes, concealed their faces with masks, and each took a spatial bracelet filled with porridge pots. The other 2 remained in the warehouse, organizing supplies and cooking meat porridge. Under the cover of darkness, the 3 stealthily entered the night, quietly and swiftly pushing open the doors of the homes of residents too weak to move from hunger. The porridge in the pots had been cooled to a perfect drinking temperature and was ladled into empty bowls in the residents' homes, then brought to their lips. Those nearly unconscious from hunger had almost lost the strength to look at anyone, only instinctively opening their mouths and swallowing. Bilo carefully held the bowl, letting the melt-in-your-mouth meat porridge slide into their mouths. These inhabitants were the elderly abandoned by the Golden Land. They were the oldest, the weakest, and the least viable, deemed by Pedra as lacking any value in living. The Divine Kingdom's power was dwindling. For the continuation of their race, they had to prioritize those most valuable enough to live. Strong teenagers, city guards, superhumans within the Divine Kingdom, and of course, Pedra and his family. Those deemed worthless were relocated to the outer city closest to the Golden Land's entrance, left to fend for themselves. Initially, they would venture into the wilderness of the Divine Kingdom to forage for food. But as resources dwindled, the food they found couldn't even compensate for their waning strength and energy. More and more chose to quietly await death, and many died every day. The gatekeepers, unable to bear it any longer, divided a small portion of their own rations, mixing it with the food they had gathered from the wilderness, and distributed it to these people. What might seem like a drop in the ocean to others was a futile effort, but it effectively delayed the deaths of some. This bowl of meat porridge will allow them to live a few more days. In truth, the gatekeepers had considered secretly letting these elderly people leave the divine realm. However, the dense forests of Para are not easy to navigate. Even high-level superhumans would get lost here, sinking into swamps under the endless vines, encountering attacks from demonic beasts and the minions of evil gods, developing high fevers from mosquito bites and miasma. Let alone these elderly people who have already lost their mobility due to hunger and weakness. Far from their homeland to become food for wild beasts, or to die quietly at home, they all chose the latter. Since there was no hope left, there was no need to cause further trouble for themselves and others. Letting them leave the divine kingdom was also a great risk for these gatekeepers. If discovered, it would be a capital offense. After working through most of the night, making several trips back and forth, the meat porridge was finally distributed to everyone who needed it most. The last pot of meat porridge was shared by the 5 gatekeepers, who had been working until now, and the gatekeepers on night duty. The Demon Market. Arsène Lupin, the leader of another squad, licked his bowl clean, still savoring the experience. It's a pity we're on the night shift, otherwise we have to go buy some too. Actually, I have an idea, Hardis said. The emotions and desires of just a few of us aren't enough to support such a large volume of purchases. Even if these demons could come every other day, our emotions and desires wouldn't have time to recover. Now, the demons don't exploit people to the point of exhaustion. The human emotions and desires they take don't endanger lives, and the taken emotions and desires will regenerate. However, this regeneration takes a considerable amount of time. We need more human emotions and desires, Arsène said thoughtfully. But if too many people pass through the gate, the resulting energy fluctuations might attract the attention of the Petra's superhumans. Perhaps we could bring that demon in and have him collect the goods here. That way, we only need to send a few people out to buy them. Instead of leading a group of frail old people through the gate and traversing the dense forest to the demon's market, the reverse approach might be easier. That's one idea, but to do it, we need a token. And we don't know if that demon can be trusted. Food is important, but we can't let a wolf into our house. Hadster shook his head. What I'm thinking is to select some trustworthy civilians, and each time the market is held, have our men take a few civilians with them. A steady, gradual approach. We don't expect everyone to be fully fed, but at least they won't starve. But the more people who know about this, the greater the risk for us gatekeepers. We're safe now, because those you're helping are starving and too weak to think or report you. But once they regain their strength to stand, those extraneous thoughts will arise. Arsène disagreed with Hadster's approach. He put down his empty bowl and earnestly advised, these people may seem to have calmly accepted death right now, but in reality, they've simply fallen into despair after being powerless to struggle. Giving them hope again at this point doesn't necessarily earn their gratitude. If this rekindled hope isn't satisfied, they might blame you, become suspicious, enraged, lose control, or fall into deeper despair, perhaps even choosing to perish together, or betray you for more food. Don't trust human nature too much. Hater sighed, I just want to help more people. Help more people, but don't sacrifice yourself, Arsène said. Let's not think too far ahead for now. Let's take it one step at a time. On the next market day, we switch shifts. Our team will be responsible for purchasing supplies. You all rest and recuperate. During this time, we can also find out the details of that demon race. Then we consider the next plan. Haters nodded. You're right, I listened to you. Chapter 750. While the 2 captains were discussing matters, Beata cleaned the porridge pot and yawned wearily. Too much had happened today, and he couldn't wait to get home and get some sleep. Well, maybe it was just from eating too much, and the blood rushing to his stomach that made him sleepy. He rubbed his eyes and looked at Hedam, who was holding a novel with great relish. Hedam, aren't you going home? Let me read a little longer. This book is so good. Hedam said excitedly, and the protagonist's name is Ialian. Doesn't this name sound familiar to you? A New Hope? Beata said subconsciously. It's indeed a very ancient word. I remember it was once a very popular name in the Golden Land. Yes, back when the Golden Land was still a prosperous kingdom of God, everyone was full of hope. Hedam sighed. When exactly did we lose hope and become trapped in this withered kingdom of God? Anyway, I was initially drawn to it by the name, but the writing was so brilliant and moving that I was completely captivated. Little Ialian was truly pitiful. He lost his mother in infancy, never knowing his father. He was adopted by the abominable Church of Light and suffered untold hardships. Wait! Beata raised her hand, stopping Hedam from spoiling the story. I haven't seen it yet. No spoilers. Huh? Aren't you planning on reading it? Hedam asked curiously. You pique my curiosity, Beatrice said. But you mentioned this book is about the Holy Son of the Church of Light, right? So his name might not actually come from our ancient language. It's more likely just a similar pronunciation or a coincidence. Hertam nodded. Logically, that's true, but many warriors left the Golden Land back then. Maybe he's someone's descendant. Anyway, I felt a connection to this name. Bilo walked to the corner where the books were kept, picked one up, and stuffed it into his pocket. I take one back too. It'd be good as bedtime reading. What good stuff have you two been hiding? Kareem and Ollie chimed in. Oh, it's that novel they were aggressively pushing at the fruit stand. Yes, that's it. Hertam said it's very good, and I'm planning to read it too, Bilo said. Then I take one too. Me too. Me too. Every day I wake up to duty and the dreaded food. I'm so bored. There's absolutely no entertainment in Golden City. Who has time for entertainment? Just getting enough to eat is good enough. Hey, I heard that in the time of the Hero King, there was an opera house in the city, but now that place is abandoned. Don't even mention opera. I can't even remember the last time I heard a song. Probably a lullaby my mother sang to me when I was a baby? Bilo suddenly laughed. Ah, what are you laughing at? Isn't it normal for babies to listen to lullabies? No, I'm not laughing at that. Bilo said. I suddenly remembered that the fruit vendor said books are food for the soul. I didn't really believe it then. Now it seems we've been starving for far too long. So starving, we've forgotten what hunger feels like. As a result, all the gatekeepers present took a book home. Night had fallen, and the Golden City was deathly silent. Bilo walked the long street back to his home. He wearily removed his heavy armor, washed himself, and then lay comfortably and dryly on his bed, picking up a novel. I read a little before bed, he said, opening the book. Then the next day dawned. How could this happen? Bilo complained bitterly to Hertam. I just wanted to read a little before bed, but I got so engrossed, all sleepiness vanished. I just wanted to know what happened next. Ah, my heart is itching. Hertam, also sporting huge dark circles under his eyes, said, I understand you. I already read 3/4 of it. Ah, I can't sleep at all. I just want to finish it. They reached the guard post, only to find that their remaining companions, including the captain, all had the same dark circles under their eyes. It was obvious they had also been reading a novel the night before. Bilo, this book is poisonous. Aelian, who was practicing swordsmanship with Ray at the city defense training camp, lost his grip and knocked the sword from Ray's hand. Impressive, son, Ray exclaimed, bending down to pick up the sword. Looking up again, he noticed Aelian seemed lost in thought. What's wrong, son? My followers seem to have increased, Aelian said, puzzled. The power of faith has suddenly surged. That's a good thing. Ray was quite pleased, but looking at Aelian's expression, his smile gradually faded. What's wrong? Is something amiss? Aelian shook his head. Nothing's wrong. It's just that this influx of faith feels very normal. Lay? Normal faith? Then are there abnormal faiths? But this question was far beyond Lay's knowledge. As a king-level superhuman, he had never had the opportunity to encounter something as high-level and sophisticated as faith, so naturally he couldn't offer Aelian any help or guidance. The helpless father could only weep silently in his heart. Have many adventurers come to change jobs these past few days? Are you managing? Aelian asked. Many, Lay said, but I already mastered the method. It doesn't matter if there are many, I can teach them in batches. The player's job template was loaded into the anchor point by Lia, so Lay didn't need to personally teach his apprentices. However, this NPC performance was unavoidable for the player's gaming experience. However, performing for one person once, performing for 100 people at once, is still performing once. The NPCs in this world are all flesh and blood, intelligent beings, and they will quickly find ways to slack off. Although he had been away from this world for nearly 400 years, Ray was now rapidly adapting to the modern era and striving to integrate into AMT County. Ray wasn't perfect, he had various flaws. While somewhat oblivious, he could also be quick-witted. He was passionate, vibrant, and Aelian felt quite comfortable around him. Aelian didn't dislike this carefree personality, in fact, he envied it somewhat. Having spent too long in the Church of Light, he had lost the ability to live freely and without guile. These days, he would occasionally fantasize about what kind of person he would have become if he had grown up properly with his parents. However, Aelian didn't dislike himself as he was now. Despite suffering much and enduring countless trials, he didn't regret the decisions he had made, nor did he resent the person he had become. Perhaps the influence of the outside world on a person isn't that great. He was still him, and he would always be him. Chapter 751. Due to the time difference between the two worlds, players who logged off the previous night didn't log back in until the next morning in game time. Version 3.0 had only been released a short time ago, but a huge amount of new content had already been added. New classes were constantly appearing, and old classes had new mentors and had their level caps broken. Players not only had to learn new skills for old classes and research new strategies, but also learn new classes related to the main storyline. They were incredibly busy. Even more absurdly, the NPCs in this game actually go off work. The daily game time was limited, yet the NPCs weren't on duty 25 hours a day. While the fact that NPCs had their own life trajectories and storylines was a very appealing design, it also added a lot of trouble for players. This development team must be hardcore fans of Harvest Moon Online. It's fun that NPCs have their own storylines to explore, but why do I always find the place closed when I come back? A player knelt down and wailed at the entrance of the city defense training camp. It's not time to open yet. Another player said, "Didn't you see the sign on the wall? We open at 8:30 a.m. By the way, Lei usually only receives the first wave of players at 9 a.m. Everyone goes through the cinematic together, so even if you're a little late, it's okay. If you make it to the end, you can get the quest reward. You can go have breakfast first and come back around 9 o'clock. Thanks for the guidance, Master. Hero Sword is really popular." A player nearby exclaimed. This is what the new class looks like, and it's the main 3.0 questline's flagship class. You can't enter the Golden City without learning it. I heard that some players, who have already learned Hero Sword, have gone to the entrance of the Golden City, and sure enough, they can see the vortex-shaped entrance. But if you try to enter now, the system will prompt, "You have not accepted the prerequisite quest and cannot enter at this time." There's a prerequisite quest? Isn't it just about learning this class? No. Besides, it seems it's not just this class that can enter the Golden City. The two top assassins in the entire server have already received scout missions and gone in first. Holy crap, how cunning. So assassins are the chosen ones of this version? I want to learn assassin. Learn. You can learn them all. Only children make choices, adults want them all. Now all classes are the chosen ones of this version. The only difference is whether you like them or not, and whether you're good at them. Now, with the first skill revamp complete, the uniqueness and advantages of each class are fully revealed. Every class has expert players posting guides and research tips, and no one will be constantly shouting, "When will Class XX finally stand up? Why is only Class XX the chosen one of this version?" A concept has taken deep root in players' minds. In this game, there are no bad classes, only bad players. Otherwise, why can all the other pros succeed, but you/me can't? Complaining about a bad class is like admitting you're incapable in front of everyone. Don't even mention men being told they can't do something. Even women don't like being told they can't. We're all heroes saving the world. How can we easily say we can't do it? As the saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way. Sometimes, success or failure isn't determined by ability. Mindset plays a huge role. If you assume you can't do it from the start and don't even try, even if you could have, you miss the opportunity, lose motivation, and give up, leading to a major failure. In this game, which is essentially set in another world, as long as players have a big enough heart and an open mind, there's nothing they can't do. Players have developed all sorts of new strategies, and now every class has its own strengths. All players can confidently proclaim, "We are the chosen ones." New players are initially confused, but fortunately, veteran players have already been trained and established a positive game culture. Furthermore, MOU has added mentor rewards for all classes, and achievement costumes have further fueled the enthusiasm of veteran players, who are either bringing friends and family or camping out at spawn points to catch newbies. With the separation of class mentors and divine level mentors, new and veteran players are now more separated. The mentors, who previously had to deal with significantly fewer players, are now much more relaxed. The Druid's divine level mentors now include Alicia, Frost's twin sister, while Elena is now a divine level ranger mentor for the hunter class. This not only alleviates the pressure on Elena's class, but also strengthens the connection between the Druid class and the elves. After the job system was adjusted, all players can now see their current and remaining jobs on their job panel. Clicking on details allows them to view the job change requirements, the corresponding job mentors, and the names and locations of any god-tier mentors already found by players. However, not all players can freely choose all jobs. Besides the limitations imposed by panel attributes, there are jobs like Druid that require meeting system, backend, screening criteria before being offered a job, and jobs like Hero King that require military merit to accept. The game setting of not being stuck on the main storyline, but on military merit, has become deeply ingrained in players' minds. Fortunately, military merit quests are constantly being added. Once the old ones are finished, new ones are always available. The basic construction of AMT's new city is now largely complete, and infrastructure quests have been moved to the Northern Territory. Quests like the Druid Purification Hall have been added to the Southern Continent, the Northern Territory, and Lozelle City. Besides bricklayers and druids, who are major contributors to military merit, other professions can also earn a significant amount of military merit. For example, alchemists, carpenters, blacksmiths, and leatherworkers can accept resource quests from the Magic Dolls at the Adventurers Guild, exchanging their crafted equipment for military merit. Tailors and gunsmiths can work in factories, while fishermen can deliver live fish to fish ponds or accept a limited number of daily fish-raising quests. Runemasters have also become a rising star in military merit and a major source of income, gaining popularity among players. Runes are just so incredibly useful. NPCs, such as the shopkeepers in Lariana, regularly post quests recruiting rune masters and array masters. The North is also a major consumer of runes. Both newly built greenhouses and the northern barbarian settlements require a large number of rune masters to work drawing protective runes. Now, the North has essentially become MOU's territory. There are few main storyline points, but side quests abound. These include infrastructure development, building greenhouses, developing planting and animal husbandry, improving the living conditions of the northern barbarians, and solving their problems, various quests in total. Chapter 752. Going to the Northern Territory requires no military merit or prerequisites. New players even receive a system-provided discount on Northern Territory teleportation fees. The development team is practically begging new players to come work for me. If it weren't for the current requirement for new players to learn their initial profession in a new city before they could work, they'd probably have to go to the Northern Territory even to find a starting point. New players wanting to quickly accumulate military merit to level up and progress through the main storyline, veteran players managing their teams and building production infrastructure, hardcore players exploring the illusionary realm dungeons. The Northern Territory is teeming with them. Meanwhile, the Southern Continent, a crucial quest location in the current 3.0 main storyline, is primarily dominated by veteran players. The priests of the Azure Sea Church have gradually established a reputation for helping others in the Southern Continent, and the Earth Mother Church in the Southern Continent is gaining popularity due to the purification efforts of the Divine Messengers. With free purification on one side and a costly, perfunctory service on the other, the people can naturally distinguish between good and bad. Because the Church of Light remains the dominant force in the Southern Continent, the people here naturally don't openly challenge it. They maintain a superficial relationship with the Church of Light. Only when purification is needed do they honestly enter the Earth Mother Church. Whether they sing praises to the Earth Mother's glory, pray for the greatness of world consciousness, or listen to the messengers tell stories of the Earth Mother and her ally, the God of Order, is beyond the Church of Light's control. In fact, this situation should have long ago attracted the Church of Light's attention, but unfortunately, the Church of Light is currently overwhelmed and has no extra energy to care about the frequency of mass attended by the people. The killing of several tax collectors and the loss of tax revenues had previously caused widespread public outcry, sending panic throughout the Church of Light. Since the taxes were lost in the hands of the tax collectors after they had been signed for, the blame could not be placed on the local church. It rested solely with the Holy City that dispatched the tax collectors. Naturally, the Holy City could not swallow this humiliation. Unable to swallow it, it had to find an enemy to vent its anger on. The Church of Light in Nanzhou was ordered to conduct a thorough investigation into the traitors and the whereabouts of the tax revenues, and to round up the demons. The tax collectors' whereabouts were kept secret, yet this time, they were repeatedly causing trouble. There must be a traitor within the Church of Light in Nanzhou. The Church of Light had screened its own personnel from top to bottom, leaving the bishops of Nanzhou groaning in agony. They were all exhausted. Even numerous cases of corruption and deception had been uncovered, but no traitor had been found. They also intensified searches at all the checkpoints in South Continent's ports. Even a mosquito couldn't escape their sight, but they still found nothing. Not a single ship sailing out carried grain or holy coins, and even the number of Chamber of Commerce ships entering South Continent had decreased significantly. The bishops managing the checkpoints knew full well that the South Continent Chamber of Commerce was undoubtedly worried that they would force the loss of such a large tax revenue onto the Chamber of Commerce, using various pretexts to increase their exploitation of incoming goods. The South Continent Chamber of Commerce's response was particularly crude and ruthless. They simply reduced their trade with Central Continent. Aside from a few ships of Central Continent wheat initially brought in during the Church of Light's food purchase spree, their recent cargo consisted entirely of useless furry alchemical dolls and colorful, inappropriate clothing, neither edible nor usable. The Church of Light felt they were taking up too much space and could only wave them off. The Holy City even dispatched Archbishop Brossel, who had previously suffered a setback in Corinsel and been expelled from the Magic Federation by Saloria, to the southern continent specifically to handle the missing tax revenue. This notoriously avaricious archbishop went straight to the Southern Continent Merchant Guild headquarters upon disembarking. Faced with Archbishop Brossel's seemingly sarcastic yet veiled questioning, Guildmaster Nabu smiled and poured him a glass of locally produced passion fruit wine, calmly offering his explanation. In previous years, we exported grain to Middle-earth, but as you've seen this year, due to the Church of Light losing tax revenue and buying grain at high prices, grain prices in Southern Continent remain high. Selling grain there is more profitable than in Middle-earth, so we naturally don't need to endure the hardships and high costs of transporting grain to Middle-earth. I even went to Middle-earth to buy some wheat. However, Middle-earth's grain cultivation relies entirely on the elves, and they struggle to feed themselves, so they don't have much wheat to sell. The price is also a bit high. Add to that transportation costs and losses along the way, and it's still not very profitable. Nabu deliberately emphasized the word losses, causing Archbishop Brossel's face to turn pale and then red. The so-called losses, aren't they just the exploitation by the Church of Light when we entered the Southern Continent? Nabu said. We merchants don't have so many tricks up our sleeves, all we pursue is profit. This year, grain sells well locally, so we sell it locally. Pet dolls and fashionable clothing from Middle-earth are quite popular in the Southern Continent, so we import them. These are all normal business considerations. If the Church of Light wants to know how to do business, I'm not unwilling to teach you. Archbishop Brosser, speechless, could only reluctantly take his leave. With no internal problems, and the Southern Continent Merchant Guild unyielding, the only explanation must be the demons. But demons weren't so easy to capture. Their appearances were constantly changing. If they wanted to conceal their identities, they had a plethora of methods. Archbishop Brosser remembered how, centuries ago, the Great Lich King had taught their Church of Light a lesson, forcing their elite troops to constantly scramble across the Southern Continent. Just when you thought you caught him, he shed his skeletal shell and, more nimbly than a cicada shedding its skin, emerged from the other side of the Southern Continent. As long as the Lich's life casket wasn't destroyed, he could regenerate indefinitely. Ignoring him meant he caused trouble everywhere, bombing several churches, and then disappearing, employing guerrilla tactics with remarkable efficiency. They were caught in a dilemma, to pursue him or not to pursue him. It's either a waste of resources and costs, or a loss of face. Either way, it's a loss. This world is short of all kinds of resources, except for corpses and skeletons. Using the lives of their superhuman subordinates to fight against the demons' disposable skeletons is a huge waste. Moreover, the demons' underground cities are actually located on the dark side of the planet. If they want to hide or evade capture, they only need to close the entrance in the Southern Continent. That's it. The underground cities are self-sufficient ecosystems, and besides, the demons have amassed such a large sum of tax revenue and food this time, it'd be enough to last them for several years. Yes, the Church of Light is now completely convinced that the demons are committing crimes. After all, apart from demons with underground cities, no one would obtain such a large amount of food without transporting or disposing of it. For one thing, so much money and food would clog the rivers if thrown in. Chapter 753. Archbishop Brossel had only been in the Southern Continent for a few days, yet he was already so anxious and agitated that he had blisters on his lips. Being caught red-handed by Saloria in Corinsel, and subsequently used as a pretext to expel the Church of Light from the Magic Federation, had become a major stain on his life. This exile to the Southern Continent, euphemistically called atonement, was, in reality, a form of exile. Archbishop Brossel didn't want to spend his life in this hot, mosquito-infested place. However, his status as a newly appointed archbishop wasn't well received by the bishops of the Southern Continent. While there were sycophants among the bishops of the Southern Continent, there were far more shrewd individuals who prioritized self-preservation. The demonic attack was swift, precise, and decisive. Their retreat left traces of the demons everywhere, yet not a single trace that could be used for investigation. Even worse, because they dumped the bodies of tax collectors and superhumans in the jungle, when the Church of Light discovered the groups hadn't returned and searched along the route, they found the corpses, mostly eaten by black goat calves, so badly that not even a complete face or piece of clothing could be pieced together. If there wasn't a traitor, How did the demons obtain such accurate intelligence? And when did the demons become so powerful that an entire squad of superhuman guards couldn't defeat them? These superhumans were all elites, yet they died without a single resistance or disturbance. But if it wasn't the demons, no other powerful force in the southern continent could have done such a thing. More importantly, no one could use the demons' skills. Those were racial skills. They weren't something that could be learned casually through instruction. The only explanation is that there's a mole within their ranks. This mole not only sold information to the demons, but may have even drugged the superhumans' food and water, making them so vulnerable. Not only do the upper echelons of the Church of Light not believe there isn't a mole, but even the bishops of the southern continent have their own doubts. If the bishops of those cities hadn't been directly involved, they might have even suspected they themselves had been controlled by the demons, or unknowingly drugged the tax collectors. But the divine test showed they hadn't been affected by any demonic control magic. Strange, very strange. The bishops of the southern continent couldn't figure it out, and since they couldn't understand or explain it, it meant someone would suffer. At this time, lingering before Archbishop Brossel could easily backfire, failing to clear their own name and instead arousing suspicion among their colleagues, making them the target of everyone's ire. Where there are people, there are cliques, especially in the southern continent, separated from the central continent by an entire strait. The holy city is far from the emperor's reach, while the southern continent has its own unique customs and traditions. The bishops here have long since formed a clandestine alliance. To make underhanded moves now would undoubtedly place oneself in the position of a traitor. The bishops are just looking for scapegoats. Using a few traitors as pawns would be a logical and efficient way to kill two birds with one stone. The Church of Light is busy investigating internal spies and demons. Every bishop and even their confidants are suspects. Only those of high enough status have access to the tax officials' routes, which means there's a problem with the upper echelons of the southern continent's Church of Light. Having figured this out, Archbishop Brossel broke out in a cold sweat, seeing everyone as an enemy. The bishops were all on edge, fearing they would be pushed out as scapegoats. Even those below, completely unaware of what was happening, could sense the subtle and tense atmosphere within the church. With the upper echelons in turmoil, those below naturally couldn't focus on their work either. The Church of Light, itself in disarray, was preoccupied with the demons and traitors who had vanished without a trace, and thus had no time to concern itself with the underhanded dealings of the Earth Mother Church and the Azure Sea Church. Nabu, who knew a little about the situation, was extremely pleased. They used this time to incite the populace to go to the Earth Mother Church for purification, and a certain lord generously dispatched a large number of druids. Generosity was out of the question. Of the 200 new players added daily in the Origin world, a third would become druids. Rounding up, that's equivalent to 33 new druids every day on the Osiria continent. With so many new players wanting to earn military merits and complete quests, the Magic Federation alone couldn't satisfy their appetite. MOU even placed the Earth Mother Church's Divine Messenger robes in the Adventurers Guild. Planting-type players who changed their class to a true druid and accumulated 1,000 military merits could receive a free Divine Messenger robe. Of course, directly changing to a priest or having a friend help you get a set of Divine Messenger attire is also an option to go to the southern continent. This isn't a bug or loophole, but rather the result of MOU's careful consideration. Changing jobs and having military merits means the player has a basic understanding of the game and can officially start working in the southern continent. If they don't have military merits but have changed to a priest, then at least they have an alternate identity when they leave the Earth Mother Temple to roam around. At the very least, if they have a friend who can help them get the attire, then experienced players can guide newbies without any major problems. Of course, some newbies might spend some gold to ask unfamiliar experienced players to help them get a set of Divine Messenger attire, but since they all have this kind of thinking, these newbies will definitely get through the beginner phase quickly and get the hang of the game. After all, the newbies in the game are just novice players unfamiliar with the game's content, not real children. The game is merely a virtual society, and those familiar with its rules can quickly become top players as well. With so many druids taking turns working at druid purification halls/Earth Mother halls around the world, the pollution levels of the population in each location are visibly decreasing rapidly. Even if the newbies are low level and their purification abilities are weak, there are many of them. If one purification isn't enough, they can do it multiple times. The only limit to a druid's strength is their stomach capacity for mana potions. As the population of southern continent continues to be purified, the amount of recovered world consciousness fragments displayed in Leah's backend is also steadily increasing. Currently, 1 1/3 fragments of world consciousness have returned. The authority is connected to fragments of world consciousness, but these fragments of world consciousness actually refer to the collective consciousness of the believers themselves. Even if one gains the allegiance of a god and reconnects to the authority, the fragments of world consciousness can only be collected after the believers of these gods are purified. The authority of nature was previously shared by the Mother Tree of Life, the Winter God, and the Earth Mother. Therefore, the fragments of world consciousness related to the authority of nature naturally belong to the elves, the northern barbarians, including the undead imprisoned by the Winter God, and the people of the southern continent, excluding the Church of Light and the demons. Chapter 754. The reason MOU and his group collected a fragment of world consciousness so quickly after defeating the Winter God was because 1/3 of the fragment's consciousness originated from the people of the Magic Federation, who had been purified by the Druid Purification Hall. The newly added third fragment belongs to the people of the southern continent, a fragment of consciousness connected to the authority of nature. Space, time, reality and illusion, destiny, spirit, nature, soul, annihilation, and order are the 9 supreme authorities that constitute this world. Except for order, which is a completely new authority, and does not correspond to any world consciousness fragment sought in the main quest, the other 8 authorities each have their corresponding fragments. Space is naturally Lia herself, while time is Calcadora, and nature is composed of elves, northern barbarians, undead, and the people of the southern continent, excluding followers of the Church of Light and demons. Reality and illusion belong to the Church of Light, and the followers of the Church of Light occupy half of the central and southern continents. Just in terms of the number of these followers, they are enough for 2 fragments. The soul should correspond to the demons. Annihilation is the authority corresponding to the seed core that the goddess of darkness, the former mother of abundance, obtained from the world's consciousness. The fragment of world consciousness in her hands may truly exist as a fragment of consciousness. The consciousness of the people in the Golden Land, whether it corresponds to the natural authority once possessed by the Mother of Abundance or a new form of annihilation, is unknown. In any case, the population there is small, probably negligible. The goddess of fate also naturally possesses a corresponding fragment of world consciousness, but her followers are scattered throughout the land. Even those who do not believe in gods believe in fate. The goddess of fate constantly travels between Lawsel City and the Magic Federation. The first third of the consciousness fragments to return from the Magic Federation were most likely those connected to the authority of fate. This is probably why MOU received the favor and attention of the goddess of fate, and the hints from the dark dice and dreams. The remaining 2/3 of the fragments corresponding to fate are scattered throughout Lawsel City, on a seal, and other fragmented locations, requiring gradual purification and recovery. The previous task of searching for fragments given by Leah had a limit of 7 fragments, not including herself. Now, the fragments of the natural world consciousness have been largely recovered, but fate still needs purification. Time has become an ally. Although the number of recovered world consciousness fragments on Leah's system backend is still 1 1/3, MOU believes the actual number should be April 8th, meaning he has completed half of the main quest. Of course, purification is a long-term process, and some consciousness cannot be completely purified at once. But that small fraction is negligible. As long as the druids continue their work, everyone's consciousness will eventually return to the world. Currently, besides the dark goddess's continued refusal to appear, and the demon's continued occupation of the planet's dark side, the greatest challenge and enemy remains the Church of Light. The dark goddess is already an ally, while the Grand Duke of Hell is opposed to the Church of Light. Based on the principle that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, MOU felt that binding them both onto his own ship of salvation, his own ship of savior, wouldn't be difficult. MOU had previously requested a meeting with the Goddess of Fate and Angelma, but the Goddess of Fate merely smiled and said, "The time is not yet ripe." Since Fate had spoken, MOU didn't press the matter. When it comes to mastering timing, who can compare to the Goddess of Fate? Having deduced the location of the fragments of world consciousness, MOU now had a goal in mind. People often feel lost and confused because they don't know where their destination is. The popularity of MMORPGs is also related to their clear quest locations and instructions. Arriving at the quest location triggers the process. Talking to the correct NPCs advances the progress. This sense of anticipation, stemming from the structured process, brings satisfaction and a sense of accomplishment, because the game's development always aligns with the player's expectations. In reality, however, plans rarely keep up with changes. The only purpose of a plan is to remind you how far reality is from it. As a seasoned office worker who has spent years in various companies, MOU has encountered all sorts of bosses. Among them are some oddballs who simply dump nonsensical tasks without explanation, demanding solutions from their subordinates within a ridiculously short time frame, acting like domineering CEOs. While a few genuinely capable individuals genuinely want to train their subordinates, many more are simply pretentious incompetent pretenders. The difference lies in the details. When asked about job requirements, the former can provide detailed instructions, while the latter can only erupt in impotent rage. You can't even do this? What are you even hired for? As for the latter, even if MOU came up with the best plan, or even just one, but several, they couldn't tell good from bad. They would simply dismiss him perfunctorily, then either take the plans to their superiors to claim credit, or simply pass the decision and responsibility down the line. Working under such people is naturally incredibly stressful, with no sense of accomplishment or happiness. They don't take the blame for the decisions they don't make, but they take all the glory, achievements, rewards, and salaries, leaving no room for the subordinates who contributed. If you don't quit a company like this sooner rather than later, are you waiting for others to blame you? MOU naturally slipped away quickly. So whether making games or planning, MOU is accustomed to setting a clear goal, finding a destination, and then considering the best way to get there. The Church of Light is a monstrous entity with a complex network of connections. To completely overthrow it and defeat the God that rules it, using a single method might not be enough. To kill a God, one must attack its faith, its foundation, and its authority. This method had previously been successfully used on the God of Winter, Freels. However, dealing with the God of Light was no easier than dealing with Freels. The God of Winter was narrow-minded, trusting no one, relying solely on himself, proving his truth through slaughter. His faith was like a pile of loose sand held together by force. The slightest force would instantly crumble. But the Church of Light was a carefully constructed interest group by the God of Light. To safeguard their transcendent status and vested interests, all the transcendents within the Church of Light would swear to defend the God of Light to the death. This behemoth is not easy to deal with. MOU sighed softly, tapped the sand table, and placed a piece on the chessboard of the world. Chapter 755. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the training ground of the City Defense Army was crowded with players who had arrived on time to change their class. Sigh, this game is great in every way, except the NPCs work 9 to 5 and have weekends off. They live a more comfortable life than I do. Stop cursing, stop cursing. This overworked dog is feeling physically uncomfortable. Lei walked out of the barracks, glanced at the crowd, and said with great momentum, "Adventurers, you are all heroes who have made great contributions to saving the planet Osiria. I'm sure you all understand the importance of heroes. This word resonates deeply with me. Today, I will impart to you the swordsmanship passed down through generations of my Ecclesia family, and refined by me, the hero's sword. Those who wield this sword must have a heart for all living beings, a compassionate spirit, and unwavering courage. They must be able to distinguish right from wrong, speak out for the innocent, eliminate evil, and uphold justice. This sword has 3 prohibitions. It will never cut the innocent, it will never cut the virtuous, and it will never cut the weak and powerless. If you adventurers can uphold this oath, I will impart to you the essence of my life's martial arts." Suddenly, a loud shout rang out from the crowd. "Janduraha! Ray, I teach you." The players began to whisper amongst themselves. The CG animation didn't have a mute function? Is it a bug or intentional? I know, it must be a special feature. I told you guys to stop using the baboon meme all the time. You're crashing the NPCs. Lei, what are these adventurers saying? He can't understand a word, but it's not a big deal. If he doesn't understand, he doesn't have to. Lei remembered the Lord's instructions, and continued to deliver his speech with high spirits, then quietly pressed the batch push of job templates button in the NPC-specific app on his phone. The players present immediately received notifications about the job change quest, and the weapons and equipment they were given were placed in their backpacks. Wow, a proper two-handed sword. So cool. Hey, the hero sword doesn't wear armor, only leather? After all, it's an agility-focused class, so even if it wears armor, it's light, not the heavy, canned armor of the World Knight. Canned armor lovers are crying. Lei blinked in confusion, then turned serious and waved his hand, saying, "Go and complete the quest, adventurers. Once you prove you truly have the qualities to be a hero, this hero's sword will recognize you." Players excitedly opened the quest panel, eagerly pulled equipment and weapons from their backpacks and donned them, or opened the skill panel to study them. Once the job change quest is triggered and accepted by the player, the skill panel will be visible in the system. However, until the job change quest is completed, only some skills will be usable, the rest will be grayed out. Hero's Oath, Passive skills. Those who do evil are free to do as they please, while those who do good are shackled. An ancient and sacred oath empowers heroes. It is both a shackle and a source of strength. Only by restraining desires, acting with caution, and upholding the oath can one bear the name of a hero and wield power capable of shattering the very world. Those who strive for good with all their might are heroes. Those who bear the power to destroy the world but remain true to their duty are also heroes. Heroes burdened with oaths dance with shackles. Note, as you level up, you can add multiple oaths to your hero's oath. Once added, you cannot abandon or break an oath, otherwise you will lose all the powers granted by the oath and incur the corresponding debuffs. Note, oaths may not be compatible with each other. Please choose your oaths carefully, otherwise too many oaths will become shackles that bind you and make you unable to move. This passive skill? One player paused in thought, then suddenly realized, holy crap, it's a paladin. We have a paladin in D&D. Huh? I thought the hero's sword was just a swordsman, but it turns out it's a paladin. The official is really good at this. Hush, is there an Oathbreaker gameplay? The players were eager to try it out, and continued to carefully consider the skill. 3 no slashes, passive skill. The hero's sword's basic oath: never kill the innocent, never kill the kind, and never kill the weak and powerless. Following this oath will grant you exceptional swordsmanship abilities. Gain the additional effect, swordsmanship expertise, passive skill. You automatically master all two-handed swords, one-handed swords, and long swords. Agility plus 10%, Constitution plus 10%. Sword attack boost, passive skill. When you use swordsmanship to attack, your attack power increases by 30%. Breaking this oath will result in the loss of your swordsmanship bonuses and will inflict pangs of conscience, debuff. All basic and beneficial status attributes are reduced by 10% during this period. Shaking hands, debuff. You will be unable to use swordsmanship normally, and there is a certain probability of injuring yourself and your teammates. Agility minus 10%, swordsmanship minus 80%, attack minus 20%. Damn, the punishment for breaking an oath is so severe. Does this mean there won't be any Oathbreaker subclasses anymore? I feel like breaking oaths isn't allowed on Lei's side, since Lei's character is inherently a lawful and righteous being. Maybe there will be an Oathbreaker mentor later? The developers probably won't just release a lawful and righteous class. That would be a waste. I guess they release a subclass mentor plus one later. This new class is newly released, so the paths might not be complete yet. They definitely hold off until a later version. Besides, there are already enough new classes. Releasing them all at once would only dilute the popularity. Makes sense. The Keeper's Blessing, active skill. As a person of integrity who keeps their oath, you can draw protective power from your oath to heal your own injuries. Base recovery power 1000. Holy crap, it appeared. It's a paladin's healing skill. Blade of Faith. Heroes don't believe in gods, but in oaths. Gathering the power of faith at the tip of the sword, one can unleash a strike that splits mountains and seas. Attack power 1000. Hiss, that's pretty high attack power. Thorn of Justice. A true hero never backstabs. Hiding the enemy in the front deals 500 attack power. Hiding the enemy in the back deals 100 attack power. Players, wait a minute, something feels off. Why is the attack position reversed? Does it have to be a head-on confrontation? Heart of a hero. The stronger the opponent, the stronger the battle. Even in the face of setbacks, a hero bravely advances according to their vows. For every 10% decrease in health, attack power increases by 20%, with no upper limit. Note, system-friendly reminder, please manage your health carefully. When health reaches 0, you cannot perform any attacks. Chapter 756. Subject, Shock. Hero Swordsman is actually a paladin. Posted by Ascending to Immortality. Content. When I saw the Hero Swordsman class was released, I thought of many design possibilities. Sword-wielding classes are too common, whether it's a European or ancient style, almost every game has such a character. Or, a fighter style, strong and robust. You could go for a Japanese swordsman style, with high dodge and burst damage, or use increased agility to strike first and draw 4 times a second to instantly slash your enemies, or go for a traditional Chinese swordsman style, unleashing a volley of swords and maximizing the special effects of sword formations. But unexpectedly, the team ultimately gave us the D&D Paladin. Shocking. The core of the hero's sword's power lies in its oath. The emphasis is on the hero, not the sword. The oath is both a shackle and a power, a double-edged sword. The hero sword class dances with this double-edged sword in hand. Keeping the oath brings strength, while breaking it incurs damage. It can be said that the team's changes have made the already complex paladin class much simpler and clearer, but it also eliminates the oath-breaking gameplay. Well, but for now, the new class. At this early stage, it's hard to say whether the addition of the dark-themed Oathbreaker Minter will introduce new class gameplay later. Personally, I think the hero sword class design truly fits the character of my father-in-law. Hero King Ray Ixoxa is a man bound by numerous oaths, yet always steadfastly upholds the righteous path. Based on the plot details that have been revealed and explored so far, Ray Ixoxa's character is quite complex. He possesses the bravery and righteousness of a traditional JRPG hero, but he also bears many burdens. The impending collapse of the Golden City, the lies of the gods' fake deaths, the hunger and suffering of its people. He entrusts his kingdom to those he trusts, and bearing these burdens, he embarks on a journey to find the future. 29 years passed in the blink of an eye for a superhuman. 29 years is probably just a fleeting moment for an extraordinary being, especially considering that in those 29 years, he had to meet the Lich King and the elves, explore ways to save the Golden City, and along the way, act as an adventurer, helping those in need, protecting the weak against the strong, and even falling in love with his mother, and giving birth to our universally acknowledged wife, Aalian. It was truly a very busy time. Originally, I didn't understand why Ray would take on so many side quests and help others while searching for a way to save the Golden City. Wasn't that putting the cart before the horse? Until I also changed my class to Heroic Swordsman. Eliminating evil, upholding justice, and protecting the weak are the oaths of the Heroic Swordsman. To turn a blind eye and a deaf ear to evil is surely a violation of the oath and the heart of a hero. I think that during those 29 years, Ray never forgot the people he knew in the Golden City, but his heart also yearned for the world beyond. However, 29 years is roughly a third of an ordinary person's lifespan. Such a long time is enough for the people of the Golden Land to harbor resentment and discontent towards him. And he seemed to trust his uncle, Pedra, far too much. Frankly, I think that while Ray, as royalty of the Golden Land, was indeed noble and righteous, he also possessed a certain aloofness, as if detached from worldly affairs. He was like a tree cultivated in a greenhouse, able to withstand storms, but unaware of the snakes, rats, and insects that exist in the world. He idealized everything in the world, which is why he was betrayed by his closest relatives, hunted down, lost loved ones, and fought to the death. A hero who helped countless weaklings, yet fought alone in times of hardship. That part of the story deeply saddened me, yet I felt it was entirely understandable. Even great heroes couldn't defeat this enemy, so how could the weak common people and adventurers possibly stand against it? The hero suffered injustice, even betrayal and abandonment, which made me feel incredibly frustrated and sorry for him. However, thinking about it from another perspective, if we were in that situation, would we really step forward, or would we turn around and pretend to be too busy? But I think the brilliance of that plot design lies in the fact that Ray, even at the end, didn't blame those who sided with the enemy, didn't help, and didn't respond to their pleas for help. His obsession was only with worry and longing for his infant son, and the people who ultimately stayed in Titan Rose were actually bound by their own guilt. Ray is a not-so-shrewd, noble hero who doesn't want to think the worst of people. His image represents the aesthetic of game protagonists from the last century, an ideal, pure hero upholding law and justice. But such a person is probably incapable of saving the world. The plot of Ray actually reflects the fall of game protagonists from the last century, and the rise of new century game protagonist styles, the changing times, and the shift in people's tastes and logic. Thankfully, the developers gave my father-in-law a chance to reincarnate as a lich, otherwise I would have been heartbroken for a long time. Although I think my father-in-law is a bit silly and stubborn, I really like him. Hero swordsmen, they set their own oaths and shackles. Their power comes from these, but is also limited by them. Hero swordsmen are a class that dances in chains. However, these oaths and shackles also prove the nobility and folly of this class. Even with immense, world-destroying power, they adhere to the rules and constraints they set for themselves, never using this power on innocent people. This is restraint, and also an expression of great love. Those who don't control their power and act recklessly are villains, not heroes. The high bonuses and high attack power from the oath are the main characteristics of the hero's sword, while the low health bonus from hero's heart adds a berserker-like playstyle to this class. Like a typical paladin, the hero's sword also has healing abilities, but unlike the D&D mechanic where the paladin can act as both tank and healer, in this game, The Paladin is more of a powerful DPS with self-preservation and healing abilities. Their damage mitigation is not strong, taking damage is primarily for the purpose of increasing attack power. I must commend the development team. They clearly avoided making the hero's sword a tank class. That would have made it too similar to the World Knight. Furthermore, compared to other sword-wielding classes, Cook, Assassin, Ranger, this class's oath system is unique. It seems that as players level up, they can choose which oaths to load, and there should be mutual reinforcement and restraint between oaths. Personally, I feel these oaths are like talismans that can be equipped but not removed. I imagine that after some brain-teasing gameplay, this class will have even greater playability and uniqueness. I really love the background story and setting of this class. This restrained yet disciplined adherence to lawful justice is truly captivating. However, this class has relatively high constitution requirements. Players considering this class should pay attention to improving their constitution and agility attributes. May everyone uphold their principles and keep their oaths on their journey, becoming truly great heroes. Chapter 757. Subject: Shocking. After not seeing each other for a few days, how come my little wife, a red-named NPC, is no longer red-named? Original poster, Melissa Kubo. Content: Holy crap! I only knew that Dream Express was run by my little wife's parents, but I didn't expect that after my parents showed up, my little wife wouldn't be red-named anymore. Screenshot as proof.jpg. My little wife's current system prompt reads, Double Agent, who has joined the Lord. You can use him to convey certain information to the God of Light. Does anyone know what happened in the intervening plot? Third floor salty fish. Probably because we conquered Roselle City in the main storyline and brought Dream Parents into the World faction. The quests in this game are so interconnected and logical. Now that the in-laws have joined the faction, how can the concubine still hold back? As usual, where should the animated CG be triggered? Try your luck at the Investigation Bureau and the Succubus Express. Maybe you can get it. 19th floor, sure you bought yo. I got it. To trigger the storyline, you need to have a very high favorability with the in-laws, and then you receive a quest. Recent troubles. The quest involves investigating clues and gathering intelligence to play a short deduction game. It feels a lot like playing against O Judge. As you explore, various CG animations will be triggered, revealing things like the parents' past and how Edward ended up in the Church of Light. This will then trigger the next quest, Talk to Edward. Continuing on, you see the concubine storyline and learn about her troubles and concerns. Some of this is already known, while others are new. We not only witness the painful metamorphosis of the succubus cub, but also Edward's inner turmoil and predicament, and the animated cutscene of him seeking help from the Lord, self-destruction. Honestly, the little wife's decisive self-destruction really surprised me, but since everyone already knows he's a spy, it seems like he didn't reveal anything significant. It's safe to say that the little wife has a very deep mentor-student relationship with the Lord, a real master-disciple dynamic, and the Lord's guidance is excellent. After watching this scene, I finally understand why the information the little wife transmits is all those strange things. The little wife is caught between two opposing forces, caught between the God and her beloved teacher, which is quite a dilemma. I really want to cherish this little wife. After completing the entire storyline, you understand that the succubus in-laws' problem is that they're not very good at getting along with the little wife. Everyone is experiencing being a father/mother/son for the first time, so it's normal to be awkward. And as everyone knows, the concubine is a bit awkward, but also incredibly alluring. We adventurers can offer them advice or complete side quests to help them strengthen their bond. A full first-person perspective video is attached below. By the way, the concubine is no longer a red-name NPC, but a special yellow-named one. She's currently in the stage of having pledged allegiance to the Lord, but not yet having her soul imprinted by the God of Light removed. She continued to pass on some useless information to the God of Light, or, at the Lord's behest, deliver false information deliberately provided by us to mislead the God of Light's side. Personally, I think this is still within the brain in a vat storyline. Just progress to the second stage. You still need to screen the submitted intel, but since the little wife will also do some screening herself, it's generally safe. This is probably a defensive measure the development team has put in place to prevent rogue players from disrupting the mission. Really solid team. Subject: we infiltrated the Golden Country. Come watch the Scouts live stream and discover the shocking secrets hidden within the Golden Country. Original poster, Tranquility C. Content: hello everyone. Today is our second day in the Golden Country. We found an empty house in the city as a safe base and offline area, so we can start our leisurely adventure. The Golden Country's overall style is very similar to that of the Mayan civilization in Central and South America, fitting in well with the overall style of South America. The current situation in the Golden Country can be described as being on the eve of civilizational collapse. Due to the scarcity of resources in the Divine Kingdom, the people here are clearly divided into different levels based on their likelihood of survival and value. The more likely and valuable those who survive are given more resources, including food, water, and supplies. The elderly residents are the first to be abandoned. The entire kingdom of God is quite large, roughly comparable to the kingdom of the god of winter. The temple is at its center, and the inner circle surrounding it is the largest city. The outer circle is a collection of small towns and villages, demonstrating just how prosperous this place was in its early days. But now, the towns and villages in the outer circle are either completely deserted or left to fend for themselves by their abandoned residents. Only the city still evokes a faint remnant of its former prosperity. Its entertainment facilities, such as theaters and arenas, are closed, shabby and dilapidated, looking as if they have not been repaired or maintained for years. The streets were impeccably clean, and the city and its surrounding areas boasted comprehensive sewage and water purification systems. The overall filtration and circulation system was also highly effective, truly befitting an ecosystem that had been operating for many years. However, a pervasive sense of hunger permeated the entire Divine Kingdom. Several factions existed within the Divine Kingdom. Pedra, Ray's uncle, was the regent of the Golden Land, currently still in power and thriving. He and his superhumans controlled the Golden Land's most abundant resources. We hadn't yet managed to infiltrate Pedra's stronghold, but based on the intelligence we gathered so far, Pedra and his men were well fed and clothed. Another force was the gatekeepers of the Golden Land. They were supposedly former royal guards of Ecclesia, demoted to gatekeepers after Ray's absence and Pedra's seizure of power. These gatekeepers also received rations from Pedra, so they weren't starving, but the food was probably subpar. So the gatekeepers would occasionally skip their shifts to go outside the Golden City to get some food. Those who previously set traps and hunted outside the Golden City, and those who bought things at the Lost Travelers Market, were all gatekeepers. Considering they were originally Lay's soldiers, I think this group is the most likely to be recruited by us. These gatekeepers are also of good character. We noticed they would share the food they obtained with those who were abandoned and starving. For that alone, I think they're commendable. Chapter 758. First floor. Hidden old man. For some reason, Piedra has isolated himself in the Golden Country. Clearly, the Golden Country desperately needs resources from outside. Even if a few supplies were brought in, the survival rate would skyrocket. We haven't yet found a way to enter the Golden Country's upper-class district, the Square Tower District. We're still exploring the outer circular area. The design of this main city is also very interesting. From a bird's-eye view, the temple at its center resembles an ancient coin with a round outer edge and a square inner edge. The outer circular area is where ordinary people live, while the inner square tower area is where Piedra and his transcendental confidants live. The area between the two areas is heavily guarded. We haven't yet uncovered any specific information about the Square Tower District. Aside from the obvious fact that it's centered around the temple, the military strength, major buildings, and even Piedra's location are unknown. Perhaps someone could help Xian Lei understand the layout of the Square Tower District. Although he's been gone for 400 years, the main structure should remain unchanged. The further we go, the more we realize this mission isn't just a reconnaissance mission for the two assassins. Some intelligence can't be obtained by us alone. It requires collaboration from both inside and outside. We're feeling a bit stuck right now, perhaps missing some prerequisite, preventing us from advancing to the next stage. We can only continue our exploration of the disk area. The information we learned so far includes 1. Piedra told the people that the power within the sealed artifact is insufficient and can only be used on the blades that need it most. Of course, I assume that this blade Piedra refers to includes himself, and therefore those with the least value will be discarded. 2. Because Lei left the Golden Land and didn't return for many years, several waves of Golden Land warriors deserted. To stop this desertion, Pedra began to isolate the land. I personally think Pedra himself released this information, and I suspect that those so-called warriors who fled the Golden Land and never returned were the very same pursuers who chased after his in-laws and were killed by Lei and his group. Because the people of the Golden Land didn't know when Lei actually died, Pedra took the opportunity to confuse time and cause, using this as an excuse to achieve his goal of isolation. However, we don't know what benefits isolation would bring him. This matter needs further investigation. 3. Pedra is still alive and kicking. We believe he may have used a sealed artifact to extend his lifespan and increase his level. Theoretically, according to Lei's previous statements, the Golden Land should have lasted at least another 100 years, and shouldn't have started a famine so early. We think the current state of the Golden Land is related to Pedra's unusually long lifespan. 4. Piedra strictly forbids anyone from entering or leaving the Golden Land. The gatekeepers are now risking their lives to commit crimes against the wind. Stealing from the gatekeepers? Cough, the wording seems a bit off. Please don't mind it too much. The gatekeepers are risking their lives to search for food so that more people can survive. I think we should provide them with some convenience. 3rd floor corrida, received, the frontline reporter will be at your service. I go interview my father-in-law now. Recruitment, the second Lost Travelers Market is about to open. Stall owners are welcome to participate in this event. Posted by Rainy Today. Recruitment notice, fellow travelers. The first Lost Travelers Market was a great success. We successfully sold food and the guardians of illusion and reality to the gatekeepers of the Golden Land. Now it's time to test the results. Considering the actual needs of the gatekeepers of the Golden Land, this time we need to prepare a variety of easily preserved, simple to process, mildly odorous, and highly nutritious foods. Note, durian is prohibited. Note, snail rice noodles are prohibited. Note, stinky tofu is prohibited. Welcome everyone to join the stall-setting ranks. Let's work together to advance the main storyline and save the Golden Land. P.S. The prequel to Xianyu Teacher's masterpiece Guardians of Illusion and Reality, the parent-child love story Heroes End, is coming soon. Stay tuned. Subject, Extra. Extra. The first magic flying motorcycle jointly developed by players and NPCs has rolled off the production line today. Posted by Song Lin. Content, good news. The first magic flying motorcycle jointly developed by a player, me, and an NPC has successfully rolled off the production line at the Gun Research Institute today. This magic flying motorcycle uses. This modern design perfectly combines alchemical antimatter explosion cylinders, magical mechanical kinetic technology, and runic levitation technology, making it a culmination of modern technology, magic, alchemy, and runic literature. Why don't you all hurry up and buy one? With this magical flying motorcycle, you can simply pull it out of your backpack whenever you want to use your mount. No more pedaling a bicycle, no more queuing to hail a griffin or a succubus. More importantly, it can fly. And it doesn't even need a wind duct. It can fly as long as it's not in a no-fly zone. It can reach speeds of up to 60 kilometers per hour. It's already the fastest mount on the market, besides succubi. Don't worry about safety. This motorcycle was jointly created by the alchemist Lamar Onisel and the master mechanic Briard Alder, guaranteeing its absolute safety. It has already obtained a sales permit issued by the Lord. It doesn't burn oil, doesn't need charging, and consumes only one sealed orb of pollution every 800 kilometers. As long as there's a druid nearby, or you yourself are a druid, this motorcycle has unlimited range. Furthermore, the motorcycle comes with a built-in navigation system and easy-to-understand electronic controls. Simply input your destination for automatic driving. Even beginners don't need to worry. You can drive it with your eyes closed without an accident. Now it's only 100 gold. 100 gold. No military merits required, no main quest progression, no waiting in line or using connections. Just place an order and pay to take delivery. Want one? Head to the gunsmith and order from the magical doll. Note, it cannot be used in some areas due to no-fly zones, such as the southern continent map, restricted by the main quest line, and the area around important facilities like the Mage Tower. There are invisible walls restricting flight in these no-fly zones. Please be aware of this. If the autopilot system is used, the system will automatically avoid no-fly zones. First floor, one sword breaks 1,000 mountains. Holy crap! You guys made a flying motorcycle? I have to have one. OP, Azure Rin, yes. I made it. Proudly hands on hips. Oh, I forgot to mention, this motorcycle comes with a built-in gun and knife storage compartment. Some professions, sharpshooters, can fight without dismounting. As long as your driving skills are good enough, you can even drive straight at the enemy with the big tires on. So do you want one? Chapter 759. The entrance to the Firearms Research Institute was instantly packed with players scrambling to buy flying motorcycles. These players are really something, a lord said with a smile to Ialian beside him, standing in the laboratory on the highest floor of the Firearms Research Institute's glass dome. They even managed to create a flying motorcycle. We conducted 200 secret test flights. Mr. Aldley proudly pulled out a data report. All the test data has proven that this motorcycle is safe to use. The system you provided, Lord, absolutely guarantees safe flight and emergency braking, and will automatically arrange the optimal flight route. No-fly zones are also automatically controlled. The system's priority is higher than the player's autopilot. Even if the adventurer manually drives, if the system determines that a flight/collision accident is imminent, the vehicle is running out of energy, enters a no-fly zone, or deviates from the designated flight path in a specific area, it will automatically take over for emergency response. The so-called autopilot system was actually Leah, so he was naturally very reassured. However, the collision accidents I'm referring to here do not include adventurers selecting an enemy target, activating combat mode, and attacking with the motorcycle itself. Considering the adventurer's combat needs, we equipped the motorcycle with an armory. The front has 2 pop-out weapon magazines on either side, and internal space-expanding runes have been added, allowing it to hold almost any size combat weapon, including the World Knight's heavy great sword, the sharpshooter's pistol, the magic chef's cookware, the hunter's bow and arrow, and the lancer's lance. The motorcycle itself has also been reinforced, so it can withstand being used to smash into people or crash into walls. It can also activate a magical shield and fire a magic laser cannon. This part consumes a lot of energy, so to prevent excessive energy consumption from affecting operation, it requires additional contaminated energy to use. This magic laser cannon actually focuses and fires the energy generated by the antimatter contamination explosion within an antimatter explosive cylinder, resulting in immense power, enough to instantly kill a peak-level LV-80-90 expert. Therefore, we integrated system control into the cannon's sights. If the system determines the target to be an ineffective target, i.e., neither an enemy creature nor a friendly facility, it will lock the cannon's launcher, preventing energy from being released from the storage medium to the barrel. However, adventurers can activate a magical shield at any time to defend against potential attacks. This magical shield also uses antimatter contamination explosion energy for power. Not to brag, but it can withstand an attack from a god-level being, though it can only last for a maximum of 3 seconds. It's alright, even 3 seconds is impressive against a god-level opponent. The tolerant lord calmly and understandingly comforted him. Mr. Audley, ? Something seems a little off, but it doesn't seem to make a difference. Oh well. He shook his head and continued his introduction. Aelian curiously touched the prototype in front of him, clearly quite interested. Mou looked at the silver-haired knight and the gleaming black motorcycle, stroking his chin with interest. Perhaps a few motorcycle leather suits will need to be custom-made. Downstairs, a group of players had completely surrounded Song Lin. Holy crap, streamlined body, black metallic paint, oversized tires, twin cylinders. This is practically a real-life combination of Harley and Fenrir. Boss, your design is amazing. Actually, one cylinder is used for driving, and the other for the magic laser cannon and defense system. The 2 cylinders must be filled with fuel separately, Song Lin said. I referenced all the motorcycle designs I liked on the market, taking the best and improving upon them, and then made adjustments and modifications. How about it? The finished product is super cool, right? And it comes in 3 paint options: black and gold, black and silver, and pure black. So cool. By the way, can this thing be painted any other color? Jian Pachinshan asked. Song Lin shook his head. The vehicle is covered in various runes. To ensure the safe operation of these runes, all vehicles are sprayed with a special alchemical coating after leaving the factory. With this coating, no paint or dirt can leave a trace on the vehicle, it wipes off easily. If you have a specific color preference, you can pay extra for a customization service, which allows you to have your chosen color painted before leaving the factory. Anything that can be solved with money isn't a problem. Damn, does that mean you don't really need to wash the car much? Just a quick wipe every day is enough? Yes, maintenance and use are super easy. Just insert the druid sealing orb into the loading port on the right to charge the motorcycle. Song Lin began to demonstrate. By the way, the loading port on the left is for charging weapons and defense systems. Then just rotate the handlebars. Rumble, rumble, rumble. His motorcycle emitted a series of pleasant roars, and all the players showed expressions of comfort. That's how it should be. That's exactly how it should be. The motorcycle has an automatic driving system, which is very convenient to operate. Of course, it's fine to ride it yourself, but the system has the highest authority. If it determines that improper operation may cause an accident, the system will automatically take over. Song Lin said, this is for everyone's safety. After all, the penalty for death is very high. Everyone nodded knowingly. Wait, since the system takes over before an accident occurs, how can we use motorcycles for combat? One person asked. Oh, it's like this. This system has two modes, driving and combat. In driving mode, the system prioritizes the safety of the driver and pedestrians in all its decisions. But if you switch to combat mode, as long as you select an enemy and the system confirms that the selected target is an attackable target, you can use any weapon or means to fight. However, if the system determines that the enemy you selected is not an effective attack target, then it will automatically exit combat mode and shut down the magic laser cannon system. This laser cannon is awesome. It can instantly kill a level 80 monster. However, there are many limitations. For example, it has a 5-minute cooldown after each use, and it can't attack unless the target is a red-named enemy. But it's a somewhat overpowered weapon, and these limitations are to ensure gameplay. Just treat it like a super powerful weapon. By the way, this thing only travels at 60 kilometers per hour, so how can it fly? Oh, it flies using levitation runes, powered by antimatter cylinders, and has nothing to do with initial speed. This thing can do vertical takeoff and landing like a helicopter. Holy crap! Anyway, this guy is awesome. Awesome. Wait, we already have a magic flying motorcycle. Can we expect a magic flying car? Chapter 760. Magic flying motorcycles already exist, so flying cars aren't far off. The most challenging technical challenge in this research is the material used to construct the alchemical antimatter explosion cylinder. Each antimatter bomb explosion creates a small annihilation, releasing a tremendous amount of energy. Not every material can withstand this kind of explosion. Rama discovered the byproduct of the Emperor's fluid rather than a technical problem. The Emperor's fluid of the North is said to be a special liquid formed by the dissolution of the remains of gods and their power. But since it's a liquid formed from dissolved remains, impurities are bound to be present. The Emperor's fluid is a crucial material for rune drawing, magical mechanical technology, and even alchemy. After adventurers mined large quantities of Emperor's fluid from the north, the Druids purified it, and then gave it to Rama for alchemical refinement, creating a high-quality magical concentrate that was ready for use, stable, and non-explosive. After purification, Rama discovered that the impurities that had been extracted were essentially the same inert substance. So-called inert substance means it barely reacts with any contamination or magic, creating a similar effect to an alchemical amulet, yet its performance far surpasses it. This inert substance likely originates from the remains of a god. The fact that it can coexist with flammable and explosive high-energy substances, like the Emperor's oxygen, demonstrates its stability. Where poison grows, there must be an antidote. This is the essence of the interdependent nature of all things. If this inert substance were used to construct the engine cylinder, no matter how the antimatter and contamination reacted within, the explosion would be contained within the cylinder by this inert substance. With the material science challenges solved, research into new mounts in AMT County progressed rapidly. Adventurers provided modern technological principles and exterior designs, alchemy masters controlled the antimatter reaction, and master mechanics were responsible for extracting and storing the energy from the explosion in the cylinders for use in the vehicle's propulsion and weapon systems. The explosion reaction of antimatter, or more accurately, annihilation, is extremely violent. Even a tiny amount of contamination can generate enormous energy. Naturally, it cannot be directly used to propel the pistons. That would be an enormous waste of energy. Therefore, it requires the use of magical mechanics to extract and store the energy, slowly retrieving it when needed. Yes, this motorcycle is actually an electric, magical, motorcycle that generates kinetic energy from the antimatter explosion, uses that kinetic energy to charge electricity, magic, and runs on electricity magic. The stored magical energy is used in various parts of the vehicle, including providing continuous power for the wheels, supporting the systems, Leah's, calculations, continuously charging the rune circuits for levitation and wind magic, or specifically supplying the laser cannons and defense systems. However, as a new technology in Osiria, Mr. Alderley and Lamar have not yet been able to stably increase the motorcycle's speed to over 60 kilometers per hour, but the Lord doesn't seem to mind. Currently, long-distance spatial teleportation mainly relies on teleportation points. Player mounts primarily solve the last-mile problem. Whether used for commuting in cities or for exploration, extremely high speeds are unnecessary. In fact, just enough is sufficient. Higher speeds actually increase the risk of accidents. Even with Lia's automatic system control, higher speeds require more computation and shorter processing times, making it a demanding task for the world's consciousness. In MOU's view, players shouldn't be spoiled from the start. If they level up to the maximum in one go, there'd be no room for further improvement. Players are the most demanding group. They can't be spoiled too much. MOU is very satisfied with the current product. Of course, Lamar and Mr. Audley are still working hard on the car. The greater the mass of the levitation, the greater the consumption and difficulty of casting levitation magic. Moreover, cars and motorcycles are not the same shape. The wind magic used, wind resistance, everything needs to be calculated from scratch. It's not as simple as just applying what you learned. But this is already a technological innovation in Amp County. This engine, capable of converting pollution into completely pollution-free and harmless energy through controlled explosions, isn't just for transportation. This combined cylinder and magical mechanical energy storage technology is even more universally applicable than the technology currently used in the hydroelectric power plant in Ant New City. The pollutant-removing device in the hydroelectric plant, containing branches of the Tree of Life and MOU's otherworldly blood, cannot be easily disseminated elsewhere and is currently only usable in Amp County. At most, it could be deployed in the Elven territories as well. However, this cylinder device is different. As long as druids provide the separated pollutants, it can produce energy. Although it cannot automatically purify water sources, it can completely convert pollutants into clean energy, which is the greatest technological innovation. In the eyes of any outsider, this is a purification method to save the world. After obtaining the Lord's consent, Lamar wrote a paper on this cylinder device and sent it to the Alchemy Guild headquarters in Onisal City. MOU naturally had no objections to this. His goal was to save the world, and any additional method of purifying pollution would be a great benefit to him. He had no reason to set up technological barriers. And Lamar could regain his former glory and reputation through this world-shaking research. MOU felt that this genius alchemist shouldn't be ostracized for baseless reasons, like blowing up the Mage Tower or having academic disputes with other alchemists. Academic disputes are not misconduct. They arise from differing perspectives, understandings, and interpretations of an academic issue, leading to irreconcilable disagreements. Resolving these disagreements is simple. Produce the correct result through practice. Conclusions proven through practice are merely hypotheses, but once concrete results are presented, they cease to be hypotheses and become facts. MOU also hoped that Rama could regain the respect and reputation he deserved. Chapter 761. Lamar's dispatch paper quickly caused a sensation within the Alchemist Association. A few days later, MOU's Mage Tower welcomed a representative from the Onisal Alchemist Association. The visitor was a chubby, brown-skinned man with a warm smile and an honest appearance. Looking at his smiling face, MOU couldn't help but think of Mithra Buddha. Lord Mayu. The man greeted him with a warm smile. It's an honor to meet you. I am Romet Kapti, an envoy from the Alchemist Association. May I ask if Lamar Onisal is currently residing in your city? MOU, always one to reciprocate a smile, returned the greeting with his own. What brings you here? It's good news. Romet Kapti beamed. Our Alchemist Association has received Grandmaster Lamar's latest research. After evaluation by several Grandmasters in our association, it is unanimously agreed that Lamar Onisal, Grandmaster Cell's research findings are of immense value and have an astonishing impact, enough to redeem him and compensate for all the losses and negative impacts he caused to the Alchemy Association due to his previous careless research. Therefore, after careful consideration, the Alchemy Association has decided to restore his reputation and reissue his Grandmaster's license. Do you know where he is? I can't wait to tell him the good news, said Ramak Kapti. Please wait a moment. MOU took out his phone and sent a message to Lama. Not long after, the dark-skinned young alchemist Grandmaster appeared at the door of MOU's study. Grandmaster Lama. Ramak Kapti, who had been lounging on the sofa, jumped up, trotted over to Lama, and shook Lama's hand with extreme obsequiousness. Congratulations. You have indeed successfully proven your hypothesis. Now the Alchemy Association has recognized your research and restored your reputation. The association has sent me to issue you a new Grandmaster license. He pulled a crystal frame, roughly the size of an A4 sheet of paper, from his spatial props. Enclosed within it was the Grandmaster Alchemy license. Although Rama had been operating without a license in AMT County for a long time, brazenly performing the duties of an ordinary alchemist, the difference between having a license and not having one actually made a difference. In this age of information stagnation, the easiest way to purchase a qualified alchemical potion is to check the maker's name on the bottle label. Both the alchemical potion bottle and the blank label are products of alchemical magic. Once the potion is filled into the empty bottle, the blank label automatically extracts the magical energy of the maker within the potion. the potion's name and creator information are displayed. If you're truly concerned about counterfeit products, identifying them is simple. Cast a minimalist identification spell on the potion and verify the label information. The Alchemist Guild prints a handbook every month and sells it to booksellers and pharmacies worldwide, always priced at just 1 dram. The handbook lists the current licensed alchemists in the Alchemist Guild, ranked from highest to lowest, along with the corresponding basic levels of medicines and alchemical tools. This way, licensed alchemists are officially recognized and endorsed by the Alchemist Guild, allowing their products to be sold across the globe. Those seeking to purchase potions can simply refer to the handbook for confidence. Like Lamar, whose license was revoked, he was removed from the Alchemist Guild's register. Although his skills and knowledge remained, he lost the trust of his clients and could only find a lord willing to trust him, becoming that lord's exclusive alchemist. In short, it's a shift from open sales to exclusive private commissions. The former relies on the Alchemist's Guild for reputation, while the latter only requires the lord's trust. It's a mutually agreeable arrangement, and the Alchemist's Guild doesn't interfere. Generally, after losing their license, alchemists find it difficult to be employed again. The alchemical items and potions they create and sell no longer sell well. Of course, there will still be some buyers for these unlicensed alchemical potions and tools, but they are basically only sold on the black market. Except for certain alchemical tools with special functions, other ordinary potions generally don't fetch normal prices. But Lamar's situation isn't so normal. First of all, Lamar's research and development skills are truly outstanding. Secondly, the Lord of AMT County has a constant stream of adventurers and an ever-growing number of allies. Llama's potions are already in high demand even when sold only to adventurers. More often than not, adventurers are only fit to use potions they concoct themselves. The goods actually sold to the public are items that cannot be found on the market, such as alchemical pet dolls. When you are the only one in the world who can make a certain product, whether someone endorses you becomes irrelevant. However, the Grandmaster level alchemy license has another important function. Grandmasters can certify the level of their apprentices and issue lower level licenses, making it extremely valuable. From now on, Lamar can directly issue licenses recognized by the Alchemy Guild to qualified adventurers. Not to mention, regaining this Grandmaster license is itself a wash away of past shame. Lamar took the license, let out a heavy sigh, and a rare satisfied smile appeared on his face. The Alchemy Guild also wants to obtain your patent license to jointly develop antimatter cylinders with you and promote the application of this technology to all aspects of life, Ramit said, beaming. All your works and those of your disciples can also be relisted for sale in Onisil. The Alchemy Guild looks forward to more cooperation with you. He paused. The Lord of Onisil also asked me to convey his congratulations to you. Your ban has been lifted, and you can now freely enter and leave Onisil City. Lamar raised an eyebrow, his smile fading, and said with a half-smile, I am still Moya, your personal alchemist. Please discuss the cooperation directly with the Lord. You're not planning to go home? Romet asked, somewhat surprised. The city lord eagerly awaits your return. Of course not. Lama seemed surprised that he would ask such a straightforward question. My research isn't finished yet. Can he provide me with money or resources to support my research? Besides, we already have differences in alchemical philosophy. Rather than going back and disliking each other, I naturally choose to stay in AMT County. MOU's smile gradually widened. Well done, that's more like it. Truly worthy of being a master alchemist of exceptional talent. Then, the cunning lord smiled and took over the conversation. Let's discuss the cooperation. Chapter 762. To be honest, the alchemy city of Onisil was the first new main city to open in this game, but it had always lacked a sense of presence for players. There were no main quests, and an entrance fee was required. Besides a few side quests and trade missions, the only thing offered was a glimpse into the exotic locales. In the eyes of players, this seemed particularly uneconomical. After carefully studying Onisil, many experienced players could only come to one conclusion. Such a detailed city model couldn't be useless. Perhaps the main storyline is still to come? You had not previously taken the initiative to cooperate with Onisil, mainly because the traveling merchant Mustafa had already sent Rama, and their own alchemy master was always more useful than those from outside. Previously, the items and potions they crafted themselves weren't enough to satisfy the adventurer's hunger. Instead, they usually sold surplus warcraft ingredients in Onisil City. After all, adventurers' potion needs were relatively simple, while the monsters they defeated were diverse and varied, leaving them with a lot of materials they couldn't consume. Selling materials unneeded by AMT County in exchange for urgently needed materials in Rama and potions most in demand by players. This was the main purpose of adventurers' daily business trips to Onisal City. But now that both the Alchemy Guild and the Lord of Onisal were seeking cooperation, MOU naturally wouldn't pass up the opportunity. Actually, AMT County has been gaining popularity recently, and our Lord has been looking for an opportunity to collaborate with you, Lord. Romad maintained his cheerful smile. Our Lord also very much hopes that you will establish a Druid Purification Hall in Onisal City. This is negotiable. MOU had anticipated this. Now, with the Central Mountain Range as the boundary, every city in the eastern half of the continent, except for Onisal City, has a Druid Purification Hall. Even the neutral city of Lazul, not part of the Magic Federation, has followed suit. It's normal for the alchemists to be restless now. But what does the Lord of Onisal City intend to use as a bargaining chip? Ramit's smile faltered slightly. But he didn't hesitate long before offering very generous terms. This representative from Onisal City hadn't come empty-handed. Ramit Kapti was both an envoy of the Alchemists Guild and a representative of the Lord of Onisal City. These two forces should be said to be a community of shared interests. In the arcane city of Onisal, the largest force is the Alchemists Guild, and the Lord of Onisal, Delanma Onisal, is also the honorary president of this Alchemists Guild. This also reveals the relationship between the two. While the Alchemists Guild and the City Lord's Mansion might have disagreements on certain details of profit distribution, overall, they share a common destiny, and neither will offend the other when it comes to matters requiring a united front. With Grandmaster Rama present, alchemy in AMT County is undoubtedly flourishing. However, alchemy has many schools and branches, and even Grandmaster Rama has areas where he is not proficient. The Alchemists Guild, on the other hand, is the collective of all alchemists, possessing the vast majority of alchemical knowledge in the world, Ramit said. Our Alchemists Guild is willing to cooperate with AMT County to conduct extensive academic exchanges and welcomes adventurers from AMT County to come to the Alchemists Guild in Onisal City to learn different schools of alchemy. The Alchemists Guild also hopes to send some personnel to work with Grandmaster Rama on the development and research of the latest technologies. MOU glanced at Rama subtly. Rama showed no resistance, even nodding slightly. As long as Rama didn't mind, there was no reason to refuse. No matter how many people came, they were still just laborers. No matter how many adventurers there were in AMT County, they were all low-level alchemists. If a few more grandmasters of similar skill to Rama could come, it would reduce the research pressure on Rama, allowing this genius, who always stayed up late, to get some more sleep. We can also cooperate commercially, Ramit said, his belly protruding, his smile as warm as a spring breeze. We are very interested in the alchemical dolls and adorable armor produced in AMT County, and AMT County has been one of the main raw material suppliers for Onisal City for many years. We can expand this cooperation to the official level. Of course. If the Druid Purification Hall is to be established in Onisal City, then to facilitate the daily travel of our druids and adventurers in AMT County, I hope Onisal City can completely waive the entrance fee for all adventurers from AMT County and allow them to move freely within the city. Onisal City has always been an inclusive academic city, Ramit said. As long as adventurers abide by the laws and rules of Onisal City, I don't think this will be a problem. They finalized some details, and finally, MOU extended his hand to Ramit. Then, it's a pleasure to cooperate. Happy cooperation. Today's news from the continent of Osiria. Alchemist Quest Update. Rama Onisal's alchemical achievement, the Alchemical Antimatter Explosive Cylinder, has been recognized by the Alchemist Guild of Onisal City. The Alchemist Guild has now cleared Rama Onisal's name and reissued our Grandmaster Alchemist's license. Alchemist License. Alchemist players can apply for professional certification from Rama Onisal. After passing the assessment, they will receive a license. Note: holding an Alchemist license means your alchemy has been recognized by the Alchemist Guild of Onisal City. Your system-certified alchemical potions can be sold worldwide. Onisal City Entry Fee Waiver. Entry to Onisal City is no longer subject to an entry fee. Note: adventurers must abide by the laws of Onisal City. Violations will result in arrest by the guards. Link to the Code of Laws of Onisal City, Druid Purification Hall in Onisal City. The Lord will soon be adding a Druid Purification Hall to Onisal City. Masons and Druids are encouraged to sign up and earn military merit. Trade route. Trade missions have been upgraded. Trade income has been significantly increased. Adventurers eager to earn money should take on missions at the Adventurers Guild. More game content will be unlocked as players progress through missions or explore the surrounding areas. Chapter 763. Today is another opening day for the Lost Travelers Market. Bilo couldn't contain his excitement. His steps were practically faltering as he went to his duty this morning. The Lost Travelers Market has been opened several times now. Last time, Arsène Lupin's team brought back a large amount of food: rice, noodles, meat, vegetables, and even many dried rations and biscuits supposedly carried by travelers on their long journeys. Just a small piece could be cooked into a large pot of filling porridge, or eaten dry. Perhaps because the demons possess the ability to read people's desires, the goods they sell are increasingly catering to the gatekeepers' tastes. The most popular items among the gatekeepers are the dried rations and biscuits, small in size, highly nutritious, not unpleasant to eat, and without an overpowering aroma. While not as delicious as grilled lamb skewers, it was incredibly filling. A simple handshake or a casual slip into someone's hand or pocket was all it took to pass it around. A small piece could be chewed slowly without attracting attention. These past few days, the gatekeepers had been unusually well fed, even feeding many people. Many who had been on the verge of death had regained their strength and could now do simple tasks. If there was hope for survival, who would want to die? The gatekeepers had even stored some food for emergencies. After all, the demons appeared and disappeared without a trace, and the gatekeepers feared that one day they would disappear, or that they wouldn't have enough emotion and desire to exchange for the silver coins they needed. Or perhaps, the extraordinary beings of Pedra would appear and disrupt their shopping plans. Speaking of which, Pedra's superhumans had appeared yesterday, saying they found strange traces in the city and suspected an intruder. Fortunately, yesterday wasn't market day, and with ample food supplies these past few days, the gatekeepers hadn't gone hunting. The nearby forests needed time to rest and recover before more prey could be found. Therefore, they were quite lucky to have escaped this ordeal. The superhumans searching the city found nothing amiss. Hartster tried to inquire with the superhumans about what anomalies had been discovered in the city, but the superhumans' eyes flickered, and they didn't answer. After the superhumans left, the gatekeepers grew somewhat dissatisfied. What's with them, coming to cause trouble every other day? How could an outsider have infiltrated? Even setting aside the fact that we didn't find anything unusual, the rules for entering the Golden City are probably impossible for anyone to meet. Ultimately, this discussion was deemed too dangerous, and was stopped by Captain Hartster with a warning look. This served as a wake-up call to the gatekeepers, who had become somewhat lax lately, and they tensed up again. I wonder if the demons sell communicators, Bilo had whispered to Captain Hartster last night while resting in the warehouse. We don't have any magical items for communication. If the superhumans really come to inspect us when we go to the market, those inside won't be able to contact those outside. If we had a communication device, we might be able to devise some countermeasures. Perhaps we can ask the demons. Hartster nodded in agreement. They have many methods and wide connections. Maybe they can really get us some. I just don't know how much currency we'd be able to exchange tomorrow. I'm not worried about that, Hertam interjected. After finishing the Guardians of Illusion and Reality, I'm itching to read the next one. I refuse to believe such a strong desire can't be exchanged for enough money. The gatekeepers all smiled knowingly. The book The Guardians of Illusion and Reality, which had almost been rejected by Bilo as a free gift, had now successfully captured the hearts of all the gatekeepers. The people of the Golden Land, who hadn't had any entertainment for a very long time, had long forgotten what culture and entertainment were. Every day, people struggled to make ends meet, often going to sleep hungry, and possibly never waking up. Who would pursue empty pleasures that couldn't fill their stomachs, but after their stomachs were full, their hearts felt empty. Picking up the book again, the gatekeepers realized they had forgotten the pure joy of reading. At first, they were only attracted by the protagonist's name, which resembled the ancient language of the Golden Land, but later they were deeply engrossed in the plot, unable to put it down. The young saint, Aalion, struggling to survive and protect himself within the hypocritical Church of Light, despite being constantly restricted, yet still upholding his Savior's heart, deeply resonated with the gatekeepers. Weren't they, too, dancing in chains amidst Pedra's inexplicable rules, and the occasional surprise inspections by supernatural beings, using all their intelligence and risking their lives to secure more food for themselves and the people? Upholding one's conscience is difficult enough, but navigating against the current in an environment rife with malice to save lives is even more challenging. Aalion had unknowingly become an idol in the eyes of these gatekeepers. What the gatekeepers didn't realize was that they had unknowingly placed Pedra and his henchmen of superhumans on par with the Church of Light as villains. It's time. The first group to go out today was still Bilo and Hertam. They carefully confirmed that there were no superhumans nearby before quickly passing through the entrance and arriving in the forests of Pola. Although this time, there was no tempting aroma of roasted lamb skewers to guide them, Bilo had already memorized the path to the Lost Traveler's Market. He and Hertam found the stalls in the dense forest with practiced ease, hoping to exchange their love of books and their irresistible urge to keep up with the latest chapters for coins. Hepelos was strangely silent for a moment, only taking a token amount of the two gatekeepers' excessive urge to keep up with the latest chapters, and then exchanging it for 500 silver coins. These hard-won, intense feelings of love and faith couldn't just be exchanged for money to buy food. Besides, the Lord had already allocated funds as a subsidy for this project. Hepelos wasn't some mindless demon who only knew how to eat. Even if the emotions and desires devoured by demons could regenerate, having them taken away would still have some impact. Desires would fade, emotions would grow weaker, and until passion was reignited, one would appear listless and unmotivated. As a key participant in the adventurer's plan to conquer the Golden City, Hepelos wouldn't shoot his comrades in the foot. The two gatekeepers felt their burning desire to read the next book lessen somewhat, and their attention was immediately diverted by the coins handed to them by the skeleton. 500 silver coins. Bilo exclaimed in surprise, how much food can that buy? Chapter 764. What made Barrow and Hedam happier than the 500 silver coins was that the fruit stall even had new books. The stall owner was still the same two girls, and this time Barrow wasn't going to foolishly ask, can I trade the books for other fruit? Fruit is important, but so are books. Books are food for the soul. The stall owner was absolutely right. Excuse me, are you still buying a pound of fruit and getting a free book? Yes. Nikukia put her hands on her hips and said, this time, we're selling our teacher Shinyuitio's latest masterpiece. The prequel to Guardians of Reality and Illusion. The story of Ialian's parents. It's called The Hero's End. Sounds captivating, doesn't it? Biro was instantly tempted. However, he managed to contain his excitement and asked, is the fruit still 20% off? The two stall owners exchanged glances, and Nikukia nodded. Since you're a regular customer, we keep the same price as last time. Great. He stuffed his space bracelet to the brim with items, and then went to the next alchemist's stall. Excuse me, do you have any alchemical tools that can communicate? Yes. Tangman Bazu quickly pulled out several items. Tablets, phones, watches, and other styles too. Watch? What? Bilo blinked blankly. I just need a communicator that can send and receive messages instantly. It doesn't even need to be text, just voice. He paused, then added, the cheapest, simplest one will do. An inconspicuous one would be even better. We need 10 units. 2 gatekeeper teams total exactly 10 people. This is something that could be used to save lives, so of course we should try to get as many as possible, if we have enough money. Ah. Tangnan Bao scratched his head. Why don't you try them all out, and see which one you like? I might not have that many on hand. How about this, I go get some now, you try them first. Hedam patted Bilo on the shoulder, then I go buy other things first. Bilo fiddled with a few props for a bit, and seeing the stall owner's vacant eyes and lack of contact with anyone, he asked curiously, boss, didn't you say you were going to get some? I got it. Tangnan Bao replied after sending the message in the channel, don't worry, all styles are available, they be delivered right away. Bilo, ? Wait, what? I don't think you did anything just now. How did you finish ordering the goods? Bilo was full of question marks, while Tangnan Bao looked completely bewildered. The two stared at each other for a while, then Bilo suddenly realized something. Boss, I want the one you just used. Ahem, sorry, that's a racial skill. Tangnan Bao spread his hands. Can't sell it. Bilo sighed, looking regretful. This kind of racial skill, which allows communication simply by staring blankly into space for a while, without any external clues being detected, and even transmitting complex information, he really wanted it too. Wah, the demons are just too amazing. In the end, he chose a golden ring. The ring wasn't large, the band itself was golden, and it wasn't easily noticed when layered under their armor and gloves. The ring face was a synthetic crystal that looked like a sapphire. He could select the communication target and input the information he wanted to convey by touching the ring face and inputting mental energy. You chose the telepathic ring, 13 silver each, 10 in total, that's 130 silver. Ouch. Tangnan Bao suddenly screamed, Chio, why did you step on me? A girl from the fruit stall next door popped up. Sorry, my brother forgot to mention, there's a discount, 100 silver is enough. Bilo looked at her gratefully. Thank you so much. I'm here to deliver. Durian Herring rushed over, not late, right? Just in time. Tangnan Baoju's eyes lit up. Just take the telepathic ring. Okay. Durian Herring deftly took the ring out of his backpack and placed it on the stall. Beluo carefully examined each one, and after confirming it was correct, promptly paid. He didn't waste the saved money. He went to Chiochio's stall and bought a batch of fresh vegetables as a thank you for the discount. Vegetables shrink considerably when cooked, but people can't go without eating them. Now that the money was saved on a discount, there was no guilt in using it to buy vegetables, and Beluo bought them with great gusto. They quickly finished shopping, and the two gatekeepers met up and swiftly retraced their steps back into the divine realm. The timing was impeccable. They had barely stood still, their joyful expressions fading, when the figures of Pedra's superhuman subordinates appeared at the end of the path. The gatekeepers immediately straightened their faces, instinctively glancing around to make sure nothing suspicious had been exposed before calming themselves down. Captain Hadstein stepped forward, a smile on his face, but his words were anything but polite. It seems you gentlemen are quite concerned about the entrance to the divine kingdom. You came yesterday, and you're here again today. Since you're so worried, why don't you join us in guarding the gate? The leader, the extraordinary being Consiru, was an old acquaintance of Hadstein's. He waved his hand. Don't be angry, we didn't mean to either. It's just that a few days ago, a long-sealed stone gate in the Fangta district suddenly opened and closed. We investigated and concluded it was a temporary malfunction, but the regent, Wang, however, firmly believed someone had infiltrated, saying that only the golden beetle could open that door. Think about it, all 3 golden beetles were taken away by the hero king back then. If someone really did infiltrate, it must be someone of legitimate royal blood. If someone of legitimate royal blood entered the divine kingdom, the entire kingdom would react. What does history say? With just a wave of their hand, the legitimate bloodline of Eclosia would bring birdsong and fragrant flowers to the divine kingdom, and the golden bells of the temples would ring out. Do you think a few of us can conceal such a sight? Hadster scoffed dismissively. That's true, but it's the regent's order after all, so we have to go through the motions and look around. Khan glanced left and right, his small eyes darting around. Have you really not noticed anything unusual these past few days? I answered that question many times, Hardis said impatiently. No means no. If you don't believe me, feel free to stay here and stand guard with us, or we can switch. You can do this job, and we go to the float district and enjoy the good life. Ha ha! The old man still loves to joke. Alright, let's go. Khan chuckled, waved to the superhumans behind him, and the group swaggered away. Hardist's expression darkened. Chapter 765. Although Pedra's superhuman subordinates searched high and low without finding any trace of the intruders, and had no evidence to prove their existence, this time, the guilty Pedra was right. The culprits who received intelligence from their friends in AMT County opened a stone door and infiltrated the Square Tower district through a secret passage behind it, were none other than the assassins, the Hidden Old Man and the Tranquil Sea. Just as the Hidden Old Man had described in his previous post, the main city of the Golden Land Divine Kingdom, Turandam, was designed like an ancient coin, with a circle on the outside and a square on the inside. The Square Tower district in the center was actually the massive platform base beneath the temple. This base was so large that it occupied a full third of the city. From the outside in, the city consisted of the circular area, the Square Tower district, and, at the very center of the Square Tower district, the temple standing atop the high platform base. The Square Tower area is about 3 stories high, the entire platform forming a single, seamless structure. The outer walls have only tiny windows, no larger than an A4 sheet of paper, allowing for ventilation and light. The Hidden Old Man and the Tranquil Sea circled the entire tower, only to find heavily guarded soldiers, all of them level 100 plus divine rank transcendents. Although the 2 assassins, relying on the illusionary marks, wouldn't be caught unless they made an excessively risky move, the transcendents had completely blocked the entrance, leaving no chance of passage, unless the 2 grew wings and mastered the art of shrinking their bodies to climb upside down through the gap between the low ceiling and the towering transcendents' heads. Climbing along the walls was also futile, as all the entrances and ventilation shafts on the platform were guarded. How did they know? Because the Tranquil Sea had already tried to climb them once. Hence the request for help, and some players actually managed to get information from Lei after persistently pestering him. According to Lei, the Square Tower area is actually the temple's foundation, divided into 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower. From bottom to top, these are the residences for attendants, transcendental guards, and the Kingdom of God's nobles, while the Acrosian royal family resides in the actual temple on the upper level. From the outside, the Square Tower area appears to be a square stone tomb, but it is riddled with ventilation holes. Reaching the top of the platform reveals that the top of the square tower area is not a solid ceiling, but rather an open maze-like structure, interwoven with ventilation shafts, waterways, and open skylights. Inside the square tower area, ventilation, daylight, and artificial natural landscapes are all available, and living conditions are not bad. However, these areas are heavily guarded, making it impossible to infiltrate from above. Lei also revealed a very valuable piece of information: a secret passage between the square tower and the circular disc areas, accessible only to the royal family who possess the token. The stone door blocking the passage could only be opened with 3 golden scarabs, possessed by the royal family. The hidden old man and Tranquility Sea glanced at the golden scarab resting quietly in their backpack compartments. Their eyes, weary from days of travel, suddenly brightened. Team Hidden Old Man. Ah, I knew it. This is a coordinated quest with internal and external coordination. Team Tranquility Sea. The development team is really clever. They let us infiltrate from afar only to discover the information was outside. Team Hidden Old Man. This is to get more players involved in the quest. Otherwise, it would be a bit ridiculous to have only the 2 of us exploring the entire server. But if it's a coordinated mission involving both inside and outside, then it makes sense. Although everyone is responsible for different parts, leading to different scenes and gameplay experiences, missing any step prevents achieving the optimal ending. Ah, I love this setup. They quickly found the stone door described by Lei and relayed by a helpful player, and activated the mechanism with the golden beetle. The only problem was the loud noise when opening the stone door, seemingly disturbing the nearby superhuman guards. Even though the 2 remained invisible the entire time and rushed into the tunnel behind the stone door at top speed, closing it again, the commotion outside indicated that the superhumans had indeed noticed the strange event of the stone door being opened and closed. Although the Hidden Old Man and the Tranquil Sea felt subtly tricked by the system and the development team, this kind of game mechanic is quite common. The 2 of them quickly left the tunnel, and sure enough, superhuman guards soon rushed in from the other end to search it. The system was also very helpful, marking the alert levels of these superhuman NPCs with red and yellow triangles or exclamation marks above their heads, along with helpful explanations. A red exclamation mark meant they had been discovered. A red triangle meant the superhumans suspected them, but hadn't actually found them yet. And a yellow alert level meant they were being searched but hadn't found anything suspicious. As a loyal player of many games from a certain potato-producing company, the Hidden Old Man happily exclaimed, "I'm an expert at this." Having successfully concealed themselves and navigated a labyrinthine route out of the superhuman's detection range, the 2 assassins, relying on their invisibility, brazenly entered other areas of the Fangta district. What followed was a long process of map exploration and intelligence gathering. The Fangta district's structure was incredibly complex, with 3 interconnected levels, various secret passages and pathways, and enemy units constantly appearing among ordinary NPCs. The 2 assassins spent 3 whole days, including offline time, and had only completed half of it. The good news, they hadn't been detected yet. The bad news, their equipment durability was running low. The good news, they finally remembered they could switch to their Jackal account to buy supplies, and the supplies would go directly into their inventory. Furthermore, when switching shells, the original shell would be blurred, so they didn't have to worry about insufficient equipment durability revealing them. However, they still needed to carefully choose a secluded spot where they wouldn't be easily discovered after logging off. Otherwise, when they switched back to their shells and logged back in, they would find themselves surrounded by enemies as soon as their bodies materialized. That would be a disaster. Wait a minute. So, if we cut through the shell, we can actually gather intelligence and complete the entire mission ourselves. The Hidden Old Man mused. But that would be too exhausting, Tranquil Sea complained. Coming out for some fresh air is fine, but if we have to do both missions ourselves, our brain cells will be burning up. Leaving some for the other players is a good idea. That's true. Thinking about the sheer volume of missions, the Hidden Old Man felt a chill run down his spine. They hadn't even finished exploring the Fangta area yet. Chapter 766. After restocking their supplies, the 2 assassin masters, once again shouldering the expectations of all the players on the server, returned to their shells to continue pushing the main storyline. Currently, in the Divine Kingdom map explored by the Hidden Old Man and Tranquility Sea, the outer town and the circular area have been fully illuminated, while the square tower map has only the lowest level illuminated. They are currently located in the middle level of the square tower. They have only explored half of this level, and have yet to find the stairs leading to the top. The main storyline of exploring a new map like this often gradually unfolds as the map progresses. New plot points won't appear until new areas are explored. The Hidden Old Man and Tranquility Sea are well aware of this. And it must be said that this new map is simply superbly designed. Before entering the square tower, the two had assumed it was a completely enclosed building, similar to a catacomb. But after actually entering through the secret passage, they discovered that it was actually a stepped, three-dimensional garden modeled after the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. The outer walls of the outermost square tower area served merely as a defensive perimeter wall. Inside, numerous stone pillars and arches supported the individual ceilings. Depending on the functional categorization of each room and area, some ceilings featured soaring domes, others transparent crystal that allowed light to pass through, some solid stone roofs, and still others completely exposed, offering a view of the sky. Even more peculiar was the arrangement of waterways on each floor of this square tower area. Throughout this square tower area, a man-made river flowed. Water cascaded from the top of the third-floor skylight, forming a massive artificial waterfall. The rising water droplets and the breeze that filtered through the halls acted as a perfect cooling device, dissipating the excessive heat generated by the sun within this square tower area. The courtyard beneath the waterfall was also a planting area, where the Hidden Old Man could see young, weak, and dying plants in the soil. He couldn't help but imagine the scene when the Divine Kingdom was first built, with flowers blooming everywhere and waterfalls cascading down from the sky. Sunlight during the day would create rainbows on the water droplets, while at night, the stars would shine and the water would gurgle. What a beautiful scene that would be. It's practically a photographer's paradise. Party Hidden Old Man. This truly lives up to its name as the Divine Kingdom of the Mother of Abundance. I think the natural cycle design here is absolutely perfect. But if the cycle is so perfect, why is the Divine Kingdom's consumption so enormous? The Hidden Old Man didn't know much about the Divine Kingdom or the natural world, but after receiving the mission, he researched some information about terrariums. Theoretically, as long as an ecosystem is given enough air, water, sunlight, and plants that can produce fresh air to form a cycle, consuming nutrients while simultaneously creating a nutrient-rich food chain, then this ecosystem can operate effectively for a long time. As long as an orderly cycle can be formed, everything else can be left to life to do its own thing. The Golden Land is home to many plants that naturally release oxygen. The sun and light likely originate from the real sun outside the divine realm. This is a conclusion drawn by players based on experimental results. The Hidden Old Man, having recently entered the Tranquil Sea, conducted an experiment coinciding with today's rain. During the day, the sunlight levels inside and outside the Golden Land are almost perfectly synchronized, but at night, the divine realm acts as if it were closing a light-transmitting roof, blocking out light and switching to true darkness. Golden Land is not lacking in water resources, and it boasts a highly advanced water purification and treatment system. Whether it's the city's water system in the Cube District, the underground waterways visible throughout the Disk District, or the rivers and lakes outside the city, all indicate that this water system is still functioning perfectly. There's sunlight, water, air, and fertile soil. Everything is running smoothly. The only problem is that the plants are growing worse and worse, and grain yields are decreasing. The people of Golden Land call it a lack of vitality. The way they talk about it makes it seem as if vitality is some kind of energy element they can see with their own eyes. Considering this is a magical world, the Hidden Elder thinks that these remnants of the Mother of Abundance might actually be seeing something extraordinary. Of course, given the law of conservation of energy, this ecosystem must receive external energy replenishment to maintain its perpetual operation. The sealed artifacts left by the Mother of Abundance indicate that she had considered this from the beginning and prepared external batteries to replenish the energy. However, sealed artifacts are ultimately different from external batteries. Normally, batteries just sit there, gradually losing power even when not in use, but the sealed artifacts don't lose a single bit of energy over time. So the question arises, the Golden City should have been functioning normally for many more years, yet it showed signs of decay far too early. So where did its energy go? According to the storyline that players have already pieced together, the Mother of Abundance is a confidant of the world's consciousness. After receiving authority and power from the world's consciousness, she shed her shell, and the Golden City was a trap and bait she set using that shed shell. In the Hidden Old Man's view, since it's bait and a trap, its purpose is either to draw the enemy's attention away from the Mother of Abundance, or to completely capture the Mother of Abundance's enemies. But now, neither of these functions has been achieved, and the Golden City itself is facing a crisis of collapse. Something seems off. In other games, if something doesn't make sense, it's likely a bug, but in this game, if something illogical appears, it means there's a clue. Party Tranquil Sea. I venture a guess, the culprit is Pedra. The hidden old man couldn't help but roll his eyes. Who doesn't know the culprit is Pedra? Party hidden old man. Pedra stole the energy and life force from the Golden City, and is still stealing energy from the sealed artifacts. He's the mastermind behind the Golden City's crisis? Party Tranquil Sea. Anyway, that's what I guess. Judging from the overall cyclical design and layout of the Golden City, such a perfect system shouldn't have problems so quickly, unless someone deliberately sabotaged it. The condition of the people in the Square Tower area was vastly different from that of the people in the Disk area. That's right. After entering the Square Tower area, the hidden old man noticed this. Almost all the people in the Square Tower area were extraordinary beings, and their levels were not low. They were all strong and healthy, and did not look like they hadn't eaten enough. Chapter 767. The conditions in the Square Pagoda District and the Circular Disk District are like two completely different worlds. To use an ancient poem to describe it, it would be, the rich feast on the rich, while the poor freeze on the streets. In the Square Pagoda District, aside from the somewhat withered and emaciated flowers and plants surrounding it, completely failing to live up to the legendary hanging gardens imagined by the hidden old man, everything else was surprisingly good, nothing like the Circular Disk District outside. The Circular Disk District was visibly lifeless, its people living in dire straits. In the Square Pagoda District, on the other hand, piles of grain and dried meat were everywhere. The amount that the hidden old man and Tranquil Sea had seen so far would be enough to feed the people of the Circular Disk District outside for years. Team Hidden Old Man, I don't understand. What is Piedra trying to do? Team Tranquil Sea, whatever he's up to, he's evil. Although the conclusions drawn were somewhat crude and simplistic, it seems the conclusion itself is correct. Identifying the culprit first, then searching for motive and evidence, isn't that the right approach? A common method of solving a case. Team Hidden Old Man. With so much food, if the people in the Disk District saw it, they'd probably recognize Piedra and his transcendence for what they really are, right? Team Sea of Tranquility. How about we seize the granary here? Take the food and distribute it to the people? Team Hidden Old Man. No, no, no. Putting aside the excuse of our sudden appearance before the people, if we show up or pull off a drastic action that causes all the food to disappear, Piedra would immediately find a reason to take out those guards at the gate. They're Ray's men, and Piedra would already have a bad impression of them. Besides, if we get rid of this food, wouldn't that be helping Pedra hide evidence? This food is crucial evidence that will be used later in the story. We can't use it so early, or we might get stuck. Party Tranquil Sea. Speaking of which, there really is this kind of game design. Things that are only useful later in the game are displayed in front of the player early on, and the worst part is that they disappear if used incorrectly, and then they're not given to you anymore. You can only reload and start over. This is more of a bug than a design flaw. Party Hidden Old Man. We still need to discuss with Rain how to coordinate from the inside out to make this evidence public. By the way, the novel about the King of Heroes should have been released by now, right? I'm really looking forward to the gatekeepers finishing the book. Reaction. Team Tranquil Sea. Me too. Before Tranquil Sea could finish typing, a familiar notification suddenly rang in his ears. Premonition. Skill triggered. A scene flashed before his eyes. Right there, a gigantic wolf, over 2 meters tall, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, stared intently at them. Its yellow pupils were filled with ferocity, and sticky, wet saliva dripped from between its massive teeth, splattering onto the ground like acid, leaving black droplets. Strangely, they were still invisible, yet the giant wolf seemed to see them. Yes, wolves sense their presence through smell. Tranquil Sea was startled and immediately grabbed the hidden old man beside him. His eyes quickly scanned the surroundings, his mind racing. Hiding in the waterfall? No, the water flow might dilute their scent, but the splashing droplets would only reveal their shapes. In the lake? No, getting them wet would leave too many traces, making them harder to deal with, and holding their breath is troublesome enough. There's too little vegetation nearby, it wouldn't conceal their presence at all. Wait a minute. He looked up at the top of the waterfall, an idea forming in his mind. Party Hidden Old Man, what's going on? What happened? Party Tranquil Sea, Foresight, Wolf Rider. Activate, disappearance, and then coordinate with me. The hidden old man understood instantly. In a split second, Tranquil Sea switched targets to a sharpshooter, drawing his grappling hook and firing a shot at the beam above the third-floor terrace behind the waterfall. Simultaneously, his left hand grabbed the hidden old man's waist, pulling him close. The two leaped into the air, whooshing through the waterfall's curtain and onto the third-floor terrace. Upon landing, he sheathed his grappling hook, switched back to assassin mode, activated, disappearance, and then pulled the hidden old man into the shadows of a corner on the third-floor terrace. This corner offered a view of the area below, bypassing the waterfall's obstruction, but due to the mist, light, and shadows, it was difficult to see clearly from below. They were still wearing cloaks marked with illusion and reality symbols, only slightly damp from passing through the waterfall. Following his previous experience collecting chili oil, Tranquil Sea tucked the excess water droplets from his cloak into his backpack and gestured for the hidden old man to do the same. The two had just settled in on the third floor when a giant wolf emerged from the second-floor corridor, sniffing around as it approached their spot. The old man in hiding slowed his movements as he drank the blue potion, barely daring to breathe. "My little darling, what did you find?" A woman with long, golden hair emerged from behind the giant wolf. She wore a flamboyant Mayan-style golden crown, had crimson lips, healthy tan skin, and wore a black and gold indigenous-style priest's robe, adorned with various jingling gold and gemstone jewelry. A seductive beauty exuding a bewitching and alluring charm. "There's a scent of outsiders here. Search hard, dear boy. Catch those cunning rats. Don't miss a single clue. Team Sea of Tranquility. Shoo, she's a beauty, and yet she calls us rats. Team Hidden Old Man. She's the wolf tamer? That demon wolf is huge. That head. Just squatting. It must be at least 2 meters tall, right? Team Sea of Tranquility. Thank goodness for the foresight. Thank you, Sister Fate. Lord Chichen Eve." More wolf tamers appeared, carrying smaller demon wolves. We searched everywhere, but no sign of the intruders. They should be nearby. The place known as Chichen Eve. The priestess of Iva raised her head, her eyes golden like a wolf's, seemingly possessing an eerie, all-seeing power. Continue searching. I want to twist the heads of these intruders off, place them on a golden platter, and offer them to my father. Yes. The wolf riders responded loudly, their wolves howling in unison, creating a somewhat eerie scene that sent a chill down the spine of the hidden old man. The hidden old man glanced at his mana bar, then hurriedly gulped down the blue bottle he had been holding in his mouth. Party hidden old man, this is bad, we need to get out of here quickly. Chapter 768. This is unbelievable. Jackal Shell's Tranquil Sea slammed his hand on the table, making the water glass jump. You have no idea how troublesome those giant wolves are. I now understand why they only sent the 2 of us assassins to the front lines this time. With so many people, there's nowhere to hide. Jackal Shell's hidden elder, sitting beside him, nodded vigorously. Those giant wolves have incredibly sharp senses. The illusionary marks have very limited effect on them. Even if they can't see us, they can detect our presence through scent, heat, and their wild instincts. We can only stack invisibility and disappearance skills simultaneously, but that consumes too much mana. We tried to escape the danger zone, but we were blocked by the giant wolves again soon after. We wandered around for over 2 hours, and finally had to log off and change our shells in a room they used to store food. Changing shells does exploit a system bug, said the strategist sitting opposite them, Jinryu approvingly. As long as the Jackal shell is marked as the main account, the human shell will exist as virtual data until the next login, making it impossible for the giant wolves to detect it. But if we're constantly being chased by the giant wolves, we can't advance the exploration mission. The hidden old man muttered softly. I didn't expect this mission to develop like this. Jinryu had already watched the mission video sent to her by the Tranquil Sea several times. We need to investigate the identity of this Chichen Eve. Judging from her conversation with those wolf riders, she should be of high status. She even mentioned father in the conversation. Perhaps she's Petra's daughter. Didn't you try using an identification spell on her? She's too far away from us for the appraisal spell to cast, said Tranquil Sea. And we've been trying to escape her the whole way. Once we enter the spell's range, there's a high chance the wolves will spot us and catch us. That's a problem, said Rainy today, lost in thought. I thought this would be a simple exploration mission, but it's turned out to be so complicated. But you guys have indeed obtained a lot of very valuable information. The 2 jackals perked up. Was Rainy today about to start deducing and summarizing? The Golden Land, this divine realm instance, is quite complex, Rainy today said, pulling out paper and pen to start sketching. There are quite a few forces involved in this scheme. First, there's the god who created the Golden Land, Mama Feng. From the official animation CG released last time in the Lazel storyline, we learned that her feigned death was actually to sever her authority and become Dark Sister again. Her own power was placed into the seal of the Golden Land, becoming the legendary treasure of the Golden Land. One of them. Besides this sealed artifact that maintains the basic operation of the Golden City and contains most of Mommy's divine power, The Golden City also contains the Golden Legion and fragments of world consciousness. Either one would be enough to attract the attention of any divine power in the world. The One-Eyed One is quite interested in the Golden City, and has joined forces with Pedra to try and steal it. Considering that the One-Eyed One is the culprit behind the crisis in this world, she might be the target that Mommy is trying to lure and capture. There are more strange nicknames now, the hidden old man muttered softly. Don't worry about the details. Today, Rain waved her hand and continued, Heterochromia wants the divine kingdom itself and fragments of the world's consciousness. Perhaps he's also interested in the sealed artifacts. Piedra's target should also be the sealed artifacts. The Golden Land's ecosystem is perfectly constructed, yet it suffered from insufficient vitality and energy shortages early on. This is likely because the power of the sealed artifacts was stolen. I agree with Tranquil C's idea on this point. The culprit is probably Piedra. I wonder if Heterochromia also got a share. Furthermore, I think those extraordinary beings must have also obtained a considerable amount of the sealed artifacts' power. They all seem very strong. Perhaps Piedra used the energy within the sealed artifacts as bait to lure them onto his side. In the Divine Kingdom, ordinary people and extraordinary beings have almost split into two factions, Tranquil C said. Those like the gatekeepers, Lei's former personal guards, have been relegated to the gatehouse. They can't even feed themselves, yet they still care for the dying people. And Piedra and those extraordinary beings. The Fangta district is stockpiling large amounts of food, yet they refuse to give away a single drop. A strict isolationist policy, prohibiting anyone from entering or leaving the Divine Kingdom. The intention behind that is strange. Today, Yoyu rested his chin on his pen. The reason they don't allow anyone in is probably because they're afraid that news of him sending superhumans to attack and kill Lei will spread to the Golden Land. After all, the ordinary people in the Golden Land don't know what happened to Lei back then. They even think Lei abandoned the Golden Land. But those superhumans in Pedra should know about this. When they were hunting Lei down, they gave him incorrect information, making him mistakenly believe that the entire Golden Land had betrayed him. In reality, the ordinary people of the Golden Land have no idea what happened. The hidden old man pondered. Yes, the ones who knew the whole story from beginning to end were likely Pedra, who orchestrated everything, and the superhumans responsible for carrying it out. Pedra is probably very adept at twisting words and misleading people. It's happened several times in this storyline alone. The ordinary people of the Golden City mistakenly believed Rei had abandoned them. Rei mistakenly believed the entire Golden City had betrayed him, and Pedra sent superhumans to attack Rei, deliberately claiming that those superhumans who never returned were those who fled the divine realm with Rei. This shows that Pedra is very skilled at distorting truth and turning unfavorable situations into favorable ones. The ordinary people and gatekeepers of the Golden City. Even those beings outside the entire Disk region have likely been abandoned by Pedra. He neither wants these people to leave the divine realm nor wants them to die. Perhaps the Golden Land also has a system similar to the Winter God's kingdom, where the dead can become some kind of usable power. Is that why he doesn't allow anyone to leave? Maybe Pedra is already in the final stages of his scheme, and he can't wait to eliminate those who are getting in his way in the Golden Land, thus completing his usurpation of the kingdom. The people in the Golden Land are really pitiful. The Tranquil Sea gasped. This Pedra is truly ruthless. Chapter 769. Pedra is not only ruthless, but also adept at scheming, distorting facts, and calling a deer a horse, said Today Rain. He's also very good at hiding himself. He's a hypocrite, a true villain. But no matter how good he is at disguising himself, his true character can always be seen from his actions. From the plot points we just reviewed, we can already basically see his two-faced nature. His ability to deceive Lei and the general public for so long shows that his skill in hiding himself is truly masterful. I think the ordinary people in the Disk district aren't oblivious to Pedra's problems. It's just that Pedra and his superhumans are currently very powerful. The area was vast, while the ordinary people in the disc-shaped area were starving and on the verge of death. There was no possibility of a battle between the two sides, which led the ordinary people to give up and wait for death. However, I was surprised that Pedra and the Beastmaster noticed your intrusion so quickly. Perhaps it's because the golden beetle that could open the secret passage originally belonged to Lei. This also shows that Pedra is terrified of Lei and Ialian. If anything related to them appears in the Golden Land, Pedra will react quickly. You could also simply understand it as entering the second stage of the story, and the development team has increased the difficulty. It's just that the difficulty has suddenly increased a bit too much, the hidden old man complained. Perhaps this is the development team reminding us in their own way that you two don't have much information left to explore, and it's time to use new methods to advance the mission, said today's Rain. However, the system hasn't issued a mission completion notification, probably because there are still one or more important pieces of information that are difficult to uncover. For example, you still haven't seen Pedra. The hidden old man realized, so we're currently in that awkward stage where we gathered the simple intelligence of the first stage, but haven't yet gathered all the high difficulty intelligence of the second stage. That Beastmaster, Chichen Eve, is most likely a boss, or at least a mini-boss. Before a major battle, there must be supplies and rest. The Jackal Shell should serve as a supply point and a temporary save point. I see. This really isn't a bug, but a temporary supply point and save point. The two assassins suddenly understood. The development team must have put a lot of thought into adding these player-friendly features to such a realistic game storyline. Today's Rain side, these supply points/rest points/save points are incredibly advanced from a storyline perspective, but without them, we'd be completely outmatched. Not to mention this is an online game, not a single-player game, making the design even more challenging. The development team ingeniously implemented this using interchangeable bodies and a shared inventory. It's brilliant. So how do we continue? Asked Tranquil Sea. Breaking the deadlock isn't actually that difficult, today's Rain thought for a moment. Wolves identify targets by scent, and Durian Herring's stink bomb should be very effective against them. But using these semi-advanced heavy weapons could potentially cause drastic plot changes. Plot changes? Well, for example, right now, Piedra and the Wolf Riders know you infiltrated the Divine Kingdom, but because you've been cloaked and haven't truly exposed yourselves, Piedra doesn't yet have evidence to do anything to the gatekeepers. But if you directly confront them and unleash your full power, then those gatekeepers will definitely be punished. Therefore, we must first resolve the concerns within the Divine Kingdom. It just so happens that Teacher Xianyu's new masterpiece has been delivered to the gatekeeper. Giving them some more time should allow it to take effect. In the meantime, you two can rest in the Jackal Shells. I go find Teacher Durian to order some medicine. A hero needs 3 helpers. In an online game, the most popular and touching moments are often not victories achieved by players in solo battles, but rather the achievements resulting from collaborative efforts. Alchemists began researching potions for the demon wolves, while story-driven players started gathering information from Lay about villains like Piedra and Chichen Eve. A group of hero sword players even started leveling up near the entrance to the Golden Land, occasionally loitering around to see if they could trigger new quests. The hidden old man and the Tranquil Sea weren't idle either. Although they had to wait for the rainy days advance before facing the Wolf Riders head-on, they used this waiting time to develop and improve new weapons. Attach grappling hooks, firecrackers, flamethrowers, and pistols to your hidden blades? Song Lin clicked his tongue. Why don't you just train as a sharpshooter? I'm an assassin. The hidden old man stubbornly insisted, can't assassins use guns? Besides, wouldn't it be more convenient to store these in the hidden blade? Look at Sekiro. That's a prosthetic arm. The hidden blade doesn't have that much space to store so many parts. Take the flamethrower, for example. Where would you put the fuel tank? The hidden old man thought for a moment. What if you put it inside a puppet? Song Lin, ? An unexpected line of thought seems to have opened up. Alchemy puppets aren't my specialty. I need to find an alchemist. Song Lin opened the player channel, and a moment later, a bewildered Tang Min Baozhu joined the discussion. Shit, Tang Min Baozhu muttered, understanding what they were saying. So, isn't the alchemy puppet just a cybernetic humanoid mecha? However, the players couldn't solve this problem alone, so the relevant NPC leaders were dragged together by their prized disciples, even alarming the Overlord. So, you're planning to transform part of the alchemical puppet's shell directly into a weapon. Rama, the genius alchemist master brought here by the Tang sect, understood the adventurer's intentions and said with interest, that's an interesting idea, but the alchemical puppet itself has extremely sophisticated magical circuits within it. Reconstructing that circuitry for a weapon would require careful study. What if we crafted the weapon's parts separately and stuffed them into the cavity within the alchemical puppet's shell? The hidden old man asked excitedly, feeling no shyness in front of the NPC. The space in the cavity is limited, so we need to modify and replace the existing components, Rama said. For example, we could replace the skeleton with a gun barrel, and the simulated biological muscles with heat-resistant, pressure-resistant, and shock-resistant hydraulic machinery. This area is Mr. Oldley's area of expertise. However, the alchemist puppet currently uses biological energy, which is too low to be used as a weapon. I have an idea. Mr. Oldley was also excited. If the puppet's energy source is directly replaced with an antimatter bomb cylinder, then energy output can be achieved without the need for a separate energy chamber. The experts quickly engaged in a heated discussion, bouncing ideas off each other, while the players looked on with admiration. Is the alchemist puppet, worth 188, finally going from a cosmetic skin to a humanoid mecha? Chapter 770. These players are truly creative. MOU, who had observed the entire process, explained to Ialian in admiration they actually developed a charging feature themselves. This is the kind of player consideration the planners dreamed of. Yes, even if players assist NPCs in developing the cyber combat dolls, it's still a paid item. After successful development, MOU plans to sell these cyber combat dolls as upgraded face-shaping paid items, selling them for 388 yuan. If the buyer has already purchased the alchemy doll skin for 188 yuan, they can get a 188 yuan discount and upgrade directly after paying the 200 yuan difference. This is done because many players have already purchased the regular alchemy doll. If the new cyber combat doll, which also has face-shaping features and can even be used in combat, is also sold for only 188 yuan, it would effectively undervalue the older version, giving players who previously purchased it a hard time. If that were the case, the old dolls would no longer be available for sale. But if the new dolls were priced higher, both players who only wanted the face-shaping service and those who paid to upgrade their combat power could choose the product they preferred based on their actual needs and financial resources. Players who had already purchased the face-shaping service wouldn't feel they were shortchanged by buying it earlier. The earlier players invested, the more loyal they were to the game, so they naturally couldn't be disappointed. MOU had no choice but to accept the humiliation and tearfully charge an extra 200 yuan for each upgraded doll. Well, to maintain the game's good reputation among the player community, and to keep everyone happy, this was a necessary sacrifice. After a busy day, Barrow finally returned home. As usual, they distributed the food they had gathered to the people. Seeing those who had once quietly waited for death, emaciated, now able to stand and walk, Barrow, though tired, felt a surge of joy. Finally, another day had passed. However, they could also see the gloom in the people's eyes. Everyone had lost hope. Even if they survived one, or even two, what would it mean? The gatekeepers had no answers. They simply handed the completed copy of Guardians of Illusion and Reality to a trusted resident. Let's take a look. We're all just sitting around anyway, and reading isn't exhausting. They said this, half forcefully thrusting the books into each other's arms. Perhaps you can find new faith and hope in it. The old gods are dead, the old king is nowhere to be found, and the new rulers have completely abandoned these people. Since the situation has reached this point, why not seek new hope and worship new gods? The gatekeepers felt that the guardian of both reality and illusion might be a good choice. After all, these people don't need much. All they need is a spark to rekindle the fire in their hearts and give them the courage to live. I wonder if those people will have the heart to read. Bilo lay in bed, picking up the book Hero's End. I can't wait to read it. It's said to be a prequel. I want to see what kind of parents would abandon our little saint child. He opened the book and was instantly immersed in the world constructed by the words. A world from 400 years ago. Chapter 779. The warm, salty sea breeze whipped against her face. Irene gazed at the distant, hazy coastline, her fists clenched with a mixture of nervousness and excitement. Perhaps there's hope for healing the mother tree on that unknown continent. Elena. Is this Ialian's mother? The Elf King's sister? I didn't expect she have quite the background. Barrow sighed, turning another page. To save the mother tree, ravaged by pollution, you came to South Continent in search of the Golden Land? His eyes widened slightly, then he shook his head. It's a good idea, but there's nothing in the Golden Land to expel the pollution. But, Barrow pondered, did any elves visit the Golden Land 400 years ago? 400 years ago, when my grandfather was a royal guard. He jumped out of bed and rummaged through boxes, finding his grandfather's diary. The pages were slightly yellowed. Barrow carefully opened it, his fingertips gently tracing the familiar handwriting with longing. There are indeed no records of elves, but 400 years ago was exactly when the King of Heroes left. Bilo placed his grandfather's diary next to his pillow, ready for easy reference, and picked up the novel again. The elf in the book was truly a remarkable woman. She came to South Continent alone, resolving numerous local issues, and becoming a true adventurer. Very impressive. I quite admire such remarkable women. Bilo muttered, turning another page as he watched Elena trek across the southern continent and befriend a strange skeleton. Ha ha ha, a skeleton. Is that a demon? Or maybe a lich? So funny, ha ha ha. Bilo rolled around on the bed, amused by the plot. Are skeletons all this fun? By the way, the demon who hosts the Lost Travelers Market is also a skeleton. I should chat with him more next time. The elf and the lich embarked on a pleasant journey, quickly making a new companion. This must be the male protagonist, right? Ray Chester? Belo's fingers traced the pages a few times. He shares the same name as that hero king who abandoned his country, but the surname is different. Probably just a coincidence. He hesitated for a moment, then turned another page. Elena and Ray's initial encounter was fraught with conflict, but they quickly discovered they were on the same side. Together, they successfully wiped out a band of ruthless bandits entrenched in the mountains, solving a major problem for merchants in a nearby city. The group that had embarked on their journey grew from 2 to 3. In the quiet of the night, the three sat together by the campfire, talking. So, why did you leave your homeland and embark on this journey? Elena turned to look at the handsome silver-haired man beside her. I'm searching for hope to save her. The silver-haired adventurer poked at the fire with a branch, his silver eyes reflecting the flickering flames. Oh! What a coincidence. I'm also searching for hope to save my homeland, to save the mother tree. Elena looked up at the brilliant starry sky. What a rare sight, a night in the southern continent. Chapter 771. Sharing similar goals and beliefs, Elena and the mysterious Ray Chester quickly became close. They talked about everything, from the hardships of their homeland to their own dreams, from the heavy responsibilities on their shoulders to the expectations of their people. Their hearts soon drew closer, resonating with each other, and love was born. Ray would ask Elena how to use the power of nature to nurture seeds, and he would clumsily imitate her actions, trying to stimulate the life force within plant seeds. Even when Elena shook her head with amusement, a tiny seedling would miraculously sprout from the seed. Elena would also learn swordsmanship from Ray. The elf, skilled in archery, was also adept with a sword. What moved Elena was not only Ray's swordsmanship, but also his upright and fearless swordsmanship. Like the development of all popular romance novels, the two came to know, trust, and fall in love with each other during their adventures, while the skeleton on the other side ate its fill of pink emotional soul fire every day. Although the skeleton didn't have a belly. As the novel's plot unfolded, Bella's doubts grew. The mysterious adventurer, Ray Chester, really resembled their king who left the Golden Land and never returned. It can't be. Bella was filled with doubt, yet also with mixed feelings. It's probably just a coincidence of names. But when the hero king left, he did say he was going to find a way to save the Golden Land. This matches Ray Chester's words perfectly. He turned the page again, conflicted yet eager. He saw that Ray and Elena had finally decided to marry, and Ray sent a magical letter to his homeland with high hopes, but the letter that returned didn't seem to be good news. Ray gritted his teeth and crumpled the reply letter, revealing its contents to no one. He simply made up an excuse, changing his original plan to return to his hometown to get married, and instead asked their longtime friend, the skeleton, to officiate their wedding. The silver-haired human groom and the beautiful elven bride were married in the skeleton's underground garden. They kissed amidst purple and pink flowers, embraced under the magical starry sky, and confessed their true feelings to each other on the grass. It was then that Ray revealed his true name to Elena. Ray Eclosia. Although Bilo had suspected something, his eyes still widened the moment the truth was revealed. 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind in an instant. Wait, Ray Chester is Ray Eclosia, then Ialian is our little prince? He's a direct descendant of Eclosia. The direct bloodline of Eclosia hasn't been severed after all. The hatred in his heart vanished in a second before it could even rise, replaced by even more confusion and bewilderment. Wait, how did our little prince become the holy son of the Church of Light? What about Ray? What about Elena? What happened? He eagerly continued reading. The plot took a sharp turn for the worse. Ray and Elena didn't have many happy days. They were repeatedly and inexplicably hunted and attacked, mostly by the Church of Light, and some by assassins. Elena and the skeleton couldn't figure out their methods, while Ray remained silent. Through the descriptions in the book, Bilo recognized their techniques, and he even recognized their identities. With his grandfather's diary as a reference, he easily found the records of those who followed the hero king away from the Golden Land, finding their names, appearances, and preferred weapons and skills. How could this be? He was stunned, his gaze shifting back and forth between the novel and his grandfather's diary. It matches perfectly. But this is history written by my grandfather himself, history he witnessed. How could the author of this novel have seen those people 400 years ago and perfectly recreate their appearances, characteristics, and common skills? The only explanation is, this novel isn't fabricated out of thin air. It records history. A history isolated from the Golden Land, unknown to its people. Ray knew. He knew those pursuers came from the Golden Land. He knew those hunting him and his wife were his own subjects. Belo's heart trembled. Our king, while risking his life outside searching for a way out of the Golden Land, was betrayed by his own people. It wasn't the Eclosia clan that betrayed the Golden Land. It was a traitor within the Golden Land who plotted to assassinate the king. The pursuit intensified, and Elena's health began to decline. At first, she thought it was due to exhaustion from fleeing the pursuers, but soon she realized she was pregnant. It was the sole heir of the Golden Land's legitimate royal bloodline. Perhaps we should return to the Golden Land, Elena said to Ray. There's no point in continuing this journey. We found a way to save the Golden Land, and I'm pregnant. We must return to the Golden Land and seek the protection of your people. Ray shook his head sadly. We can't go back. Why? Elena lay weakly on the inn's bed, puzzled. Since our marriage, you used various excuses to prevent us from going to the Golden Land. You said before that we hadn't found a way to save the Golden Land, but we have now. What reason is there not to go back? The three of us alone cannot deal with those endless pursuers. Those pursuers are from the Golden Land, Ray confessed bitterly to his wife. They are assassins sent by my uncle. There's been internal strife in the Golden Land. My uncle, Pedro, has clearly betrayed us. He's constantly sending extraordinary beings to try and sever the direct bloodline of the Eclosian race, so he can truly control the Golden Land, obtain the sealed artifacts and divine power left by the Mother of Abundance, and the countless treasures within. Actually, I recognized the pursuers' identities long ago, but I kept it from you. I'm sorry. I simply don't have the face to tell you the truth. Therefore, we cannot return to the Golden Land. It's too dangerous. Countless people in the Golden Land have already completely betrayed me and submitted to Pedro. I cannot let my wife and unborn son risk their lives. Ray made a decision. We must head north, conceal our identities, evade the pursuers, cross the sea, and travel to your homeland, back to the Elven territory to seek refuge. Once you are all safe, I will return and reclaim the Golden Land from Pedro. Chapter 772. Things didn't go as smoothly as Ray and Elena had planned. Elves are born from buds on the Tree of Life. Although elves possess complete organs, interracial reproduction is still no easy feat. Elena frequently needed to rest in bed, forcing them to live in hiding, prioritizing the pregnancy. Whether seeking refuge in the Elven territories of Middle-earth or heading to the Golden Lands for a direct confrontation, both plans were indefinitely postponed. Fortunately, those they had previously helped provided considerable assistance, and the skeleton-like figure played a crucial role. After 9 months of hiding, Elena finally gave birth to a baby boy. Elena had already chosen a name for the child. Eleanor, meaning new hope in the ancient language of the Golden Lands. After a short period of rest, Elena, having largely recovered her strength, finally embarked on her journey to the Elven realm with Ray. They had lingered here for too long. Even with their concealed identities, the birth of a half-elf baby attracted attention. As soon as they left, pursuers followed. Skeleton Man volunteered to lead the Church of Light's pursuers away. He used illusion to conjure a family of 3 and bombed several Church of Light churches, earning the church's hatred. Such a decisive move earned Barrow's applause. But this alone wasn't enough. Elena and Lay rushed to the harbor with the infant. Elena successfully purchased a ferry ticket, but Lay's false identity was unfortunately exposed, preventing him from passing the Church of Light's checkpoints and boarding the ship. He kissed his wife and their infant son, offering them life and hope. Bring Aelian safely back to Adu Rachel, Ray said, tucking his wife's hair behind her ear and wiping away her tears. I will reclaim the Golden City. When I regain the throne, I will lead the Golden Warriors to Middle-earth to welcome my queen and my little prince. Promise me, Liv, Elena whispered. Ray didn't answer, but gently nudged Elena's back, urging her to board the ship. He hid alone in a dark alley, watching his wife, holding their infant son, step into the sunlight and board the departing ship. A hot tear fell onto the ground beneath Ray's feet. This hero king did not hide his whereabouts out of fear of death. He went to Titan Rose, the gathering place of adventurers where he had spent many years, and openly sought help. Below saw in him a resolute determination to face death. Below instantly understood. Ray Eclosia hadn't tried to return to the Golden City because the pursuers, and the lies they told Ray had completely destroyed the last shred of trust Ray had in the Golden City. In Ray's eyes, the people of the Golden City had all betrayed him. That's not how it is, Below said painfully. Only Pedro and his superhuman lackeys betrayed us. Neither we nor the people of the Golden City were kept in the dark from beginning to end. We never heard any news of the Hero King. He suddenly stopped. Ray hadn't disappeared without a trace after leaving the Golden City. He had been sending messages back, but the recipients were always Pedra. It was Pedra who told the people that Ray had abandoned them, abandoned the Golden City. In Ray's time, the vast majority of the Golden City's inhabitants truly trusted and longed for their king's return. But Ray didn't know, and he couldn't know. Because after those extraordinary individuals left the Golden City, Pedra sealed off the once free Golden City, prohibiting trade and communication under the pretext of preventing desertion. Bilo suddenly found the truth utterly ridiculous. The extraordinary individuals sent to hunt down the hero king were being called traitors, who had abandoned their country with him. Pedra was spreading the lie of Ray Eclosia's abandonment of his kingdom within the Golden City, while using every means to hinder the hero king's return. The sealed-off Golden City became a giant cocoon. Bilo had never imagined that simply being unable to transmit information could so easily distort the truth, altering it into an unrecognizable form. To incite people's resentment, to destroy former trust, was such a simple matter. All it took was a single, scheming intermediary to distort the communication between the people and the royal family of Eclosia, severing the ties that had been carefully maintained for millennia. Ray's trust in the Golden City vanished, and thus, he made the most advantageous and crucial choice for himself. He recklessly made himself a prime target, even knowing it was a final, one-way battle, determined to hold off the pursuers and allow his wife and son to escape the continent. The great hero king met his end. The betrayals, the partings, the pain, all were like a sharp knife, piercing deeply into Bilo's chest. Bilo wept uncontrollably. While generations of them angrily and desperately cursed the hero king for abandoning his kingdom and fleeing, the hero king had already died a heroic death in Titan Rose, betrayed by the people of the Golden Land. Who is the true traitor? Is it the king betrayed by the extraordinary beings representing the Golden Land? Is it the generations of villagers who silently endured suffering and died in despair within the Golden Land? Or is it the usurper who, for personal gain, deceived his superiors and subordinates, feigning compassion in public while secretly sending assassins one after another? And their king, misunderstood by the people and burdened with years of infamy, carrying endless sorrow and anger, carrying his misunderstanding of the people of the Golden Land and the method he had found to save it, breathed his last in a cold, foreign land, filled with endless longing for his wife and children. Pedra! Pedra! How could you do this to our king? Bilo's heart was filled with rage. If it weren't for you, the Golden Land could have been saved by the hero king over 300 years ago. We would have welcomed back the hero king and his queen, and our lovely little prince. We wouldn't have suffered hunger for over 300 years, and my grandfather wouldn't have died in sorrow and despair, gazing at the entrance to the Golden Land. He suddenly realized something. Wait, Aelian was adopted by the Church of Light as an infant instead of growing up in the Elven territory. What about Elena? Didn't she return to the Elven territory? He wiped away the tears in his eyes, eagerly reading the following text. The Church of Light's investigation, the wolf tamer's pursuit. The strong mother made her last effort, only to be slain by the heterochromatic eye god after a bloody battle. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The god of light stole the final victory. With a flick of his finger, he drove the wolves into the village below the mountain, then looked at little Aelian. Sleep peacefully, little prince. When you grow up, your body, your divine status, and your golden land will all be mine. Chapter 773. Knock, knock, knock. Who's coming? The door to the gatekeeper Captain Hardist's house was knocked loudly. Hardist hurriedly opened it, and found a row of his team members standing outside. Their eyes were red with tears, their faces flushed, and they were clearly furious. Hardist sighed. Come in first. Captain! Entering the room, Bilo was about to speak angrily, when he looked up to see a group of people already sitting inside. It was Arsene Dror and his team. The words that had been on the tip of his tongue were choked back, causing him to cough several times. What's going on? Isn't your squad on duty tonight? Why are you running into my captain's room instead of guarding the gate? You're interrupting my conversation with our captain, you know? Bilo and the others, along with the members of the neighboring squad, glared at each other, their eyes red and their bodies trembling. The result of suppressed anger, resentment, and grief. Stop glaring at each other, Hardist said helplessly. You're all here for the same thing. Today. He glanced at the clock on the wall and corrected his words. No, it's about that book we got yesterday. You all finished reading it, right? We finished it, they all said in unison. I just want to know if everything in that book is true, Arsene Dror asked. After all, it happened 400 years ago. Does anyone here know what happened during that time? It's true, Bilo blurted out, pulling out his grandfather's diary from his space bracelet. My grandfather was Lei's personal guard. He always kept a diary, and I found the exact same entries in it. For those who hunt Lei in the novel, I can find the corresponding people here. Such precise intelligence, aside from those present, could only be glimpsed by a god-level historical figure. The former, needless to say, must be the truth witnessed firsthand. If it's the latter, it means all this actually happened, and only a god-level historical figure could glimpse it. Damn Piedra. He harmed our king, and caused him to suffer injustice for so many years. Oh, our little prince. He truly suffered. The hero king should have returned in glory over 300 years ago, with his wife and children and the means to redeem the Golden Land, revered and worshipped by the people of the Golden Land. But because of Piedra, everything was ruined. Why did he do this? What good did he gain by doing this? What good did he gain by doing this? Don't you understand? For all these years, to protect ourselves, we have been ignoring this blatant evil. You forced yourself to close your eyes, ignoring them for years, and now you can't even open them? How old is Piedra? He's nearly 500 years old now, right? 400 years ago, the hero king was still the strongest in the Golden Country, but 371 years ago, those transcendents were already rallying against him. Piedra and his transcendents stole the sealed artifact left by our gods, stealing the divine power within. They gained immortality and power, enabling them to rapidly ascend to the divine rank in just over 20 years. They talk about using the Golden Country's energy where it's most needed. The demonic wolves raised by those wolf tamers are better fed than we are. Their fur is shiny and oily. Not only that, Piedra wants to sell the entire Golden Country to the Church of Light. Bilo spat, then looked up at Hadster. Captain, what should we do? We must vindicate the hero king, and restore the glory of the direct line of the Eclosian bloodline. Hadster said solemnly, we must protect the people of the Disk District. We can't let them continue to be victims of the Pedra plan. Also, we must find our little prince. Yes. Right. Find Ialian. We have been the royal guards for generations, not some watchdogs that anyone can kick around. The gatekeepers were indignant. The only rational one, Arson, sighed and asked, how do we find him? That book, The Guardians of Illusion and Reality, says he left the Church of Light and went to AMT County. But where exactly is AMT County? The gatekeepers, whose furthest reach in their lives had only been the gates of the Golden City and the Lost Travelers Market, all fell into an awkward silence. And what about the people in the Disk District and outside the city? They clearly been abandoned by Pedra, and we're a thorn in his side. The patrols by the superhuman lackeys have increased significantly these past few days. Once they discover anything amiss, Pedra will be quick to target us. The demons, Hader said in a deep voice, the demons are our only chance. That's it. That lazy bum who wrote the book. She's a historical god-level observer. Since she can write these 2 books, she must know the whereabouts of our little prince, Ialian. Bilo's eyes lit up. And that lich in the market? He's also a skeleton. Maybe he's a friend of the hero king and queen. At least he's one of his own kind. We can ask him for help. There are still almost 2 days until the next market. What should we do in the meantime? Contact your family, friends, those trustworthy people as much as possible, Hudster said thoughtfully. We have to tell them the truth. Keep your eyes open. Don't waste time on those sycophantic fools who are only trying to curry favor with the powerful. We're taking a huge risk, and we can't afford any mistakes. And then what? We and the common people alone are absolutely no match for the superhumans, Arson asked. Then we all leave here. Hudster made the decision. Take everyone who can walk and is willing to leave with us. We go to the young prince and the lord of AMT County. If the young prince is willing to take back the Golden City, then we do everything in our power to help him. If he's unwilling, then we can continue serving the little prince outside. Good idea. If we can't beat him, we can always run away. Everyone looked up at Hertam, who was speaking. Hertam's face was sincere, his eyes clear, and he didn't seem sarcastic at all. Everyone, For a moment, they couldn't tell if he was genuinely admiring them or being sarcastic. Hardster coughed lightly. Anyway, this is our best option. There's still a lot of preparation to be made. Everyone, go back and get some rest. Next, there's another fierce battle without gunpowder to fight. Chapter 774. The gatekeepers began their work. After only a few short, but restless hours of sleep, Bilo rose early. His thoughts were jumbled, yet his mind was unusually excited and clear. His chest was filled with a mixture of emotions, like heavy stones pressing on his heart, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. Bilo took out sheets of oiled paper, and as usual, set aside some of the excess food. Then he took out a stack of white paper and carefully wrote down the truth he had learned the previous night. King Ray did not abandon this country. He found a way to save the Golden City. Pedra is a traitor who betrayed his monarch and usurped the throne. It was Pedra who concealed the letters sent back by the King of Heroes and sent superhumans to assassinate the king and queen 371 years ago. Pedra also deceived the people of the Golden City with lies and sealed it off. The direct bloodline of Eclosia still has a descendant. Our little prince, Aelian Eclosia, is still alive. Everyone outside the Fontaine district has been abandoned by Pedra. Only Aelian is our only hope. We plan to leave the Golden City to find our little prince. Pass this message on to someone you trust. Pack your belongings as quietly as possible and await further news. Do not attract the attention of the supernatural beings. If the plan is exposed, everyone will face certain death. He copied many copies, carefully folded the notes, and stuffed them into oiled paper packages, sending this information along with food during his daily morning greetings. Belo's parents, uncles and aunts, cousins, and siblings found the note when they opened their breakfast oil paper packages upon returning home. They read it carefully several times, their initial bewilderment turning to disbelief, before gathering together. Did you receive it too? Yes. Is what's written here true or false? What should we do? Balalo is a conscientious man. He risked his life to deliver this kind of information. It must be true. Let's prepare as he says. He wouldn't harm his family. In fact, he also delivered 2 books this morning. Balalo's mother took out the books. He said, we understand once we read them. Grandpa didn't trust the wrong person. Similar things happened in the streets and alleys of the roundabout, behind tightly closed doors and windows. Starting with the gatekeeper's relatives and friends, the news gradually spread. Neighbors, acquaintances, friends, colleagues, people carefully chose those they trusted to cautiously deliver the message. This was perhaps the quietest gossip transmission in history. People calmly went about their daily routines, talking, visiting friends, sharing food, and the news that would bring about earth-shattering changes in Golden Land was conveyed from one person to another within these everyday actions. The literate were entrusted with an important task. Holding books, they read aloud the words and stories to the illiterate. The legendary love story of the hero king, unknown to most, became the most popular topic of conversation among the people of the Golden Land Circular District. People maintained their usual calm and composed expressions under the sun and on the streets, but once inside and behind closed doors and windows, they eagerly inquired of their knowledgeable companions about the latest news they had heard. They were moved by Ray and Elena's love, grieved by Ray's sacrifices, and restless, wanting to know what Ray had found to save the Golden City, and even more so, whether Ray had passed this secret on to his son. They felt resentment for the suffering they had endured, and this resentment transformed into a deep hatred for Pedra. The facade of peace in the Golden City, long concealed, had been shattered by the truth. People secretly searched, prayed, plotted, and sought a way and an opportunity for self-salvation. The prayers from the Golden Land are growing louder, Aelian said, listening intently to the voices of faith emanating from the void. Your arrangements have been very effective. I believe that when the Lost Travelers Market reopens tomorrow, the gatekeepers will come seeking the adventurers' help. Then we must prepare well, Mou said with a smile. We will present a grand and spectacular performance for the people of the Golden Land. Only in this way can we more effectively solidify their faith. Merely knowing the origin story of the gods is not enough. People need to rely on the gods, pray to them, and witness firsthand the gods fulfilling their wishes for their faith to truly strengthen. Lay is not perfect. He has many flaws and shortcomings. However, with the steady and accurate direction of the author Yu, and the profound writing skills and exquisite technique of the author Xianyuitiao, Lei's strengths are infinitely amplified in the dramatic plot. The suspense and unresolved questions left unanswered by the author Xianyuitiao have whetted the appetite of the people of Golden Township. They desperately wanted to know what method of salvation Lei had found, and because of this, they blamed Pedra for hindering their bright future. When their own interests were aligned with those of the Hero King, the people of Golden Land would idealize the Hero King who had fought for them in their memories. Perhaps the Hero King had some minor flaws and shortcomings, but what did that matter? He was a king who truly fought for us, for the future of Golden Land. He did not abandon his country and people. He truly found a way to save Golden Land. It was only the usurper Pedra who prevented the Hero King's return, killed him, and deceived everyone in Golden Land. This is a most perfect legendary story. A Hero King who gave everything for his people, a hero of noble character and worthy of praise, unfortunately suffered betrayal by a villain and had everything stolen from him. The prince he left behind will avenge his father, arriving in silver armor on auspicious clouds to defeat the usurper. The people of the Golden Land were also innocent. They too were deceived by the usurper, and suffered nearly 400 years of hardship and famine. Most of the time, people dislike having their mistakes pointed out, even if they know what happened. For reasons of face and various other reasons, they will try every means to save face: denial, feigning ignorance, making excuses, shifting blame, going mad. These are the most common tactics. In this story, however, Pedra is the true culprit. While the people of the Golden Land may have joined in condemning the hero king, that was merely a consequence of their own deception. Only they themselves know the depth of their guilt towards the hero king. This guilt will then transform into a sense of atonement towards the direct bloodline of Eclosia, ultimately manifesting as love and faith in Aelion. Chapter 775. Aelion's faith was rising at an almost terrifying rate. Already at the peak of the saint level, Aelion had now successfully expanded his domain under Charleria's guidance. Though currently only the size of a wizard's tower, it was still a fully fledged domain. Aelion's inherent sense of protection, his complete domain, and the influx of faith from the people of the Golden Land, caused his level to soar once again. When it stabilized, Aelion felt he was already on the verge of reaching the angel level. You cast an appraisal spell on him. Aelion LV, 199, stealth level, guardian of the real and the virtual, excellent. Only one step away from the angel level. You praised, looks like I have to speed up to catch up with you. That being said, MOU, with Leah as his cheat, found it much easier to level up than Aelion. As long as you gain enough experience points and meet the job transfer requirements, you can level up effortlessly. The previous delay in progress was entirely due to MOU's old design habit. Procrastination had set in, and he hadn't been able to come up with a design for the Dharma image. A seasoned office worker even argued, planning and designing are just like writing. You need inspiration to get started. In our area, finding the favor of the muse is all about luck. Sometimes all I need is a cup of coffee to energize my brain. Sometimes, I need a regular sleep schedule to maintain a healthy body and abundant energy. Sometimes I have to stay up until the dead of night to find a flash of inspiration amid solitude and loneliness. This can't be rushed. But then again, what often inspires the most is the existence of deadlines. Your Dharma image should be finished, right? Aelion asked curiously. Can I take a look? Of course, MOU coughed lightly, his eyes drifting. But let me tell you first, I incorporated some of your designs into my Dharma image. The silver-haired knight tilted his head in confusion, looking like a bewildered Samoyed. My designs? Has he ever designed anything? In fact, he has. As soon as Aelion saw the Dharma image MOU displayed, he immediately understood. To Aelion's surprise, MOU's Dharma image didn't have a humanoid appearance. It was a celestial sphere composed of a translucent silver-blue round crystal sphere surrounded by countless glittering suspended orbits. The crystal sphere inside was shaped like the planet Osiria. Aelion could clearly see the sphere's rolling hills, its shimmering waters, and the planet's dark side, pockmarked with craters. The crystal ball was filled with intricately rotating gears, reminiscent of the brooch Aelion had given MOU. And beyond the sphere, suspended in orbit, 2 suns and countless stars rotated flawlessly in their predetermined orbits, bringing about the cycle of day and night and the changing of the seasons. This image was exquisite, its every detail imbued with the beauty of order. The planet's gears worked with precision, driving its steady rotation. A gentle breeze blew, water flowed. And above, stars orbited, the sun rose and set. This was a microcosm of the world. Aelion was speechless with shock. I thought about it carefully, MOU said. I come from a higher dimensional world. The world barrier of the original world instinctively rejects all malicious modifications. Therefore, whether my Dharma form takes human form or not will not affect me. This is easy to understand. The world barrier of the original world is like a firewall. Normal updates and upgrades? No problem. Malware installation? Virus invasion? No way. That's why you could heal MOU's dying body, and Leah could continuously upgrade and strengthen MOU. But the evil god's corruption would turn anyone who got close to it to ashes. As a world consciousness, Leah's ability to freely enter and exit the original world indicates that she herself is connected to the world consciousness of the original world and has already obtained its permission and recognition. The faith I received originated from the core energy of the world's consciousness collected by Leah, and the faith of the world's natives in the god of order, Moyu. Once this energy flowed into the energy pool controlled by Leah, the pollution would automatically dissipate due to having nowhere to attach, and then Leah would redistribute it. Therefore, using this form as a Dharma body accurately expresses the image of order, and also implies a metaphor for the world. MOU explained with a smile, I am the executor of the world's consciousness. Order can only be manifested within the operation of the world. That's very fitting. A non-human Dharma body can also bring a grand and awe-inspiring sense of power. Indeed, Aalian exclaimed admiringly, your mind is so meticulous. Incorporating the sun and celestial orbits into the world concept of the Dharma body is also a carefully crafted part of your design. MOU chuckled softly, you saw through me? I knew I couldn't hide it from you. The god of light attempted to use the sun as his foundation, channeling faith into the universe to elevate himself to a state beyond the realm of worlds. Similarly, MOU could expand the concept of world. A planet is a world, but on a broader scale, a universe, a space-time, can also be called a world. While it might seem like a clever trick, in the competition among gods of this world, this mutual suppression of conceptual levels is an integral part of the divine war. Within this Dharma form, MOU subtly incorporated the natural order, the movement of celestial bodies, and even the imagery of time. Anyway, these powers were already in Lia's possession. Since they belonged to Lia, they were his. Adding these imagery to his Dharma form was naturally no problem. Of course, considering that sometimes I need to appear in my Dharma form to do certain things, it's not very convenient to be completely without a human form, MOU said. So, I also prepared a second form. His thoughts raced, and the Dharma form changed its posture. The celestial sphere gradually transformed into a crystalline humanoid form in the blue light. It was a statue entirely constructed of silver blue crystal, its eyebrows and eyes very similar to MOU's, except its hair was slightly longer, curly, and cascaded to its shoulders. Its translucent body was filled with intricately working gears, giving the viewer a very strong sense of inhumanity even in human form. Aalian couldn't help but take a step forward, reaching out to gently touch the Dharma form's fingers. He gently grasped the Dharma form's hand, brought it to his lips, and reverently placed a kiss. The warm touch emanated from the Dharma form's fingers. MOU finally experienced firsthand what it meant for the Dharma form and the body to share the same senses. Chapter 776. After MOU also acquired the Dharma body, his level, which had been suppressed at the peak of the king level, began to surge. With the order authority in hand, and the abundant energy reserves accumulated by Lia, MOU also rose to the peak of the saint level in one go before stopping. At the same time, the number of concepts he could control and use also increased significantly. Now, as long as MOU calms his mind, a network composed of countless tiny concept nodes will appear before him. The illuminated concept nodes and networks emit a warm silver blue glow, while the unilluminated parts are a dull gray. Currently, half of this network is illuminated, and the number of concepts that MOU can use is increasing. Using these concepts is also very simple. He only needs to inject world consciousness energy or faith power into them to freely use these conceptual powers. Concept power is different from skills. When used by oneself, its use has fewer restrictions, and there are no fixed methods or results. It can be used at will with just a thought. Just as you could previously use conceptual power to evacuate players and direct traffic, it could also be used to increase strangers' goodwill and trust towards him. It's incredibly convenient. If he wanted to turn this conceptual power into skill templates and distribute them to players, it wouldn't be difficult either. Upon reaching the peak of the saint level, further advancement requires constructing a domain. MOU, along with Aalian, had already received instruction from Sal Aurea on how to construct a domain, undergoing prior training. A domain can be considered a mustard seed world unique to a god. At its initial stage, a domain is similar to a barrier. As it matures, it becomes a divine kingdom. Building a domain requires imagination as the foundation, while the rest is a test of concentration and willpower. Building a domain isn't difficult, the challenge lies in the immense mental effort required to sustain it. Only through continuous practice, fully adapting to this constant exertion, can one deploy a domain and engage in combat at any time and anywhere. Then, as one's level increases, one can maintain a near-permanent divine kingdom. To put it simply, it's like opening a 3D scene creation software on your computer. Not only do you have to create the scene, but you also have to keep it running in the background at all times. At first, this might tax your computer's computing power and even cause lag, but as the computer's hardware and software upgrades and the 3D scene itself improves, the impact will gradually diminish. It's not that energy consumption is reduced, but rather that the computer's performance has been upgraded and its capabilities have increased. Even if a small portion of background resources is permanently occupied, it won't be noticeable. In other words, the difficulty lies in constantly multitasking. MOU quickly grasped the trick. That's right. Aelian nodded with a wry smile. It's not easy to achieve this. It requires a long period of training. Before he finished his words, he saw MOU successfully deploy a domain, completely covering the Mage Tower study they were currently in. Aelian, so fast. The domain MOU was attempting to construct was the rental apartment he was most familiar with. That small, exquisite dream home of a certain planner, something MOU could accurately construct with just a blink of an eye. Although it's significantly smaller than the detached villas in And New City, or the towering 7-story Mage Towers, it's undeniably a convenient experimental subject for MOU, given his familiarity with it. Multitasking, constantly thinking about random things in your mind, is practically an essential skill for modern office workers. Which office worker doesn't have a mental space they can escape to anytime, anywhere, to daydream and clear their mind? Otherwise, how can they cope with endless lectures and tedious meetings from their boss? After successfully expanding his domain, MOU experimented with adding and removing furniture, rearranging items, having a blast like playing a decorating game. MOU's level also increased with his mastery of the domain, reaching LV 185 by the time he felt tired. Aelian, So when you said speed up and catch up with me, you meant to jump from king level to hidden level in just 5 minutes? To paraphrase an adventurer's catchphrase, that's pretty explosive even in the world of explosive power. But you brought so many surprises that this incredibly fast leveling up only elicited a slight gasp from Aelian. After confirming that the rapid leveling up didn't cause MOU any discomfort, the silver-haired knight's slightly serious expression relaxed again. The Lord is already exceptionally talented, and the stronger MOU becomes, the better he can protect himself. Aelian's only concern was whether MOU's body could withstand such a massive increase in strength. MOU stopped at level 185 because, while he had mastered the art of building a domain, he had no intention of turning it into something resembling a rental apartment. No, it was just a test piece for practice. The domain was closely tied to the kingdom of God, so MOU naturally had to come up with a suitable theme. However, when it came to scene design, MOU's procrastination kicked in again. I leveled up so many levels in one go, I can take some time to adjust. There's no need to rush to complete the domain all at once. Luckily, Ozelia is a physically existing alien world. If MOU had to design every scene from scratch, the game would probably take him 10 years to complete. MOU revoked the domain and restored the Dharmakaya to its celestial sphere form. Aelian, curiously approaching, gently and cautiously touched it, studying with MOU how the celestial sphere-shaped Dharmakaya resonated with the original body. After spending most of the day studying the Dharma, Aelian's phantom dragon happily climbed onto the celestial sphere, purring as it lay atop the crystal, watching the stars spin overhead with great interest. While the Dharma could freely wander about, the silver-haired knight and the Lord himself didn't have as much free time. They sat back down at the table, and once again deduced the steps for tomorrow's attack on the Golden Country. Leah thoughtfully replaced the sand table that had originally displayed AMT County with the terrain within the Golden Country. MOU examined the sand table for a moment and said, "This time, the battle for the Golden Country must be yours." Aelian had been mentally prepared for this. This is my battle of revenge. Pedra murdered my parents, and I must avenge this personally. Chapter 777. Although Aelian inherited the aloof and cold appearance of the elves, he possessed a fiery and upright heart that belied his outward appearance. He was intelligent and adept at assessing situations. He would bide his time against enemies he couldn't defeat, but he would never lightly forgive or forget debts of gratitude. This was exactly what MOU wanted. As the saying goes, if you repay evil with kindness, how will you repay kindness? One should repay evil with justice and kindness with kindness. If a grudge cannot be settled immediately, then returning in a few years is just as good. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 10 years. Pedra, who colluded with the god of light, was arguably one of the main culprits responsible for Aelian's lifelong suffering. The revenge for his parents, the revenge for the people of the Golden Land, and his own revenge, these debts could not be easily forgotten or wiped clean. It's time for a grand performance, to reclaim the Golden City. The market is about to open. These words were uttered almost simultaneously by different people in 3 different locations. In the Golden City, Belo's expression was grim as he nervously touched the telepathic ring on his finger. The ring had been rotated to face his palm. A simple touch would initiate communication. They had tested it many times. The ring was small and efficient, incredibly convenient for transmitting information. And, as its name suggested, messages were sent telepathically. The voice would resonate directly in the brain, completely inaudible to anyone other than the designated recipient. The only thing to be careful about was that it couldn't transmit long sentences or jumbled thoughts. Everything had to be concise. Time is of the essence. We must first contact Prince Ialian before making any further plans. We contact you via the rings as soon as there's any progress. If the situation inside changes, we also contact you via the rings, Captain Hadster said. Today, Asen's squad is on duty, while Hadster's team is on the night shift. Captain Hadster decided to stay near the warehouse to keep watch, while Bilo and her Tam will go to the market to contact the writer. This way, the squad members on duty won't have to leave their posts, and the risk of encountering a check by supernatural beings will be much lower. They only need to maintain contact via the rings to avoid anyone returning during a surprise check and being caught red-handed. If that really happened, it would be incredibly unlucky. Meanwhile, in AMT County, players receive system notifications. A brand new main storyline is about to begin. Eligible players are requested to arrive at the meeting point within 30 minutes. Near the entrance to Golden Village, coordinates XX. YY, waiting to participate in the story mission. Players who have not yet obtained mission qualification, please hurry. If you still haven't obtained mission qualification by the start of the main storyline, you can directly activate the viewing mode and experience the main storyline remotely. Today, Yoyu and the others were all excited because the coordinates given by the system were the location of the Lost Travelers Market. The main storyline is about to start. This is the system hinting that our mission has made great progress. Today, Yoyu clenched his fist excitedly. Friends. Success or failure depends on today. Are you ready? Ah! Inside the Mage Tower, MOU carefully helped Ialian put on a newly crafted set of armor. This set of armor's design is similar to the previous one, but it utilizes the most advanced technology developed by the Magic Academy Calcadora, combined with dwarven techniques, boosting its defense several notches. It also incorporates numerous defensive runes and magic circles, yet is significantly lighter, making it ideal for a current level 199 knight. With a war imminent, it's essential to resupply, so upgrading to higher level equipment is perfectly logical. Ialian gently stroked the small celestial sphere crest on the collar of his armor. His lord always adorned these small details with a touch of romance. The world emblem of AMT County now graced the chest and shield of his armor, while the collar bore his lord's personal crest. Every vital part of his body bore the lord's crest, a true knightly romance. You are the undisputed protagonist of today's story, MOU said. From a plot perspective, I'm not suitable to appear, but I will participate as a trumpet and witness your battle throughout. Ialian knelt on one knee, took MOU's right hand, brought it to his lips, and gently kissed the back of it. I will definitely not let you down. Inside the city defense training camp, Lei and the adventurers were conducting final rehearsals, while Rama served as technical director for the alchemy puppets. Timing is crucial. Director and screenwriter Shinyu Itio repeatedly warned, too early or too late will affect the effect. Human hearts are incredibly subtle and delicate. Even the slightest plot change can make a world of difference. Lei looked confused. How do you mean? For example, right now, the people in the Golden City don't even know you become a lich. They all thought you died in a glorious manner. Of course, that did happen, but if we told them now that you survived through another means, they feel deceived, their tears wasted. Salted Fish explained seriously, but if we change the narrative, concealing your resurrection as a lich, and then telling the people that if they prayed sincerely to the world consciousness, their king would have a chance to appear before them again, the meaning would be completely different. In that case, your resurrection would be the result of the efforts of the people of the Golden Land, and they would happily accept this happy ending. You could then appear before them openly, welcomed and loved by them. But isn't that really a deception? Lei asked, troubled. Not really. Salted Fish blinked cunningly. We simply told the people that if they prayed, they could see you again. Then, they prayed as instructed, and they actually saw you. You say, is there no problem at all? Lei scratched his head, feeling that there wasn't a problem at all. Words have power, it all depends on how you use them. Shinyu Itio concluded confidently. Words can have power? Lei shook his head, curious but also a little incredulous. Unless I see it with my own eyes, I find it hard to believe. Then let me demonstrate. Shinyu Itio put his hands on his hips and looked around. Do you believe I can use a piece of paper to quickly evacuate the city defense forces here? No. Lei said with interest, please let me see. Shinyu Itio took out a pen and paper, scribbled a few words, and then held the paper up and showed it around. The faces of all the city defense forces, who saw the note changed drastically, and they all rushed out the door in an instant. Lei, filled with confusion, looked at the note in Shinyu Itio's hand. It read, Master Rama has an antimatter bomb on him that's about to explode. Run! Lay, eh? It seemed as if he had suffered the consequences of his lack of education again. Chapter 778. The Lich King's Lost Travelers Market finally reopened amidst everyone's anticipation. Bilo and Hertam, familiar with the place, arrived at the market only to be taken aback by the sheer number of people. The market was teeming with people, a veritable sea of faces. They were constantly being glanced at, making Bilo and Hertam somewhat uneasy. Unsure of what was happening, they quickened their pace and found a fruit and vegetable stall selling books. After so much planning, Salty Fish was already prepared. Seeing the two gatekeepers in the distance, she instantly perked up. Finally, the main storyline of the Golden Land is about to begin. Hello, Bilo greeted her first. I wonder if you remember me? I bought fruit from you a few days ago. Of course I remember, Salty Fish revealed a mysterious smile. You asked if you could exchange your book for other fruit, and said the book took up too much space. Cough cough. Bilo coughed violently. If he could go back in time, he really wanted to cover his past self's mouth and drag him aside for a beating. I'm sorry, I was blind. Your book is very wonderful. I want to ask, is everything you wrote about true history? Of course it is. Then do you know the whereabouts of Ialian? Bilo asked eagerly, do you know him? Yes. Salty Fish smiled. Just as I wrote in my book, Ialian is now in AMT County on the central continent. He has now become the Lord of AMT County, the Knight of the Great God of Order, Moyu, the Guardian of Illusion and Reality. Middle Continent. Barrow's heart suddenly sank. From South Continent to Middle Continent is more than 1,000 miles. How can we possibly cross such a vast distance to find him? Everything else would be easy, but the most crucial thing was that they didn't have time. If the gatekeepers were away from the Golden City for a long time, their plan would be exposed. Even if they evacuated the city's inhabitants first, how could such a vast multitude of tens of thousands escape the Golden City, and the shadow of Piedra, and his transcendence without the protection of a high-level transcendent? If you're desperate to find him, I have an idea. Xianyuitio suggested calmly. The gods can hear the prayers of their believers, and Ialian is already a subordinate deity of the Great God of Order, a loyal guardian of the world's consciousness. Then, all you have to do is pray to him sincerely, and he will naturally hear and respond to your call. Barrow and Hedum were skeptical. Why not try it now? Salted Fish said, seizing the opportunity. There's a clearing behind our stall. Come with me. When people are at a loss, they tend to trust those who appear to have their own ideas and know what they're doing. Salted Fish, in particular, didn't give the two men time to think or object. She simply walked back. Barrow and Hedum instinctively followed her, leading her to the clearing in the bushes behind the stall. Right here, Salted Fish said. Recite Ialian's name sincerely, pray to him, and pray for his arrival. Bilo and Hedum exchanged a glance, then hesitantly followed. Everything is difficult at the beginning. At first, they were quite embarrassed, reciting haltingly. But with the constant corrections, encouragement, and emotional manipulation from Xianyu, their voices grew louder, their recitation smoother, and more genuinely felt. A phantom appeared in the sky, spreading ethereal, smoky dragon wings, letting out a long roar before rolling once. In an instant, reality and illusion reversed, revealing 6 enormous, pure white wings. Adorned with laurel crowns, wielding swords and shields, and clad in silver blue armor, this compassionate guardian of both reality and illusion watched them. Was it you who called me? A clear voice came from the air. Bilo opened his mouth in shock, and it took him a long time to find his voice. Yes, it was us. We are the gatekeepers of the Golden Land. The personal guards of your father, Rea Closia. The illusory and real guardian's images vanished instantly, and just as Bilo was feeling uneasy, wondering if he had said something wrong, a silver-haired knight in silver armor landed steadily from midair. I am Ialian, the silver-haired knight said. His face was extremely similar to the portrait of the legendary hero king in his youth, only with a touch more of the gentleness and delicacy unique to the elven race. Anyone who saw him would immediately understand that this was Rea Closia's biological son. Your Highness. Guilt for the hero king and hope for the future surged through Bilo's heart in an instant, tears welling in his eyes. Your Highness Ialian. Do you know that you are the sole heir of the direct bloodline of Eclosia? You are the king of the Golden Land. Please save the people of the Golden Land. Down with the usurper Pedra and his lackeys, who colluded with the Church of Light to murder your parents. Bilo cried with genuine emotion, his cries heart-wrenching, completely unaware that layers upon layers of players had gathered in the surrounding bushes. They were all muted by the system, intently watching the main storyline progress rapidly. I know my origins, and the grudge between Pedra and my parents. My parents' friend, the great Lich King Haparos, found me, and told me the truth of what happened back then, and the betrayal of the Golden Land. Aelian sighed deeply. No! Bilo and Hethum exclaimed in unison. The people of the Golden Land have not betrayed the Hero King. We have been deceived by Pedra, kept in the dark. We didn't even know of the Hero King's fall until a few days ago, when we learned of your existence. The traitors have always been only the usurper Pedra and his lackeys. The people of the Golden Land are innocent. We are victims too. Aelian was slightly moved. If that's the case, then there are still people in the Golden Land worth protecting. Aelian said solemnly, Please lead the way, gatekeepers. Chapter 779. Actually, the situation in the Golden Land is a bit complicated, Bilo said. He feared that this prince might have inherited the Hero King's straightforward personality and charge into the Golden Land without a word. Whether he could win against Pedra was uncertain, but the people of the Disk District would certainly suffer. Whether it's a conflict between gods or a struggle for royal power, it's always the ordinary people at the bottom who are powerless to protect themselves who suffer. Bilo and Hertam tried their best to explain the current situation in the Golden Land to Aelian in the simplest language possible. Much of this information was secret, known only to the gatekeepers of the Golden Land, something that the few players who infiltrated and eavesdropped couldn't have gleaned. For example, the division and antagonism between the Tower District in the main city of Turandam, occupied by Pedra's superhumans, and the Disk District, where ordinary people abandoned by Pedra gathered, as well as the surrounding villages and towns that were mostly empty. For example, the ordinary people who, under the gatekeepers' propaganda, have regained their trust in Ecclosia. For example, the difficult situation faced by the former guards of the Ecclosia royal family, now the gatekeepers. Fortunately, Aelian listened attentively to everything. In other words, there are a large number of ordinary people in the Golden City who need to be relocated and protected, and these people are weak and sickly due to prolonged hunger, making them unable to move easily, Aelian summarized succinctly. And Pedra and his forces are entrenched in the Tower District and the temple within Turandam. We need to evacuate all these innocent people before Pedra discovers that someone has infiltrated the Golden City, so that they don't become Pedra's victims. That's right. Relieved, Barrow belatedly realized that their young prince seemed a man of both wisdom and courage, skilled in strategy, and a loyal adherent of the code of chivalry. With such a wise future king, the future of the Golden City is secure. I have a group of adventurers from the county of Amt under my command. Aerion confidently presented his long-prepared plan. They have inherited my father's heroic sword and ambition, and are a group of heroes you can trust. I will lead them into the Golden City, concealing their presence with my power of falsehood. They can assist you in evacuating the residents of the Golden City. Bilo's eyes gradually lit up. I will lead a team to block the entrances and exits of the Square Tower District and confront Piedra, preventing him from attacking ordinary people. You needn't worry about the people of the Golden Country having nowhere to go after leaving the Golden Country. Lord Moya of Amt County will temporarily house them until I quell the conflict in the Kingdom of God. Excellent. This is simply wonderful. Barrow burst into tears of joy, then remembered something. The temple still contains the Golden Legion left by the Mother of Plenty. If you possess a token that can control them, you achieve twice the result with half the effort. Aelian raised his hand, and a golden scarab glittered between his fingers. Yes. Yes. A golden scarab. Barrow wiped his tears in delight. Thank you, Mother of Plenty. He said nothing more. He and Hedum rose together to lead the way. As they left the Lost Travelers Market, they saw a neat line of people at the entrance to the Golden Country. Bilo, ? Where did these people come from? Don't be nervous. Aelian's clear voice radiated a calming power. They are adventurers from Amt County. Bilo looked intently. These people were all at the peak of their professions, or transcendence, who had just reached the mysterious god stage. Although their individual strength was still inferior to that of Piedra's transcendence, they were brimming with vitality and strength. If they were simply tasked with evacuating the people of the Golden City, they would be more than enough. The only problem was that the Golden City's judgment was extremely strict. Could so many people truly possess the Hero King's long-lost hero sword and be considered disciples of the Hero King by the Golden City? And to Bilo's surprise, the skeleton lich from the entrance to the Lost Travelers Market also followed him out. He even brought 2 towering skeletons, covered in dazzling gems, and stood beside Aelian. Are these guys going in too? Bilo swallowed, assessing the levels of the skeletons. Well, they were mostly king level, looking quite capable. Well, this is my parents' friend, the Lich King Haparos, Aelion introduced calmly, and his two assistants. "Ah, it's the skeleton brother," Hedum blurted out, then quickly covered his mouth. "Oops, I accidentally called out the nickname from the novel." Thankfully, the skeleton brother didn't seem too concerned and just chuckled. Bilo was filled with anxiety, but he had more important things to do. He sent a message to the two captains, asking them to prepare to welcome the prince. By the way, the Golden City is sensitive to the bloodline of Ecclesia. When you enter, please try to contact and control the remaining will of the Golden City itself, otherwise, it might cause quite a commotion. Like 1,000 bells ringing and 100 flowers blooming, or something. While a royal return always requires some fanfare, this is still an infiltration operation. If the Golden City causes a huge disturbance regardless of the occasion, that would be outrageous. Aelion nodded. "Let's go." Bilo nervously led the way through the gates of the Golden City, followed by Aelion and the three skeletons, then the groups of adventurers, while Hertam stayed outside to cover the rear. The instant Aelion crossed the gates, the sealed artifact in the distance indeed reacted. The golden bells on the temple swayed, about to ring. In an instant, the gatekeeper's heart leaped into his throat. One of the gem skeletons who followed and subtly raised his gaze, and the golden bell on the temple instantly fell silent, as if the previous swaying had been merely an illusion. The gatekeeper's hearts instantly relaxed. Not only because no commotion had occurred, but also because the Golden City had acknowledged Aelion. He was indeed a direct descendant of Ecclesia, the last heir of the Golden City. One adventurer after another successfully passed through the gates of the Golden City. Upon entering, they immediately donned cloaks, activated the illusion mark, and vanished without a trace. The gatekeeper stared in disbelief, while Bilo suddenly realized something. These people were invisible. The Pedra's men couldn't see them, but the gatekeepers themselves couldn't see them either. Chapter 780. Bilo. Aelion beckoned to Bilo, who immediately ran to his side. Aelion gently patted him on the shoulder, and Bilo instantly felt a brightening in his vision. He could see the adventurers again. Yes, their figures were somewhat transparent, which made them easier to distinguish from people in their normal state. Aelion patted the gatekeepers a few times in turn, and now all the gatekeepers could see the adventurers, who had activated the illusionary imprint. Hardster and Arson exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with excitement. Aelion returned to several skeletons, and patted their shoulders in the same way. Their figures also became semi-transparent in the gatekeeper's eyes. Now that Aelion was only one step away from becoming an angel, he was much more adept at using the power of the illusionary imprint. However, to conserve more strength for the battle against Pedra, only Aelion, Haparos, Ray, and Elena used the power of the illusory authority for invisibility. The other players used cloaks pre-marked with the illusory authority. The long-impoverished hidden old man finally made a fortune from this military equipment mission. The players were divided into two teams by Lia based on their level and abilities, each receiving their own mission. One team of lower-level players, their backpacks stuffed with the special, flying motorcycle cargo tricycle, provided for this mission, were responsible for assisting the gatekeepers in evacuating residents from nearby villages and the Disk area. The other team consisted of the server's top combat elites, their backpacks crammed with the latest powerful weapons developed by alchemists, stinky bombs, cute armor, flying motorcycles. Except for the antimatter bombs, which were banned due to their excessive destructive power, they were armed to the teeth, ready to fight Pedra's superhumans to the death. After all, Golden Land was a good place, and MOU planned to use it for other purposes after conquering it. He couldn't let the players wipe it out with antimatter bombs now. MOU also mingled with the elite combatants, using a secondary account. His secondary account even had a resurrection point. Once they reached the vicinity of the Tower District, he'd find a place to place it. Hey, the players could resurrect on the spot after dying, saving them the time of running away. Just ask Pedra if he's scared. Although the players' levels were currently a bit low, the highest being only around level 105. Still inferior to the king-level superhumans under Pedra's command, the players could resurrect infinitely. Golden Land wasn't like other illusions filled with the dead. Even the most powerful superhumans here were still alive. Being alive meant getting tired, thirsty, and hungry, while the players were all top-tier experts, who could resurrect on the spot and engage in endless battles. Just like the previous large-scale main storyline battles, MOU also disabled the death penalty this time. As long as players die within the Golden Kingdom, they can resurrect infinitely without losing any money or materials. All the extra energy needed for resurrection is supplied by Lia. That's the explanation, but in reality, the cost is ultimately borne by the players themselves. This energy is all war reserve energy that Lia collected and carefully stored from the players beforehand. Now, This lord's strategic reserves are overflowing, and the core energy of his world consciousness is fully charged, making him incredibly wealthy and confident. No matter how capable Pedra is, as long as Ialian needs it, these resources and energy can be spent freely. MOU now possesses such ample confidence. Since they had decided to defect, leave Piedra and return to the banner of the direct lineage of Acrosia, the gatekeepers no longer even considered guarding the gates. To confuse Piedra and his transcendence and stall for time, Ialian used his power of illusion to conjure several lifelike phantoms and place them at the gate. This little trick was no expense to Ialian at the moment. The real gatekeepers split into two groups. Hardest and Bilo led Ialian, the skeleton, and the assault team to the Square Tower district. The other 8 gatekeepers led the remaining adventurers in different directions, transporting ordinary people willing to leave from within and out. At this point, players couldn't help but lament the perfect timing of San Lin's motorcycle development. The previously popular flying motorcycle was a 2-seater mount, impressive for its coolness, but ultimately lacked the capacity to carry passengers. Flying is fine for showboating in combat, but it's a bit useless for moving things or escaping with a large group. However, the technology behind the flying motorcycle cylinders is now largely mature, and there are already a number of 3-wheeled bicycles in AMT County. Combining these two technologies, Mr. Rama and Mr. Olay created the Flying Motorcycle Cargo 3-wheeled version. A 4-wheeled car isn't possible yet, but a 3-wheeled cargo flying motorcycle would be useful. These 3-wheeled cargo flying motorcycles are incredibly powerful, and given the covert nature of this mission, they're covered in silent symbols and virtual real reality markings. Once activated, they become invisible and make no sound at all. It just takes up a lot of durability. However, even this drawback, after Lamar relentlessly used all sorts of high-end durability materials, extended the range of each vehicle to an astonishing level. Even with the illusionary mark constantly burning through durability, each vehicle could theoretically last about a month. In actual use, the overall durability depends on the weakest part, and after Lamar's extreme reinforcement, it can at most last about 20 days. What does 20 days mean? Forget about a protracted war, that's enough for MOU and the players to plow through Golden City 100 or 80 times. This time, MOU had Lamar build 300 3-wheeled cargo flying motorcycles, all of which were distributed to the players who received the mission. Of course, this investment also cost a lot, but with the forced, strong support from the Church of Light in the early stages, MOU didn't feel the pinch. Church of Light. I have a few words I don't know if I should say. Besides, these vehicles won't break down this time, they can be repaired and reused next time, so it's not a loss at all. There are currently about 10,000 ordinary people still alive in the circular area, and the nearby villages and towns combined probably have several thousand people. Assuming each cargo tricycle can carry 6 people after deducting the driver's capacity, each vehicle can probably transport all the people in about 10 trips. There's a teleportation array at the Lost Travelers Market. Once these people are transported out of the Golden Land, they can be directly teleported to Amp County. There are still many empty houses and dormitories in Amp New City. Even if there aren't enough rooms, temporary tents can be set up to allow these people to have a few days of food and rest. There are also many players in Amp County who can't participate in the Southern Continent main questline. This is a good opportunity for them to stretch their muscles. Chapter 781. The adventurers scattered towards their respective quest locations, while Ialian led the group straight to the Cube Tower area. The 2 assassin players, the Hidden Old Man and the Tranquil Sea, who had been the first to infiltrate the Golden City and were already lying in ambush within the Cube Tower area, confidently switched bodies and logged in after stuffing their backpacks full of the alchemist Durian Herring's proud new creations. Their first action upon logging in was to pull out gas masks from their backpacks and carefully and securely put them on. They had no choice but to put these on first. They had the privilege of witnessing Durian Herring's experiment with his new creation, a scene of carnage that remained vividly in their minds. Switching bodies was indeed an effective way to evade the dire wolves' search. Since the old body would be digitized when switching to a new one, the dire wolves, unable to sense the old body, would disperse on their own. In a sense, switching shells isn't just a save point for exploration progress, it can also be used to remove monster aggro. The effect is similar to in other games where you're exploring a map, so you first stack a resurrection item on yourself, then intentionally die to remove monster aggro, and wait for all the monsters to return to their original positions before starting to explore again. It's unclear whether this is a bug caused by the game's pursuit of realism leading to conflicting computational instructions, or if the developers themselves felt the game difficulty was too high and intentionally added this feature to lower it. In any case, the player Hidden Old Man and the Tranquil Sea really likes this setting and doesn't plan to report it even if it's a bug. How can something that benefits players and enhances the game experience be considered a bug? It's clearly the developers care for the players. Now, the main storyline has progressed to a new stage. The two assassins, after putting on their masks, noticed their mission prompts had been updated. Their mission is no longer simply gathering intelligence. It now includes clearing out the rebels in the Fangta district within their capabilities. Judging from the quest prompt, this was a bonus quest. You could do it if you wanted, but it wouldn't affect anything else. However, each additional traitor who betrayed the Eclosia royal family that you killed would earn you a hefty reward and increase Lei's favor. If it were any other player, they'd probably scream, "This is my father-in-law's favor," and rush out to wreak havoc. But these two cold-blooded assassins merely glanced disdainfully at the favor reward, tears welling in their eyes at the high amount of adventure coins they received. There was no way around it. Being an assassin was an expensive profession, especially since the Hidden Old Man wanted to develop the cybernetic combat puppet. With this quest, those terrifying giant wolves became walking piles of wolf-shaped gold coins in the eyes of the Hidden Old Man and the Tranquil Sea. They took out a bottle of odor-eliminating spray and sprayed it on themselves, satisfied to see a scent elimination buff appear in their status bar. With this odor-eliminating spray, their own odor would be completely eliminated, and even after using the stink bomb, they wouldn't be tainted by any disgusting smell. The Hidden Old Man even took out a shark harpoon and sprayed it thoroughly. After spraying the odor-eliminating spray, there was no need to use disappearance anymore, saving a lot of mana. Truly an essential tool for home, travel, murder, and robbery. Alchemist players are going further and further down the path of developing strange items. The two assassins, fully prepared, activated the illusion mark, and their figures vanished from the alleyway where they were hiding. However, this version of the skill update made a change. After assassins use any means to become invisible, they have a teammate visible switch that can be freely turned on. When activated, the semi-transparent assassin player can be seen by teammates, making teamwork much easier. If they didn't want their teammates to see them, they could also turn it off. This time, the Hidden Old Man also upgraded his shark, adding a remote control that could remotely turn the background music on and off. They scouted the area for the demon wolves, and then chose a long, narrow corridor. This corridor was narrow and windowless, but it was located in a convenient position on the map for flanking attacks, connecting the semi-enclosed halls on either side. The Hidden Old Man placed his shark and stink bomb, activated with the reality/void mark in the center of the corridor, then retreated to a safe distance and pressed the play button on the shark's remote. The recorded sounds of running, crashing, falling, and screaming rang out, and all the surrounding demon wolves raised their heads and rushed towards them at full speed. Eager to perform a deed, the giant demon wolves scrambled to squeeze into the narrow passage. The first demon wolves that entered didn't see anyone, and before they realized something was wrong, they were slammed into the arms of the following ones. The way back was completely blocked. Going forward, a massive wolf head loomed up ahead. Demon wolf, something's wrong, something's wrong. Brothers, there's a trap here. Before they could report their abnormality to their master, before they could process what was happening, something cracked beneath their feet, and a foul-smelling purple-black gas instantly filled the corridor. The demon wolf didn't even have time to wail before its eyes rolled back under the pungent gas, and its consciousness instantly went blank. The outermost demon wolves whimpered and stumbled a few steps toward the hall before collapsing, unable to hold on any longer. The two assassins exchanged a glance. Even through their thick gas masks, they could sense the joy radiating from each other. This is all money, money. The two men drew their hidden swords, stepped forward, lifted the demon wolf's eyelids, and thrust their swords into it. The demon wolf, still not completely dead, bounced once before falling completely still. The wolf's location, size, poison resistance, and level all affect the effectiveness of potions. As a skilled assassin, you need to learn how to last hit. The two men walked from one side of the corridor to the other, finishing off the wolf corpses while stuffing them into their backpacks to take with them and sell to the alchemist. Wolf corpses can actually be stacked. Hey, this saves some space in your backpack. During this time, the Hidden Old Man even retrieved the shark harpoon. He deactivated the real/void mark on the harpoon, wiped it clean, and returned it to his backpack. 23. Tranquility announced the number of wolves they had ultimately defeated. 10,000 gold coins each. Captain, we're in. The Hidden Old Man radiated joy. Let's keep going in and see if we can take down Piedra too. Hee hee hee. How much money can we get? Chapter 782. Chechen Eve was horrified to discover that she could no longer sense her divine wolf. What happened? She rushed out of her room, calling to her several panicked subordinates. Are your divine wolves all right? The wolf tamer stammered, glancing nervously around, and finally knelt before Chechen Eve could explode. My lady. We can't sense the divine wolf. The link is empty. The divine wolf seems to have vanished into thin air. We don't know what happened either. We were just about to go check. Chechen Eve took a deep breath. Wolf tamers were a long-declined divine profession. In the era of the Mother of Abundance, wolves were her favorite and most cherished creatures. Loyal, fierce, united, powerful, a pack of giant wolves even accompanied the Mother of Abundance to godhood, becoming her mounts. They entered the golden land of gods with the Mother of Abundance, where they multiplied and became her offspring, the guardians of the Eclosion race. The direct descendants of Eclosion possessed the entire golden land, while the collateral descendants were responsible for raising the wolf packs, becoming wolf tamers. After the Mother of Abundance's fall, her mounts also departed from the golden land, leaving behind only a herd of giant wolves. Without the divine power bestowed by the Mother of Abundance, the connection between the wolf tamers and the wolves grew weaker and weaker, and the reproduction of the giant wolves became increasingly difficult. Finally, when the last of the giant wolves died of old age, this once glorious divine office also perished. Without wolves, where would the wolf tamers come from? During the reign of Acadno Acrosia, Piedra's father and Ray's grandfather, he didn't want the wolf tamers to disappear. He was also troubled by the pollution that was beginning to invade the Golden City. He used the power of the sealing artifact to seal the pollution with the remains of a giant wolf. Thus, the demonic wolf, somewhere between life and death, was born. The wolf tamers had acquired new wolves, and these demonic wolves, lacking much independent thought, were far easier to control than the giant wolves. According to the tradition of the Golden Land, the demonic wolves and their tamers were entrusted to the collateral bloodline of Eclosia, namely, the management of Pedra. In Azadno's understanding, these demonic wolves should have an instinctive obedience to the Eclosia bloodline. But ultimately, these demonic wolves were no longer the giant wolves of the past, they were merely creations of divine power and corruption. After Pedra stole the power of the sealed artifact, he subtly altered the concept that constituted the demonic wolves. The demonic wolves no longer obeyed the Eclosia bloodline, they obeyed only those who received the power of the Mother of Abundance. Chechen Eve, Pedra's eldest daughter, received a great deal of power from him and naturally became the leader among the wolf tamers. Now that the demonic wolves were in trouble, she was naturally the one to make decisions. Chechen Eve's mind raced, sifting through all her knowledge and memories. The loss of contact between the wolves and their handlers had only happened once before, when she sent wolves to hunt down the elven woman and her son, whom Ray had secretly married. Back then, the wolves were slaughtered by the dying elven woman, and Chechen Eve, responsible for the hunt, suffered a backlash from the remote-controlled magic, taking decades to recover. She bit her nails anxiously, an indescribable fear gripping her once more. She thought she had long forgotten this terrible feeling. It was the inexplicable shift from hunter to hunted prey, the sudden loss of control, the unknown terror of the world collapsing beneath her feet. The dire wolves don't just vanish into thin air. And no one can kill more than 20 dire wolves in a moment. She shouted angrily, as if that could mask her fear. Even that powerful elven woman took several days to kill just one. Investigate. Perhaps the spell has simply failed. Yes. More than an hour later, her subordinates returned trembling. Report, all the dire wolves are gone. What nonsense! How can such large dire wolves just disappear like that? Even if they're dead, their corpses would vaporize for days. Not to mention the giant wolf bones. Chechen Eve yelled uncontrollably, kicking her subordinates. Fine, I summon them with magic. I was able to summon giant wolf bones back from Middle-earth. There's no reason I can't hear. She raised her staff, chanted a long incantation, and a huge magic circle formed beneath her feet, and then, nothing happened. Nothing happened, nothing appeared, not even a speck of dust, let alone giant wolf bones or dire wolf corpses. Chechen Eve, ? What on earth happened? Where are my wolves? My wolves are so big, so many of them. She naturally couldn't fathom that her wolves were currently lying in the game backpacks of 2 assassin players, neither the wolves nor the bones responding to her calls. Adventurer Hidden Old Man, Tranquil Sea has successfully killed 23 wolf tamers demon wolves. Leah's announcement rang in both MOU and Ialian's minds simultaneously. Ialian quickened his pace. Hardster and Bilo, who were leading the way, were panting heavily, even falling far behind the lead skeleton. They couldn't understand why the glittering gem skeleton knew the roads better than they did. And why is the little prince running so fast? These ordinary gatekeepers can't catch him. If Aelian could hear their inner thoughts, he would definitely sigh. If we don't hurry up, the adventurers will finish all the work. Although Aelian felt that Piedra was not a person that the two assassins could easily deal with, these adventurers' unique tactics really couldn't be judged by common sense. Take those demon wolves, for example. Each one should have been a king-level power. Aelian's original plan was to lead this team, with him responsible for single-handedly fighting Piedra, while the three skeleton elders and these players would deal with the remaining wolf riders. Unexpectedly, they were only halfway there when the news of victory began to trickle in. MOU hadn't expected these players to be so powerful. After all, the level of the Transcendence was there, at least 30 or 40 levels higher than the highest level players. Are all these players this reckless? Killing a 5 or 10th level enemy with low health is fine, but even a 30 or 40 level enemy can be defeated. And they kill a whole bunch of them just like that? MOU's first reaction was, oh no! The quest bounties are too high. Those cleanup quests were supposed to be the most difficult extra tasks, but they were made easy for those two players. Chapter 783. Sometimes, players being too capable isn't necessarily a good thing. MOU's original intention was to send the Hidden Old Man and the Tranquil Sea, two of the most capable assassins in the entire server, as the vanguard, using their stealth abilities to infiltrate the Golden Land and gather as much information as possible about this unknown divine kingdom. Stealth is a very useful skill, especially in open-world role-playing games like Clash of Clans/Dungeons. Known for their well-developed worldviews, it can always push the limits of the developers' imaginations. The strategy for conquering the Golden Land was divided into two phases. The first phase was from the outside in, using the abundant food in the Lost Travelers Market to lure the Golden Land's guards, then conveying the truth to the people of the Golden Land, winning their hearts and minds. The second phase was a coordinated attack from within and without, directly infiltrating the Golden Land, simultaneously providing relief and assaulting it. When the first phase was successfully completed, the assassin's mission was effectively accomplished. However, the use of the Golden Beetles by the Hidden Old Man and the Tranquil Sea alerted Piedra and the Wolf Tamers, leading to their being surrounded and pursued by demonic wolves, preventing them from easily escaping the Cube Tower area. Therefore, MOU simply let the two assassins do as they pleased. Firstly, this was a realistic alternate world, without a scriptwriter or author. MOU didn't know if there was any more significant information in the Cube Tower area or the temple, and giving them unsolicited instructions could easily hinder their performance. Secondly, these two assassins were indeed very powerful in combat, and were favored by the goddess of fate. Letting them roam freely would easily trigger a bunch of quest clues. Thirdly, there were no innocent people in the Cube Tower area. Both Piedra and the Wolf Tamers had already betrayed the Mother of Abundance and the royal family of Eclosia, colluding with the God of Light. Killing them wouldn't be a loss. Even setting aside the fact that Pedra's pursuit directly led to the deaths of Ray and Elena, the number of lives lost over the years due to Pedra's selfishness and self-interest is countless. Such villains deserve to be killed. There's no need for hesitation. Whether in the virtual game or in the reality of this world, real combat is essential. Evildoers and blood-stained gods both need punishment. To save the world, one must be prepared to fight. MOU has always been a very clear-headed person. In his view, showing kindness to everyone without distinguishing between good and evil is simply irresponsible hypocrisy. In the original world, laws punish evildoers. Ordinary people simply need to obediently follow the rules. But in this chaotic and disorderly alternate world, protecting the weak, innocent, and kind requires fighting evil with evil. Players' creativity is limitless. As long as the game's freedom is high enough, they can create miracles with the most bizarre fighting styles. Whether it's killing all NPCs at the start to boost frame rate, playing the entire game without killing a single enemy and relying on super jumps, invisibility, and verbal attacks, or even crashing the game by placing enough barrels of explosives, physical crash, these are all things players are capable of doing. From the beginning, limiting players' chaotic and evil play styles was intended to prevent them from becoming true fourth calamity, causing greater damage to the world, harming innocent and vulnerable people, and wantonly destroying this ravaged world. However, simply suppressing and stifling players' violent tendencies is not a good thing either. Humans always harbor a multitude of pin-up, dark emotions that need an outlet, and games become the perfect outlet for these negative feelings. Instead of telling players what they can and can't do, thus discouraging them from enjoying the game, it's better to channel their violent tendencies towards the parasites that devour the world. Isn't this a win-win situation? MOU needs players to fight against evil for the sake of this world, and players only want to fight, regardless of who the enemy is, good or bad. For players, this is just a game, and all enemies are merely data. In a sense, whether it's a god intending to devour the world, a sinner aiding and abetting evil, or a fanatical follower of an evil god, these enemies are indeed just corrupted consciousness that the world's consciousness wants to correct and delete. Since the world's natural order has agreed, players don't need to bear any inexplicable guilt. Players become true heroes who punish evil on behalf of heaven, venting their violent tendencies, and the world of Oziria is saved. Of course, MOU wouldn't force players to accept missions to kill enemies. In this game, all missions can be abandoned or refused. If players are truly pacifists, who don't want to kill any lives, MOU believes they will follow their hearts and choose to abandon the mission. This world already offers a variety of gameplay options that don't require any combat. Therefore, MOU gave the Hidden Old Man and the Tranquil Sea a bonus mission: clear out the rebels in the Fangta area within your capabilities. Although the rewards are generous, it's not a mandatory main quest. You can fight if you can, and if you can't, forget it. Didn't the quest description clearly state the premise of within your own capabilities? However, in MOU's eyes, within your own capabilities meant fight if you can, wear them down one by one, while in the eyes of veteran players, it meant kill them all. Don't let a single one escape. But these two players are too greedy. They already killed the demon wolves before Ialian even reached the Fangta area. Whose NPCs are so miserable? They're rushing to get there just to compete with players for boss monsters? MOU sighed, asking Leon in his mind, what is the current accumulated quest reward? 230,000 gold coins. Leon calmly replied, you better find a way to reclaim these reward currencies. Although I can issue electronic currency without limit, AMT County doesn't have that many resources and valuable items like gold in reserve. Once a large amount of currency enters the market, it will cause prices are fluctuating. MOU took a deep breath and replied in his mind, no problem, no problem. Adventurers always want a lot of high-priced items. To get their coins back, all they need is an overpriced high-end weapon, a cool mount, or a set of ultimate equipment. But I'm curious how they managed to kill so many high-level dire wolves in one go. Lia, show me their kill in this small window. So, while his alt account was traveling, MOU multitasked and watched the entire process of the two assassins luring and killing the dire wolves in the small window of his alt account's view. MOU, Okay, this blame. Aw, no, the alchemists have to take the credit. Chapter 784. The alchemy of this world is indeed quite advanced. Lamar is like an all-powerful Doryman. Whatever treasure MOU desires, he can pull it out of his pocket. But frankly, if Lamar had demonstrated such skill back at Onasil City, he wouldn't have been ostracized by the Alchemists Guild and banished from the city, his reputation ruined. To put it bluntly, what limits the alchemists of this world is actually the availability of raw materials and research budgets. Before coming to AMT County, although Lamar possessed a vast reserve of alchemical knowledge and countless creative ideas, these ideas remained only theoretical due to a lack of raw materials and financial support. Worse still, his understanding of alchemy and his theories contradicted the old fogies of the Alchemists Guild. When the two sides hold conflicting theories, and neither can produce experimental results to prove their theory correct and convince the other side's scholars, the situation becomes extremely chaotic, with neither side able to persuade the other. Upon arriving in AMT County, with the boundless support of a certain lord, Lamar had almost unlimited access to materials and funds, allowing his countless ideas to become reality after countless trials and adjustments. It can be said that AMT County and Lamar mutually benefited each other. Normally, for an alchemist to develop a new item, they must first mentally select the most likely to achieve materials, then painstakingly order them, mix and refine them, and finally adjust the methods and modify the formula based on the results. Assuming a correct formula is a plus B plus C plus E, then the alchemist must select materials A, B, C, D, and E from the outset before relentlessly working with them to the end. If he only chose A, B, and C, he never create anything in his lifetime. The premise is flawed. How can he arrive at the correct conclusion? The cost of trial and error is extremely high. Every ingredient comes from magical beasts, requiring human lives to be sacrificed. The price includes the cost of human lives, naturally keeping it high. But AMT County is different from anywhere else in the world. Here, adventurers can travel the world for low-cost combat and resource gathering. Here, raw materials are scavenged by adventurers after battles, practically free. Lamar is like a mouse in a rice bin. If he wants, he can try any combination of materials, A plus B plus C, just to see which combination works best. Abundant raw materials are the foundation of research, especially now that teleportation arrays span 3 continents. Adventurers can go wherever they want. Only adventurers in AMT County can easily obtain durian from the southern continent, herring from the deep sea of the northern territory, basilisk venom from the snake cave, and thousands of other strange materials simultaneously. This is the power of same-day delivery through global shopping. A resounding boom. Because of this convenience, the alchemists of AMT County can do almost anything they can think of. It's common practice for players to research and develop stink bombs, specifically designed to kill dire wolves, exploiting their weaknesses. MOU thought for a moment. After consulting with Leah and confirming that these stink bombs wouldn't cause any environmental pollution or damage, and that the stench would dissipate quickly, and that players had also developed odor eliminator to counteract the effects, he ultimately decided not to prohibit players from using this special lethal item. Ultimately, while this planning was a bit of a bummer, it wasn't a complete disaster. The only damage was MOU's budget and the impending extended overtime. The demon wolf was already an enemy, so its death was a good thing. The players' combat items were incredibly effective, significantly boosting their own strength and balancing the power level difference between the two sides. The players still had a great gaming experience. It was just that the number of players experiencing the game went from 1 to 2. Perhaps some NPC battle CG animations would be reduced, but that wouldn't be a big deal. After weighing the pros and cons, MOU instantly felt like he was on his way again. A capable planner should be able to handle the messes players throw at him. Bullshit? What bullshit? Not a thing. While the quest rewards were a bit higher, they were just virtual currency. What veteran player in a serious game doesn't have tens of millions of gold? After all, there's a significant difference between game economics and real social economics. After all, compared to normal people with families to support, gamers have vastly different mindsets and consumption habits. For players, game coins aren't real money. Even if they spend every penny they have left and can't even afford to teleport, it's no big deal. Just grab a weapon and charge into the monsters, and you get them. Recycling is also easy. Aren't these two players planning to develop cyber combat dolls? Why not just give them the sponsor the task? Once the rewards are distributed, the R&D costs can be recouped. The resulting cyber combat dolls 001 and 002 can be given directly to these two as quest rewards. Holding raffles, giveaways, and marketing events when releasing new products is routine for game companies. Something that can be done for a little over 300 yuan is no problem for MOU. Wage recovery plan activated. Their group hurried along, finally passing through the outer circular area and reaching the entrance to the square tower area. The tall city walls were heavily guarded, and the two gatekeepers weren't invisible, so the group stopped a short distance away. Aelian whispered to the two gatekeepers, "Leave the rest to us. You go help the others evacuate." "Yes." Hadster and Bilo responded softly, turning to retreat, but they didn't go too far, still watching this side expectantly, seemingly wanting to witness the historic moment of their little prince reclaiming the Golden City. Aelian didn't stop them. The number of players assisting in the evacuation was already sufficient. These two wouldn't make a difference. They could serve as the eyes and ears of the Golden City's inhabitants. Aelian, leading his invisible squad, approached the entrance to the tower district. As he deactivated his invisibility, a semi-transparent, silver-blue spatial barrier shot into the sky, perfectly sealing off the tower district. This barrier didn't block sound, air, or sight, nor did it impede players. However, it trapped the people of Pedra within the tower district and the temple district. The silver-haired knight appeared out of thin air before the gates of the tower district. "I am Aelian Eclosia, the only son of King Ray Eclosia," Aelian said in a deep voice. "I have come to reclaim my kingdom." Chapter 785. Aelian's clear, unique, and highly recognizable voice, amplified by amplification magic, instantly resounded throughout the entire Golden City. The person directing Leia to activate the spatial barrier, MOU, who had cast the amplification magic, smiled slightly, and quietly placed a resurrection point. At this point, all battle preparations were complete. He said he's the only son of the Hero King? Is there really still any bloodline left in the Eclosia royal family? The superhuman guard stationed in the Fangta district visibly panicked, unsure how to deal with this suddenly appearing prince. Logically, Ray Eclosia was the true last king of the Golden City. But Ray left the Golden City 400 years ago. Most of the superhumans in the Golden City had experienced several generations of change, and had no memory of this hero king, let alone any feelings for him. Pedra had usurped the throne for 400 years, and the interests of these superhumans were already firmly tied to this regent. Quickly go and fetch the regent. The captain of the guard hurriedly beckoned to a soldier. At this point, it was natural to summon the regent and let him handle the situation himself. You claim to be the only son of the hero king. What proof do you have? Another extraordinary guard hesitated before speaking. Aelian slightly raised his head, gazing at the temple atop the square tower. He raised his right hand, his index and middle fingers flicking lightly. Clang! 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 The Golden City, which had been secretly enduring this for so long, almost to the point of internal injury, finally received permission to welcome its long-absent king, queen, and young prince with great pomp, ostentation, and fiery enthusiasm. In the step temple atop the square pagoda, 666 golden bells of varying sizes, suspended from bottom to top, rang out in unison, their rhythmic tones blending into a majestic and melodious melody. The clouds parted, and a beam of golden sunlight shone squarely on Aelian like a spotlight. The ground at his feet suddenly blossomed, layer upon layer, forming a thick carpet of flowers that stretched forward, across the entire square pagoda area, all the way to the temple's highest level. The people of the Golden Land had never seen such a spectacle before. For a moment, they were all stunned, their mouths agape at the astonishing spectacle. Do you need any further proof? Aelian asked politely, his lips curling slightly. What more proof is needed? The Golden City has already demonstrated its recognition and support for the prince through concrete actions. It even sacrificed its last remaining vitality to create a flower carpet. Just to welcome the prince, not only the extraordinary individuals from the Square Tower district, but also the residents of the Disc district, drawn earlier by the commotion outside, witnessed the scene through the transparent barrier. Those gathered here were originally residents of the Disc district, closest to the Square Tower district. In the Golden City's current abnormal hierarchy, these people constitute the upper echelon among ordinary people. They may have prominent families, exceptionally skilled professionals, or be the backbone of the Disc district. Even if Piedra were to gradually abandon the Disc district, these people would be the ones who would survive to the end. At this moment, these people looked on in disbelief. Beyond their nearly uniform disbelief, their expressions were a mixture of joy and sorrow, making it difficult to discern whose side they were on. Piedra, leading a large group of extraordinary beings, appeared at the top of the cube tower area. This was an extraordinary being with white hair and beard, but whose face showed signs of aging comparable to a middle-aged man in his 50s from the original world. MOU, taking advantage of his invisibility, secretly cast an appraisal spell on him. Ding, appraisal failed. Ding, appraisal failed. Ding, appraisal successful. MOU was delighted and looked at the system's appraisal results. Pedra Eclosia, acting governor of the Golden Land, LV-205, angelic level, son of Acadno Eclosia, a member of a collateral branch of the Eclosia royal family, Beast Tamer. He devoured most of the divine power and life force within the sealed artifact left by the Mother of Abundance, and through collusion with the God of Light, obtained the concept of deception from him. He possesses both natural and illusory skills, making him incredibly powerful. Proceed with caution. This boss is even higher level than LV-199 Aelian. MOU's expression darkened, and he instructed Lia to relay this information to Aelian. Pedro looked down at Aelian, a disdainful smirk playing on his lips. Son of the traitor Rei Clausia. Your father fled the Golden Land 400 years ago, under a pretext, and has been missing ever since. He abandoned his country and his people, shirking his responsibilities. Such a treacherous person is unworthy to be king. The invisible gem skeleton took a step forward angrily, only to be pressed down on the shoulder by another, slightly smaller gem skeleton beside it. Aelian drew his great sword from his back and pointed it at Pedra, his silver eyes filled with rage. 400 years ago, my father went out into the world with hope and prayer to find a way to save the Golden City. 371 years ago, he found this method. But you received his letter, learning that he was about to return with his queen, his heir, and the method to save the Golden City. Fearing exposure for your years of embezzling the power of the Golden City's sealed artifacts, you decided to go all in and send a large army to hunt down my parents. Pedra glared, instinctively retorting, "You're talking nonsense." His letter never mentioned finding a way to save the Golden City. Aelian curled his lips, speaking righteously. Therefore, he did indeed send back the letter. He didn't disappear without a trace. You deliberately concealed the letter. You spread rumors. The crowd erupted in uproar, with shouts of protest erupting from the people in the circular area. Liar, Pedra! Traitor! Traitor! MOU looked towards the source of the voices and recognized many faces, seemingly related to the gatekeeper below. Pedra's face flushed and paled in turns, as if he regretted being so easily tricked into revealing information. You colluded with the Church of Light, sending numerous extraordinary individuals to hunt down my parents, preventing my father from returning home. You even twisted the truth, calling those assassins you said cowards, who followed my father in fleeing the Golden Land, and using this as a pretext to seal off the Golden Land, preferring to watch the people starve rather than allow them to leave to seek a way to survive. You feared that once they left the Golden Land, they would learn that the hero king had been murdered by you 371 years ago. Chapter 786. Of course, that's not the only reason you trapped them here, Aelian continued. The seal left behind by Gaia, the mother of abundance, controls the cycle of life and death within the Golden City. The soul energy of those who die in the Golden City is absorbed by the seal, transformed back into life force and energy, and reintroduced into the Golden City's operation. The more people die in the Golden City, the more power you can absorb. This was originally designed to create a continuous cycle of life and death within the Golden City, but because Pedra stole energy from it, the cycle of life within the Golden City broke down, the energy dwindled, and the life force weakened. The decline of the Golden Land is not due to the fall of its gods. Its original design was to generate a perpetual energy cycle, and the sealed artifacts could replenish any energy loss that might occur during the process. The origin of all the crises lies in your breaking of the perfect cycle, stealing life force to prolong your own life, and seizing energy to ascend to godhood. In just 300 or 400 years, you have leaped from a being below the level of a king to the level of an angel. Your extraordinary beings have also joined you in consuming the power of the sealed artifacts, which is why they follow you so devotedly, even going so far as to travel thousands of miles to hunt down the true king of the Golden Land. The people roared in anger once more. In recent years, the decline of the Golden Land has become increasingly severe. People do not know why the Golden Land has gone from a prosperous divine kingdom to a decaying, dying state within a few generations, but the people of the Golden Land can see the life force hidden within all things. They knew that the Golden Land was dwindling in vitality. Come to think of it, this decline had begun in the days of Acadno, reaching its peak during these 400 years. The Golden Land had to take extreme measures to ensure the continued survival of this divine kingdom. Regent King Piedra issued numerous decrees, forbidding anyone from leaving the Golden Land. He assigned the royal guards of the Acrosian family to guard the gates of the Golden Land and categorize people according to their worth. Only those with value received resources, while the rest were abandoned. Every household had relatives whom Piedra had deemed of little value and abandoned. They might be elderly people approaching 70, frail young children, or those with illnesses requiring long-term medical care. Anyone deemed unlikely to survive, and whose survival would be of little value, was abandoned by Piedra. It wasn't that no one resisted, but faced with the chasm of power, ordinary people could only accept their fate. Those people, ultimately, carried with them their devotion and sacrifice for the Golden City, filled with fear and helplessness, yet bravely faced death. Even if this was the only inevitable outcome, it's undeniable that, whether voluntarily or not, these people made immense sacrifices for the continuation of the Golden City. But Piedra turned their sacrifice and dedication into a mockery. Their deaths didn't continue the Golden City's cycle of life, they only made Piedra even stronger. This act was so disgusting that some of the onlookers even vomited. And you, heavily guarding the Square Tower area, forcibly blocked travel between the Square Tower area and the Disk area, and hid the stolen energy, vitality, and stored food within the Square Tower area. As Aelian spoke, a wall in the Square Tower district collapsed, and rice flowed down from the breach like a waterfall. Even the upper and middle classes in the Disk district hadn't seen such a large amount of food in ages. Push! Inside the room in the Square Tower district, the hidden elder gritted his teeth, holding onto the sacks filled with grain, and pushing forward with all his might. I'm pushing harder. Tranquility Seed braced his back against the heavy sacks, kicking his legs hard. The outermost sack slit open, released even more of its stored grain under their pressure. These two assassins, too, were working tirelessly today, under the Lord's generous bounty. They didn't know why they were doing this, but as long as there was money to be made, they worked themselves to the bone. Mid-time director Moyu, watching the CG animation among the players, and silently overseeing the overall situation, felt quite satisfied with the nearly flawless coordination and the exhilarating emotions of the Disk District crowd. You feared the people would discover the vast amount of life you stolen, so you always hidden yourself, never revealing yourself before anyone. Even now, you're nothing but a false shadow. Aelian raised his hand, and a colossal guardian of illusion and reality appeared in the air. 6 golden wings on its back suddenly unfurled, sharp golden feathers raining down, piercing through Pedra's body and striking the ground with a crackling sound. Pedra's body swayed, then vanished in a phantom. Fake? The people exclaimed in astonishment that Pedra was a phantom? No wonder we couldn't see his life force. Where is the real Piedra? They looked up at the temple, and saw a figure clad in gleaming golden robes stepping out. He exuded such a vibrant energy that the people of the Golden City could barely bear to look directly at him. The pure white energy condensed within his form, transforming him into a shimmering, humanoid ball of light. The people had to suppress their innate abilities to discern the man's face. It was Piedra. Only he looked much younger than the shadowy figure from earlier. His hair and beard were tan, a color he inherited from his mother. Only direct descendants of the Acrosian royal family, blessed by the mother of fertility, retained the Acrosian royal family's recognizable silver hair. Unlike the thin, wrinkled shadow from before, Piedra's face was brimming with collagen, his body thick with muscular muscle. He clearly hadn't endured starvation. So, while we starve, Piedra and his transcendents feast on us, devouring our rightful lives and even our loved ones. Barrow shouted angrily, "Thief! He's unworthy of ruling the Golden Land. Return the Golden Land to our little prince. Return the Golden Land to Ialian. Ialian? Our prince? No, our king." The people began to chant Ialian's name. Whether they had previously read the Guardians of Reality and Illusion and learned the truth, or those who had only just come to their senses, they all had a single, burning wish. Let Ialian be our king. Return the Golden Land. Ialian looked up at Piedra, his silver eyes filled with icy coldness. Then perhaps I will grant you a quick death. Chapter 787. Return the Golden City? Piedra laughed as if he had heard something funny. You, a presumptuous, secret-level brat, dared to sneak into the Golden City all alone? Who can you rely on? These starving ordinary people who can't even lift a sword? His face darkened. The Golden City, the sealed artifacts, all the legacy and treasures left by the Mother of Plenty. They are all mine. I will never give away all I worked so hard to accumulate. Come! At his command, the transcendents who had submitted to him quickly emerged and formed up along the walls and steps of the Square Tower district. Chechen Eve, Piedra's eldest daughter and the current leader of the Wolf Tamers, wielded a curved staff topped with a giant cobra head and stood at the forefront of the Square Tower district's walls with her men. She raised her staff, and 10 demonic wolves, obeying her call, emerged from the Square Tower district one by one. Standing behind them, they bared their sharp fangs at Ialian. But these 10 demonic wolves were noticeably smaller than the ones she had killed earlier. They were the demonic wolves Chechen Eve had urgently dispatched from outside the city. After the demonic wolves in the Square Tower district mysteriously disappeared, she feared her father would blame her, so she hastily summoned the demonic wolves that had been guarding the woods outside the city. Standing in front of the temple, Piedra, unaware of the complete disappearance of the demonic wolves in the Square Tower district, glanced at them with a hint of doubt, but now was not the time to dwell on such matters. The Beastmasters and Puppeteers stood ready, while Ialian stood alone. The people of the Disc District were all sweating. They gathered at the barrier and pounded on it. Let us go and help. Though we lack the power, we fight to the death to get justice from Pedra. Who says I'm alone? Ialian chuckled softly, raising his hand to dispel the invisibility and illusion seals on everyone. Strange, moving skeletons, and hundreds of fully armed adventurers appeared behind him. In the circular area, in the villages outside the city, even more unfamiliar adventurers appeared, carrying stretchers, lifting the dying and immobile onto bizarre vehicles, and speeding towards the entrance. Even the slow-witted Pedra had finally realized what was happening. The gatekeepers have all betrayed him. The Golden City is now filled with Ialian's men. These people have used some unknown means to conceal their presence, even standing right under his nose. He hadn't noticed. He's only dispelled his invisibility now, because the spatial barrier has completely separated the Fangta district from the outside world. Pedra and his superhuman subordinates cannot easily break through the barrier to attack the weaker ordinary people, nor can they punish the betrayed gatekeepers for the time being. You? Pedra laughed angrily. A fine plan, a fine plan. Your scheming doesn't seem like that of the upright, foolish, and naive hero king. The gem skull behind Ialian was practically bristling with rage, even though gem skulls have no hair. Superhumans. Hear my command? Attack! At Pedra's command, the demon wolves and puppeteers leaped down from the city walls and charged towards the adventurers. The players were overjoyed. The CG animation is finally over. We can finally start the fight. Go ahead, brothers, hooray. Golden Guards. Heed my command? Piedra roared. The stone gate at the base of the square tower burst open, and a succession of golden armored warriors emerged. The people of the Disc District were horrified. How could this be? How could the Golden Legion, directly subordinate to Acrosia, obey Piedra's orders? Are you planning to continue deceiving the people with these fake golden armors? Aelian flicked his wrist, holding a golden scarab between his fingers. The real Golden Legion, come out! How do you have golden scarabs? Piedra was horrified. Behind him, a thunderous roar echoed from the temple. Team after team of uniformed golden giants bent over and emerged from the slowly rising stone walls of the temple, rushing towards the counterfeit armor. It was a battle between the genuine army and the counterfeit. Golden giants versus golden armored warriors, demonic wolves, and puppets versus skeletons and adventurers. The open space between the square tower and the Disc District was already a fierce battle. Aelian leaped high, caught firmly by the outstretched palm of his guardian of the real and the virtual. The massive guardian of the real and the virtual spread its wings and soared into the temple area. Aelian landed steadily in front of the temple, facing Piedra. My parents' revenge, my revenge, the revenge of the people of the Golden Land. Let's settle this blood debt today. Aelian raised his great sword and pointed it directly at Piedra's face. Come on! Piedra also revealed his Dharma form. Come out, demonic wolf tree god. Piedra's Dharma form was a gigantic, upright, half-human, half-wolf, six-armed monster, gleaming with golden light, as if cast entirely of gold. His skin was like hard, rough bark, covered in tree-like lines and grooves. The enormous wolf head, with its fangs protruding and its eyes gleaming with ferocity, looked utterly hideous. A layer of wolf fur draped around his neck, like a cape. From his shoulders downward, exposed golden muscle, and on his chest, a golden, wolf-patterned breastplate was secured with leather belts and chains. Of his 6 sturdy arms, the 2 near his back were wolf claws, while the 4 above and below were human hands. The top pair held a long sword and a staff, respectively, while the bottom pair held a clenched fist. A golden skirt of armor shrouded his lower body, partially revealing 2 sturdy human legs and a wolf's tail. Golden rings adorned his neck, hands, and ankles, each gleaming with the light of a different element: blue water, green wood, yellow earth, purple thunder, red fire, and colorless wind. That was the natural force left within the seal by the Mother of Plenty to power the Golden City, but it was stolen and absorbed by Piedra, becoming the power of the Dharmakaya. Half-human, half-wolf form, tree-like skin symbolizing vitality, a golden ring weapon imbued with natural power. The Dharmakaya's appearance was closely linked to its abilities. With just a glance, Aelian had a rough idea of the Dharmakaya's abilities. The 2 Dharmakayas attacked each other almost simultaneously, and Piedra also charged at Aelian at the same moment. Chapter 788. Having absorbed the abundant life force from the sealed artifact, Piedra's movements were far from the sluggishness of an ordinary 400- or 500-year-old. In an instant, he was in front of Aelian, his fist striking like lightning towards Aelian's face. Aelian raised his greatsword to block, the mithril greatsword clashing violently with the golden wolf-claw knuckles on Piedra's fists, sparks flying. Piedra's strength was astonishing. Aelian was propelled backward several meters by the force of his punch. What a heavy punch! Aelian stared intently. Both of Piedra's fists were adorned with golden knuckles, and at the joints were sharp, silvery wolf claws protruding outwards. Judging by the material, they were likely made of mithril to mimic wolf claws. Humph, kid, you got some skill. Piedra sneered, tearing off his cumbersome golden silk robe and carelessly tossing it to the ground. He wore only a pair of belted trousers, his upper body bare, adorned with red and black tattoos of cheetahs and giant wolves. A gold plaque inlaid with turquoise and jade swayed from side to side with his bulging muscles. Wow, the boss's clothes are ripped off. The players below, engaged in combat with the beast tamer and the demonic wolf, were surprisingly distracted by the battle above the temple. Holy crap, for an old man like him, isn't Piedra's physique a bit too good? He has pecs and 8-pack abs. The development team certainly had a generous budget for modeling, but the choice of which area to focus on is a bit off. You cast a gravity spell to suppress the demonic wolf's movements, his lips twitching. The player's focus was so strange. From this distance, all they were paying attention to were his pecs and abs? Wait, why is Piedra a melee fighter? And a monk at that? I thought he was definitely a magic user. Wait, a monk fighting a knight? Isn't the knight at a disadvantage? Heavy armor and heavy swords have low agility. They can't keep up with the monk's speed. It depends on whether the monk can break the knight's defense. If he can't, it's like punching iron. If he can, Plate armor is vulnerable to heavy hammers. Blunt weapons hitting armor can cause internal damage. Some games have this kind of heavy attack defense breaking mechanic. Judging from my wife's expression, it seems Pedra's attacks can indeed break defenses. Hey, stop chatting. Hold the monster. Hold it. You're over-aggroing. Don't come any closer. Aelian was genuinely struggling. Pedra's level and abilities were higher than his, and his combat experience was extremely rich. He wasn't an easy opponent to deal with. Pedra was incredibly fast, extremely skilled in close combat, and his punches were incredibly powerful, imbued with a purplish-black wolf spirit. Each time the wolf spirit struck Aelian, they ignored his armor and shields, penetrating his defenses and exploding internally, causing further damage. Having been hit just 2 times, Aelian felt his abdomen and internal organs were severely injured. Even breathing brought excruciating pain. He had no choice but to use World Guardian to heal his wounds. He couldn't let Pedra get close. Close combat was too disadvantageous for him. Aelian's mind raced as he quickly made a judgment. The wolf spirits in Pedra's fists could penetrate armor, striking the target and causing massive internal blast damage. Great swords, on the other hand, required wide, sweeping swings, needing a certain distance to charge up the power. Without creating distance, he couldn't deliver an effective, powerful attack. The closer the opponent gets, the more advantageous it is for Pedra, while forcing Aelian into a defensive posture with no chance of counterattacking. The armor is useless, it only becomes a burden and a hindrance. Aelian took a deep breath, and as Pedra closed in again, he switched positions with the Dharma image. The Guardian of Illusion and Reality flipped over, and the Phantom Dragon spewed black fire dragon flames, burning Pedra's wolf spirit. Using this opportunity, Aelian deactivated his Guardian Heart and instantly removed his armor. His great sword was now replaced by his mother's golden sword. Holy crap, my wife's clothes are ripped off too. The players below exclaimed in surprise, startling Mou. He looked up and saw that Aelian had simply switched classes. Looks like heavy armor is really a disadvantage against monks. After all, the purpose of heavy armor is defense. If the enemy's attack can penetrate the heavy armor itself, it's better to switch to light armor to increase speed. Aelian is inherently extremely agile, and wearing heavy armor would only slow him down. As the saying goes, speed is the ultimate weapon in martial arts. If defense is ineffective, then it's better to simply remove it and increase speed. Sun has changed his fighting style, Elena said to lay beside her, wielding a scythe. Before this battle, Aelian had already returned Elena's sword to her, but after much deliberation, Elena ultimately gave the golden sword to her son. You are the main force in this battle, she had told her son at the time. An extra weapon means an extra option. Now it seems it has truly come in handy. The right choice, Lay nodded, that old schemer, Pedra. I wonder when he forged the wolf's soul. Heavy armor is useless against wolf spirits. What exactly are wolf spirits? I feel like my son is at a disadvantage, Elena said worriedly. With a swipe of her scythe, she felled a demonic wolf, stomped on its head with her skeletal claws, and plunged her long scythe directly into the wolf's skull. A cloud of black energy flew out from the split wolf's head, and the demonic wolf collapsed to the ground, lifeless. That's the highest form of a wolf tamer, Lay said. Wolf tamers can not only control live wolves, but high-level tamers can also control wolf spirits. When a wolf spirit possesses the body, the human and wolf become one. The more wolf spirits possessed, the stronger the wolf tamer becomes. It can be said that they use their own body as a puppet, manipulating it through the possession of wolf spirits, thereby breaking through the limits of their physical body and gaining greater power. He can control the wolf spirits to increase his speed and strength, and he can also use the wolf spirits as magical attacks. After hitting a target, the wolf spirit can penetrate material barriers, reappearing upon impact to tear, explode, ram, creating all sorts of attacks. To be honest, it's an ability within the realm of illusion and reality. Pedra colluded with the god of light and absorbed the natural divine power from the sealed artifact, thus possessing the power of both the natural and illusionary realms. Since it's a realm of illusionary authority, then our son should be fine, right? Elena said with some worry. Ugh, these demonic wolves are so annoying. They were in the way back then, and they're still like this now. No, I have to deal with this wolf tamer, so we can help our son as soon as possible. Using her skeletal body's lightness and agility, she nimbly leaped onto the demonic wolf's body. Like a sheepdog running on the back of a sheep, her skeletal claws lightly stepped on the wolf's body and head, using the momentum to jump and leap, quickly scaling the high wall of the Fangta district. Chapter 789. Holy crap, mother-in-law's skills are amazing. The players below couldn't help but exclaim in admiration as they watched Elena storm the upper tower city wall. We need to hurry up too, the NPCs are starting to steal monsters. What's wrong with this game? Why are the NPCs stealing monsters? Black Cat doesn't sleep wailed. It's probably because our levels aren't high enough. Look, the monster levels are arranged in a tiered fashion from low to high. The system assigns target monsters to each team based on our abilities, Rain today replied. So it's not a matter of stealing, this is probably part of the storyline. High-level NPCs hold off high-level monsters. We kill the monster minions within that time limit, and then once the high-level NPCs have whittled down the high-level monster's health, we can go back and fight. The surrounding players glanced at the speaker's ID. Truly worthy of Rain today, what you say makes perfect sense. The more than 600 players who came to fight with Ialian were all top-ranked players on the entire server. They are high-level, possess strong combat awareness, and most have already carved out their own niche in the game, becoming renowned among players. The earliest players, like one sword breaks 1,000 mountains, need no introduction. Players like today's Rain, Salted Fish, and Gnawing Ball, who made significant contributions to advancing the main storyline, naturally wouldn't miss out on the main combat. Having passed the Golden Lands test with their hero sword class and entered the Divine Kingdom to begin combat, players can now choose their preferred main class. This main quest is conducted in teams. Each team can prioritize deploying personnel to form combat squads based on the mission content. Taking the Don't Talk to Me team as an example, the captain, Hidden Old Man, and Tranquil Sea received a special infiltration mission, thus forming a special combat squad. Aside from players receiving special missions, one member of the team can be designated by the captain/voted by the players, and with their consent, become the team commander. The commander system will then display a command panel, allowing them to assign tasks and direct the team's players. Of course, this task assignment is based on the player's level, class, and abilities. The system prioritizes a range of tasks, which the commander then selects from available tasks. Finally, the players decide whether to accept the assignment. The players of the Don't Talk to Me team didn't even need to think, they unanimously chose Rainy Day as their commander. The remaining team members were then divided into multiple teams based on their strength to undertake two main missions. Lower-level players were responsible for rescuing and evacuating people outside the Golden City, while higher-level players fought alongside Ialian. If a team is short-handed or feels its leadership skills are insufficient, there's also the alliance team system. Individual players and small teams can form alliances with larger teams, accepting the commands of the larger team's commander, thus uniting their efforts and playing together. Selecting a team participating in the alliance team system will display it on the player panel of other members. Lone wolf players or other team leaders can apply to join a larger team. Once approved, they will automatically be added to the other team's commanders list. The Don't Talk to Me team, thanks to the presence of the universally acknowledged powerhouse, Jinryu, instantly became the most sought-after target. Jinryu readily accepted all comers, binding herself with over 20 allied teams in one go, filling her command panel to capacity. Fortunately, the commander only needed a thought to switch to the combat team's voice channel to send commands, otherwise, she would have been overwhelmed. The plaza between the square tower area and the circular area was designated as a combat zone. Of course, theoretically, the entire square tower area itself was also a combat zone, but currently, the steps at the entrance were blocked by guards, preventing players from breaking through. The enemy is fighting a defensive battle. We are going to attack. All teams, prepare yourselves, take your positions. Jinryu commanded in a voice channel. As soon as the cutscene ends, all tanks and all teams, aggro your monster targets. She could clearly see the levels of each monster in her field of vision, eliminating the need to use identification spells individually. These red-named monsters with their names and levels above their heads were the combat targets assigned by the system. Other monsters with excessively high levels had purple names, making them easy to identify. Seeing the 3 skeleton NPCs launch the first attack on the purple-named monster, Yo-Yo made a judgment. As soon as the battle began, chaos erupted. Golden-armored warriors charged into the crowd, demonic wolves leaped down from the city walls, and clay giants rose from the ground at the puppeteer's command. After a moment of bewilderment, the players heard their commander's very organized instructions. Targets have been assigned to each team. Please attack according to the corresponding number. Team 1 attacks monster number 1, Team 2 attacks monster number 2, and so on. Please do not steal monsters from each other. Everyone, ignore the golden armor and avoid their attacks. Do not enter the AoE range. Our golden giants will automatically engage. Our main targets are the demonic wolves and the puppeteer's puppets, all between LV 100 and LV 105, which are within our attack range. Each combat team consists of 24 people, 3 tanks and 6 healers. If there are significant casualties, please report it in the voice channel immediately, and I will send reinforcements. Today, Rain, as the commander, can choose whether to participate in the battle. She planted a giant pea seed on the ground, which sprouted into a massive vine. She climbed to the top of the vine, instantly gaining a panoramic view of the entire battlefield. Aelian was fighting Pedra atop the temple, the two locked in a fierce battle. 2 enormous avatars were also battling high in the sky, like a CG animation projected from above. This main storyline battle retains the large-scale battle mechanics of the Beast Tide and Winter God battles, featuring a prayer/energy bar system. All players can see their energy bar at the top of their field of vision. The energy increases over time and decreases when Aelian uses healing skills. The Golden Giants blocked all the Golden Armored Warriors, each giant fighting 7 or 8. Players will not be harmed as long as they do not enter the area of effect, AoE, range of their melee. The player teams disperse the divine wolves and puppets, scattering them in groups across the battlefield. 3 king-level skeletons, emerging from the gaps created by the players, engage the high-ranking transcendent beings, launching an attack on the square tower area. Chapter 790. Team 1 was responsible for a level 108 dire wolf. This wolf was originally considered a nobody among a pack of king-level dire wolves, only fit to guard the outer city in the forest, and not even allowed to enter the Fangta area. However, after the Hidden Elder and Tranquil Sea used the Stink Bomb, a powerful weapon against dire wolves invented by Teacher Durian, to kill 23 high-level dire wolves in one go, Chichen Eve, completely bewildered and unsure of what had happened, had no choice but to use these dire wolves to fill the gaps. This level was too weak for the NPCs like Lei and Elena, but it was just right for the main player force. The Hidden Elder and Tranquil Sea's previous surprise attack had everything going for it. The timing was perfect. They suddenly logged back in after a long period of offline activity, and the dire wolves had already searched the area several times, so they were completely unprepared. The terrain was advantageous, the alleyway was extremely narrow and airtight. Once the demonic wolves were lured in, their massive size and mutual obstruction prevented them from unleashing their full power, and even the slightest movement would cause a stampede. The human element was crucial, naturally referring to the powerful weapon developed by the alchemist, and the 2 assassins' own formidable strength and masterful ability to lure the enemy deep into their territory. Using surprise attacks to catch the enemy off guard is often the key to victory in battles where the outnumbered prevail. Not to mention, these 2 top assassins had already efficiently found a divine-level mentor, undergone rigorous training, and developed their own unique game strategies. After completing several small intelligence-gathering missions, they had already leveled up to LV 105. This level is already considered Secret Realm. With the added bonus of critical hits to vital points, taking down a king-level assassin, rendered powerless by the potion, is not difficult. In fact, after killing a large number of dire wolves, both assassins instantly leveled up to LV 110. However, this kind of skillful maneuvering is difficult for other players to replicate. The players in Team 1 are mainly between LV 99 and LV 103. The dire wolves are slightly higher level and are fully prepared for battle, so they can't gain the advantage of a preemptive strike. Moreover, there's the Wolf Tamer controlling the battlefield. The combination of the Wolf Tamer and the dire wolves is far more effective than the sum of its parts. This is an open plaza with open sides, greatly reducing the effectiveness of the Stink Bomb. Before a player can even launch a Stink Bomb, and it's fully effective, the smoke is dispelled by the Wolf Tamers using wind or water magic. Frustrated, the players can only obediently proceed with their methodical attack. As expected, superpowered weapons and equipment will still be limited in actual combat. Today, Yoyu had already guessed this, and she nodded knowingly. This is in line with normal game development principles. Luzhou Laoji was the main tank for Team 1, steadily holding the aggro of the demonic wolf. With the recent major update that upgraded the combat assistance system, various mechanics and casting bars are displayed with corresponding symbols. As long as players concentrate, even first-timers won't find it too difficult. Their team consisted of veteran players like Yijin Pokienshin, Yuhua Dengxian, and Yo Qiuqiu. Having played together many times, their teamwork was excellent. Although occasionally someone would take unnecessary damage for various reasons, as long as a reliable healer was present, the occasional death of 1 or 2 players could be easily reversed. The Demon Wolf's health bar had been reduced by 70%, leaving only 30%, and everything was progressing smoothly. As it should have been. Team 4 next door was fighting a puppet colossus. Suddenly, light gathered on the colossus's chest, and the support system marked the target as locked on the tank. Holy crap! It's a laser cannon! Watch your facing, spread out, spread out. Don't face the group, get behind the boss. Wait! Not over there. There's a team over there. The panicked tanks of Team 4, caught in the ultimate trolling dilemma of guiding the boss to face the laser cannon and killing their teammates, or killing innocent members of the neighboring team, simply gave up. Their faces ashen, they made the sign of the cross on their chests, and activated their invincibility. The cannon on the puppet colossus's chest opened, firing a pure white laser energy cannon at the tanks. The massive energy beam reduced the tank's health bar to 1 point, while more energy leaked through his side, hitting Team 1 behind him. Lujo Lauju, holy crap! His eyes widened in horror as a massive, silvery white laser beam shot from next door struck his teammates behind the demon wolves. The health bars next to their names on the combat squad roster were emptied instantly, their name tags turning gray. Gnawing Ball, Salty Fish, Melissa Kubo, and a group of ranged attackers and mages, who were originally standing together in the safe zone, were all wiped out by this laser beam, a friendly gesture from next door. Holy crap, which team did this? The players from Team 1 were furiously unleashing a torrent of abuse in the team chat. Team 4, trembling with fear, frantically apologized. It was an accident, an accident. We revived them right away. Emergency rescue. Emergency rescue. Today's Rain, both amused and exasperated, quickly began dispatching resources. Squad 1 has suffered multiple casualties. Teams 2, 3, and 4, healers, please immediately revive and restore health. Attention all players fighting the Puppet Colossus. The Puppet Colossus will target tanks and fire laser cannons. Please choose a safe, unoccupied direction, activate invulnerability, and guide the attack. Avoid killing your own teammates or those of other teams. You can try aiming at monsters from other teams, but be careful not to accidentally hit melee players. Wow, it actually managed to kill the team next door. There's such a strategy? I'm actually itching to try it. Don't try weird things. You die if you do. Here it comes, Neil's classic mid-door sniping, guiding the enemy to kill the teammate next door. Who knows? I was perfectly fine with my rotation, and suddenly a laser cannon shot me to death. The classic trolley problem. You're the tank, you're targeted with death sentence, the boss has a cleave attack, you have two choices, stay put and kill the group of teammates around you who keep making mistakes and standing in the wrong positions, or change your facing to kill the only good teammate on the other side who's in the right position to ensure more people can clear the dungeon smoothly. I choose to activate invincibility, and then kill everyone.